Ad Astra, the Alagore War Collection 1 by PWOFalcon. A Prologue, 50 Chapter 1. January 22nd, 2069, Military Calendar. Campsite, the former Confederacy of Daruuya. Torness Mountain Range, Nataly Region, Aldrida, Alagore. Looking past the dark horizon of the valley below, all that could be seen were the crisp peaks and ridges of the mighty Torness Mountains. Above the heights was the final shine of the father of all light, the yellow sun god, known as Dorash. It almost seemed like his gaze was taking one last peek at the skirt of Alagore mountain peaks before finally fading to rest. As the sun fell below the distant mountain peaks, a robust and crisp breeze swept through the valley below that laid below them, bringing a sudden chill. As expected, darkness came, bringing the freezing mountain cold. Everything became pitch black, as the only light source came from the starlight flickering high above the dark void. That was until a new light from the campfires illuminated the camp, only so slightly, not to be discovered. The half-elf, half-human girl, Frier Holiadon, was not accustomed to the cold. Being a tanned wood elf who grew up in the warmth of cities in Hispana, she quickly grabbed her black-white patterned cloak and pulled it tightly to remain as warm as possible. She took a long breath from the thin, chilly air and stared into the massive valley below. Forests, lakes, and in the distance, a glimpse of lights from a nearby town. Everything looked natural and wild, as if civilization had struggled to conquer it. A sight she rarely saw outside the city walls. She found the scenery incredible, even though crossing the Torness mountain range was a hellish adventure. "Stay away from the edge," a lat said. "We don't want to be spotted." "All right," Frier replied. She looked at the lat, surprised at how he stood, defiant of the thin air and freezing temperature. "Are you not cold?" "Of course I am," the last warrior said as he returned to the camp. "Living away from civilization, you grow used to such conditions." As the soldier left, she looked at the valley one last time before heading back toward the camp. Frier saw nearly 100 soldiers huddling around their campfires for warmth, gathering supplies, or standing watch within the camp. They are known as the Palatini of Orias, one of the many Imperium elite units within the legionary. They were hand-picked by the legate for this mission. As the young girl walked past the Palatini, she could see the exhaustion in their mannerisms. Many looked hungry. Others were tired with dark, deep black bags under their eyes. Others were shaking as their bodies adjusted to the night. To her confusion, she could also see the determination in their eyes, as the environment was just an annoyance to their objective. She wouldn't blame them for their exhaustion, as she could feel most of her body sore from the non-stop marching and climbing she had to endure to get to this point. Something that her professors left out of their classes. A part of her couldn't help but chuckle at how she once thought, after graduation from the academy, that she was ready to face the challenges of their world. Only now did she understand how little schooling prepared her for the real world. "What is so funny?" another lat said as she passed. When she turned to the man, she felt a slim nerve of fear that ran through her body, believing that she might have insulted them. While most of them accepted her within the Palatini, she could tell they saw her as a weakling over a comrade. "I am sorry. I meant no insult. I was remembering my time at the academy." The man turned back to his friend, commenting on her inexperience. Frier felt sad, as this was not her first failed interaction. For the better part of the week, Orias had escorted her and her father across some of the roughest terrains on Aldrida, taking great lengths to avoid enemy forces, as their orders were to keep the two elves protected at all costs. As many men had stated, it was a near miracle that they made it this far without being noticed. From what she understood, the commanding capitaneers hoped to reach the base of the mountain they were on by tonight. Such delays had become the norm. They had to delay their travels because of enemy patrols. They were hiding for hours because of Javia's patrols from one of the nearby city-states. As they adventured deeper behind enemy-occupied territory, she expected this problem to worsen. While the Hispana Republic's detachment for the expedition could have defeated them, the legionnaire leader, Capitaneus Fiontan Hennes, did not want to risk exposing their unit to the enemy. He feared that if the Javias or one of their puppet races could pass a message to the unity's regional vassal, the Veriance aristocracy, Their mission would fail, and their last hope for victory would vanish. His superiors had invested in this last-ditch effort to turn the tide of the war to risk it on a small skirmisher with fewer soldiers. Between the dozen campfires and the dark but illuminated sky, lit by their mother Nataly, this side of the mountain range had perfectly trapped the cold air, something that Frier was struggling to adapt to. As a wood elf, she was used to the warmth of the forest and the benefits of civilization from the continent's western side, not the chill of the alpine. Hearing a loud howl that echoed through the mountains, a clearing coming from another party elsewhere within the area, Frier noticed her ride panicking. She quickly rushed over and slowly approached the beast once she got close. There, Frier whispered to her dirip, a four-legged beast with 3 horns, light brown, long hair fur and red hooves. The hair was rough from the cold air and their long journey. Noticing that these lands unsettled the beast, a feeling she could relate to, she rubbed the side of Derip's neck. Slowly and calmly, she whispered a song to it, causing the beast to calm down. Once the beast was calm, Frier reached into her backpack and pulled out a bundle of grass to feed it. "I understand how you feel. This place leaves an unsettling chill down my spine too. But you need to stay calm. If your beast is going to cause trouble, it will be wise to let it free," Hennis said as he approached. Looking at the Capitaneus, Frier replied, "He is just startled. Dirips do not usually travel to these lands. He needs to get used to being here." Hennis reached into his bag, pulling out a dark red amulet. He then tossed it into a fire pit. One of the other soldiers, a pyromancy battle mage, approached the hole and ignited it with a low-level fire spell. Unlike most red and orange flames, this fire was blackish-purple, a type of flame known as dark fire by the commoners. Half-elf, it took us over a week to get here through this dangerous path. These mountains are very unforgiving to wandering passengers, even to the Legion. We are deep behind enemy lines with no support. If Callum vassals discover us, we will be slaughtered without mercy. "That is if we are lucky," Lat said, as he sat beside the dark fire. "I heard stories of what happens to the prisoners handed over to them. I wouldn't subject my worst enemy to such a fate, especially if a little girl got us caught." Feeling frustrated and hearing the disrespect in the man's tone, she wanted to march over and warn Hennes. While Lats can be civil and possess a strong warrior spirit, she is always surprised by how stubborn they can be. "What is your issue, Lat?" Frier asked. "I understand the risks. My father has been studying for this mission longer than you have been alive. I know what is at stake, but this legend is our only hope in stopping them." "Hope?" Hennis asked, while being unfazed by the young elf's aggressiveness. "The only reason the legate sponsored this insane mission was that your father already got funds from a Kitsune archivist guild with a questionable reputation. They wanted to eliminate their father so they could focus on winning the war. They cannot afford to chase fairy tales from time immemorial." "Insane mission?" Frier boldly stated. "This quest is not insane, you—" "Damn, Lat. It is the answer. We all know we cannot win the war. They are just too strong. I cannot believe how you, of all people your kind, should believe in this." "It is a fool's quest, Frier," Hennis replied calmly, showing his military discipline. "Look at what we are doing." Allowing himself to collect his thoughts, he sat by the dark fire. "We are looking for an ancient relic, a Lat-Orc folktale that allows you to travel to another world. Hundreds of sages like your father have looked for this and other relics over the centuries. Even your father was proven wrong on this subject. There is a reason why the guilds and his own people disowned his research. The legend of an ancient relic from a lost age was an everyday fairy tale throughout the continent of Aldrida, a bridge that connected Alagore to the world known as Altairi. Her father discovered that each species and civilization had its own version of the legend over the millennia. While the tales had many versions, they all shared the core idea that all life was brought here by the goddess Nataly. In this quest to validate the legend, her father, Rhaegal Holiodon, dedicated his life to validating the myth and the truth of their people's past. While she did not know why her father was so passionate about seeking this truth, she knew he believed it was the most crucial mystery of Alagore. Considered a joke from the magical and sage guilds, Freya's father, Rhaegal Holiodon, was forced to conduct his research in isolation. Dozens of sages before him have searched for the truth and failed, falling into the same trap of being ousted from civilization. No one believed that this time would be any different. Because of his tenacity, he was banished to the fringes of the world to prove his theories. It was not until the Unity invaded Aldrida that he brought renewed interest to his work, not because of recent discoveries or because they suddenly believed in the legend, but out of desperation to survive. "It is different this time," Frier said. "If we could take the sphere and—" Hennis cut Frier off, saying, "I am too tired to debate this right now. All that matters is that my Palatini was ordered to escort your party through these lands. The rest of my people and I will follow those orders to the end. I guarantee that. You shall not have to worry about our duty. I just hope this fool quest does not result in the death of my men." Frier felt a deep urge to defend her father's work. As she approached, a wood elf stopped her father. "Do not let your emotions get out of control," Rhaegal said. "He called me a half-elf," Frier frustratedly replied, "and he insults my Dirip and questions your life's work." I know, now let it go," Rhaegal said as he calmed his daughter. "It has been a long journey for all of us. Everyone is tired and nervous. Do not let an off comment grow into a wild vine." She heard her father's wisdom. She took a deep breath to calm her nerves and placed her hands together to relieve stress. After leaving the great Hispana fortress of Nervia Glevensium, the journey was long. Unable to take the main highway between regions, crossing the Alps was the only way. Bypassing many Unity air patrols, cities that pledged loyalty toward Callum, and rogue monster hordes, she realized that her father was correct. "Okay, father." Seeing Frier's father's warm smile, she followed him to their tent. Once settled, she wrapped herself in a blanket and sat by the fire. She watched her father place one of those dark red amulets into a fire pit. That same battle mage shortly approached and activated it with the same low-level spell, igniting the amulet into dark fire. Unlike the natural red fire or the other magical types like green and blue, dark fire is used by soldiers and travelers to provide a heat source at night without attracting unwelcome guests. According to the sages, dark fire does not illuminate as brightly, so heat-seeking creatures and constructs cannot see the flames from a distance, perfect for behind enemy lines missions like this. However, it provided some warmth but could never match the red flame's natural heat. Finally feeling some warmth, or at least as Frier's body wanted to believe, she turned to her father and asked, "Do you think this time it will work? Can we find this bridge? I mean, people have tried for 1,000 years and failed." "I know we will," Rhaegal replied as he checked their supplies. "I know that lats can be a handful. Trust me, I have been around them since my exile, but Hennis is correct to be skeptical. You must understand that during normal times, only a fool would undertake such a mission. A fool that I proved to be once or twice in my lifetime," he said with some laughter. Seeing his daughter's smile, he continued, "But this time it will be different." Holding the blanket tight, Frier shook her head. "I don't understand, though. It is their people's legend, their story. Why wouldn't they be supportive of our mission, especially if it is our last hope to stop the Unity?" "I am not a military man," Rhaegal said. "I never learned the art of war, but put yourself in his boots. While you were at the academy and I was conducting my research, these men have been fighting a losing battle for survival. Imagine all the battles, all the deaths of fallen brothers that they have witnessed time and time again. Last hopes are poison for soldiers who have lost no matter what they do. It is their fault that the war has gone this badly, or at least I assume that is how they feel." "But the legends," Frier stated again. "Soldiers do not wage war based on legends," Rhaegal said. "While we believe in the legend, that does not mean they do. Thousands of years have passed, and that is why they call them legends in the first place, my dear. Think about all our fellow elves' tales we have, and how many of our kind believe in them." Reflecting on what her father had said, she knew her people had many stories. Being one of the oldest civilizations on Aldrida, they have stories relating to dozens of topics, returning to Orlila. One of her favorite legends was how her kind were once flowers that sprouted legs. Some say that this was why the noble elf race was so beautiful. "You think that orb you found is the key to everything," Frier said. "I do," Rhaegal said. Everything I have invested in up to this point has been pointed to this moment. Whoever hid the bridge did so that it would never be discovered. They hide it with magic beyond our means. That is why no one has ever found any trace of it. They were missing one piece of the puzzle, that orb. Thrilled to see her father excited again, Frier cannot wait to see his dream finally come to life. After decades of research and travel around the world in search of clues, he will eventually be able to prove that his life's work was correct. He had toured Alagore for centuries, looking for clues, relics, ruins, and anything from the old era. A life's work proved worthwhile. As Frier stared at the dark fire, she asked, "What do you think this other world will be like?" "I have no idea," Rhaegal said. "I believe that this other world will be like ours. If the historical archives at Ulsari and stories of old are true, then it is the world of the Lats, Altairi." The Palatini of Aureus journeyed for 9 grueling days through the peaks of the Tornes mountain range. But at long last, they reached the Corrales Valley. While the temperature was far below what the half-elf usually enjoyed, it was far better than the mountain peaks. They traveled through the valley, trying to avoid the multiple hostilities, villages, and anyone else who could tip off their enemies. They had to take every tedious path imaginable to prevent possible contact with the enemy. Staring at their destination, Friar Holiadon could not decide if she should be thrilled or distressed at the sight. "Is this the place?" "I believe so," Rhaegal said. "The pattern of the structures matches my drawings and the map. See the remains of the 2 walls? And the stone rings that direct out," Hennes said. "So you have read the legends," Rhaegal said, surprised by the Capitaneus's knowledge of the temple. "I always prepare before a mission," Hennes said. "Those half rings, are they stone or artificial?" "They look like stone, so I think they used the ground stone and molded them," Rhaegal said. Frier Holiadon carefully stared at the temple ruins. All she could see was the destruction, fractured stone buildings, walls, weed-infested stone pavement, and so on. While many stone structures remained, most were destroyed. She could only see death, not the walls her father could see. She turned to ask her father what he was talking about, but saw Capitaneus Fiontan Hennes pointing toward the walls and other details. Watching the 2 of them discuss the temple's features, she realized how out of her depth she was. Her father spent generations studying ruins like this, while Hennes is an experienced soldier. For Frier, this was her first mission outside the Academy's supervision, and she realized how different the world was from the classroom. As the 2 spoke, her elf ears overheard Hennes mention that he saw green webbing. As the 2 men debated which creatures could create that webbing, she already knew from the type of webbing. Being an excellent student, she recalled the topic regarding intelligent monsters. While many species produce a web, only one creates thick greenery. Goblins. "Father," Frier said, "I think goblins made those webbings." "How could you possibly know that?" Hennes asked, unconvinced by the theory. "It could easily be Rorgo or Enkipt." Frier reached into her backpack and pulled out her notepad. She flipped through the pages and responded, "Kipt is more silk-like, while Rorgo is more for capturing prey. Both are white. Only goblins make green." "She is correct," Rhaegal said. "The green should have been given." "All right," Hennes said. "That complicates things." "How so?" Frier asked. "The Academy said they are weak. Adventures and local militia kill them constantly, so your men should be able to wipe them out with your weaponry easily." "Goblins are weak in small numbers, but they are a nightmare in large numbers," Hennes said. "And depending on the horde, they adapt to who their enemies are quickly. For all I know, we could be fighting a nest that is as heavily armed as we are." Frier looked back toward the next with much confusion. She knew about the goblins' ability to adapt. However, her teachers never stated how formal they expected her to be. Treating them as barbarians is a sign of a functional civilization. I would think the Academy would mention something like that. "If you are going to be out here in the world, you must understand that life is very different from the classroom," Hennes said. "The difference between someone who lives behind a desk versus someone on the ground. Now I need to get my forces ready for our attack." Once the Capitaneus left, Frier looked at her father. "I am starting to get the impression that my schooling wasn't as truthful as I once thought." Rhaegal chuckled at his daughter's statement. That is what I said when I left my academy in Tallinn, he said with a short chuckle before he spoke. Hennis was correct. There is a large gap between the classroom and out here in the world. I see. So now, what do we do? We wait for the legionaries to form a plan. Because time is not on our side, he will want you to assist with your magic. Do you think you can assist? If you are uncomfortable, tell me now, and you can stay here where it is safe. Feeling a nervous chill creeping down her spine, she looked back toward the temple and breathed heavily. I admit I am scared, but I didn't come here to babysit the camp. I want to help. She felt her father pat her on the back, feeling a sense of pride from his touch. That's my daughter. After an hour of planning, the Palatini of Veriance began assaulting the temple ruins. The plan was for a primary team to assault the temple directly, triggering a response from the goblin. The second team would remain on the high ground and pick off the horde. Frier ended up on the right side of the group. To her surprise, many soldiers were thrilled to finally be getting into a fight. She wondered whether, after 2 weeks of crawling over the mountains and hiding like rodents, they would finally get a chance to be soldiers. Once the signal was given, the primary assault group to which she was attached advanced toward the temple. Passing one of the few remaining wall structures, they entered the temple grounds. As they swept through the old temple's front sections, the goblins huddled around a fire pit, noticed them, and prepared for battle. 3 legionaries called circlemen from the Palatini positioned themselves to engage the incoming enemy. Carrying a ranged projectile weapon known as a cercelatum II, positioned behind their shield, men fired upon the incoming enemy. With excellent marksmanship from the Imperium elite unit, Fléchette found their target and all but one of the goblins, with the last one quickly crawled under a piece of rubble for cover. Then the Palatini heard a painful screech from the hiding goblin. Frier couldn't help but stand there and notice the 2 fresh corpses. She then watched as 2 of the swordsmen rushed to the hiding goblin. They reached in and pulled the little green monster out of its hiding spot. 2 swordsmen grabbed the goblin and dragged it from its cover. It jumped on top of one of the legionaries, stabbing its blade into its armor, unable to break through. With a short struggle, the legionary could slam the goblin onto the ground. The other legionary stomped on the body before thrusting his gladius into the monster. Hearing another screech, the elf girl looked down the stone path and saw goblins popping out of every crack and corner. One of the legionary officers ordered the unit to be reformed. The swordsmen took the front with their large scutum shields, creating a 2-line protective shield wall. Behind them were the circlemen, taking cover behind the scutum. The group of goblins charged forward. As they approached, the legionaries saw the raw, starving rage within their dark green eyes, a thirst for primal instincts of food and lust, and nothing else. Frier, is it? Hearing her name, she turned to the commanding officer of this group. When I give the order, shake the ground, the lower-ranking centurion said. Frier acknowledged the order as she understood what he was planning. Turning back to the incoming horde, she watched the 3 circlemen open fire. The cerceletums cut down the forward group of goblins. The ones behind that row suddenly stopped from the shock, but were cut down by a second volley. Now, before they scatter. Frier placed her hands together and chanted. The 2 tiny mana crystals on her gloves glowed green as she felt a raw energy channel through her body. A moment later, that glow expanded to encompass her hand. Channeling the mana needed for the spell, Frier placed her left hand on the ground. The stone beneath them shook, stunning the goblins. Right down the center, cracks formed and the terror broke apart. The road slightly uplifted into an elevation, forcing the goblins to focus on what was happening. With the ground disorganized, the enemy was unable to scatter in an organized manner, allowing the circlemen to fire another volley. The front scutum marched forward and started cutting down anything that moved. The other line split into 2 groups. They were marching down the street in an almost synchronized manner. They held their shields high toward the ruins, protecting the circlemen from any incoming projectile, arrows and magic. Fireballs flew and impacted the scutum infantry, protecting the flanks. Some of the shields glowed from the impact. The flames engulfed one of the men's arms, and he started to scream from the pain. The circlemen returned fire, and a firefight began. The sound of their weapons crackled throughout the surrounding area, amplified by the ruined walls. Above the sound of battle, the wounded's voices and cries, Circolitum deployed on the ridge above, rained fire from the suppressive team. The Palatini of Aureus pushed deeper into the temple grounds as the battle continued. That was until the town began to be consumed by this thick haze, providing cover for the goblins and restricting visibility for the Lat forces. While not educated to the standards of civilized races, goblins were not stupid. "It is a haze," Frier said. "They must have a mage somewhere within the nest." Capitaneus, Fiontan Hennis approached their forces and began to regroup. "Can you counter it?" "No," she replied. "I never studied aeromancy magic." "Nebulo," Hennis said. "Our armor and weapons will be less effective." Frier understood his concern. From what she recalled from her classes, goblins have sharp senses. Based on the density of the haze, it was clear even to her that they were planning to force them to huddle and expose themselves to being surrounded, making their ranged weapons worthless. "We will just have to work around it," Rhaegal said. As the half-elf prepared herself, she felt a strange sensation throughout her body, as if a field were affecting her. She saw a female legionary in light armor and a cloak checking over the wounded. One of the few women in the legionary, she could tell she was the unit healer specializing in sanomancy magic. The women must have placed a barrier to protect against any poisonous gases in the haze. Aureus advanced through the haze, forcing the soldiers to clump together for safety. As the assault group progressed, they were hit non-stop by the goblins' arrow fire, spears, and fire shots from sling guns. Most of these projectiles caused minor damage thanks to the heavy armor of the legionaries' wear. However, this did not remove the damage. It caused discomfort and limited their progress to a crawl. Barely noticing two figures on top of a rooftop through the haze who were firing slingshots toward their position, she pointed her hand toward a piece of rubble and, with her magic, lifted the debris and projected it through the haze. The rubble temporarily created a gap in the haze, increasing the line of sight. She then called out to the fire battle mage within the unit. The mage realized what was happening and fired multiple firebolts toward the tower. 5 bolts impacted the building from different directions, engulfing the structure in flames. Everyone could hear the faint sound of goblins screaming as the building burned. With the tower collapsing suddenly, arrows rained through the thick haze, hitting the legionaries in retaliation. While most arrows bounced off the armor, some found exposed spots. 2 more legionaries fell to their knees, with one vomiting blood, forcing the healed to focus on the sick over protecting the group. It became clear that the goblins had changed their tactics and were poisoning their arrows. While worthless against armor, they could still puncture the underclothes and scrape any exposed skin. A Luperca legionnaire, a giant wolf-like humanoid, more beast than man, picked up an old broken wagon and used it as a shield. With the cover, the lower-ranking commanders directed the circlemen to pick off any goblins that peeked above the surface. Combined with the haze and change of tactics, this formed a strange stalemate between the two sides. The Aureus was forced into a defensive. They were well equipped to deal with any goblins who dared to get within melee range. However, the goblins had surrounded and had the range advanced as they could see through the haze, allowing them to snipe any legionary who ventured far from the group. Frier saw a blob of acid impact a swordsman's scutum. The scutum began to be consumed by the spell, slowly falling into pieces. The man screamed as he felt his arm burn, desperately untying the strappings to ditch the heavy shield. "We need to kill their shaman before we are picked off," Rhaegal said. "I agreed," Hennis replied. "As long as this haze is here, my suppressive team is useless." "If I recall," Frier said, "a shaman should be nearby. Someone close enough to maintain this haze and give commands, but not put themselves in danger." "Then I know where it should be," Hennis said. "Let's go half-elf." She felt her ears perk up once she realized the Capitaneus was talking about her. She looked toward her father and saw the "it is time to prove yourself" look. Taking a deep breath and preparing herself, she gathered behind Hennis and 6 of his men. The assault unit left the main one and ventured deeper into the temple grounds. As they reached what remained of an intersection, goblins stormed out of the stone buildings to ambush the legionaries. With their disciplined reaction, the legionaries immediately adjusted their formation and sliced down the attackers. Hennis stood at the center, holding his sword out as flames wrapped around the blade. As the goblins attacked the swordsman, the elf girl broke through the ground on the right flank, knocking many goblins down. The one that fell, she entangled by summoning vines, which trapped the goblins and pulled them into the ground until their death or burial. She then turned and lifted parts of the ground on the left flank, blocking some of the goblins. This prevented the legionaries from being encircled. "Reform," Hennis ordered. "We need to advance quickly. Stay close." Once the path was clear, the unit moved toward the building where the goblins had fortified. The Capitaneus moved in front of her to provide protection. He held up his shield, deflecting arrows. "Stay behind me," Hennis said. While not a military woman, Frier quickly learned to accept the chain of command on this quest. On the battlefield, her father told her to listen to Hennis, as he was a man of war. She realized that the city's structure and safety were vastly different from those of the countryside and the academy. Getting behind him, she followed him close behind as he pushed forward, arrows striking his shield, allowing her to get in range for her spell. The legionaries stopped engaging the incoming goblins, allowing their Capitaneus and the young mage to get closer. Hennis reached around his scutum and pressed the amulet attached to the center of the outer shell. Once pressed, the large shield briefly glowed before darkening, returning to the standard red with white lining design. Up ahead, Frier saw the nest in full display. Spikes, fortification, and green webbing filled the gaps between the ruined structures. Skeletons and decomposing bodies littered the areas of their past victims. The goblins were standing in the bunker sections, preparing for battle. Given how heavily guarded it was, she concluded that this must be where the shaman was. "Frier, now!" She moved around the man to cast her spell. With a quick chant, her hands glowed green again. As she channeled her mana, an acid attack impacted Hennis's scutum. While the added hardening enchantment from the amulet increased the scutum's resistance, the acid slowly ate through the large shield. Stepping from cover, she aimed her hands at the nest. The ground trembled a little as the front of the nest collapsed on itself from the summoned sinkhole. With the front entrance open, the elf mage saw the shaman in plain view. A female, one of the few within a goblin nest. The shaman looked scared as she looked around for a place to hide. Frier did not give it time as she cast a spell that created a spike from the ground below the shaman and pierced straight through the vicious monster, killing it instantly. As the shaman's staff hit the ground, the haze started to disappear. Believing that her work was complete after killing the goblin leader, her ears quickly heard footsteps surrounding them. Noticing that the goblins were about to swarm their position, she took cover behind Hennis to protect his rear. She took a deep breath as she felt exhausted from the battle and cast so many spells quickly. Starting with 5 goblins that emerged from the ruins, Frier watched as they charged toward them. Before they got close, however, each one was sniped from the ridgeside suppressive team. With a moment of confusion, she stared toward the cliffside and saw the suppressive team. Now that the haze is disappearing, they could snipe off the remaining goblins from their elevated position. "Good job, half-elf," Hennis said, slowly stepping back with a shield aimed at the flames, guiding Frier back. "Stop calling me half-elf," Frier yelled. "I am out here risking my life with the rest of you, and don't give me that war is a male-dominated thing. I am willing to see this through. Most of my kind would stay home and let you fight. So why do you keep degrading me?" "Because ideals get people killed," Hennis replied. "Out here, you must earn that respect within the Brotherhood of Warriors, especially if you are used to living inside the city walls. People with a self-protected mindset usually end up as food for the worms or get my soldiers killed because they do not understand what it takes to survive." The Capitaneus then turned to the destroyed nest. "I will say, though, what you did here. It is a good first step for a half-elf." He then turned to give her an approving smile. Not understanding the humor from the Lat, Frier accepted it. From her experience, Lats always had a strange sense of humor. Insults are sometimes mistaken for compliments, while praise can be considered offensive. Saying one thing but meaning another is a common trait for them. With the remaining Palatini coming after clearing the remaining goblins, Frier saw her father. She rushed over, hugged him, and teared up. "You did well, my dear," Rhaegal said as he patted her. "Is this really what it is like out here?" Frier asked. "Sadly it is," Frier replied. "That is why I never brought you around on my digs." I am sorry to interrupt, Hennes said. We are on borrowed time, so can we get at it? She looked at the Capitaneus with frustration, wanting a moment with her father. After taking a deep breath, she realized that he was right. After finishing her hug, she brushed off the goblin's blood and clothing. Then we'd better begin searching for what we came for, Rhaegal said as he reached for his bag. She watched as he pulled out a perfectly smoothed, pure black orb. By itself, it didn't look impressive. She had seen hundreds of these orbs at the academy and the many workshops within the city. Her father held the orb in one hand and activated it with his mana. The orb glowed pale blue and faded, barely emitting any energy. He then took it against the mountain and began scanning. Not wanting to miss anything, Frier quickly pulled out her journal, skipping past all her notes until she reached a blank page. She then began documenting everything her father did, taking in every word and detail. The Palatini began walking through the ruins, heading toward the mountain wall. In his research, Rhaegal explained that the temple extended inside the mountain like a dwarf Borean. While others who came before him proposed this theory, they still sought a way to detect and locate the hidden door markings. Rhaegal moved down the side of the mountain, holding the orb high. "Why are you not using a door-detecting amulet?" Frier asked. "Because people have been using that for generations and found nothing here," Rhaegal replied. After a reasonable amount of time, when nothing had happened, Frier began to wonder if everything was for nothing. Seeing the lack of progress, Hennis inquired whether the orb had failed. As her father replied, the orb suddenly blipped orange for a moment. Witnessing the sudden change, the group backed away, unsure how to respond to the sudden glow. Noticing renewed excitement from her father, she followed him closely as they investigated the mountainside. As they searched, her father noticed that the faint blue glow from the orb had changed to orange. It then disappeared and slowly appeared, like it was slowly pulsing. As they continued walking, the pulsing light sped up. "I think it is directing us, father," she said. "Possible," Rhaegal said. "There must be some type of link." The Palatini followed the orb's direction. As the group approached a mountainside wall, the pulse frequency increased until the orb appeared to glow a solid color. "I think we found it," Rhaegal said. He lifted the orb toward the wall. As the orb drew closer to the mountainside, these blue lines appeared all over the rocky wall. The rough rock chips melted away, leaving smooth surfaces as the light traveled through the grooves, slowly creating what looked like a giant door of light. Once the bright lights finished designing a massive door, the elf girl placed her hand on the wall, shocked at how the naturally bulky rocks turned into a marble-like wall. "I would step aside, Frier," Rhaegal said. As she stepped backward, she watched her father open the door with a magical spell. Like most magical doors, the door brightened as she expected it would fold into the mountain. To her surprise, the door didn't fold away, but melted into the ground. "What happened to the door?" Frier asked. Rhaegal placed his hand on his chin. It seemed that the wall was not solid, but some liquid matter. These people are impressive. The wall began to shake as dusk spread through the cracks. A large opening formed as the door walls folded into the mountainside passage, leading deeper into the mountain. The walls were black and smooth, while the floor had these tiles in perfect order. "This has to be a dwarven design," Frier commented. "Only they could do something like this." "I'm not sure," Rhaegal said. "This is not a design I have seen from dwarves, and it would have been detected by our crystals if they were. Definitely from Arilla times." She understood what her father meant. Dwarven doors into the mountains were hard to find. While there were many designs of such hidden doors and the means to open them, it was doubtful that anyone had ever seen a secret magical door like this before. Her father started to walk into the chamber, but was suddenly stopped by Hennes. Stating that he wanted his men to go first to ensure no trap, 3 legionaries moved through the large chamber. Once they gave the clear, the rest of the group entered. While walking, Frier stayed close to her father as she took notes. The soldiers ahead of them set up torches to add more light. To her surprise, the walls and floor were smooth. The air was stale, probably trapped within this chamber for centuries. As they walked inside, the room lit up. Everyone stopped as they looked toward the end of the hall. The chamber was empty, with only a strange-looking platform at the very end. Noticing that the orb was pointing toward the platform, they approached it. "Is this it?" Hennis asked. "It does not look that impressive." "Not everything is based on size, Capitaneus," Rhaegal replied, to taking which his daughter giggled. Frier then analyzed the platform. It was smooth, almost marble-like. However, she doubted whether it was marble. The fundamental details that she noticed were a strange-looking blue crystal at the center of the platform and another in a hole on the side. "This is interesting," Frier commented. The design looked surprisingly simply. This orb must act as some command orb for this device. They must be communicating in some manner. Assuming that the legend was true, the orcs were the ones who summoned the lats from Altairi, Frier said. Maybe, when this place was lost at that time, it was never turned off, being left in a state of slumber, waiting to be reawakened. Possible, it would explain why the orb directed us here. The orange pulse is now pointing down at a rapid pace. "I think it goes into that hole, Father," Frier said. "From what I can say, the crystal in there connects to the one on top of the platform." "I see," Rhaegal said. "The pulse is pointing toward it, too. I recommend that everyone step back." "Be careful, Father," Frier said. Stepping back from the platform, she watched as her father placed the orb into the hole. This was the moment her father had been talking about for decades, and it had finally come true. The bridge between two worlds had finally been discovered. As Rhaegal placed the orb on the platform, it glowed orange, solid, and no longer pulsing. The blue crystal in the middle of the platform slowly lit up, as if it were waking up after a long sleep. The air suddenly chilled as it flowed toward the platform. A bright light beamed from the crystal and slowly faded away, leaving it as if on standby. To their dismay, the orb changed to red, dimming and brightening in a slow, tired pattern. "What is it doing, Father?" Frier asked. "I have no idea," Rhaegal replied. "It must be waiting for something." AA Prologue V0 Chapter 2 January 23, 2069, Military Calendar. Fort Alpha, Space Force Base, Noctis Vallis, Alpha Base. Noctis Labyrinthus Region, Phoenicis Lacus, Mars. The dreams of multiple generations stretching back to the founding civilizations finally became a reality. From the first flyby of Mariner 4 to the first robotic landing of Viking 1, all those accomplishments have led to this moment. Humanity has finally reached Mars. Throughout history, the Red World has gone by many names. The first was Nergal by the first civilization of mankind, the Sumerians. While the Sumerians were the first, being a mighty warrior people of their time, they were not the last to name the planet after a god of war. The Romans, the most efficient war machine ever to walk the ancient world, gave this world its modern name. Staring out at the reddish wasteland, Captain Taylor Miles of the United States Space Force stood on the observation level of Alpha Base. Every time he stood on this level, he found it strange how the most warlike civilizations, separated by thousands of years and thousands of miles, always reached the same conclusion. Now that mankind had reached this world, he struggled to connect it to the myth. For a warrior world, it felt quiet and peaceful. From this vantage point, Miles had the perfect view of the city. From this view, he could see the many modules that housed residential communities, research centers, space agencies, and the colony's commercial side. One can see the extensive hydroponics facilities to the left, and to the right of the town center are the water and ore refineries that sustain this place. But most of all, what he enjoyed staring at the most was the launch pads on the other side of the colony. During Taylor Miles's free time, which the captain had much of while being posted at such a remote post, he would come up and stare at the city, watching the rockets take off and land. He sometimes wondered if this was like the old colony towns that once settled North America. While many in the online media call this place the next Jamestown, he sometimes wondered if it could end up like Roanoke. The colony town below was a decent size for being around for over a decade. Officially named Alpha Base by the U.S. Space Department, the common name used by people and the media is Noctis Valles City, used by those who live here and on Earth. The name was a hybrid between the region where the city was built and the most extensive canyon within the solar system, Valles Marineris. To do this, the United States adopted a policy like that of the U.S. Antarctic Program. in which McMurdo Station served as the main base of operations, with dozens of other outposts scattered around it. While it was an American colony, other nations have utilized it for their needs and as a staging ground to search for locations for their outposts. But this did not mean they were alone. Hearing the NASA traffic controller over the colony livestream state that the next launch was in its final preparation, Miles looked up at the 3 screens above the large window. The number read T-34, indicating the countdown. Captain, traffic control reports that Starship 1226 systems are all clear, Hata said over the intercom from operations. Thank you, Hata, Miles said. Another good day to fly. Miles watched as a small dust cloud emerged from the engine blast and consumed the area around the launch pad as the Starship lifted itself into the sky. Living in a world with less atmosphere and less gravity allowed what should be small dust clouds to snowball and spread over a large area. Blast shields surrounded the city to protect it from dust clouds. However, gaps always opened and briefly covered the city. Thrilled by another successful launch, the captain left the observation level and headed downstairs to the rest of the base. At the beginning of his shift, he needed to head to operations to start his day. On his way, he passed through the lounge where he saw a few fellow Guardians, a US Marine, a British Marine, and a single soldier playing poker. He could tell the US Marine and Guardian were ganging up on the soldier, as he had the fewest chips. Noticing the soldier's frustrated look, Miles asked, "How is the war?" Everyone stood at attention as they realized an officer had entered the room. "Stand down." The group slowly sat down as some gave the soldier grief for losing. "The war is going well, sir," the US Marine named Peter said with a cocky tone. "Just remind our friend here who the superior branch is." "Knock it off," the soldier replied with an annoyed tone. Miles shook his head, understanding the situation. There has always been competition between the Army and the Marines because many of their roles overlap. The two had been competing since the nation's foundation, and the insults were in jest at the end of the day, an everlasting competition to fight for which branch would be dominant. Watching the soldiers go all in with his remaining chips, Miles saw the Guardian and Marine glance at each other with a smirk, clearly working together. Together, they matched the soldier and leaned back in their chairs. "Be careful," Miles said. "You might be picking on the Army, but remember, they are the heavy branch. Once they mobilize, you're all dead." Seeing the uncertainty in their eyes from the threat, the captain walked in, thrilled that he had instilled some fear in them. He headed toward the hallway that led to the base's interior. As he left the lobby, he heard the soldier cheer, as he must have won that round. Seeing the large airlock door labeled Operation Center, with a Delta 8 unit symbol painted on it, he opened it and headed inside. The airlock matched the aesthetic of the rest of the installation. The facility was modular in nature. The color coding was white as the primary color, with blue and black as secondary colors. Yellow paint with black letters labeled everything of importance everywhere. In front of the Operations Center airlock, a Guardian guard sat at a terminal. "Morning, sir," Sergeant Sanchez said. "I believe it is evening on Earth," Miles replied, handing him his security ID. "That joke got old 30 times ago, sir," Sanchez said. "You are clear." "And that is why you are on the most frontier post, Sergeant," Miles said. "Need to learn to laugh at dumb officer jokes." The two nodded at the lousy joke. He saw the airlock start to open. Walking through, he saw 4 massive screens at the center of the room, with additional smaller screens surrounding them. Other smaller screens were scattered throughout the room at different terminals. 2 primary terminals were next to the command, which was for the office, and they were almost shaped like a starship bridge. Once inside, the Guardian officer saw that a busy morning. The room was at 40% operational, but that will soon increase to 80% with staff from all USAM nations assigned to this post. With all the great blocs on Earth seeking to carve out this new frontier, it became vital for the military to protect the country's trillions of dollars in investment. Miles headed to his station to prepare for his shift. At one of the 2 support stations, Technical Sergeant Kiyomi Hata of the Japanese Air Defense Force was filtering all the raw data gathered by the other terminals before sending it to the officer on station. "Evening, Hata." "According to Zulu time, it is the morning, sir," Hata replied sweetly, not looking away from her screen. To hell with Zulu. We are on Mars, Miles mumbled, reviewing his checklist tablet. That is what you said yesterday, sir, last week, and the week before. Roger that, Technical Sergeant. Miles glanced down at his checklist and saw the typical boring subjects of the day. Most of the items on the list were civilian in nature. Convoys requesting security to outline outposts and settlements. Others dealt with crimes or engineering projects within the city, the upcoming USAM joint military exercises, and the shutdown of a launch pad after a recent accident. Outside of the civilian convoy needing rescue after breaking down in the middle of the desert or dealing with a ship malfunction in orbit, there was very little activity. Please tell me you are hiding something. Within the town, no sir, Hatta said as she checked through her computer terminal. Astro engineers did state that Mavorta orbital station was 77.3% complete. They stated that civilian ships will be permitted to dock in 2 months. Placing the checklist on the table, Miles looked at the two main screens. 77.3, Hatta corrected boldly, never looking away from her terminal screen. Okay, 77.3%. Miles took a frustrated breath. All right, anything on the front? It has been quiet last night. A skirmish broke out between the French and the Turks. We believe it was an ambush, but our drones couldn't confirm. Probably waiting for ammunition from Earth. Captain Taylor Miles walked around the operations room, trying to occupy himself. He was making sure that everything was operational. Noticing nothing, he stopped by Technical Sergeant Kiyomi Hatta's terminal, looking at her screen. All right, so what does the highway look like? Are there any pirate reports? There was an issue in the first phase, Hatta said as she transferred the data to the main screen. Starship 1273 was 8 days from Luna before her engines went out. A ship from Hermite International Base approached them. However, a British corvette intercepted before the IRA vessel arrived. They will not be able to make the trip. Good. The last thing we need to turn this territory war into an interplanetary one. Just like the Spanish and Portuguese discovery and colonization of the Americas, it sparked a land grab among the European powers. New lands, new resources, new opportunities. Not bound by pre-established borders that required total war to change. Since the days of the Apollo missions, it had been a collective human dream that one day the moon and beyond would be settled peacefully. For a time, it was. The world had changed dramatically since the 1990s, the post-Cold War golden age, when nations worked together toward economic unity. In the modern era, international blocs now compete and maintain their spheres, closer to what life was like in the 19th century after the political chaos of the 2020s. The domain of space was not left unscathed. Luna became the next battleground with the Shackleton skirmish as nations and alliances sought to secure their interests, marking the start of the militarization of space. The game-changing event that made the militarization of space acceptable was the Starship 1183 incident. For the first time in human history, a spacecraft was hijacked by a hostile power within the asteroid Apollo group. The government said that it was pirates who attacked the spaceship and left it at that. Everyone knew that was partly a lie because space wasn't cheap enough for the average citizen to buy a ship and go rogue, so it had to be state-sponsored, just like during the Age of Sailing. The issue was that no one could determine which nation sponsored the attack. Regardless, this gave every Astralis power the excuse to militarize, and that was why they were there. A battalion of Astralis Marines spread out, backed by hundreds of other military personnel, defending claimed American territory against the blocs that are also colonizing this barren world. This had already led to a quasi-war between the French and Turkey as the battle to secure a better position in the disputed territory. Similar to the salami tactics between India and the former CCP China in the Himalayan mountains, the process of accruing new territory occurred without a prior war. No one wanted to be left behind. All right, keep me posted. Miles started to leave before being stopped as his cell phone vibrated. Checking, he saw a message from his commanding officer, Colonel Gallivan. Looks like the colonel wants coffee. Before you go, sir, Hatta said as she turned to face him. Since it's the colonel messaging you, I should warn you that he has been in meetings all morning with Cheyenne Mountain and the Pentagon. A meeting with the Space Force Cheyenne Mountain Complex was ordinary. Alpha Base is a Space Force facility and the only military installation this far out, so daily communication is necessary. However, when the technical sergeant mentioned the headquarters of the United States military, that was a massive red flag for him. Maybe the Indians are finally making a move? I know the Marines have been itching to do something around here. Leaving the operations center, the captain went down a long hallway to the briefing room. Passing through the lounge again, he noticed both Marines were gone, leaving the soldier and guardian alone. Heading down the long corridor, bypassing many modules ranging from an armory, vehicle bay, barracks, and other vital military infrastructure. After a security check, the guard let him into the briefing airlock. Once inside, Taylor Miles was surprised to see how many personnel were in the room. Besides the base commander and himself, the head Marine officer, a few other key base officers, and the heads of the British and Japanese contingents. Surprisingly, not the Canadians or the Australians. Captain Taylor Miles sat beside his friend, First Lieutenant Grant from Delta 8, 12th Squadron. "Do you know what is going on?" "I was going to ask you the same thing. On my way here, I saw the US and the Royal Marines gearing up. At least a platoon worth." "A platoon?" the Japanese man behind them asked, struggling to speak English properly with his accent. While Miles's friend responded to the Japanese officer's question, he noticed the rest of the room was listening. He couldn't blame them. When the Marines were gearing up, it had to mean some threat had become local. Realizing that the troops were mobilizing, everyone's heads raced as they wondered what was happening. Many flashpoints across Mars and the highway between here and Luna. It could be any. Some even stated that they were finally intervening in the territory war occurring outside this colony. A Guardian Master Sergeant entered the room from a different airlock and said, "Attention." The room stood as they saw the base commander, Space Force Colonel Gallivan, at ease. Right behind the colonel was British RAF Squadron Leader Lorcan Pierce, the second in command of the USAM contingent of operations on this post. The colonel sat at the front desk, however the squadron leader stood to the left. "Thank you everyone for meeting up so quickly," Gallivan said. "I understand you all have many questions, so let me be clear. World War III has not started, and an Astro-terrorist attack has not occurred. So you all can put your minds at rest on those issues." A sense of relief spread across the room. The idea that the end of the world, or being trapped here without rescue, was no longer a worry. However, Miles noted the tail end of what Gallivan said. "Are we going to fight the Indians then?" "What about the Indians?" Grant asked. "Not today," Gallivan said. "However, there is a developing situation, and we might be at the heart of it. This is the highest form of classification, and each of our friends here, your nations, is in the loop regarding this developing situation. None of this leaves this room until further orders." The colonel then nodded toward the squadron leader. The large screen behind the two officers turned on. To everyone's confusion, the United Kingdom appeared. The screen then zoomed over to the Natural History Museum in London. 8 hours ago, 0237 local time, Pierce said. While on patrol, a museum security guard noticed one of the historical artifacts in storage suddenly activated. "Activate?" Miles asked. "Yes, activate," Gallivan quickly responded. "A lot of the information you are going to be told will confuse you, but bear with it." The screen shifted to inside one of the museum warehouses from the perspective of a security camera. The room was dark, with only the emergency lights providing light. Then a spot on one of the artifacts started blinking orange. The security guard in the recording jumped back when he noticed the artifact's orange blinking. "As you all can see, this orange blinking light is coming from this crystal at the base and sides of the artifact," Pierce explained. "As of now, the artifact has been secured and transported to Colorado Springs Space Force Base." "Why are they going to such extremes?" a British officer asked. "It was discovered that the blinks at the center of the device are repeating predictably," Pierce replied, "every 5 seconds on the dot." "I must ask," Grant said, "what does this have to do with us?" "Everything," Pierce said. "Yesterday, an orbiting NASA satellite detected the same energy signature around the Ulysses Thoulus region. It is also emitting every 5.5 seconds. As of now, we do not know anything more than that." The screen switched from London to the Tharsis Montes region on Mars. Most people know this region for hosting the largest volcano in the solar system, Olympus Mons. At first, the Guardian captain was confused by what the squadron leader said. He could not figure out why this energy signature appeared at the edge of civilization. While the region was relatively close to their location, it was not nearby, several hundred kilometers from Noctis Valles city. The Japanese officer asked, "Are you saying you found E.T.?" "No," one of the American officers replied. "They found Santa Claus." There was laughter in the room, but everyone noticed neither the colonel nor the squadron leader was laughing, showing that this wasn't a joke. "That is the current theory. Yes, we found evidence of E.T., Pierce responded. Miles was sharply confused as he tried to figure out what was happening. And then it hit him. He saw the situation only as an archaeological issue and a military operation, refusing to acknowledge the obvious. "I have a message from USSF Brigadier General Graham on your next mission," Gallivan said. "Listen closely, as I will not repeat it." The screen switched to a video with a general sitting at a desk. The man started with the usual military talking points and repeated what Pierce said. That was until he began speaking of their mission. It was Graham who appeared in a pre-recorded message. "Ladies and gentlemen, all other priorities on Mars are now considered secondary for this operation. Your objective is to secure this site, identify what emits the signal, and, if possible, retrieve it. A covert operation ship with Minutemen support is already inbound and will retrieve whatever emits that signal." The video stopped and switched back to Ulysses Tholas, showing where the signal was emitting from. "There are NASA and JAXA drilling personnel from Tharsis Tholas Station, so they have already been dispatched to this location and will begin drilling operations," Gallivan said. "You will take 5 rovers and 4 M5 UGVs as logistical support. You will set up a perimeter as we establish a proper base." "Question," the British officer asked. "If you are deploying our combat forces, are we expecting combat?" "We have no idea," Gallivan replied bluntly. "We do not know what we are sending the scientists and engineers into, assuming this is not a trap of some kind." "Especially after they notice our movement," Miles stated. "A large military force and scientists heading to the middle of nowhere was never part of the expansion plan. It would be a natural red flag and raise questions if anyone noticed that." "Correct," Gallivan said. "We were debating whether we should send only a small unit to help avoid suspicion. However, it was decided that the risk was worth it, as speed is the key. Delta 18 is trying to hide the signal from our enemies and civilians, but we cannot confirm what they know. Assume the WEL, IRA, the Turks, or any roaming pirates might have heard. However, we must assume that other nations could or already have picked up the same signal," Pierce added. "We do not want the French or the Indians to beat us there." As Miles's grandfather once said, the world had dramatically changed since he was a kid. The old golden era finally ended when nations mostly cooperated for economic efficiency and there was only one superpower. The old world ended in the 2000s and 2030s for many reasons. Mainly the dramatic decline in birth rates, internal civil strife and wars, and the need for nations to secure their supply lines at the expense of others. The world fractured into many new regional blocs and competed according to the old imperial age economic model. The United States refocused on protecting its geopolitical interests and strategic allies after a decade of civil strife. Outside North America, the country maintains strong relations with Japan and the United Kingdom, which act as left and right arms. Other essential allies scattered throughout the world either have a significant regional foothold or are nations that allow the US. After a decade of civil strife, the United States refocused on protecting its geopolitical importance and strategic allies. Outside North America, the country maintains strong relations with Japan and the United Kingdom, which help it remain economically secure, like Australia. While the French and Indians are not enemies of the United States, they act independently within their regional blocs. Multiple civil wars and unrest emerged within Western Europe, and with Turkey capturing Greece, it humiliated and collapsed the European system, splitting it into 4 competing unions, with the West forming the Western European League. While not direct enemies, the Western split took a toll on the once Western alliance. Of course, the United States naturally supported the United Kingdom and its regional bloc, the Commonwealth Union. While the three powers are on the same side on most issues, key geopolitical factors keep the two sides at odds, including hostilities among the Indian-Russian alliance, Turkey, the Chinese states, and France, which are seeking a stake in the space economy. The Indians are more complicated than the other regional powers on Earth. As one of the most powerful countries in the world and space, there was never a need to formalize relations beyond what they already were. During the multiple Cold Wars, and given how closely their military and economies were linked to the Russians, they had never forged alliances, preferring to supply and trade with rivals without being weighed down by commitments against the United States. While each nation had its reasons to oppose the United States, the Russians aligned with their traditional ally to remain relevant on the global stage. The once big bear that terrified the world was now a shadow of its former self and became a junior partner in this unofficial alliance with the Indians, pooling its vast resources and infrastructure to support the second great power. Once the Chinese economy and population collapsed into warring states, the two nations were forced to look inward, removing the primary driver for their reapproach. The Hindu state was too large for the US to advance its influence without retaliation, and the two powers were far enough apart that their interests stayed distinct. China became a strange geopolitical mess as many internal factions fought to rule the nation. The Maoist CCP controlled the north, the fascist Zhongguo controlled the heartland and major coastlines, and the Guangdong controlled the south. There are other minor factions, however these are the major ones that the State Department monitors. While the Maoist CCP has become a shadow of its former self, it still maintains a long reach, controlling most of the country's Astra infrastructure and outposts, giving other nations a path to the stars without needing to invent their own systems. The two had worked together, going back to when they cooperated against the Islamic State and in Ukraine. While not a formal alliance, the two worked closely with their other Eurasian allies to be an alternative to the United States and France. Other nations had a small stake in the new space economy, operating space stations or outposts. Most used great power facilities to reduce costs, as it would be impossible for them to carve out their own interests. While this had been great for international corporations, it had the side effect of allowing smaller nations to use hostile facilities to strike against their enemies' interests, usually with the host nation's blessing. "We are trying to keep this out of the public eye as much as possible," Pierce said. "If that fails, the proposed cover story is that NASA had discovered a rich vein of lithium." "Why not water?" Miles asked. "In the context of being an Astro outpost, water makes the most sense." "That was considered," Pierce said. "However, that creates other unwanted questions we are unprepared to answer, both in the short and long-term time frame." While Taylor Miles is not a geologist, he understood that lithium was a vital resource for modern technology. Depending on the size of the deposit, it would be worth deploying troops to defend it, as it would be a game-changer for developing a Martian economy. Without a second look, most civilians would buy the cover story and move on with their lives, compared to the water solution. With that, people would expect pipelines, a specific type of extractor, a refinery, etc. With an ore-related story, it overlaps with the necessary equipment needed for the cover story. Gallivan stood and said, "All right, go gear up. You're leaving in 30 minutes. For those who are not going, I want all departments to focus on providing operational support to the deployed team. Weather, enemy deployment, and status on the NASA team. Dismiss." The mood in the room was complex. While everyone remained silent, they all knew what the others were thinking. Just what the hell is out there? AAV 0 Prologue, Chapter 3. January 30th, 2069, Military Calendar. CIA-operated spaceship, Lunar Mars trajectory. Staring at the magnetic chessboard, the U.S. Army Captain, Matthew Ryder, picked up the Black Knight figurine and moved it to the side, taking out his opponent's pawn. "Bad idea," King said with a confident tone. Warrant Officer 1 Rommel King took his queen and, intently and slowly, dragged the figurine across the board until it aimed toward his captain. He then looked up and smirked, confident with his move. Ryder carefully stared at the chessboard as he tried to plot his next move. Seeing that his XO had successfully trapped his king, he leaned back and said, Checkmate. 3 games in a row, King said. I have no idea how you became an officer. If you don't ask, Ryder said, I am not going to tell. The two stared at each other and laughed, wanting to punch the person who came up with this game. Ryder replied. Rommel King found his superior officer's annoyance humorous. Welcome to the job, sir. Don't worry, boss, Agar Wallace said. You will get that redhead one day. Looking over at the 2 sergeants, Ryder saw one of them working out with his buddy, Bruno Barrios. The 2 are nearly inseparable, so the team nicknamed them the Twins. The 2 of them were racing on the treadwheel, working on maintaining their form in this zero-gravity environment. You are hilarious, Agar, Ryder replied. Ryder and King started their next game. At first, the captain forced his XO on the defensive, but with one move, Rommel King exploited the mistake and took out the Captain King. Something got you distracted, King said. You are usually better than this. I am just excited. It has been a childhood fantasy my entire life, and I thought I never got the chance to go to Mars. King stared at his captain with a puzzled look. Really? You didn't get enough sand and rocks in Iraq? Close, but they are not the same. One is always trying to murder you, and the other is a place of wonder and adventure. And which place is what exactly? Ryder stopped and thought of what he had just said. With a chuckle, he responded, The sand color is different. He then waited a moment to respond as he collected his thoughts. I always look up at the night sky, looking for answers now, that otherworldly feeling you get when figuring things out. I think that is why I took this job. I get to see all these different places and test my mettle, and going to another world somewhat represents that. Interesting, King said. You could have always joined the Space Force or the Marines. Ryder gave his second-in-command a look. I am not that desperate. The 2 laughed again. Taking a deep breath, Ryder grabbed the folder that was hovering next to him from the lack of gravity. Once open, he reviewed their mission. Before their retrieval operation, his team, Combat Fire Team 1, better known as Comanche, was conducting its first lunar training at USSF Base Lunex when they received sudden new orders. Without any details, they were told to cease all training operations, board this CIA-operated spaceship, and head to Mars. They were to protect a possible high-value package and bring it back, sadly, to Space Base Raymond in Colorado. At first, the mission sounded like a standard operation, with the only catch being stuck in a tin can for a month. The one thing that made no sense was the possible part of those orders, which baffled the captain. How could anyone within Space Command or SOCOM not know what they are retrieving? Rommel King was the first to express how the orders fell off. However, they had their orders, and nothing would stop them from succeeding. Seeing his XOs advancing toward his king, Ryder decided to head to the bridge and talk with the ship commander. It was a good game. Yes, it was, King confidently said. Best to stop while you still have a savings account. As Ryder unbuckled himself from his seat, he grabbed his fruit smoothie packet, which floated next to him. He then turned back to the chessboard, grabbed the bishops, and moved them across the board, checkmating his opponent's king. You are correct. My mind has been distracted. You tricked me, King said, staring at the board. Clever, but I still won more games. People only remember how the game ends, never how it begins, Ryder said. He then started to float away, but stopped himself. Rommel. Only my wife can drain my savings account. The Comanche captain pushed himself toward the ladder and entered it. The corridor was significant compared to the rest of the ship's central interior passageway. He floated in and closed the hatch before heading to the bridge, passing a CIA man in a flight suit. Ryder noted that the man was in a flight suit and wondered what he was up to in the middle of nowhere. Hey, is everything okay? Are we expecting something? The pilot looked confused and acted annoyed by the question. This is why you spec ops shouldn't be here. Let me mind my job and continue taking up space. The man pushed away, heading to the cargo bay. Watching the pilot leave, Ryder was baffled by the interaction. He couldn't decide if the pilot was having a bad day or if more was at stake, making these operatives uneasy. Once at the bridge hatch, the security guard allowed the captain to enter. Ryder couldn't help himself and stopped, grabbing the railing and looking in awe at the bridge, seeing all the state-of-the-art terminals throughout the room, making up 4 and the commander stations. First time? Realizing that he was being spoken to, Ryder responded, "Yeah, second time on a spacecraft, first time on something like this far from Earth." The captain saw the CIA commander at his station with a big smirk. The two crews needed more interaction outside the formal introductions when Comanche arrived. "What can I do for you, Captain?" Nelson asked. "I am interested in more details about the mission, but first, is everything all right?" Nelson turned to face the captain with a confused look. "What do you mean?" "I saw one of your pilots heading to the cargo bay. I thought we were only halfway there." "Very observant," Nelson said, leaning into his seat. "Don't mind Jonathan, he doesn't trust any outsiders. In our line of work, distrust is a means of survival." "I can understand. Why was he heading to the cargo bay?" "To the point, I like that." Nelson looked at the screen above his station, and the cargo appeared. Inside was an Ether-class spacecraft commonly known as a capsule. While they are used to transport personnel, they are short-range without additional modules. They are not usually stored within the hull of a spaceship. I told him to get our capsule ready to launch on a moment's notice, just in case. "Worried about pirates?" Ryder asked. "I am worried about everything, Matthew. A lot could go wrong on a mission like this. Worst of all, we are alone within the void, especially with how little prep we had before this. When was the last time you had to be deployed at a moment's notice without preparation? And it turned out well." Ryder thought back to his time against the cartels in northern Mexico when he was an NCO. Those days was a nightmare as American forces had to hunt down street by street against those criminal organizations. The war wasn't against an ideology, but defeating a network of criminal empires that profited from human traffickers, rapists, drugs, and many other illegal businesses. Noticing the captain's reaction, Nelson returned to his screen and said, "But yes, I am worried about an operational attack." "Operational attack? Don't play dumb with me. We both know Jack Sparrow isn't flying around in the void raiding spaceships. Space still needs to be cheaper for the average Joe to buy a ticket on a capsule. Even if they could, where would they go?" Ryder had the same thoughts. While space has grown dramatically over the decades, it is still young. They could go to only so many stations, habitats, and astro outposts. Most are still government-operated, and private stations are heavily regulated. "That means it has to be the IRA or Turks," Ryder said. "They have the largest alternative infrastructure to get away with that." "Not that simple," Nelson said. "These so-called pirates might operate from their bases, but plenty of nations are funding them. Who do you think pays for the Russians' pirate activities out here? It could be anyone wanting to give us a bloody nose." "Plausible deniability, then." "That is correct. I get all that. If you cannot compete, you go underground to undermine your enemy. I don't understand how they can take out ships without anyone knowing. What we do know is that they fire a drone that mimics the transponder of their target. Then they jam their prey so there isn't a competing signal for lunar traffic control to track. After that, we still don't know how they neutralize their target. We found no evidence of weapon fire, so a ship-to-ship engagement was ruled out. We need to find out how they get close enough to avoid detection. Some stealth technology." "That we cannot detect?" Ryder asked. "Desperation creates innovation, Captain," Nelson replied. Taking a deep breath, Ryder realized how complex the situation was. He always wondered whether these attacks were more media-hyped or if the government was making a mountain out of a molehill. And before you ask, you wonder how this could happen. It is simple, really, history. There was silence for a moment before Ryder realized the commander was waiting for a response. It seemed that this man was trying to test him, or to see what he was made of. From a historical perspective, the commander mentioned, Ryder remembered that an online history creator discussed how the old imperial powers would sponsor privateers to raid the more powerful fleet, a tactic that the world sea lanes had started seeing again. The more he thought about the subject, the more it made sense. "Currently, no one can go against the American military in space," Ryder replied, "at least directly. So that means they would have to engage indirectly." "Correct," Nelson said. "I know you are wondering why I wanted you to say that. Wherever you are on the food chain, you must constantly adapt to survive, especially when you are on top. You never know what sucker punch will come around the corner, and if you ever find yourself below the top, be the one who gave the sucker punch. Like what you are trying to do, Ryder said. Hearing the words from the commander, Ryder looked out through the bridge windows, staring at all the stars. While he understood the terms, he needed help to connect the topic to their mission. Was he speaking his mind on current events or philosophy? Thank you for the conversation, sir. I think I should get back to my team. As Ryder began pushing himself away, he heard the commander say something. What was that, sir? Captain, you are not going to make the landing. What? Ryder asked with a confused tone. With all due respect. This isn't personal, Captain, Nelson calmly said. I understand why Space Command wanted you here. They wanted their eyes on the package, not a spook outside their control. Nelson then looked at the captain. However, this is my ship. I will not send anyone else to pick up the package. I have not gotten this far in my career by trusting outsiders on high-stakes operations. Feeling his blood boiled with rage, Ryder stared directly at the commander to ensure he disapproved. However, the commander had operational authority while on the ship and was forced to only give orders. Realizing that the conversation was over, Ryder floated toward the exit. February 1st, 2068, military calendar. Ulysses Fosse Ridge, Ulysses Tholos, Tharsis Montes, Mars. With the exhausting journey from Alpha Base, Captain Taylor Miles couldn't help but release a loud yawn. Glancing over to the British officer, seeing the dark bags under his eyes, the look quickly reflected how everyone felt. He understands the days before the widespread adoption of automobiles and railroads. It took people weeks, if not months, to travel between states, sometimes longer if you were going cross-country. While they were far more mobile than in the wagon, the journey was still uneventful and tiring because of the lack of speed and the rough terrain. Throughout their journey, it was repeatedly stated that everyone here had developed a new appreciation for paved highways. Please tell me if we are almost there, First Lieutenant Randall asked. We are about an hour and a half out, the driver replied. Thank God, Hutter blurted out. I am sorry, boys, but I am pulling the woman card here and taking the first hot shower. This man's smell has been driving me crazy. Come on, Miles said. We don't smell that bad. Technical Sergeant Kiyomi Hata stared at him, leaning forward from exhaustion, and plugged her nose, which made the group laugh. Miles shook his head with a smirk as he felt relief that the journey was almost over. He stood up and looked out of the giant driver's window, seeing the red desert. In the distance, though, he could see the largest volcano in the solar system. Damn, that is big. We are just passing the Ulysses Fosse Ridge, sir, the driver said. We are still pretty far from our destination. The reality of what he was seeing was striking for Taylor Miles. Everyone had grown up learning about the largest volcano in the solar system and had seen a picture of its size. Seeing satellite pictures and witnessing the scale with his own eyes was unbelievable. As I said, damn. How big is it? Randall asked. Hold on, Hutter said as she grabbed her tablet. It is basically the size of Poland. Feeling a bump as the vehicle crossed the ridge and began heading down, the two sat back down. The group began preparing themselves and their suits for the final stage of their journey. 8 long days from Alpha Base, a day longer than planned. One of their vehicles got trapped in a dune, and the Marines had to pull it out. Aside from that, and the human drama of being stuck in a tight space, the journey had been uneventful. After 90 minutes, the rover stopped, and the driver confirmed that everyone could offload. Miles reached the upper cabinet and grabbed his helmet. After checking his suit, he ensured the oxygen flow was optimal and all seals were secure. The ramp slowly opened, with everyone acknowledging that their exosuits were functional and ready to dismount. The ramp felt like it had taken a century, and Miles could tell the group was excited. A small gust of wind flowed into them as the Martian air filled the vehicle airlock. With a short, blinding moment, Miles looked out and saw the red sea of sand and dunes. Hearing Kiyomi Hata called his name. He turned in the opposite direction and instantly saw what she saw. The only sight that engulfed the landmass was the colossal volcano, Olympus Mons. Over 22 kilometers high, he now fully understood why 19th century scientists named it after the home of the Greek gods. Miles heard his name again from the suit's radio and saw a man approaching. On the HUD, a display appeared, stating that this man was the head of the NASA mission here at Ellsworth. "About time that you guys arrived," Ellsworth said with a southern accent. "Is everyone all right?" Miles asked, concerned by the statement. "What?" "No," Ellsworth replied, then glanced upward with a complex look. "I mean, probably yes. I don't know. All I know is that your crazy military folk won't let us enter the facility until you arrive. So everything is fine then. Fine and boring." Glancing around the area and analyzing the situation, Miles saw NASA and JAXA personnel everywhere. Crates of equipment are scattered throughout the camp. Multiple teams set up habitat modules, drilling equipment, a research station, and more. A truck with what seemed to be two small modular reactors, or SMR, small nuclear reactors that have been key to the expansion of Mars and urban energy. The Marines and other personnel from the other rover wasted no time and started establishing a perimeter. "Have you?" Miles started to say before his brain registered what Ellsworth noted beforehand. He quickly faced the man. "What facility?" "We found this door within the volcano," Ellsworth calmly said. "Follow me, and I will show you." Miles looked at Hata and saw the same confused look. He couldn't decide if he was shocked by what the engineer said or how casual the man was about finding an underground door on Mars. The two then gathered their equipment and followed the engineer. As the group walked through the camp, Ellsworth spoke. "We discovered the door pretty quickly, taking about 2 days to drill through. Whatever that signal is, it led us directly where we needed to dig." "That makes it easy," Miles said. However, the captain was worried. They were on borrowed time before other nations could discover their location or the signal, assuming they hadn't already. "Let's get to it." Once at the dig site, they saw a massive hole that had been recently drilled through. They were going directly through the escarpment of Olympus. "Be careful," Ellsworth said. "There is a sharp dip once you get inside. The tunnel reaches a wide subterranean cavern. We had to install a railing system to get down safely." With the warning, Miles walked through the tunnel. It was uncomfortably tight with the spacesuit. The surrounding dust nearly blinded him, and the suit lights were only partially deflected. While not an excavation expert, he could tell the drill team focused on speed over the procedure. With the brass on your back, he couldn't blame them for focusing on results as quickly as possible. For long-term operations, though, they would have to redesign everything to reach the other side safely. Seeing a makeshift sign with an arrow pointing down, the captain stopped and realized he had almost walked off a cliff. Shit, he was not kidding. Finding the railing, Miles hooked himself and slid down to the floor. While not as steep as he expected, if someone fell, it would cause serious damage and death if the suit were damaged. Once he landed and unhooked himself from the zipline, he turned to face the other end of the underground chamber. His eyes widened at what he saw. A large, tan, artificial closed wall with 3 lines represented a door. In front of it was a sealed, tent-like module that acted like an airlock. While not designed to be permanent structures, usually used during emergencies or for short-term protection from the planet's hazardous environment during construction, they seemed to use the tent as a makeshift airlift to the facility door. "So, it's true," Miles commented. "What have we stumbled into?" Hata added as she approached. "Something we have been dreaming about since the 1950s and now will regret for the rest of our lives," Ellsworth humorously said. "Welcome to Pandora's box, my friends." "You're an optimist," Miles stated. "Someone has to be around here," Ellsworth replied pridefully. "Whatever the reason why this is happening now, it will either be very good or horrible." "What do you mean?" Hata asked. "Isn't this why you joined NASA?" "I believed this was every astronaut's dream, to find evidence of alien life." "You are completely right, my lady," Ellsworth said, faking a tip of his cowboy hat. "I would like to add to that. We astronauts prefer to discover things like this, not being called by someone." Tyler Miles understood what Ellsworth felt. The feeling didn't feel right. He always expected that, if the first contact ever occurred or they discovered evidence of intelligent civilization, there would be excitement, wonder, and a thrill that this new era had begun. However, that was not how he felt. He wondered whether it was because they had not sought this discovery themselves, or because of some strange accident. The entire situation felt more like they were being summoned, and that these events were being forced upon them. All he could do was hope that humanity was ready for what would happen. Once the captain could focus on the task, He saw 3 NASA and 2 JAXA personnel attaching wires to the door. He could already tell they were trying to power the door with their reactors. "Do you think the SMR will work?" "This is attempt 2, Ellsworth said. "We nearly mushroom-clouded ourselves 2 days ago. If nuclear energy cannot power a door, then we are screwed." "There is always the C4 option," Miles stated before heading toward the door. "Nuclear C4, Ellsworth said as he considered the proposal. "I'll vote for that." Kiyomi Hata shook her head. "Americans." Captain Taylor Miles then joined the engineering crew that was working on the alien door. It took another sole day of around-the-clock work to make the final arrangements to connect their SMR module to an alien terminal. To Captain Taylor Miles's amazement, these engineers figured it out, showing they were some of their National Space Agency's brightest minds. Taylor Miles stood, watching the engineers finalize the power cables to the door panel. The panel was what fascinated the captain the most. It had 3 crystal-like objects that at first he thought were buttons. On closer examination, he discovered they were not buttons, but solid, which made him wonder what they were for. In addition to the strange crystal button-like objects, this flat surface was next to them within the panel with a large crack. If he had to assume, it had to be some display screen. This led him to believe that the broken screen prevented them from accessing the door commands, or that it was dead. "We are ready to go," Ellsworth said. "How do we know if it works?" Miles asked. The engineer turned to the captain and said, "I don't know. I guess if we are still alive in the next 5 minutes." Thrilled by this man's sense of humor, Miles stepped back and took a deep breath. They decided to try to power the door again and hoped the panel would die. If that didn't work, the problem would be far worse, and aside from blowing the door open and possibly destroying everything inside, they would have to wait for more specialized equipment from Earth. The captain saw 5 large power cables from the SMR that were outside. Even with the suits sealed, a humming sound could be heard from the amount of energy being directed through them. Ellsworth walked over to his laptop and activated the generator. "If this goes south, I will see you all on the other side." Sparks shot out from the conduit to the door panel. Taylor Miles saw the display activated for what felt like a split second. The 3 crystals glowed, however, the panel exploded. Small additional explosions followed as the conduits exploded. "Is everyone all right?" Miles asked. With everyone fully accounted for, Miles walked over to where a JAXA engineer was, staring at the long cable line. To his shock, all 5 cables were smoldering. They were destroyed by the power's urge. Hata spoke through the radio. "Sir, I think the power surge worked. We have an opening." The 2 men stared at each other, shocked that it might work. Rushing toward the other group, Miles saw other personnel inside the airlock tent. The power's urge destroyed them. Once through the airlock, Taylor Miles passed the small gathering crowd. Over the radio, he heard a few already celebrating and giving high fives. He saw Tactical Sergeant Kiyomi Hata standing by the alien door. That is where he saw what everyone else did. There is a small gap between the door panels. "We are in business," Miles said. "Open it." 5 of the engineers with crowbars began forcing the door open. At first, the door barely budged. As the group focused on the lower section of the door, it slightly widened bit by bit. It was when they could get the lower 2-door sections wide enough for a power crowbar. From there, the lower half of the facility door opened quickly and widened enough to allow 1 person at a time. "That will be good for now," Miles said. "Let's go in and find history." Once the expedition team gathered, a mixed group of Marines, Guardians, engineers, and other researchers entered the strange alien facility. The first sight anyone could see was dusk and darkness. As more personnel entered the room, they fanned out. What they found was little. A few small piles of debris and dust were concentrated in certain areas, making some wonder if they were the remains of rusted metal furniture. "It does not look like anyone's home," Ellsworth commented. "It looks like this could be a lobby," Hata said. "I agree." Miles lowered his P-52 and pulled out the scanner. "It seems the signal is down this path." He was stopped by Staff Sergeant Gifford, who stated that his Marines should take point in this unknown environment. Seeing the logic, he agreed. "Keep all contact to a minimum," Ellsworth ordered. "The last thing we need is someone to be infected by something we don't understand." And don't wander off, Miles added. What is how every bad movie starts? As they adventured through the facility, they noticed how smooth the walls looked. It is some reflective marble made from an alloy. One of the engineers theorized that the walls were made of an unknown metal marble. At the end of the hallway, they walked into a fork in the hallway. Miles aimed his detector and quickly picked up the signal from the third option. The expedition group slowly moved down the hallway and past several closed doors. Each entry had its own strange symbols and lines, clearly being some identification system. One of the engineers noted that each door had a square-shaped panel with 2 triangles. Each one had the same crystal, miniature orb, and display screen. Most looked broken from decay. After a short debate, it was agreed to let one of the scientists press the 2 triangle crystals to see what would happen. Once the scientists did, nothing happened. It seems that everything in this place is dead, Hata said. The thought crossed the captain's mind, and his fears were confirmed. He knew that his nation would want to explore and reverse engineer this facility at whatever expense, and based on what they had seen so far, this place would need an external power source just to start exploring, which would be fine, pre-say. Just a delay. After that, they might need to reconstruct sections to seal them from the Martian atmosphere. The most urgent issue for him was that if they needed to get through a door, they would not be able to open it without force. Miles looked toward Ellsworth to tell him his thoughts. However, he saw that the head engineer had reached the same conclusion. With your permission, Captain, I want another team to follow us, Ellsworth said. If the lights are off, then we might need to torch through a door or two, and we don't have that equipment. Agreed. Ellsworth placed his hand on his helmet and spoke into his radio. With no response, he shook his head toward the captain. They lost their connection to the surface, being forced to split into 2 groups, a marine and a scientist, head back to the surface to re-establish contact and prepare an engineering team. The rest continued to adventure deeper inside the structure. Dust was everywhere, and any form of technology was lifeless, without power. The only source of life came from them. Hata approached and said, "Hey, Taylor, did you notice that the hallways have been getting misty?" Miles looked toward her with confusion. He then looked around with his helmet flashlight and found she was correct. At first, he assumed it was dust, but it was more than that. He checked his HUD sensor and discovered a particle atmosphere inside the facility. "I think you're right. I am detecting an atmosphere. Barely, but there is still some life support here." "That means that this place is still alive," Ellsworth said. "At least to some degree. I wonder if anyone is home." "I don't think so," Miles replied. "No skeletons so far." "That was my point," Ellsworth said. "Something just isn't adding up." "How much further?" Staff Sergeant Gifford asked. "My creepy meter is off the scale." Seeing how dark and misty the facility was becoming, Miles understood the feeling. Everything so far reminded him of a horror film. That was when he held his P-52 close, feeling his nerves starting to rattle. Checking the scanner, he held it toward a new hallway. The signal seemed to be coming from here. The expedition group traveled down the hall. They reached a circular chamber with 3 pillars. Excluding the hallway they were in, they saw 3 other doors. Slowly moving the scanner to determine where the signal was strongest. The device screen glowed brighter when it was pointed at the door on the right. "I think we found it," Miles said. Ellsworth signed with his team to investigate the door. 2 men from both space agencies approached the door and pressed the panel, and like before, nothing happened. "Try the crowbar," Ellsworth said. 2 Marines walked over, and the 4 tried to open the door, using the crowbar as a wedge while the rest pulled in opposite directions. While the door widened, it was barely enough to fit a crowbar inside. But as quickly as it cracked open, it slid closed again. The group felt defeated, knowing this would take a while. Ellsworth gave the order to try again, opening it wide enough to squeeze something inside the gap, but it clamped shut again. While they worked on the door, the others started exploring, securing the rest of the room. Miles stayed behind and watched them pull the door open a second time. As this took longer than he wanted, the captain couldn't help himself, and his eyes started to wander. He then thought that he heard a strange sound over teamcom. Nothing loud or threatening, closer to the sound of someone vomiting quietly. "Sound off. "Is everyone okay?" he asked as he turned. "I want an oxygen check." Miles' body began to tremble, feeling his right arm shake from what he had just seen. In front of him was one of the NASA personnel lying on the floor in a growing pool of blood. The chest piece of his suit had a hole, as if something had been pierced through it. Then, over teamcom, a loud feminine scream was heard. Without hesitation, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to see what was happening. Technical Sergeant Kiyomi Hata was behind a chamber's pillars, which blocked his view. She backed away and fell to the ground as if something had impacted her. For that moment, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. As he passed through, he saw something grey and long fly past her chest, hitting her. However, it happened so fast that he didn't believe what he saw. He could see that her suit was damaged and leaking air. One hand was on her chest, while the other tried to crawl away. He knew that time was crucial for patching a spacesuit in a world without oxygen. Everyone had been trained in what to do in a situation like this. Speed was vital. However, everyone remained frozen in place, all watching Hata's attacker appear from behind the pillar. A bulky humanoid machine with two full-grown arms with burning red blades where the hands would be. The head had one visor-like eye and a plate where the mouth would be. The machine warrior was a giant, close to 8 feet tall and twice the size of anyone here, wearing a suit. The alien machine warrior turned to the rest of the group with flashlights. One of the Marines aimed his rifle and could fire 2 shots before the machine charged forward at Olympic speed. The bullets were only denting the exterior armor and not slowing it down. One of the blades nearly hacked Miles in half, but he could leap to the ground. He quickly leaned up and noticed that his now destroyed P-52 had saved his life. Hearing the screams of the rest of the group, he looked up and watched others seek cover while the large humanoid machine easily cut through the Marine suit like butter, killing the man instantly. Over the radio, he heard fear in everyone's voice, asking what the hell that thing was and looking for a way to escape. Ellsworth was trying to get his people out of the room, while Staff Sergeant Gifford was trying to get his other 2 Marines to counter the sudden threat. Taylor Miles grabbed his M21 sidearm and prepared to engage the strange metal attacker, but remembered that Hata's suit leaked air and only had moments to breathe. He got up and rushed over to her. Once he reached her, she was still on the ground in near shock, hands trying to cover the leak within her spacesuit. "Hold on, Kiyomi. Breathe slowly and calm down." Noticing a leak from her chest, he patched her spacesuit. Miles grabbed a sealing spray and sprayed it over the damaged area. From the quick view, the enemy weapon didn't cut through her suit. Still, from the damage, the patch will work temporarily. "Taylor!" Not knowing who yelled his name over the radio, he turned and saw the machine warrior charging toward him with one long blade-like arm that stretched out wide, readying to slice the captain in half. Attempting to aim at his sidearm, the captain lay on top of Kiyomi Hata to protect her as he fired with one hand. The bullets hit its armor but didn't slow it down. His eyes widened with fear as he didn't know what else to do. A sudden weapon fire came from the hallway as 2 Marines emerged, engaging the machine warrior from its flank. This made the alien machine stop turning to the new reinforcements. Sensing the opportunity, Staff Sergeant Gifford organized his last 2 Marines to surround the hostile and combined their fire with the reinforcements. This worked as the machine warrior seemed confused about who to attack next. Miles reloaded his sidearm and began firing at what seemed like an open armor section. The alien machine warrior stopped as one of its chest plates exploded open. The machine warrior fell to its knees and the body impacted the ground with a loud thud. Miles could only stare at the hostile corpse, aiming his sidearm toward it. He barely held his weapon steady, expecting something else to happen. He calmed down only when Hata grabbed his arm and said he was breathing heavily. Staff Sergeant Gifford rushed over with another Marine and pulled them away from the corpses. Once far enough away, the Marine aimed his rifle at the machine body while the Staff Sergeant kneeled at his side. "Are you okay, sir?" The captain slowly stabilized his breath now that he knew he was safe. Yes, Staff Sergeant." The Staff Sergeant helped Miles up, then helped Hata stand on her feet. Looking past the 2 Marines, he saw the scientists and engineers staying as far away as they could from the machine corpse, all looking terrified. He couldn't blame them as he wanted to get out of there. Sadly, they still have a mission to complete. Damage report. 2 dead, 1 wounded, Gifford said. If it were not for the second team arriving when it did, we all would be dead. What the hell is that? Hatta nervously asked. She couldn't help but stare at the corpse, keeping her free hand on her chest as a reaction to where she had been attacked. I have no idea, Miles replied, clearly some kind of defense. It must mean we are close, Ellsworth said as he worked up the nerve to get close. Can I get more light? Can you help me, Miles? Miles disagreed with the head NASA engineer that they were close. The encounter seemed too random and only happened after they were there for a while. This machine warrior likely patrolled or noticed them beforehand and ambushed them here. However, he was in no mood to start a debate now and just wanted to complete the mission and get topside as soon as possible. After ensuring that Hatta was all right, Miles let her go and approached the corpse. 2 Marines aimed their weapons directly at the carcass while everyone else was on alert. He noticed an orange-like gel slowly leaking from the body when he knelt beside it, almost like blood. It looks humanoid, Miles said, but it is a big sucker. Look here, Ellsworth said. I see rust. Taking a careful look, Miles saw what the head engineer meant. The pure, shiny alloy now looked more broken than in the moment. He also discovered a third half arm with the top half rusted apart, and what looked like a slot for a fourth arm, which must have rusted off. Most of the armor looked degraded and barely functional. The rest of the body part that collapsed was covered in this Mars rust, which explained why it broke with their combined fire. All right, mark the body for a retrieval team, Miles said as he stood. We still have a mission. Gifford organizes a team to get the wounded and dead to the surface. Ellsworth, get Team 2 to open that door so we can get out of here. No arguments here, Ellsworth replied. The second team started cutting through the door with plasma torches while the dead, wounded, and non-vital personnel were escorted out of the chamber. Everyone who remained was on edge, staring at any shadow. There was a brief debate over where the alien machine came from, and no one could reach a conclusion, leaving everyone on edge. Thankfully, the time between first contact and cutting through the door could have been more fruitful. It took nearly 2 stressful hours to get through the door. Captain, Ellsworth said over the radio, we have successfully cut through the door. Taking a deep breath, wondering what else they might face on the other side, Miles walked over. Are you guys ready? With all due respect, you're the officer, Ellsworth said. I had a feeling you would pull that card. Miles checked his M21, a sidearm designed to operate in space and other worlds, and headed to the gap in the door. After he lowered himself, he used his helmet flashlights to get a good view of the room. A slight breeze of dust flowed toward him, making him lean back. Realizing there was no danger in the other room, he slowly moved through the hole within the cut doorway. Once on the other side, he aimed at his sidearm and ensured he was the only one there. What he was looking like was a large storage room. Mars's sand and dirt were everywhere, making him wonder if a hole was nearby. With a Marine and Ellsworth following behind, he felt safer and lowered his sidearm, replacing it with his detector. The device pointed toward a dirt pile behind what looked like a large counter. Carefully walking toward the pile, he looked for anything to sneak around and ambush them. Noticing nothing alive or machine-like, he moved a strange-looking box out of the way and got on his knees, digging with his hands. From there, he noticed an orange glow pulsing. Reaching down, Miles grabbed the object and held it in his hands. To his amazement, it was a perfect sphere. The sphere became dark, almost empty, when it was not pulsing orange. Is that it? Ellsworth asked. I think so, Miles replied. Let's get out of here. AAV-0 Prologue, Chapter 4. The 2nd of June 2069, Military Calendar. Temple of Indalas, the former Confederacy of Darui, Nataly region, Aldrida, Alagore. Feeling the smooth marble-like wall, Frier Holiadon searched for any clues to a secret passage, a door, or symbols that could help them fix the bridge. While the Palatini of Arias had been at the temple grounds far longer than expected, all efforts had been focused on investigating why the bridge wouldn't open. This gave her time to study the structure's interior, realizing she would be the first in thousands of years. Based on the exterior side of the mountain, some formations could be closed-off balconies. making her conclude that there was more to this place than just this chamber. To her surprise, time had not degraded the interior, unlike most structures that were left to decay. Everything looked fresh, dusty but fresh, almost marble-like. However, she couldn't figure out what type of marble it was. The elf girl stopped once she felt a slight bump within the wall. She carefully double-checked that she had indeed found something. When her fingers couldn't find a bump, she began to think it was her imagination playing tricks. However, with one last slow sweep of her hand, she found what she felt before. Confirming that there was a bump within the smooth wall, she noted it in her journal. That makes 3. 3 of what? Her ears perked at the unknown feminine voice. She turned and saw a woman approaching. A Valkyrie. This woman had soft, youthful features with long, pale blonde hair that fades into teal at the tips, bright, expressive eyes, and large feathered wings that shift in gentle pastel hues, giving her a warm, approachable, almost radiant presence. Clad in regal blue and black combat armor trimmed in gold, the polished plates fitted elegantly over her form, a crowned helm framing her face, and a finely crafted sword in hand, blending the gentle grace of an angelic figure with the disciplined authority of a battle-ready warrior. The Valkyrie woman stopped, confused, and asked, "I am sorry if I scared you." Her words were gentle and restrained for a warrior. I did not know we had a Valkyrie among us." Frier then got a better view of the woman's armor, noticing a plate with the Templar symbol. She quickly bowed to the woman. "You are a Templar. I apologize for not recognizing you. It is an honor to be in your presence." She felt the woman place both hands on her shoulders and raise her back to eye level. "Please," the Valkyrie said, "I never liked these types of formalities, especially among friends." Frier stared at the woman, confused. While she had never met a Templar, everyone at the academy talked about them almost religiously. They are the most elite warriors of Alagore, being considered the heart of Nataly, maintainers of the peace and protectors of the common folk. So the stories say. "I am sorry. At the academy, we were taught the proper mannerisms around a Templar like yourself." "I understand, but we are not at the academy," the Valkyrie said, "a fact I keep learning." The Valkyrie looked over and saw Frier's father sitting alone. "With your father sitting over there by that thing, you must be his daughter. It was Frier, correct?" Frier stood there in confusion. She couldn't help but cross her arms as she failed to recall meeting this woman. "I apologize. I do not wish to be rude, but have we met before today?" Before the Valkyrie woman could respond, Frier heard her father yell the woman's name. "Nataly, you have finally come." Rhaegal walked up, took the Valkyrie by the hand, and kissed it. "I was wondering when you were going to arrive." "Still the romantic," the Natylite said. "It is nice to see you again, Rhaegal. I would have been here sooner, but convincing the city-states to join our cause had proven troublesome." "As I feared and expected," Rhaegal said. "Did any join our cause?" The Valkyrie held her hand up to silence Rhaegal. "I have lots to say, but first, I do not think your daughter remembers me." Rhaegal looked toward his daughter and laughed. "My apologies. Frier, this is an old friend of mine. Nataly, this is my daughter Frier." The Templar gently took Frier's hand and held it up, smiling. "It is nice to meet you in person, finally." Staring at the Valkyrie's golden eyes, Frier felt nervous and embarrassed as she was scared by this woman's confidence. The words struggled to form within her mouth. Nataly pulled back but giggled. "I apologize if I was too forward." No, Frier said. "It is not that. It is nice to meet you, Nataly. How long have you two been friends?" "Oh, a long time now, I think," Nataly said. "It has been," Rhaegal said. "At least 3 decades ago. We met during one of my digs. If I recall, the nearby town hired you to kill me." Frier's ears perked again after hearing what her father said. She then watched the Valkyrie chuckle. "You tried to kill my father?" "It was my job," Nataly said. "Anyone who threatens to awaken the demons is punishable by death." "It feels like only yesterday. Tough. I was passing by, and the townsfolk begged me to kill this elf who was disrespecting these ruins from the old era. So I rushed off to kill him." "Why would you do such a thing?" Frier asked. She then felt her father place a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "It is okay, my daughter. Rhaegal said. "It is water under the bridge. You know, most people do not like it when people bother the ruins. Most think they are cursed and all that." "Well," Nataly said, "I would still agree that they are cursed, but when I found your father, I decided to spy on him and see what he was doing. Only a fool would risk their lives in exploring the Arilla. Arilla, past civilizations, ruins, structures, and legends. If the children of Alagore agreed on anything, that the far past must be forgotten and feared. What remains of it litters throughout the world. Some ruins lie underground, within mountains. Very rarely, some are in plain sight, either from decay or destroyed by a war long past recorded history. It was agreed by all nations, large or small, that these ruins must be left alone, not because of religious significance, but the fear of death that they bring if disturbed. She does not understand why, but her father always said that was why he left Thalian, as they kept impeding his world. Why did she not know why the elves made searching for anything related to Orlilla taboo? She heard plenty of stories from the professors of fools going to search for these ruins and relics. The professors said the lucky ones found nothing, while the unlucky ones were dead. "I would agree with you," Frier said with a chuckle. "My father can be a fool, but I want to know what happened." "As I watched," Nataly said, "I realized that he was not dangerous. Maybe to himself, but no one else. He was mindful of the demons, more than most who would investigate such ruins, so I studied him for a few days to see why he was there. I only showed myself once a party of goblins attacked." "You fought off a party of goblins alone?" "I knew Valkyrie were skilled warriors, but one cannot defeat a horde. And I mean no offense, a female warrior would... I am impressed, the worst did not unfold." Frier placed her hands on her cheeks as she struggled to properly say what she wanted to say. She felt the stress of what she wanted to say and what was the proper way to say it. Nataly smiled and placed her hand on her sword handle. "No offense taken, as I understand. The world can be cruel and dangerous toward the weak." She then glanced away for a moment. Her smile shifted from a smile to a neutral expression before returning. "This is why we sharpen our skills in a lifestyle and not a profession. To deal with situations like that, to protect the people." "Very wise," Rhaegal said as he approached. "You are forgetting one important detail. That you are a Templar, I think, gives you a little advantage over the rest of the world." Nataly blushed in response. "There is that." As the two bantered, Frier was shocked by what had been said. While she always wondered about her father's adventures he had been on, the places and the people he met on the way, it never passed her that he would befriend someone from this station. "While I am happy to see you again, Nataly, I need to get back to work," Rhaegal said. "Please excuse me." "I understand," Nataly replied. "We should catch up afterward." Frier watched as her father walked away to continue his work. She then turned to ask the Valkyrie more questions. "So did my father ask you to aid us?" "Yes, he did," Nataly replied. "I was part of an advance force to secure some allies before you arrived. Sadly, that did not go as planned." The Templar then crossed her arms and started down the chamber. "So that is your father's lifelong dream. It looks different from what I expected." Turning to face the Orlilla device, Frier said to the Templar, "Yes, it is, and that is what everyone said." "Interesting. And this is the device that is supposed to open this place. Is it called Alkai?" "Father calls it Altairi." "Altairi. So that means the Lat legend is true, the home of humanity. At least that is what the story tells. They did come here long ago from another world. Because you are all sitting around and it is not glowing, I assume it is not working." "Sadly, no, it is not," Frier replied. "When we put this orb into it that my father found, he thought it would activate it. But the only thing that happened was that the crystal in the center started blinking orange. It has been like that for weeks." "Why do you think that is?" Nataly asked. "I have no idea," Frier replied. "It has been very frustrating and has placed a lot of stress on my father. He had not left that spot, and I felt useless as all this was beyond me. On one hand, he made the biggest discovery in the world. On the other hand, it became a massive failure." "I can understand that feeling." Frier Holiodon clapped her hands and said, "Maybe you can go over and help." The Templar looked at the young elf and then at her father, who was sitting on the floor, reading his piles of books. "I do not think that is a good idea." Frier struggled to understand why this woman rejected her idea. "But my father needs you. You two are old friends who helped him in his research. Being a bodyguard does not mean I understand anything he has done." Nataly carefully stared at Rhaegal as if she was reading through the man. She then looked back towards her. "I was planning to, but honestly, I think he needs his daughter more than me right now." And Frier looked toward her father and thought about what she could do. She then returned to the Valkyrie, however the woman was already leaving the chamber. She took a deep breath and made her father's favorite tea before walking toward him. "You need a break. You will not figure this out being this exhausted." Rhaegal Holiodon slammed the book shut and rubbed his eyes, clearly frustrated with the current situation. He turned and forced a smile, taking the drink. "Thank you, my dear." She watched him take a sip and was thrilled to see some enjoyment in her father's reaction. "See, a short break can be healthy." "That is what your mother always said," Rhaegal said. "She always pointed out that I was more human than elf, always working as if I were running out of time." A moment of silence had appeared between the two as she struggled to figure out what to reply. She remembered her mother and missed her greatly. It was Rhaegal who broke the silence. "I am sorry for dragging you here. It was a mistake." Confused by the statement, Frier sat down next to her father. "You did not drag me here, father. I wanted to come. And I should have said no, but I wanted you by my side during this moment. I was trying to compensate for those lost years when I was not around you and your mother. Now, I regret breaking that belief. I have failed everyone in this world, everyone who followed me here. Failed as an explorer, but more importantly, as a husband and father." "No, you did not fail. Look, everyone thought you were crazy. You have proven that everything you believed was correct. A lost piece of our history." She then looked down at the pile of books, most of which he authored. "Maybe we just missed something." "It is possible," Rhaegal said. "I have been skimming through all my work and found nothing." Noticing a dark green book, Frier grabbed and opened it, seeing her father's famous note-taking ability that only he understood. "Can you show me how everything works? Maybe running through everything step by step will help." That was when she noticed a proud grin on her father's face. "Why not?" Rhaegal said. "If we are going to start, let's start with this one." The skylight blinded the Templar Nataly as she exited the mountain. While her sight was superior to the races who walked the ground, they are more sensitive to sunlight. It took a moment for her Valkyrie eyes to readjust, and once she regained her vision, she saw the encampment. The lats were spread throughout what remained of the temple ruins. The Palatini of Aureus, elite warriors entrusted with this mission, had fortified this place to the best of their abilities. However, she could tell they didn't plan on a siege. While their loyalty and commitment to the task were without question, she could see the lack of morale in the current situation. She couldn't blame them. The mission had turned out differently than expected, which was common in war. Only needing to take a glance at everyone, she could see the struggle with uncertainty within the Palatini. For soldiers, being stagnated was a death sentence. Before heading to the comment tent, she checked on the wounded. The Templar had learned that officers and warrior figures like herself, checking on a warrior's weakest moment, usually increased morale among the rest of the troops. It showed that they cared about their lives and suffering. Once she arrived at the medical tent, the woman healer was busy treating a sick man. From what she could see on the man's bare skin, he had been bitten by poison. The others were in just as bad shape. When the Templar entered the tent, it was clear that everyone noticed her, a sight she had grown used to. What happened? The healer stood up and gave the proper mannerisms of respect to the Templar. "I was not expecting someone of your stature to come here. I apologize for how messy my tent is." "Never apologize for treating the wounded," Nataly said. "When it comes to them, formalities come second. Now please tell me what happened. How did they get poisoned this badly?" "Goblins," the healer said. "They infested this place and had to force them out. These are the last 3 who are recovering." "They are always full of surprises," Nataly said, before approaching one of the wounded. To the wounded legionary's confusion, she knelt and walked over to the injured man's bed. She took the man's hand with her left hand and with her right she placed it on his forehead. With the softness of her hands, she could already see the pain and suffering leaving his eyes, not because of healing magic or medicine, but solely based on her soft feminine hands. It always shocked her how such a gentle touch from a woman could easily remove all the pain and suffering from a man's heart, a power only her sex seemed to have. My fellow legionary, we ask Logia to bless our fallen and protect the souls that we lost during these trying times, but we also ask for the strength to continue. I ask Tekali and all her siblings to bless this man's sacrifice and give blessings that he is remembered for his deeds. Seeing the wounded legionary's eyes entering a peaceful mind, Nataly stood up and addressed the other wounded soldiers. She took her side armor plating flaps and did a form of curtsy for the men. Thank you for honoring me with your presence. Stay true. As the Templar left the tent, she could see the renewed spirits of the soldiers who were most likely eavesdropping, adding some excitement to their daily routine and offering something positive and heartwarming to those standing here waiting for something to happen. With her charity work complete, Nataly headed to talk to the head capitaneus of this Palatini before leaving for Salva. The Valkyrie walked through the Orlilla, the temple of Indalas. She saw how run down the place was. Broken walls, what were once considered buildings barely standing. The stone ground is broken, a place that had been lost over time. While the historian archivists would say this place was once a thriving temple, her eyes struggled to take in its current state. The Valkyrie thought little of this place, preferring civilization over the ruins. While the Orilla had no scent, she could smell the depression, death, and history of this place. Nothing alive and warm, all reminding her of the failures that led to this path. Based on her little time here, she could see that this place was at a disadvantage in its defense, without the defensive wall. The enemy could use the high ground to rain artillery on and block escape routes. As Nataly walked through the encampment, soldiers continued to stop to show their respect. Usually a bow, a salute, or an acknowledgement of her Templar statues. While she appreciated their gestures, she couldn't stop for every soldier, making sure they felt honored while on this mission and that their deeds would save their future brothers. Will save their future brothers. As a rule, the Templar had always tried to walk the path she spoke of, but even now it was starting to seem that their mission here might not be the saving grace they once hoped it would be. One of the worst parts of war was having the free time to reflect on the current situation and one's surroundings. Think of all the possible outcomes and the odds. And right now, there had been plenty of time to think. Regarding Rhaegal Holiodon, she was thrilled that his life's work had finally come to fruition. It never crossed her mind that the story behind her cousin's race was true. She had assumed it was an excuse for the Orcs and Gervais to hate the Lats for being more successful than they were. Still, regardless of his life achievements, the reality of war remained. They needed this device to function, and right now the bridge wasn't operational, which was concerning, and she could see it in everyone's eyes. While the men were professionals and hid their true feelings, she could read them like a book. Under any other circumstances, this discovery would have been an accomplishment of a lifetime, celebrated worldwide. However, just as it interfered with every other aspect of society, it was another casualty. The worst part of being the man who made the most significant discovery in history would be that he would have handed it to the enemy if he had not figured out how to activate it. It was only a matter of time before the enemy finally discovered their presence, and they would quickly be swarmed without mercy. If that happened before they made contact, there was no way they could survive. After entering the command tent, Nataly saw Capitaneus Fiontan Hennis with his staff. While maintaining their collectiveness, she could tell there had been a tense conversation. Stopping at the entrance, she decided to wait and respect their privacy. During her time as a Templar, she had learned when to intervene in a conversation among military folks and when not, and to understand their chain of command. Being someone in her position could bring ease and tension within military and political leadership, as Templars are freer agents than within their structure. Their conversation only lasted a few more minutes. Once finished, most other officers left, leaving Hennis staring at a map. Finally seeing her moment, the Templar approached the table and said, "That looked intense. Everything all right?" "Just discussing our current situation," Hennis said. "How can I serve a Templar?" "I am here to serve you." Nataly saw the Capitanea's confused reaction. "I have word from the city-states I visited." "Are they on our side or not?" Hennis asked. "I was able to convince Salva, but the rest, no," Nataly said as she pointed toward the map. "Only Salva." Sadly, half laughed me out of the halls, and a sharp majority of Afro-Olia voted against my proposal. That is democracy for you. Hennes studied the map, staring at Salva's location, which was only a few leagues away. While they do not have the numbers we need if attacked, at least we have a nearby fortification to hold out. The city of Salva wasn't the Templars' first choice for recruitment, but being the closest to the temple, it was the logical choice. They were smaller than the other major regional players in the Nataly region. It had fallen from its former glory days. While they were run down, they still wanted to fight, loyal to the previous region before Callum annexed the territory. While Nataly was trying to avoid stating the obvious, he was correct. No one likes joining the losing side in a war. Uprising against a far superior enemy solely based on a legend is foolish. Still, she knew that she had to try. "Maybe so. It is better than nothing," Nataly said. "It means people have not given up in this war, at least enough to put their lives on the line." "I hope so," Hennis said. "If the enemy comes before we activate the bridge, I cannot guarantee their survival." "Still, you are correct. This is a massive win for us, and I must utilize it. And that brings me to why I am here. I request a detachment to be sent to Salva as a show of good faith and to strengthen their defenses." Capitaneus Fiontan Hennis looked toward her and said, "I wish I could, but it is not wise to split my forces up. We are only a Palatini, not a full cohort." "I understand that," Nataly said. "I want you to know that in the end, I will respect your decision. But first, think about the people of Salva. They will ally with you, and you should show them the same respect. And based on the defense position I saw here, if the enemy attacks, the longer Salva holds out, the better off you are here." She watched as Hennis carefully studied the map. She could tell the man was running through every possible scenario in his mind, and from his reaction, he was coming to the same conclusion she was. The Capitaneus took a deep breath and looked at her. "You will get them." "Thank you," Nataly said. "Now I should head back to Salva and make further preparations." The two gave final gestures and the Templar left. She took one last look at the temple and hoped it would be worth it. "I decided to place faith in Tekali and wait to see how events played out." February 8, 2068, Military Calendar. Ulysses Tholos, Tharsis Montes, Mars, Olympic Base Camp. Staring at the pulsing orb through the laboratory glass wall, Captain Taylor Miles wondered what the significance of this discovery was. 2 were dead, 1 seriously wounded, with multiple other near-death personnel. All for an orb smaller than a basketball. It had been 2 weeks since they found the orb, waiting for the retrieval team to return it to Earth. While modern technology had dropped the transportation time between Earth and Mars to less than a month, those few weeks felt like forever after what had happened. Everyone still felt uneasy, knowing there was an unknown number of enemy machine warriors right next to them. According to what Colonel Gallivan informed him, NASA issued a public statement about the casualties, stating they were caused by a drilling accident. Taylor Miles was not surprised by the lie, seeing that the brass was trying to get ahead of the narrative. It would keep the general population from asking too many questions, as this was not the only time this had happened in the frontier world. Outside of that, this new outpost has yet to be mentioned. The brass wanted to keep this quiet as long as possible, and he couldn't blame them. Outside of the general public concern, there were no issues with the other great powers. While it would only be a matter of time before a foreign nation noticed their activities, he was surprised there had been no noise from it. They had not been seen or remained quiet. Either way, he was thrilled events had been uneventful since all this began. Since finding this alien orb, questions kept running through his head. Who built it? When did they? Why was it triggered now? And dozens of others' questions. "Captain." Hearing Technical Sergeant Kiyomi Hata's voice from the module intercom, he pressed the button and asked, "Are they close?" "Yes. They are in Mars orbit and are entering geosynchronous orbit. They will be ready to drop in 15. "Roger," Miles said before he switched the intercom to the research laboratory. Start securing the object for extraction. The American and Japanese scientists removed the pulsing orb from the containment glass box and placed it in a sealed, personal-sized container. Once confident they had fulfilled all safety protocols, they brought it to the decontamination transfer section. The red light turned green after a short deflection spray over the container. "All right, sir, the package is ready to go." Miles grabbed the container and headed out of the laboratory module. Waiting outside were two Marines who were supposed to be his security detail. To his surprise, he barely felt any weight. Most of it came from the container and not from the object inside. As the three walked through the compound, to his surprise, Tactical Sergeant Kiyomi Hata approached. Since the attack, she had wanted to stay away from the alien sphere as she barely survived her encounter with the humanoid machine. "Finally getting out of the shell?" Miles jokingly asked. "I was getting cooped up," Hata replied. "Besides, I wanted to ensure this little Akuma was gone once and for all." "I would say those things inside the facility were Akumas in my book," Miles replied jokingly. "You have a point," Hata said. "When are we going back in?" "We will be going back inside the Mountain of the Gods once we get reinforcements from Earth and the proper equipment," Miles said as he was informed that the space capsule was incoming. From what he could tell, it was an Ether-class capsule. They were expected to be used to land on almost any celestial body with low gravity or for local transportation between stations. Even with Mars's low gravity, landing and launching independently were beyond the capsule's ability without extensive modifications. Up within the heavens, they saw a very familiar sight. A small fireball fell from the sky and headed to their position. For anyone who has been to Mars, this was a well-known moment, known as the 6 minutes of terror. Going 12,000 miles a second until they reached the surface was considered the journey's most dangerous and terrifying. The space capsule's thrusters ignited while its 3 parachutes popped out from its top as it descended. As it drew closer, the Martian rusted dust turned into a miniature dust ball, sweeping the surrounding area. Everyone was in spacesuits, so none of them was in any danger from the outside hazards of this world. Still, they couldn't help but raise their hands to protect themselves from the dust storm. While Miles could barely see through the dust, he saw the craft touch down a short distance away. "Talk about an entrance," Hata said. "Never thought I would be in the thick of it. We just broke 5 safety regulations." "Actually, it's 4, Miles replied as the dust settled. "No, it was 5. I read the book on the flight here from Luna." "Of course you did." The dust started to dissipate, and 4 figures could be seen exiting the capsule. "Let's go," Miles said. The 2 Marines took point, providing security as the 4 walked toward the 4 CIA operatives. 3 operatives approached, while 1 stayed by the spacecraft, acting as a rear guard. Miles saw that the operatives were also armed as they drew closer. P-52s, he assumed, almost as if they were expecting something. Once they got closer, Taylor Miles could see their suit's network signal. He connected to their frequency and said, "Welcome to Mars." "Captain Miles, I assume," Nelson said. "That is correct." The 2 groups finally met. However, each armed guard kept their fingers on the triggers, watching their superior talk. "Surprised how armed you all are," Miles said. "Expecting something?" "Shouldn't I be?" Nelson asked. "I heard reports that you had 3 MIAs. That is a red flag I do not like. IRA, CCP, Zhongguo. It wouldn't surprise me if it were the WEL or my grandmother." Taylor Miles was about to respond with a correction. However, he stopped himself, a fact that Nelson did not miss. Based on the commander's statement, the operative was unaware of what happened within the alien facility and probably assumed that the drilling accident was a convenient cover story. The CIA commander knew something had happened and was taking no risks. "We had a situation, however, it was handled," Miles replied. "I am under direct orders from Space Command not to give further details." "I understand," Nelson said. "The package." Miles lifted the container, staring at it, wondering what ripple effects this would have. The only thing he knew was that this was the beginning of something. Something that he hoped his people would be ready for. Nelson took the container and quickly lifted it, staring at it. "It is lighter than I expected." "That is what I said," Miles replied. Nelson smirked and nodded. "All right, our business is done." And just like that, the three operatives turned and walked toward their capsule. That was freaky, Harter stated. It felt like one of those cowboy movies. They're called westerns, Miles corrected. Same thing. He watched as the operatives entered their space capsule. Soon enough, the ether thrusters ignited, lifting back toward the heavens. He was surprised it didn't need any additional thrust or fuel to get back into orbit, assuming it was heavily modified for whatever it needed. The dust cloud re-emerged from the ignition blast, engulfing the four of them. Hearing from Kayomi that they should get out of the mini-dust storm, he agreed, and the four started heading back to the camp. AAV-0 Prologue, Chapter 5. February 10th, 2069, Military Calendar. Corno, Capital, Veriance Aristocracy. Dreotan Region, Aldrida, Alagore. Finally, able to leave the dining room, the little-known slave girl named Asiaya quickly entered the kitchen and stopped at the metal door. Closing her eyes, she took the moment to take a deep breath while releasing the built-up tears. Being a slave to the mighty Callum Veriance, she learned to keep her emotions in check during family dinners, as showing them to one master could have disastrous consequences. And hearing the sun, being out of there, was the only relief she could get, at least just for a moment. As the slave girl stood by the door, recollecting form, she felt, without warning, the freezing chill hit her ear skin because her body was used to the warmth from the dining room. She was wearing a conservative servant dress in dark purple with overlapping shoulder pieces, and the rim's colors were almost like a rainbow. While purple was a rare color, her master enjoyed ensuring that his servants were well-dressed and mannered, believing it directly reflected on his status. While she found the dress beautiful and comforting, the fabric did little to retain heat. It did not help that the ugly grey solid stone that made up the kitchen walls only helped contain the cold, unlike traditional kitchens, which were warm. This was a vampire's kitchen. Unlike in a typical kitchen, where food was cooked before serving, the sustenance needed for vampires was blood. That meant there was a strong need to keep stored blood and blood-rich organs cold to maintain their flavor and longevity. "What do you need this time, lad?" the Jave chief demanded. Seeing what looked like a giant man, a shiver of terror rippled through her at his towering height. Being a Jave, a human with a long, low skull, heavy brow ridges, long legs, but a giant fat belly twice her size, maybe more. Asiaya had always hated dealing with this man, as he took joy in intimidating her at every opportunity. While he had always treated others disrespectfully, the Jave always made an extra effort to insult her. It could be because he was stuck in this freezing kitchen all day, but the attacks always felt personal, always stating her race over her name. "My master wishes for 3 more drinks," she said. 2 Brash's blood and 1 Naroon blood for him. "Oh." And he asked for his special twist within his drink. "Stupid twist," the Jave annoyingly said. "How could you almost forget something as important as that?" Feeling a sudden shame from the outburst, the dual-eyed girl glanced down as she questioned herself. While she had grown used to the hatred toward Lats by most races, it always hurt as she struggled to understand why. "You must remain strong." "I know. It is so hard, though." She knew that her mental thoughts were correct. Everyone seemed to want to bring her down, but she hoped she would be safe if she did well. With some grumbling from the Jave, 3 drinks were placed before her. The first 2 were orange blood with a lime-like flavoring added. Her master drink was red blood with a blue tint. She placed the drinks on the tray and headed toward the metal door. As she exited the dining room, she heard the man grumble in his language, which she couldn't understand but figured was another insult. She was forced to stop momentarily as her body adjusted from the freezing kitchen to the warm dining room. In the distance, in the massive room, was a grand fireplace, consuming the raw wood within its mouth. The actual heat did not come from it. Ventilation throughout the room brought in the necessary heat from pipes running through the walls. While Asiaya hated the dark grey walls in the kitchen, she had always loved the rich colors and culture of the dining room. While maintaining the stone walls of this palace, various designs are incorporated to add life. In addition, they were designed with far more artful taste throughout the room. Banners, paintings, crafts, and more were spread across the walls. The tables had fine cloth, some with the symbol of the Veriance, while others had other types of art. From her time as Callum's personal slave, she had learned that he enjoyed acquiring different types of culture, either from other races, the people he conquered, or from his vassals as tribute. She knew when he defeated her former country, the Confederacy of Daruai, that he demanded different types of art as part of his tribute, which she had seen many times scattered throughout his many palaces. Sometimes Asiaya would stop what she was doing and stare at all the different types of art. Callum was a practical man, or so many of his underlings said in gossip. Knowing that she knew her master must have chosen these art pieces for a reason, she wondered what he saw. She wondered if her master enjoyed seeing the different parts of the outside world through these images, or if they reminded him of something he had lost, or of places he had conquered. For her, being stuck within these walls for half of her short life, she rarely got the opportunity to see the outside world. The only rare moment she gained to see the outside world was when her master wanted to bring her along with his duties. While she had developed many opinions about the many pieces of culture that filled this palace, she wondered if this was how the wider world truly looked, how people acted among themselves when free, the wonders of what communities could do living together with their friends, family, and fellow citizens. Among the dozens of art pieces throughout the palace she had studied over the years, her favorite was a grassy cliff looking over a valley. A man and a boy sat on the edge, staring at Nataly and all the beauty she brought to Alagore. While Asiaya was not a boy, she always dreamed that one day she could sit there and see those same sights as in the painting with her family. Just have faith. One day, Nataly will bless your determination. While Asiaya wished for a long day like in the painting, she understood the voice was a fool. Noticing that her body had finished adjusting to the dining room temperature, Asiaya headed toward the main dining table. Handcrafted from the finest oak of Aldrida, from which people she did not know. At the table were 3 vampires, a daughter named Ornalia, a son named Erihian, and her master, the family's patriarch, Callum Veriance. As Asiaya approached, she was forced to stop, still fear-stricken, seeing that the son had come out of his chair because of another outburst toward his father. "How could you think like that, father?" Erihian yelled. "I am not going to draft them when there is no need to," Callum calmly replied. He then noticed Asiaya and had her serve their drinks. Seeing the opportunity to deliver their orders, she snuck past the son and reached the table. She slowly placed the blood drinks on the dining table as she was worried about spilling them again, starting with the son's birth drink. Without looking toward the son, she could feel the hatred emitting from him, making her quickly walk over to her master and deliver his redden rune. "Why not?" Erihian said. "They belong to us now. If we call to arms, we could finally bring death to those noble elves, once and for all, and gain respect among the Unity members." After finishing handing out the drinks, Asiaya stepped back against the wall, as she was trained to do, and waited to be called upon. The dual-eyed girl watched as Callum ignored his son's questions and lifted his drink, bringing it to his nose. Her master stopped and took a slow and long smell of the aura from the blue addition within the glass. "Are you going to answer me?" Erihian said. "Stop whining," Ornalia calmly replied. Erihian leaned against the table, glaring at his sister. He then turned back to his father. "We are missing the greatest moment of our lives, father. Sitting here and doing nothing while the Unity claims all the glory." Callum Veriance took a slow drink, enjoying the taste before setting his glass down. "Son, only the fools rush to war when they do not need to." "Father," Erihian said with a baffled look, "if we wait, our chance will be gone forever. The Unity might see our passiveness as a weakness. Either we summon our armies and take out our enemies once and for all, or be seen as cowards." "Passiveness is only a weakness if you allow it to be, my son," Callum said. "I have accomplished what was needed for our people to thrive in this new future the Unity is promising us. It would be wise, my son, not to throw it all away because of overstretching with the sole reason to impress others. Blindly going into war to please others does not earn glory, respect, or loyalty to oneself, especially if you offer yourself so cheaply." "I am no whore, father," Erihian stated. "There is no glory in waiting. There is no way to gain glory and respect by allowing others to fight for you. The Unity was clear. All who do not assist will be left behind. Unless they are forgiven. I also read the Kadra, son. I hate agreeing with my brother, but he is correct, father, Ornalia said. That emissary is always preaching that you need to do more. Asiaya had grown used to these kinds of intense arguments. Callum had always required his children to eat together, to their annoyance. Family dinners usually follow a similar path. The son wanted to prove himself to the unity, seeing them as a great power that would solve their problems and bring great fortune. The father, though, has been far more reserved on the matter, always calm his son. The daughter mostly sat quietly during these meals, minding herself. Noticing the sudden silence, she looked toward Callum and saw him staring at Asiaya. Feeling suddenly afraid and ashamed, she glanced down as if she was too scared to meet the son's gaze. Am I the ruler of these lands? Or the unity? Callum calmly asked his son. Maybe you shouldn't be, father, Erehian boldly said, staring directly at his father's gaze. The world is changing, and your ways no longer matter. We must. Callum waved his hand as he ignored his son's outbursts. If you wish to challenge me, then do so. If not, leave this table now. Feeling the tension rise within the room, Asiaya gazed up and saw the two staring at each other. It looked like they were having a contest to see who would blink first, one of the few childhood games she remembered from her old life. For a moment, she thought Erehian was about to challenge his father for the throne, which terrified her, for she knew she would be his first victim if he ever became ruler. However, Erehian looked at the table with frustration, showing he would not challenge his father's will. Looking for an outlet for his anger, he knocked his drink that she delivered to them onto the floor. The glass nearly hit the slave girl as some of the drink's blood spilled on her uniform. Callum's son stopped and stared at her, hatred deep in his red eyes. From the son's eyes, he aimed intently at her. He looked toward his father and back at her. Erehian, Callum said. She is a slave, Erehian said. I do not understand why you value this barely of a lat over the others. Before Callum could respond, the vampire boy marched out of the room. Asiaya watched as her master touched his chin, taking a frustrating breath. She then watched him look over to her. What are you waiting for? Realizing that her master was referring to her, she grabbed a wet towel and cleaned the blood off the floor and wall. Why is he always being this dramatic? Ornalia asked. He is young and eager, Callum replied. As he said, he does not want to be left behind in the most eventful time in world history. It is not in a young boy's nature to pass on the creation of his own story, and this is probably the most eventful time for at least another 100 years. Then let him go, Ornalia said. If he wants to rush off and have a story, who cares? It would be no stain to you. If he fails, that is on him. If he succeeds, it will reflect positively on you. As the slave girl cleaned, she realized her master didn't quickly respond to his daughter's question. She looked up and saw him staring at his half-Naroon blood drink. Not all stories of oneself meet the caliber of one's true self, Callum said. Asiaya cleared the floor. She heard steel boots clanging on the stone. She saw a male vampire, a general based on the uniform. This was a strange sight for her, as Callum ensured that all business was prohibited in this room during family time. They would only interrupt the family meal if it were vital for the aristocracy. My lord, I have news from the occupied territories. It never stops, Callum commented. Speak now. I have a message from Tarifa. Tarifa, a name Asiaya has heard many times. Before being taken from her home, the Javes city-state was once a major city within the old Confederacy. While she doesn't know much about them, she has heard Callum say that they were essential to maintaining his rule over the Nataly region. After gaining a new wet towel to finish cleaning the mess, Asiaya returned to cleaning the floor. However, she couldn't help but stare at the general. 2 more soldiers entered the dining room, dragging a Neko male. Tell him what you told me, the general demanded. The Neko glanced around with a terrified look. Probably realized that he was in the beast den, with no way to escape from these blood-sucking people. A sight she had seen many times while in her service. My Lord instructed me to come to you, Your Highness. Skip the nonsense and get to the point, Callum ordered. Hispana has taken root within your lands, the Neko said. Scouts, Callum said. How is this unusual during a war? The Neko looked around as if his body was shocked. "I do not know. I was told to inform you that a Templar was spotted among the other city-states, trying to recruit them for a rebellion. Something about a new age beginning and that we would regain our freedom." Standing with a blood-soaked towel, Asiaya was confused by the meaning of the words the Neko said. She looked toward her master and saw a concerned look. Knowing when not to press, she backed away to toss the towel. Once the slave girl headed toward the door, she reflected on the meaning of the words. The more she thought, the more she realized that the coalition might be trying to free the people of Darue from the Veriance aristocracy and unity grip. The Templar part seemed to concern her master the most, which meant maybe this could happen. If they were successful, then she would regain her freedom. Finally, she can be taken away from this place and rejoin her people. "I told you to have faith." "Thank you for this knowledge," Callum said. "General, reward this young man and prepare gifts for Tarifa's loyalty. Then prepare a recon force to investigate the situation. Mobilize a battle group from the nearest order in the region. Once we get their report, I want to be ready to leave quickly." Hearing that order, the reality of being free slipped away. Whatever those Hispana soldiers were planning, Callum would stop them with brute force, especially now that he knew about them. The dream of seeing the cliffside slowly faded as she heard her name again, reminding her that her place was only to serve. Our hope went away. You were right. Everything is hopeless. Exiting the dining room while carrying 3 blood-soaked towels, she stopped after noticing the open window. She stopped and looked out the glass window, gazing out at the nearby lake. It was one of the darker nights compared to the lighter nights that usually shine on Alagore, so she could see the reflection of the moon, Vermina. The sight was beautiful, enjoying the world's natural beauty. If Tekai still believes, then I shall. She wouldn't let the world fall to ruins. I believe something good must follow. Then she noticed a star that was unusually bright that night. She couldn't understand, but felt a strong urge to look out. That was before she heard her name being called. February 15th, 2068, military calendar. CIA-operated starship, Lunar Mars trajectory. Feeling bored from the long journey between Mars and Luna, Captain Matthew Ryder had been finding any minuscule task to stimulate himself. He had no idea how the first generation of pioneers could make the 9-month journey and stay this sane. It was proof that people do what needs to be done when they must, regardless of the situation and how hard it might be. To them, that was the time to get to Mars, but now, knowing the trip was far shorter, he struggled to understand how it was possible. Gazing out the window, Ryder noticed a distant star that suddenly flickered brightly, or so his senses thought. For some reason, he felt the urge to stare, developing a strange feeling as he wondered what could be out there, only seeing the shining dots of faraway stars. He couldn't help but wonder what the future or past held, believing something more had to be out there. Hearing a strange sound broke his trance. After shaking his head and returning to reality, he realized his name was coming through the ship's intercom, which made him wonder how long he had been staring at the window. Hearing his name again, he recalled the CIA commander's request for his presence. Grabbing a railing, Ryder pushed himself toward the center ladder passageway. After opening the hatch, he headed toward the front of the spaceship. On the way, he passed one of his Comanche warriors and another CIA operative in the ladder system, both talking about football. When Ryder entered the bridge, he suddenly felt the same level of boredom from the bridge crew. While they were all professionals in their craft, he could imagine how much free time they had in a job like this. This made him wonder whether it was like traveling across the Atlantic and the Pacific during the Age of Sail. After closing the airlock, Ryder pushed himself toward the commander's chair. "Sir, reporting as ordered." "Captain Ryder," Nelson said as he looked at his screen, "I wanted to inform you that we have begun our final trajectory to Freedom Space Station. I want your team to be prepared for going forward. If anyone is going to make a move, this will be their last chance." "I understand," Ryder said. "Is there anything of note? It has been a while since we saw any other spacecraft." On this route, most starships are on the final stages to Mars or Luna. Only late journeys who are not as worried about a tight schedule or mining ships. Nelson adjusted himself in his chair. "Navigation, an update on nearby contacts?" The Indian support ship passed out of the effective communication range 4 hours ago. Sensors now only show 5 ships. One is heading toward Earth, while the other 2 are heading away. Any in range? Negative. The one heading away is either bound for Tiangong 19 or Mir 4. Data shows they most likely come from a mining mission from the Apollo local group. The others? 3 are American. One is setting up a mining base on an asteroid. Another is about to exit the sensor range, and the other is on a wide berth heading to Mars. The other is a French cargo ship, also heading to Mars. They are the closest. Interesting, Nelson commented. How come? Ryder asked, trying to understand what was wrong with the report. Noticing that the commander did not respond, he realized the man wanted him to answer the question. He then remembered what happened to other ships that were raided. You believe they could be faking their IFF? Correct. We know little about how the enemy conducts itself, so be ready. Now dismiss. Sir. Ryder acknowledged the order and left the bridge. Looking toward the forward glass windows of the bridge, Commander Nelson could only begin to see the blue tint of the Earth. Hours after updating the Comanche captain, he found the time uneventful. Watching his crew perform their tasks, there was little to do until they got closer to Earth. All right, contact me when we get closer to those other starships, Nelson said. And just remember, fly casual. We are a civilian ship after all. Why do you always ask me to fly casually? Smith asked. Is there a different way to fly? Why do you always get worked up when he says that? Tori commented. It is a 1970s reference to some movie. Hearing the bickering between the two, Nelson felt the urge to leave before it got out of hand. He stood from his chair and started heading toward the side hatch, which led to his quarters. Commander! Hearing from his navigator, Tori, he stopped and looked. What is it? I am detecting a small energy signature in front of us, Tori said. Feeling confused, he floated to her station and analyzed the screen. He saw the signature, but the computer could barely register it. Could be a radioactive micro-asteroid. Are there any other ships in the area? Negative, Tori replied. The closest ship is still a day away at current speed. Everything else is micro-asteroids, and I don't think it is radioactive. Don't give me that, Nelson said. Stealth fighters' radar signatures are the size of a fly on Earth. He realized how much of a fool he had been as he spoke. While there are many great powers in the modern era, the United States remains the military juggernaut it has been since the Second World War. Being on top for that long could sometimes blind one to the obvious. Sir, Smith said. Turning to the flight control terminal, Nelson saw what concerned the pilot. Outside the window, everyone could see a strange-looking black van-sized object in front of them, making everyone on the bridge wonder what they were about to ram. Evade, Nelson ordered. By the time he could give the order, the strange object had opened its sides. Tori started noticing a sudden surge in her energy levels, enough to scare her. While Tori reported that the van-sized object was generating energy, the lights suddenly started flickering and all the station terminals went out. The lights flicked off, and the red emergency lights activated, providing a dim red glow throughout the bridge. What just happened? Nelson asked. Everything is dead, Smith said. I have no control over the spaceship. What hit us? Some type of electromagnetic pulse, Tori replied. A powerful one. Damn, Nelson said. That is how they have been doing it. EMP mines. Sir, missile. Hearing Smith, Nelson looked in the direction the pilot was. He saw a missile fired from nothingness, almost as if the weapon appeared out of thin air. On an emotional level, he was relieved that the missile was heading in the other direction, close to the same path as they were to Space Station Freedom. The rational side told a different story. With 20 years of experience, he knew this was only the beginning. While their sensors were down, he already knew what the missile was for, sending a fake signal to trick lunar traffic control that they were still on course. They could raid ships without alerting anyone until it was too late. Noticing movement from the general direction of the missile launch, a dark object slowly moved within the void of space, almost as if it were a shark stalking its helpless prey. The sight was terrifying, and Nelson realized they could do nothing to stop them. The stealthy enemy spacecraft moved above them. It fired 4 cables attached to their hull, forcing them to slow down. Nelson next witnessed the enemy spaceship hatch open with a dozen or more soldiers storming out, all landing on their hull. 4 men swung themselves to the front of the bridge window and placed an explosive device on the hull. Based on the technology and speed of these attackers, Nelson knew these soldiers were special forces. And from how quickly and efficiently they operated, it was clear they had done this before. These couldn't be privateers sponsored by a government just to annoy the US and the other Artemis Accord members. This was a covert military operation to the core. The only conclusion the commander could make was that they knew about the package from Mars. "Everyone, off the bridge!" Before the commander could finish his sentence, the bomb exploded, creating a small hole which was just large enough to suck all the air out of the bridge, suffocating everyone. AAV-0 Prologue, Chapter 6. February 15, 2069, Military Calendar. CIA-operated spaceship, Lunar Mars trajectory. While Captain Matthew Ryder leaned into his chair while he read a military history book, he opened one of the food-based smoothies and drank it. As he swallowed, the captain's senses went on the fritz, and they were overwhelmed by the fruity taste and felt disgusted. "You know, I am never going to drink these again. I am so sick of them." Warrant Officer 1, Rommel King, laughed. "I never thought I would miss MREs. If these were the last food on Earth, I'd shoot myself." Ryder chuckled as he understood the sentiment. "Speaking of Earth, what do you plan on doing once we return?" Sergeant First Class Gregory Barrett leaned forward. "Probably go to the pool bar and hustle some privates for money. Then a 5-star meal." "Don't you think that is too easy to fish?" King asked. "Maybe," Barrett replied. "I don't need the money. I just enjoy seeing that look in their eyes that an old-timer like me whipped their asses." "I will drink to that," King stated. "What about you, sir, after this pleasure cruise?" "I know what he is doing," Wallace interrupted. "Going to the club to get some senoritas." Barrett leaned around his chair to face his subordinate. "Knock it off, Wallace, or you will spend the rest of the trip outside." "I wouldn't mind working on my tan," Wallace replied as he flexed his arms. "You can try, my friend, but you will never be as good-looking as me," Barrios replied as he looked at his tablet. "Man, those two can be a handful," Barrett said. "But when he is right, King said. "Matt, you do need to move on." Out of everyone on the team, the captain of Comanche shook his head with a grin. Staff Sergeants Edgar Wallace and Bruno Barrios acted like brothers, closer to twins than brothers. It was customary to see them competing for dominance, but they always had each other's backs in a sticky situation. To Wallace's point, though, he knew that the bulky sergeant was correct. He had to work on his life. While he loved his career, there had to be more. As the captain looked for the right words to convey what was on his mind, his eyes were drawn to the ceiling lights flickering. They suddenly went off, and for a moment the room was pitch black before the emergency lights flicked on. "Comanche." Ryder didn't have to say more as his team began to mobilize, getting into their combat spacesuits. Matthew Ryder unbuckled his seatbelt and pushed himself toward his spacesuit. Once dressed, he then floated to the ship's intercom. He could feel the starship shake as he floated, making him wonder if they hit something. "Ryder to bridge." Hearing nothing, the young captain started to worry. It seemed that what Commander Nelson was worried about was coming to fruition. "Rommel," Ryder said, "I cannot get through to the bridge. Once Comanche regroups, I want you to prepare a team and investigate." "I wouldn't bother," Barrios said. Hearing Bruno Barrios calling for him, the captain saw the sergeant staring out into the void by the window. Quickly floating himself to their Hispanic teammates, Ryder grabbed a handle and looked outside. To his horror, he saw one of the bridge crew floated past them. "We are under attack. Who are we missing?" he asked. "Kurt and Higgins are in the barracks," Barrett responded. "Gonzalez is guarding the package." Realizing how spread thin they were, Ryder knew they had to act fast or end up like the bridge crew. His first priority was to secure their section of the ship so they would not be caught with their pants down. Even now they could hear some weapons fire. Most likely the attackers engaged any remaining crew scattered throughout the ship. "George," Ryder said, "head to forest position and secure the left. Rommel, deploy a defensive line in the passageway. We cannot wait here, or we will be flanked and pinned. Teams of 2 on each side should do it." "And the hull," King said. "If they can crawl around the hull, they can flank us." Good call, Ryder said. I will take the gym team and secure the left side, Barrett said. It only took a few moments for everyone here to prepare as their training kicked in. Being some of the most elite soldiers in the United States military, they all knew what needed to be done. Hearing a gunshot outside their hatch, everyone aimed their weapons, preparing for a swarm. Rommel King then signaled the twins to line up and face the direction where the airlock would open. Wallace aimed his P-52 at the hatch, ready to kill anything that came through. Barrios floated over to grab his buddy, dragged him to the wall, and then held him in place. This stabilized the Comanche, so his aim was as steady as possible in 0G. Ready to snip through the opening crack of the hatch. As expected, the hatch cracked open wide enough for the personnel on the other side to throw an object inside their room, most likely a stun grenade, which Wallace was prepared for. Once the hatch was wide enough, he placed a well-aimed shot through the hostile skull. A small explosion sounded from the stun grenade going off within the passageway. Barrett floated and quickly opened the hatch while Barrios tossed a stun grenade, blinding the other hostile temporarily. He then grabbed the body and pulled it into the room while Wallace killed another target. Then the Sergeant First Class called out for his team to storm the center passageway, firing their P-52s in semi-automatic mode. Ryder floated toward the dead body, meeting his second-in-command. The captain first noticed no official symbols or markings on the corpse suit, only two different color armbands, red and tan. This is definitely covert ops, King said. Lifting the face mask, Ryder noticed that this man looked Middle Eastern. Agreed. Most likely the IRA, then the Turks are too busy competing with Western Europe to draw us in. The ball's on them, King commented. They have to know we are transporting something important. The two went their separate ways. King went to secure the passageway, while Ryder joined eager Wallace to secure the storage section. The two floated toward the hatch that led to the next section. Hearing the muffled sound of weapons throughout the ship, Matthew Ryder saw three hostiles approaching the forward hatch. Realizing that they had not been spotted yet, he took a quick shot, wounding the closest target. The other two took cover with the realization that a firefight was about to begin. A firefight broke out as they sought cover among the bolted-down containers. Ryder saw a few corpses of former CIA crewmen floating, except for one who was taking cover behind one of the crates. "Cover me." Ryder pushed against the bulkhead and toward the crewman, pulling out his sidearm. "Soldier, take this and cover." "I am not a soldier," the crewman said as he took the pistol. "I am a mechanic." "Tell them that," Ryder replied as he turned and provided suppressive fire. "Rally up or be left behind. Now watch our six." The crewman took the sidearm, feeling bold now that he was not alone. The Comanche captain heard Wallace calling his name. He then saw that two additional hostiles entered the storage room. His first thought was shit before aiming his P-52, killing the first invader. After securing the place, he switched his weapon from semi-automatic to fully automatic and fired in bursts. The sudden fire change confused the enemy as one was caught in the burst fire. The 5.7 by 28 mm easily shredded through his target combat spacesuit after enough impacts. While their combat spacesuits had armor, it was not meant to withstand direct engagement. The crewman floated to the other Comanche, and once Ryder saw his chance, he followed right behind. His comrades provided cover for fire, and an intense exchange of brass impacted the containers. He floated back and felt something impact his shoulder. A section of his HUD started flashing yellow, indicating that something had affected him. He stopped by one of the containers and checked his shoulder. He did see that he was hit, but that the bullet didn't go through. Seeing his luck, he hoped God was not planning to push his luck again. Once back with his team, Ryder ordered Wallace to open the exterior emergency hatch. Remembering what his XO had said, the enemy would soon use their superior manpower to flank them. He needed to act fast. As Ryder and the other crewmen provided cover, pinning down one of the hostile attackers, Wallace floated to the hatch and opened it, exiting the ship's hull. Ryder connected to Wallace's camera feed. He saw that the moment the hatch opened, his teammate encountered the enemy toward the ship's rear, flanking them. The staff sergeant quickly engaged the new targets, catching them by surprise. "Turn to the front section," Ryder said. Once the flank was secured, Wallace turned toward the spaceship's front section. This was where Ryder saw the true extent of what was going on. Half a dozen enemy soldiers entered the bridge, with more floating toward them. What terrified the captain was seeing a black, smooth ship anchored to them. While smaller than their vessel, the enemy ship was clearly designed for covert operations. This only confirmed to him that this was a great power operation, but this only made him wonder what they were protecting. Skimming through the HUD feed of the rest of the team, the enemy seemed to be hitting hard, outnumbering his Comanche team 3 or 4 to 1. Far more than that spacecraft was able to sustain. He could only conclude that this operation was explicitly designed for them. Most likely, they were trying to acquire whatever they were transporting. The only thing that seemed to be going their way was that Comanche was there. The enemy didn't expect a special forces group within a CIA spacecraft. While that proved a temporary advantage, he knew it wouldn't last long, and with the enemy spacecraft hitched to theirs, escaping wasn't impossible. A continued shootout would only defeat them because they had more bodies. "Sir," King said over Teamcom, "we are not going to be able to hold. We need to fall back and regroup." Regroup? Where? As Ryder spoke, he remembered the Ether-class capsule in the hangar. He then said over his radio, "I need Kurt here to take my position. George, do you have any other friendlies by you?" "Affirmative." "Roger, I am heading to you." Ryder saw the staff sergeant quickly float into their room. "Kurt, secure that hatch. Everyone else, pull back and secure our starting point." The captain then pushed himself back into the lounge section and headed toward the inner passageway. He saw the intense firefight between his men and the enemy. 2 of his teammates used a hatch as a shield to provide suppressive fire. It seemed they refused to give them an inch based on all the bullet impacts and scared walls, which was good. Losing this passageway would give the enemy full access to the ship. Waving toward them, Ryder signaled that he needed cover to cross. King ordered everyone to open fire, allowing him to pass through. "Rommel, just hold on a bit longer." "As long as you need. I don't think they were expecting us." Floating through the ship's hatches, Matthew Ryder moved through the spaceship's many different compartments until he reached Sergeant First Class Kurt Forrest, who was in the kitchen. "George," Ryder said, "is one of the friendlies the ether pilot?" "No idea," Barrett asked, "but I assigned 2 of them to guard the storage compartment." Ryder then pushed himself back to the previous section and floated up. Once there, he opened the hatch to the storage room and saw 2 CIA personnel taking cover behind bolted-down compartments. One armed with an M18 pistol and the other with a P-52 personal defense weapon. On the other side were hostiles advancing, to which he fired a few rounds to stall the enemy while seeking cover. Seeing a short pause in the fighting, Ryder moved toward the 2 men. "Are you one of the ether pilots?" "I am," the man with the sidearm replied. "Why?" "The ship is lost, so I need you to fly us off this wreck." "That is a stupid idea. We won't get far in that tin can." "Why the hell not?" Ryder asked in a frustrated voice. "It is basically out of fuel. Entering and exiting a planetary atmosphere, even a low-density one like Mars, requires a lot of fuel, and we are not a propellant depot. The life support was not designed as a lifeboat, even if it had fuel." Hearing that statement only infuriated Ryder, as his only option for survival was to be tossed out of the hatch. Even if they did use the ether as a lifeboat, the enemy would have to move their ship to pick them up, and they would be helpless. Ryder realized the enemy ship was preventing other potential solutions from salvaging their situation. Retaking their vessel was a lost cause, and their boat would run them down if they tried to leave. Fighting to the last man would only result in defeat and the enemy acquiring their objective. Even the insane idea of trying to capture the enemy ship to escape forces them into the open, making them easy pickings. That was when the captain remembered his conversation with Commander Nelson. The commander wanted him to know what was happening in the surrounding area. While he did not know if there was a more profound lesson or if the formal commander was seeking conversation, he remembered other starships nearby. Relatively speaking, if he recalls, a French ship is the closest. He is concerned that if they contact a civilian ship to intervene in a covert operation and rescue them, it will blow into an international crisis, regardless of how highly irregular it would be, while the French government could be dealt with in secret. However, including the Western European League in any capacity could be a career ender for him. Relations between the United States and France are mixed. Since the Western split and the establishment of the Sixth Republic, relations had been strained. While the old global order that opposed the Soviets collapsed into regional factions, this strained relations with competing interests. His wife once considered the relationship a frenemies one, and with heavy influence from Western Europe, they weighed to get away with it. However, he saw no other choice. It was them or surrendering their objective to the enemies. "Higgins, can you patch through the ether systems and access communications?" Ryder asked. "I could if I had a few hours and wasn't being shot at," Higgins said with much confusion. "The issue is that everything is dead on the ship." "And they are probably jamming us," King added. "What do you want?" the pilot asked. "There is a French vessel about a day away from us," Ryder replied. "If we can get in contact, we are safe." "Then he can access the capsule communication system," the pilot said. "I do not know what hit us. It's probably some scaled-up anti-drone EM weapon. However, the hangar is more protected than the rest of the ship." "Why is that?" As Ryder asked the question, he realized how dumb it was. He was talking to spooks on a spook ship while engaged in a life-or-death battle. And right now, he doesn't care why, just that it could work. "Forget that. Higgins, did you hear that?" "On my way," Higgins said. "There is still that ship problem outside," Wallace said, "and they seemed pissed." Ryder took a deep breath as every problem continued to point toward the enemy vessel. "Boss," King said, "why don't we blow up our ship? That should remove theirs while preventing the enemy from acquiring this one." He considered scuttling the ship earlier for that reason. This ship probably had many highly classified technologies that the CIA wouldn't want the enemy to get their hands on. However, since they were still on the CIA spaceship, he didn't seriously consider the idea until there was no literal choice. Now that they have a way off the spaceship, the sudden explosion could take out the enemy spacecraft while it was still anchored to them, solving most of their problems. "Agreed," Ryder said. "Bruno, can you plant explosives?" "You are asking me to blow up a highly advanced spook spacecraft," Barrios said. "It must be my birthday. The engine room would be the best place for that." "Roger," Ryder replied. "Kurt and Barrett, start pulling back. Rommel, maintain control over the passageway and cover the engine room and the hangar." He then turned to the pilot. "Head to the hangar and see if you can start it up." As the pilot left, Ryder fired and engaged the enemy to cover the pilot's retreat. He saw one of the enemy soldiers' speed float past a storage unit as he fired. Seeing his opportunity, the young captain killed the target. Turning to check on the pilot, Ryder saw blood floating in zero gravity, which was coming from the pilot's side. "Shit. Gonzalez, get over here now. I have priority wounded." Ryder pushed himself from the storage wall and floated past the hatch, grabbing the pilot and forcing the man out of the way into cover. Grabbing a handle, Ryder turned and signaled for the other crewman to pull back. That man started floating toward the hatch as he fired his P-52. However, before getting to the hatch, he was gunned down. Feeling anger from watching another comrade be killed, he was forced to close the hatch and turn to the pilot. He saw Sergeant Marcos Gonzalez, the team medic, treating the pilot. "Gonzalez, get him to the hangar. Keep him alive at all cost." "I got it, boss," Gonzalez said as he pulled the pilot to the internal hatch. After Ryder gave Comanche the order to start falling back, he saw Barrett's team pull out of the kitchen. One of them tossed a stun grenade into the room before closing the hatch. They then placed thermal tape around the door and lightly welded the hatch shut. "That is not going to last for long," Ryder said. "Just long enough," Barrett replied. "All right," Ryder said. "Keep things locked down here. I am heading to the engine room." "Negative, sir. Let the NCOs handle those tasks. Your focus should be on the space capsule. None of these matters if we cannot get out of here." Acknowledging that his head NCO was correct, Ryder headed toward the hangar. The most crucial detail was ensuring they could communicate with the French vessels and escape. Entering the inner passageway, the Comanche captain again saw the firefight. There were signs of intense battle as blood and bullet casings floated around. Even an enemy corpse hovered between the two factions. Rommel King held his location firm. As the captain passed his men, he told them they were performing excellent work and that they only needed to hold for a few more minutes before getting off this dead vessel. Then he floated further down the passageway, pushing away a crewman's corpse so he could get by. Ryder reached the hatch labeled hangar, opened it and floated inside. Once inside, he pushed himself toward the hatch and swam toward the ether. Once he grabbed the railing, he climbed to its open hatch. "Higgins, talk to me." "Communication systems work after some hotfixes," Higgins said. "However, we're jammed, so there's no way to send a message until that ship is gone." The gravity of how motivated these hostiles were to claim whatever they were transporting. It made him wonder what on earth they were transporting. Forcing all non-essential thoughts from his mind, he focused on the task at hand. "That won't be a problem in a few minutes. That is assuming we can fly out of here." "I can only get a few thrusts out of this thing," the pilot said. "That will have to do," Ryder replied. He then said in teamcom, "Engineering." "Nearly ready to blow this hundreds of $1 million piece of metal," Barrett said. "We are good now." "All right, Comanche, pull back to the hangar. ASAP. Open the hangar, Gonzalez, with me." Noticing that the hangar bay began to open above him, he was reminded of the old NASA shuttles, where the hatch was on top. It made sense why the CIA converted this spaceship with a similar hangar, the only way they could hide a space capsule. Connecting a metal rope to his suit and then to the ether exterior railing, Ryder pushed himself forward to reach the ship's hull. Looking backward, he noticed that Gonzalez was not far behind. "Wallace should still be out there, so we must provide cover until they are ready to launch." The two Comanches reached the hull and were immediately engaged by the enemy. Ryder saw a hostile standing on the enemy spacecraft's side hangar, with two more guarding the bridge section. Forced to use the open hangar door as cover, Ryder peeked around and returned fire, aiming for the man on the enemy spacecraft. After a few well-placed shots, it seemed like he killed or wounded the target, so he readjusted his firing position to engage the rest. "Hey guys, I need cover," Wallace said. "Gonzalez, cover me." Ryder quickly jumped from his side of the hull, jumping over the open hangar bay to the other side. Once he landed, he secured himself and took cover, using the other opened hangar door. Finding where Edgar Wallace was, the fellow Comanche took cover on the ship's far side, using a new hole within the hull as a makeshift foxhole. Ryder could only assume that the enemy had tried to flank them earlier from the outside, but he prevented it. "Wallace, let's go." Ryder peeked around the hangar door and provided cover fire. Looking back, he saw Wallace trying to run toward them, using a zip line to reach the hull. The issue was that the man was an easy target in the open. Not wanting to lose a man, Ryder stood up to make himself more of a target and opened fire. He was able to take one of the hostiles, but the other two started firing at him in return. "Hurry up!" Seeing that his teammate was almost there, Ryder requested cover fire. He then reached out and grabbed Wallace's hand and swung him around the hangar after being unhooked from the zip line. Wallace swung around and rammed into the captain, slamming him into the hangar door. "I didn't know you enjoyed getting this close, sir. Are you going to buy me dinner or take me straight home?" A part of Ryder wanted to laugh at how calm Wallace remained, never letting the situation get to him. He pushed his fellow Comanche warrior away. "Right now." The two Comanches turned and began engaging the hostiles emerging from the many breaches in the hull. Wallace commented that the enemy seemed to be figuring out how to use the spacecraft to flee and was trying to stop them. That was fine with Ryder, as that meant they did not know that they had just turned the ship into a bomb. Checking his feed, he saw Warrant Officer 1 Rommel King finishing loading up the last of the survivors into the ether. From what he could tell, almost none of the ship's crew made it. The pilot and one other crewman were the only survivors from Commander Nelson's crew. From what Ryder understood, the ether only had 8 seats, so it would be a tight fit. He knew that Rommel King would try to fit as many as he could inside, but everyone else would need to hang outside until help arrived. "Launch when ready," Ryder ordered. The latches that held the ether space capsule to the spaceship. Now free, the large cone-shaped capsule started floating out of the hangar bay, with only the air thrusters giving it a quick boost. "Gonzalez, get on now," Ryder ordered. "I don't have a line," Wallace said. Ryder grabbed his teammate, and the two men ran on the spaceship's hull to the edge of the open hangar bay and leaped toward the ether. The 3 Comanches floated onto the capsule and grabbed the railing. "We're on. Fire the engines." The 3 Comanches secured themselves to the exterior railing and held as tight as they could to the capsule, feeling the shake violently, freaking them out. With the sudden rumble of the ether, Ryder and the rest looked down and saw the engine coming to life. The red and orange-colored blast propelled the space capsule away from their former spaceship, abandoning it to the enemy. The blast didn't last long, and the thrusters shut off. Now they were drifting. However, he hoped they drifted fast enough to escape the blast radius. Looking back, I saw the enemy rushing back to their ship. He wondered if they found the bomb or felt they needed to chase after them. Either way, it no longer mattered. ETA, Gonzalez said. 3, 2, 1. The CIA spaceship engine section exploded, and the rest of the ship followed suit. The enemy ship attempted to escape, however, it was too late. A chunk of the spaceship hull flew straight into the underside of the enemy vessel, followed by a large blast that consumed it, causing the enemy ship to explode. Shrapnel from both ships flew past them, and for a moment Ryder was forced to cover his visor from the sudden brightness of the combined explosion. Wallace threw out his fist and yelled, "I will see you in hell for round 2, bastards!" Ryder could not stop himself from laughing at the burst of energy from Wallace. He looked toward the man and said, "You are insane, Wallace. Sir, would you have it any other way?" "I don't think you want my honest answer." After the two laughed, releasing stress from the situation, Ryder looked back and took a deep breath as he saw that the battle was over. The thought from before suddenly returned about the package they were transporting. A lot of lives were lost in protecting it, and the RIA was willing to go to war over it. He had no idea what it was or how valuable it could be. He just hoped it was worth it. Captain Matthew Ryder hung outside the ether, tied to the exterior railing. Being stuck outside because there was no way inside the capsule without decompressing the spacecraft, he and his fellow 2 Comanches hung outside. He was trying to breathe slowly, not to consume oxygen too quickly. His body felt numb. Looking inside the capsule, he saw that everyone looked exhausted, freezing, and thirsty. Sergeant Gonzalez was deeply concerned about the pilot's wound due to the cold, which had caused hypothermia. Other Comanche members were so dehydrated that they were no longer combat effective. It had been over 11 hours since abandoning their spaceship. 11 hours with nothing to do but sit and wait for the French vessel to arrive, assuming they got their SOS or a quiet cold death in the emptiness of space. "I am so thirsty," Gonzalez quickly said. "Do not speak." As Ryder spoke, his mouth felt chapped and dry. The throat throbbed with pain. Every word is wasted air and energy. While checking over his men within the ether, Ryder saw Sergeant Charlie Higgins working on the dashboard, desperately trying to find power. So far, he had been unsuccessful, as the battery remained dead. "Sir," Wallace barely said, "we have a contact." Ryder turned to face his teammate and then looked out into the darkness of space. He saw emptiness beside this distant object, too far away to identify correctly. His first thoughts were that it was an asteroid, as they were in the Apollo group, or hopefully a spaceship. A moment later, the object started flashing. While he was too dehydrated and too tired to translate the flashes, he quickly realized that they were artificial. That meant they had to be man-made, a spaceship. Ryder pointed toward his medic and the incoming spaceship, signaling him to fire the flare. The captain then banged against the ether window and spoke through the radio, saying that help was about to arrive. The captain could feel the moral spike within his team without needing to look, as if hope had finally arrived. He said over the radio, "No angel of death this day." Ryder could see the French flag on the side as the spaceship arrived. He only wondered how Space Command would react once he learned of this. As the ship approached, he looked around his team, wondering if this would be his last mission. If so, he got them out alive with their objective. The freight vessel slowed down. Once both vessels' speeds matched, the side airlock opened. 2 French crewmen stood there, and the 2 crewmen jumped toward them with a zipline. Ryder and Gonzalez grabbed him and pulled him close. Ryder tried to communicate with the Frenchmen, however they didn't have comms. Still, the man had already gotten to work in connection with both ships, and soon enough, the ether was pulled to the spaceship. As the ether got closer, the Frenchmen pointed toward the airlock and then jumped toward it. They realized they would be trapped outside once the capsule docked, so they had to jump. "All right, you 2 jump first," Ryder ordered. The first Comanche to jump was Gonzalez, with Wallace following quickly behind. As Ryder prepared to jump, he saw the canadarm unfolding and moving to attach to their capsule, guiding them into the airlock. Ryder jumped and floated toward the airlock. The two Frenchmen grabbed his arm and pulled him in. The door closed and the five of them entered the French ship. The three Comanche soldiers fell to them now and threw their helmets off, gasping for air. Even though the air was recycled, the captain thought it was the best breath in his life as he felt a new wave of energy jolt throughout his body. A thump was heard behind them as the ether docked with the French ship. The two crewmen opened the hatch, and some of his team fell out, consuming the recycled air. As Comanche exited the ether, Captain Matthew Ryder felt senses partly returned. He noticed the Frenchman's eyes were wide and shaking. It took him a moment to understand why. The man was probably expecting lost merchant souls that were drifting through space, not highly armed soldiers. Ryder knew he had to refuse the situation as quickly as possible before a more significant international crisis began. While his body just wanted to collapse, he forced himself to stand, holding out his hand to calm the man. Once he got the man's attention, he started pointing toward the American flag on his shoulder. Once Ryder believed the Frenchman understood the situation, he turned to his team. "Gonzalez, Wallace, get the pilot to the medical bay. Everyone else, stay here. The last thing they need is to think we are invading them." "What will they use, gummy bullets?" Barrios jokingly asked in an out-of-breath tone. "They would just surrender without a fight," Wallace added as he took deep breaths. As the two fists bumped, Warrant Officer 1 Rommel King slowly said, "Both of you, shut up." Ryder then ensured the Frenchmen understood they had a wounded man and needed medical attention. Seeing the sight of the near-dead pilot, the man did not need much convincing. The Frenchman reached over to an intercom, and Ryder could only assume that he had reported the situation to his ship commander. A voice came through the intercom, and then the man waved to Ryder to follow. He then ordered Higgins to follow, and the two followed the Frenchman. Summoning the strength to push against the wall, Ryder began floating through the starship. As the three passed through the ship, he noticed a similar design. The only significant difference was that this ship was cargo-focused rather than passenger-focused. There were a few other ship personnel, all keeping their distance out of fear. It was not every day to see armed men floating on a spaceship that looked trashed. It must have been a terrifying sight. The Frenchman led the two Comanche to the bridge, where Ryder saw the ship commander sitting in his seat. The commander turned and looked directly at them. Americans, infesting space with their militarism, believing that they own everything. What do you call your second manifest destiny? An excuse to push above and beyond before anyone else gets a chance to stake a claim. Believing that you are above the rest of us because you have the might. And yet, here you are. Now, what are soldiers doing on the way out here? Throughout Ryder's career, many people complained about American militarism and second manifest destiny. The United States was born through warfare, fighting for its beliefs, including expanding to become the most powerful nation on Earth. Some politicians avoid using the manifest destiny term as it is heavily loaded, using military might to conquer lands that have blessed the nation to this day. Some believe the US might follow a similar path to establish its dominance in space. While he believes that his country abuses its power at times, most still seek its protection. They have always preferred a rule-based system that benefits others. America has the power to go it alone, but chose to include others. Ryder ignored the insult and said, "Thank you for the rescue. We were attacked and forced to abandon ship." The commander took a long look at the two Comanches before replying, "I am a veteran from the Greek War. I know special forces when I see it. If you were attacked, then it had to be something big." "Noted," Ryder replied. "I request that you turn this ship around and return to Earth. Higgins here can give you the protocol." "I am sorry, Captain, but I have to refuse," the commander said. "I do not take orders for you, and I have my country's interest to consider. We are carrying vital supplies for our Mars base, and missing this shipment would set our operations back for years. Unless you want to tell me what you are doing out here." Feeling nothing but exhaustion, Ryder realized that the commander knew that. "This is the last time I am going to request, sir. Higgins, give him a protocol to contact Space Command." "You do not threaten me on my ship," the commander said. "I do not care that you are armed. You will not dare risk headlines that say American Special Forces raided and hijacked a WEL vessel. Your country would lose all connections to Europe, and you would be in prison for life, and I would be treated as a hero. Sir, my mission is more important than that. Contact Space Command, or I will make you. Ryder stared directly at the French commander's eyes. In contrast, he felt sweaty and exhausted, weighing him down. It was almost as if someone had doubled the gravity level in this zero-G environment. The commander sat there, waiting for the young captain to flinch. However, the Comanche captain refused to remove his posture, and the commander fully saw his determination. The commander suddenly waved his hand. All right, a call will not hurt anyone. Charlie Higgins floated over and provided the necessary protocol. Now leave my bridge, the commander demanded. Not wanting to press further, Ryder and Higgins floated outside and waited. Do you think he will listen? Higgins asked. I don't know, Ryder replied. I don't see why not, but there isn't a reason for the French to do so. If the roles were reversed, we wouldn't just because of the goodness of our hearts, unless it was considered a vital natural security. The two Comanche waited about 15 minutes, but it felt like hours. One of the crew members brought over water and a fruit smoothie. Ryder remembers not long ago swearing never to have another one of these smoothies again, but now it was the most sumptuous meal he had ever had. The bridge hatch opened and the commander appeared. What did Space Command say? Ryder asked. I never contacted them, the commander replied. As I said, I don't take orders from Americans. That being said, my command spoke with my president. Then my superiors spoke with yours. The commander paused as he took a deep breath. The ship is yours. I have been ordered to transport you to the nearest USAM vessel. The Comanche captain thought he would feel relieved that the worst should end. However, the idea of what they were transporting quickly shocked the French. The fact that they were willing to hand over command of the ship promptly forced him to wonder what indeed was going on. Knowing they were still days away from Luna, he didn't want this crew to feel that they were beneath them. Mainly because everyone in CFT-1 was in no condition to fight. They needed the French crew to behave at its best. With all due respect, sir, it is still your ship, and I will not relieve you of command. Please take us to Freedom Space Station. It will be done, the commander said before returning to the bridge. I already ordered the crew to prepare beds and meals. Higgins asked as the two were escorted off the bridge. That was strange. How do you think that conversation went? No idea, but it seems that our government offered something worth all this mess. That only makes me wonder what else is going on. Who knows? Let's get back to the team and rest, Ryder said. AA Prologue FUF 0 Chapter 7 February 20th, 2069, Military Calendar. Raymond Space Force Base, Colorado, USA. Standing on the spaceport tarmac, Captain Matthew Ryder of Comanche looked up into the bright blue sky. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply, enjoying the natural fresh air. Feeling the sun's rays warming his skin, he felt rejuvenated. It felt natural, both the fresh air and the sunlight giving him a new appreciation of these little delights that mankind has taken for granted. This is the best moment in my life, Wallace said. No kidding, Gonzalez replied. The sun never felt so good. The team had spent nearly 1 month on that mission extracting and escorting that package, and the captain couldn't have agreed more. They were being attacked and forced to abandon ship in the middle of nowhere with little hope of being rescued. Being stuck inside a small capsule for the better part of a day, with double its capacity, was not an experience he wanted to repeat. Dealing with foreign relations would make anyone appreciate the little things on Earth. Just being able to breathe fresh air made all those troubles worth it. Noticing a heavily armed convoy approaching, Ryder knew what they were coming for. Vacation over. Gentlemen, back to work. Can I get the package, Higgins? Sergeant Charlie Higgins approached the team leader while carrying the container. Here you go, sir. As Ryder pulled the container from the sergeant's hand, he was surprised by how light it was, which made him wonder what the hell was inside. Once the vehicle stopped, a dozen Guardians exited their cars, all armed with P-52s. Within the group, one man, unarmed, approached their position. As he drew closer, Ryder noticed that the man had no name on his uniform, only a full bird pin indicating the rank of colonel. "I assume you are Captain Ryder, CFT-1. "The one and only, sir," Ryder replied with an excited but renewed spirit. The colonel returned the joke with an unfazed stare, standing silently. "Sorry, sir, I have the package as ordered." He then lifted the container and handed it over. To his horror, he watched the colonel lift the container with a puzzled look, already knowing what he would say. "It is lighter than I expected," the colonel said. He then turned and headed toward the convoy. "I wonder what was in the container?" King asked. "No idea," Ryder said as the convoy drove off. Whatever it was, every power was willing to start a war over it, and no one was willing to go public about it. "Never a good sign," King stated. "Heads up," Barrett said. Ryder turned to see his superior and most trusted mentor exiting his vehicle. Colonel William Hackett, the leader and founder of the 2nd Special Forces Operational Detachment Minutemen. He created a specialized unit that could be quickly deployed against any threat in their hostile world. Slight, lean, and able to mobilize at a moment's notice, with many teams with their own identity. "Attention," Barrett said. The group saluted in the presence of their leader. Hackett approached and ordered them to be at ease. "Good job, everyone. I know this wasn't the mission you were prepared for, and it was tough, but you accomplished it. You all made your country and the Minutemen proud. Your actions are exactly why I fought for this program. Be ready, adapt, and mobilize at a minute's notice. Congratulations. You all will have the next 48 hours for R&R before reporting for duty." Ryder could feel the sense of celebration from his unit behind him. He knew his team earned it. However, he was surprised that they only had 2 days after an operation like this. This only made him conclude that something else was coming up. "Dismiss." Hackett looked toward Comanche and then at Ryder, nodding at him to follow. Once the two were far enough from the rest of the unit, Hackett said, "I want to personally congratulate you, Matthew, for a job well done in such a horrible situation." "Thank you, sir," Ryder replied. "First, what will the Pentagon do with me for losing the spaceship and involving the French in this mess?" William Hackett stared at the young captain and then chucked. "You need to learn to stop second-guessing yourself, Matt. I would be lying if I said the brass and the White House were happy about how the operation turned out, but no one blames you. We know how to deal with the French. They act tough to gain concessions and influence. Now let me tell you this. You were in an impossible position and had to choose. Your team survived the mission and had no casualties. You prevented the enemy from capturing the object, and a CIA ship easily balanced out in dealing with the French. So don't stress." Feeling relieved, Matthew Ryder took a small breath and closed his eyes to let the stress move away from him. While his superior and mentor found it humorous, he habitually overanalyzed the situation, as he had in his NCO days. After opening his eyes, he said, "Still, the enemy went all out to get whatever we were carrying. I hope it was worth it." Ryder then heard Hackett mumble, "I hope so," making him wonder that his mentor knew more than he was letting on. Knowing better than pressing an issue past his pay grade, he said, "Anyway, sir, was there something else?" "Yes," Hackett said, "your team is not heading back to Fort Moore. Your team and the rest of the Minutemen are being redeployed to Fort Carson permanently." Ryder found that strange. Fort Moore is the heart of the military, especially for SOCOM. While Carson was a significant military base, the two shouldn't be compared. However, Carson and the sister USSF base. Raymond had grown important over the decade to meet the interests of the United States Australis superpower. The Minutemen were a core element to build upon that power. That was why they were attempting to train on the Moon, and their recent covert operations regarding Mars underscored the importance of this domain. He wondered what else could be on the horizon. For the time being, Ryder was too exhausted to ponder the future, and he knew that Hackett would properly inform him when the time came. "Roger that, sir. I will inform them." "That is all, dismiss," Hackett said. "And later, let's catch a beer. I know you need it." He then patted Ryder on the arm before heading back to his vehicle. Watching his mentor leave, Ryder turned and returned to his team. He saw them in high spirits as he approached, celebrating and bragging about their plans. "Hey boss," Higgins said, "what did the Godfather want with you?" "Just wanted to let you know that we are permanently stationed in Colorado as of now," Ryder said. Barrett, please inform all the bars within a 100-mile radius to ban Eager and Bruno from their facilities. The last thing we need is another 50 HR complaints. Or child support, Gonzalez said, which resulted in everyone laughing. I am just keeping the desk jockeys employed, Wallace laughed. What the hell did I do? Barrios asked. Easy, Gonzalez replied. You hang yourself with him. That just means he hangs out with the champ, Edgar Wallace stated before flexing his muscles. The group laughed as the twins fist bumped. I will say, this job is going to suck now, Wallace said. What do you mean? Higgins asked. We just came back after space piracy. How could that be boring? That is what I mean, Wallace replied. What can top that? Every mission now seems to be streamlined. I hate to say I think he is correct, Forrest said, back to fighting the government, insurgents and militias in the Middle East and Central Asia. Ryder hung back and watched his team head toward 2 Humvees that were waiting for them. He couldn't help but watch as his team walked away. That was before he heard his name from his second-in-command, Warrant Officer 1 Rommel King. What was that? You coming? Yeah, I was just thinking about what Ager just said. Sir, listening to those two is never a good idea. No medication can fix that. Ryder chuckled and looked away. I think he is wrong. About what? King asked. You think something could top that mission. It is possible, but I cannot think of what that could be. I don't know, Ryder said. My gut says something is about to happen. I cannot explain it, but recent events don't add up. Well, King said as he slapped the captain's shoulder, it is best not to think about things like that, as it's past our pay grade and control. Best to sleep on it. That has always helped me, after a beer, of course. Watching Rommel King walk away, Ryder stared at the moon. It was a half moon during daylight. He knew something was coming, but he had no idea what he was looking for. March 2nd, 2068, military calendar. Indalas, the former Confederacy of Daruwi, Nataly region, Aldrida, Alagore. Feeling the walls shake and hearing the rumbling sound of thunder outside the mountain chamber, Frier Holiadon grabbed her father's arm and asked, What is happening? We ran out of time, Rhaegal replied. What do we do, father? Frier asked. Rhaegal stood there, crunching his fist with a frustrated reaction. Go see if you can find Nataly. If you find her, bring her here. Acknowledging his request, the elf girl rushed down the long, smooth hallway until she reached the exit. As she approached, she could hear the carnage of battle outside. Stepping outside, Freyer's body froze from the terror of what her eyes saw, watching warriors engaging the enemy forces and seeing wounded legionaries on the ground, many crying out. Others lay dead, piled on top of each other. The zipping sound of passing projectiles is followed by small, colorful explosions from magic users. All her senses were being overwhelmed. A legionary rushed toward and grabbed her by the arm. He easily puked her to cover. What are you doing? You are in the... As he spoke, a blue shroud impacted the back of his armor. The elf girl cast a stone barrier from muscle memory, protecting the two from 3 additional projectiles. Seeing the wounded legionary below her, watching as he groaned in pain, snapped her out of her trance. I am so sorry. Frier placed her free hand on his shoulder plate. The man struggled to reply to her. 4 friendly legionaries rushed toward them and provided protection. The scutum positioned between them, deflecting a few blue and orange bolts as it slightly glowed from the impacts, and its hardening amulet was activated. The other 2 took cover behind some of the temple rubble and the shield man, providing suppressive fire with their circulatum. Noticing that the 4th man was dressed in mage battle armor, she lowered her stone barrier. Get out of here. The man's voice emphasized the amount of pain he was in. Where is Hennis? Frier asked. The wounded man pointed to the right, where some pillars still formed a structure. Knowing where she needed to go, she looked for the safest path. Skirmishes broke out across the entire temple as the enemy swarmed the Palatini defenders. While not a military expert, she could tell their situation was deteriorating quickly. As one of the legionaries pulled the wounded man to cover, Frier saw her opportunity and ran through the plaza. In front of her, soldiers fought as flashes of light passed by, impacting the stone walls and the ground. Her ears were listening to the yelling and screams that surrounded the area. She reached a stone wall and was breathing heavily. Slowly catching her breath, she turned the corner and saw 2 wounded men and 1 dead. A female legionary was trying to treat one of the wounded, manically trying to stop the bleeding as it pooled beneath the soldier, growing with pain. The sight horrified her as she stood there. Fighting the goblins that infested this temple was one thing. Witnessing the true horrors of war was another. The healer who yelled at her brought her back to reality, demanding that she either help or leave, as her presence was distracting the woman from her work. Remembering her mission, she apologized and rushed away. With the chaos of the fighting, she had to dodge the many soldiers and seek cover whenever possible. When Frier reached the command post, she saw everything was chaotic. Soldiers bunkered down as they engaged the enemy, desperately trying to hold Callum forces. Officers were giving orders to their crumbling units. Capitaneus Fiontan Hennis was within the tent, commanding his men in the defense. She moved past the broken structure that made up the wall and reached the command post. Passing some of the remaining defenders, it seemed they had only repelled an attack as bodies littered the ground. Once there, she took cover behind a flipped-over table. "Hennis!" The Capitaneus turned to face her. "What are you doing here? It is not safe." "My father wanted to know where Nataly was," Frier said. Frier saw the Capitaneus's frustrated look, almost like he was annoyed by the question. The Capitaneus pointed toward the east. When she looked, she saw clouds of black smoke rising from Salva. The elf knew the city had fallen after a lengthy siege, but did not know that Nataly had fallen there. "Kid," Hennis said, "I need a direct answer. Have you and your father figured out how to open the bridge?" Upon hearing the life-altering question, female mage took a deep breath and shook her head. She saw anger fill the man. Hennis then pointed to a swordsman and a battle mage. "What are you doing?" "I am going to destroy it." "What?" Frier panicked and quickly followed the 3 men as they rushed toward the mountain entrance. "You cannot destroy it. It is our only hope." "Look around, half-elf," Hennis said as he marched. "My men are being slaughtered, trying to keep the Veriance away. Once they capture it, they will deliver it over to their Unity masters. If they get that power, it is over, not just for us, but possibly for Alta Eri. If I had any other choice." As the 3 men entered the mountain temple, Frier stopped and turned to get one last look at the battle. What remained of the Palatini of Arias was bravely fighting. With every blink of her eyes, another legionary fell by a projectile or the blade. Right down the middle of their defenses, a group of 12 warriors, Gervais and vampires, broke through the legionaries' defensive line and melee combat began. A group of Palatini swordsmen charged the Veriance forces in a desperate attempt to counterattack. The 3 humans cut through the 2 legionaries in their assault. A vampire grabbed a man and bit into another. As the legionary screamed with fear and pain, blood flowed down his armor as his body was drained. Rippled with fear, Frier turned around and rushed down the hallways. There she saw her father and Hennis arguing. Based on her father's anger, he was probably protesting the destruction of the bridge. "We have no choice," Hennis said. "We are out of time. Coming here was a noble effort, but the siblings of Tekali were not on our side." "We cannot destroy the greatest discovery of our lives," Rhaegal said. "The Altairi is right there. If we don't summon them, then everything is lost." "Everything is already lost," Hennis replied. "I have no men left. Callum will march down here any moment and kill us. Then he will hand this device to the Unity. Would you rather have them have it?" "There has to be another way," Rhaegal said. "We just cannot—" Hennis drew his sword and pointed it at her father. "Enough! Destroy the bridge, now!" Frier approached her father and grabbed his arm for comfort. She watched as the battle mage began chanting. As the battle mage prepared to strike the gorilla device, Frier looked toward her father and saw the look of failure. "It is okay, father. We tried." The legionary battle mage moved his arms forward as he chanted, a slight glow of energy behind. The energy ball missed its target and impacted the back wall behind the bridge. While the other legionary rushed up to assist his comrade, the group looked down the hallway. To their horror, it was Callum and his warriors. As the Veriance circled and prepared to fire, the vampire lord ordered everyone to stop as he brushed past them, staring at the Orlilla device. "What do we have here?" Callum asked. His eyes then widened as he took a step back. So the legend was true. The lats really did come from another world. Frier's eyes were focused on the enemy, her body frozen as she had no idea what to do. There were too many to fight, and their chances of activating or destroying the bridge were now past. She witnessed a Javet approaching Callum's side, staring at the device with sheer hatred. One of them commented that this proved the lats were unnatural. She couldn't understand what they were saying, because she didn't speak the language. All she could see was that the man was unhappy with this discovery. "Whatever happens, stay behind me," Rhaegal said as he positioned himself for battle. Callum pushed the Javet to the side and moved his attention to what remained of the Palatini of Arias. He reached behind him, pulled out a helmet, and tossed it to the ground so everyone could see it. It was the Templar's helmet. "Your forces in Salva are defeated," Callum stated. "You 5 are what remains of your Palatini. Surrender, and I spare your lives." "No one is surrendering here," Capitanius Fiontan Hennis said. "We all know what happens to soldiers who surrender to your masters." "Fine, kill the legionaries. I want the 2 elves alive, though," Callum ordered. A dozen swordsmen of vampires and Javet started charging toward them like a wave of water during a flood. "Axios, legionaries," Hennis said as he held his sword out in defiance. As the enemy forces approached, preparing to mercilessly cut down what remained of this Palatini, the once blinking orange orb suddenly stopped, becoming a solid blue with white dots. Then a strange, blinding yellow, blue, and white light blinded the hallway. The marble-like walls only amplified the new light. As Frier's vision slowly returned, she only saw the enemy forces standing around, blinded by the strange. Looking around, she saw Hennis, and his legionaries were also slowly recovering. Seeing a reflection on the wall, she turned and saw a yellowish-white light coming from the heart of the bridge. "Father, it is alive." "All the moons," Rhaegal said. "Thank you, Tekali." "It worked," Hennis said as his eyesight recovered. He turned to face the enemy forces. "Both of you, find the Altairi. Make this worth it." Frier could see the renewed spirit within the Capitanius's eyes. A man who was ready to die, whose accomplishments in all his life were complete. All the sacrifices and suffering that led to this one moment became worthwhile. Before Frier could react, she felt her father grab her arm and pull firmly with all his might. As she ran with him, she turned around and saw the 3 legionaries charging toward Callum's forces, knowing their fate had been sealed. As she watched, she knew they would fall and only take minutes to escape across the bridge. Frier looked forward as they entered the bridge. For a moment there was darkness and then a light. AAV1 Alagore Chapter 1. The ever-growing march, starting from a seed and then ever-growing until they cannot expand anymore. And then there is a choice one must face. A planet, an animal, a person, or an empire. You either accept the fact that you have peaked your evolutionary boundary or break the natural barrier. To grow your destiny's boundaries, you must transcend the natural mold. And from there, step-by-step conquest follows. The sea becomes a passage. The mountain becomes climbable. Even the void only becomes a path for your ever-growing domain. Of one destiny, no longer being commissioned by the gods themselves, but manipulated by the user himself, the limits that surround us all to have meaning. And only then, the march forward becomes unstoppable. All who oppose will always be subdued by the ones who are bound by their limits, as that is the order of things. The ones who have destiny within their grasp overshadow all who seek their own. However, in the ever-expansion of one domain by the ones who hold destiny, a ripple, an anomaly is inflected that the powers that be could not fathom. As one's control of destiny leaves a blinding shadow on the previously traveled path of one's destiny, opening a path to others. Destiny is not a single path forward, leaving many ripples in its wake, until a micro of a moment from the most distant places, from the unimaginable of beings, begin breaking the natural barrier. And then, and only then, destiny is challenged. Karjojan Grath, the military armored boots pressed against the fresh, snowy ground. Comanche was moving through the snow, seeking any cover that could be found within the mountain terrain. The enemy defenders were occupying an old, broken-down house in front of the American Special Forces team, blocking their path to their objective. The top window had an enemy M85 machine gun firing at Comanche. They were about to storm the building, but additional enemy forces appeared, reinforcing the sandbag. Seeing how entrenched the enemy's defensive position was, Captain Matthew Ryder split his team in half. He ordered his second-in-command, Warrant Officer 1 Rommel King, to take his team and flank left while his team was distracted. Ryder gathered his three-man team and engaged the defenders while the other team moved around. Sergeant Edge Wallace lay down and continued firing with his M252, while Benjamin Ford fired his M320 into the window, killing the target. With the heavy machine gun threat neutralized, Ryder and Ford advanced forward to what remains of a rusted car. Seeing the enemy soldiers behind the sandbags, the captain directed his gunner to focus on the main bunker and ordered them to concentrate their fire on the others. The captain then peeked over and saw the enemy. Hearing bullets impacting the car, he aimed his M31 and placed cover fire. "Any time, Rommel," Ryder thought to himself. Most of the enemy was focused on Ryder's team, allowing Rommel King's team to take out the one enemy guard who was protecting his teammates' flanks. Those Comanche soldiers advanced and took cover by an old, rusted military vehicle, each tossing fragmentation grenades into the enemy position. Seeing that the enemy was dislodged from their entrenchment, the captain signaled to his team to advance. The four stormed the enemy position and found that 4 of them were dead. The last 2 fired their weapons, but they were quickly taken down. While they secured this section of the enemy compound, they heard more enemies nearby, probably heading toward the objective. However, this allowed Comanche to regroup. However, Ryder saw Sergeant Marcos Gonzalez on the ground, unable to stand. After directing some team members to secure the area, he approached his XO. "What happened?" "Small IED," King said. "No holes in me, but a piece of shrapnel nicked my left knee joint." "Ford," Ryder said, "help him fix it." Matthew Ryder watched as Gonzalez sat down. The leg joint was damaged, preventing the man from moving correctly. The 2 attachments of the built-in exoskeleton connect the upper leg and lower leg. While the system can work with damaged areas, junctions like these were vital to allow smooth movement with the rest of the battlesuit. Sergeant Bruno Barrios kneeled, pulled out a toolkit and spare parts, and began fixing the broken junction. Rommel King said, "This is going to hurt us, time-wise." Ryder checked his visor and saw that the mission timer said -9:13 minutes. While he was not thrilled that it took this long to get past this phase of the enemy base. Their objective was to remove the enemy missile battery to allow an air assault against an enemy facility. It was a simple enough mission compared to recent history. However, he knew from personal experience that the simplest could always become complicated. "Ford, how long?" Ryder asked. "A few more minutes," Barrios replied. Damn, Ryder thought, while new technology brings new advantages, it always brings new obstacles to the field. "All right then, let's utilize this time. Deploy the Hornet." "All right," King said before turning toward the newest member of Comanche. "Ford, take Higgins's drone and deploy it." Sergeant Benjamin Ford kneeled as he took Higgins's drone from his pack and took it out. The Black Hornet is a small portable mini drone that infantry can carry for quick, short-range reconnaissance. It does not take long to deploy and is usually considered disposable if in a jam. Once the Hornet flew away, controlled by a small laptop, Ryder switched on his visor and brought a mini drone feed to his HUD. It did not go far, but it did get a good view of the enemy facility. The drone quickly found its objective. The missile battery was a Russian S-700 missile battery on the other side of another building. The enemy missile battery was protected by shipping containers, sandbag bunkers, and other random junk that littered the area. As the mini drone got closer to see how many enemy defenders there were, the drone's feed suddenly went dead. While Ryder didn't know what had taken out their drone, he could easily assume it was one of the many EM weapons that emerged during the age of drones that probably neutralized it. He always found it humorous that the more technology tried to replace humans in war, the more important the infantryman becomes. "Did you get that?" Ryder asked. "Yes," King said. "What do you propose?" Rommel King held his response as he reviewed the data from the Hornet. "I think it is safe to say they know we are here." "I wonder if the sound of bullets and explosions gave it away," Wallace commented before being ordered to check himself. Seeing Gonzalez's battle suit was fixed, Comanche began moving through the compound. Hearing gunfire, the team fanned out and re-engaged the enemy. The captain passed his squad. King and Barrett coordinated on where to engage, each quickly taking out the enemy. Seeing that the enemy defenders were cleared, Ryder ordered the twins, Igor Wallace and Bruno Barrios, to advance and destroy the missile battery. The mission timer said -211 minutes left. As the rest of the team took a defensive position, Captain Ryder watched the two rush to their destination. As they drew closer, one of the four armed metal machines exited from one of the containers and leapt toward the twins. Before he could warn his teammates, the unknown hostile was already on top of them. One of the arms swings across Wallace, and his visor states that he is dead. As Ryder began to counter the new threat, he noticed that his visor HUD labeled the unknown enemy as an Akuma-type humanoid robot. While this completely baffled the captain, he forced those thoughts aside as the machine began attacking the rest of his team. Comanche, new target, suppressive fire. Bruno, take out the target. Everyone, cover. Comanche began engaging the unknown hostile known as Akuma type. Ryder got a good look at the strange machine. While military humanoid robotics have come a long way, this looked nothing like anything he had ever seen. The silver armor plating was nearly 7 feet tall and looked more organic than a modern module design. The body looked slicker than boxy. The Akuma jumped from its position and landed on the side of the building before leaping next to Kurt Forrest, swinging its long, steamy red blade into the ground, just missing the staff sergeant, who barely dodged. Everyone spread out and began engaging the strange robot. The robot-like machine stood as it stared at Comanche, deciding who to strike next. As it settled, the machine warrior absorbed the bullets, unfazed by the 6.8 millimeters. The armor was being dented, but Ryder couldn't tell whether the hostiles couldn't tell if it was being damaged, or if they were confident they would not seriously damage it. When the machine warrior found its next target, it charged Sergeant First Class Gregory Barrett at speeds Ryder had never seen a humanoid robot before. It raised one arm blade that glowed dark red, while the other was stretched out wide, brightening deep red. Barrett fell backward from the swing of the blade. Ryder Visor states that his third-in-command's armor suit was damaged, and he was wounded from the strike. Staff Sergeant Kurt Forrest rushed toward Ryder and said, "That thing is killing us." He understood the sentiment as they needed to prepare to engage in this hostility. They were causing enough damage. However, the machine was too well armed and moved too quickly for them to deliver a decisive kill. "We need to keep him away from Bruno and from Barrett. Ford, get the M88 ready. Gonzalez, get Barrett." Everyone else surrounded and suppressed the bastard. Hopefully, a good jolt from the EM rifle can take it out like any drone. The Akuma charged Sergeant Bruno Barrios as he prepared the explosives on the missile battery, but stopped and turned toward them. Seeing its new target, the two eyes glowed before letting out a loud screech as it charged toward them with incredible speed. As the machine warrior gained speed, Ryder ordered Ford to fire the M24 electrolaser. This direct-energy rifle is designed to take out drones and robotics. The Akuma let out a strange screeching sound as it charged toward Ryder. It suddenly stopped. Ryder looked to his right and saw Ford holding the M88, a direct-energy rifle designed to take out drones and robotics. To Ryder's horror, once the direct-energy weapon jolt impacted the machine warrior, it stopped momentarily and continued marching toward them. The weapon only annoyed it by doing what it was supposed to do. After taking another shock from the M88, the Akuma turned to Benjamin Ford and charged forward. The strange organic machine warrior stared at Benjamin Ford as if it had taken the attack personnel and started marching toward him. He could only think, how the hell do we kill this thing? "Boss," King said, "pull everyone back." Ryder noticed his warrant officer was next to Wallace's corpse. He was providing cover while Barrios dragged the corpse behind a nearby cover. That is when he figured out what his second-in-command was planning. After ordering Ford to fire the M24 again once he found cover, he fired his M31 against the Akuma to distract it. Once the new guy found cover, he fired the energy weapon again, which phased the robotic warrior. However, it still didn't stop him. "We are clear," Ryder said. Rommel King picked up the M252, set it on the hood of a rusted car, and fired multiple bursts of 6.8 millimeters at the Akuma. The machine turned around to face the other Comanches. The stream of bullets impacted the machine warrior, destroying many elements of its armor plating. However, it quickly reacted and went through a freight container. It then appeared out of nowhere and charged toward Rommel King's position. As it drew closer, the Akuma disappeared from his HUD. His visor flashed yellow, indicating training exercises over. Most of the Russian corpses disappeared as the training program ended. They were NPCs. Others stood up, acting as real-life targets to add realism to the training. However, the Akuma was different. It was part of the training, but the captain was still adjusting to the experience. "Combat Fire Team 1, stand down," an approaching man ordered. "Simulation over." Captain Matthew Ryder removed his argument reality from his visor now that the training was over. He noticed Bruno Barrios helping his buddy Edge Wallace from the ground, joking about how he had been sliced in half by an anime robot. Hearing that term frustrated the hell out of him as he realized how true that was. While the point of this training was to prepare for the unexpected, this was ridiculous. Some software engineers must play a practical joke on them. While he was a genre fan, this was no place for such a thing. There was no way Akuma was a legitimate threat when it came to engaging a robotic humanoid. The Comanche leader walked to the man who had cancelled the training. As he walked through the practical structures, he saw some of his men helping the fake Russian soldiers to their feet. While most of the targets they killed were virtual, some were still real to help sell the argument of reality. When he reached the man, he noticed that the man's rank and name tag were Sergeant First Class Parker. "What the hell was that?" "Excuse me, sir," Parker said. "Don't excuse me. What was that thing? Who is the wise guy who put that thing inside the simulation?" The Sergeant First Class responded, "Everything in the simulation was authorized and approved by Colonel Hackett. That is all I know, sir." "This was Hackett doing," Ryder said with a shocked voice. As the captain's blood boiled, he took a deep breath to calm himself. It was not this man's fault that the training simulation took an unexpected turn. "Thank you, Sergeant First Class. You may continue your duties." He walked away to address his team. They were already gathered. As he drew closer, Rommel King and Gregory Barrett gathered and voiced their frustration at the sudden wacky twist in their training. "Who the hell authorized an anime fantasy element to this training?" Barrett asked. "I hope this was just a bad prank," King said. "Why the hell was a samurai robot in the program? And why did basically everything we threw at it fail?" "No kidding," Barrett said. "How the hell was that realistic? The M24 only stunned it." "It was Colonel Hackett." Ryder saw the same dumbfounded reaction. Apparently, he authorized that addition to the simulation. "Is it just me?" Barrett asked. "Have you noticed that things continue to be strange after that CIA Mars mission 3 weeks ago?" "It seems so," King said. "We could rule out the practical joke element if this came from Hackett. Something is going on." "Does that mean that those things are real?" Barrett said. That point hit home for the captain. Everything seemed to have changed since their CIA escort mission that to this day made no sense to him. While on a training mission on the moon, they were assigned to protect a covert ship to and from Mars, guarding a package. During that mission, the IRA attacked them and almost killed everyone to acquire this strange package. This wasn't the first time he had done a mission like that, but this one had always bothered him. What could have been so important to protect from a Martian colony? And why would the Indian-Russian alliance be willing to attack so directly for? "For now, yes," Ryder said. "Rommel, create a report on what we should do next time when we encounter that Akuma. This could just be a creative exercise Hackett wanted to throw at us to keep us on edge. They usually expect unexpected things. Greg, gather the men and address the mistakes that were made." "I can already tell you one of them," Barrett said. "We got bogged down waiting on Ford fixing Higgins's damaged module. We will have to find a way to speed that up." With what happened at the end of the exercise, Ryder needed to remember the simulated damaged joint module. Everything fails on the battlefield, and that knowledge must be baked into any factor, so they had Higgins fake a damaged battlesuit. To figure out solutions now so they don't while on a mission. Agreed. Once the exercise was complete, Combat Fire Team 1, better known as Comanche Team, returned to the base. During the ride, Ryder couldn't help but reflect on the Akuma, knowing there had to be a deeper meaning behind its inclusion in their training. Colonel William Hackett, was the head of the 2nd Special Forces Operational Detachment Minutemen. In the middle of the second decade of this century, the world fragmented into regional spheres thanks to a combination of crises, including the end of the post-World War II global order, the global decline in youth, the shift from economic security to efficiency, and the expansion of the Astra economy. With dozens of minor wars breaking out as nations competed for resources and populations, the US needed more specialized units to respond rapidly and protect its interests. Captain Matthew Ryder had complete respect for the colonel, becoming more of a mentor than just a superior. Assisting with his career path, providing guidance during his marriage, and becoming a man. That made today's exercise more confusing, as the colonel would only include a strange element like that Akuma with a good reason. The only conclusions the captain could come up with were that their enemies had dramatically unconventionally advanced in human robotics, or that what he said was true of this being an educational experience about expecting the unknown. When Comanche reached their compound, Ryder saw an additional convoy that had just beaten them there. The patches were from Compact Fire Team 3, known as Viking. Once the Humvee stopped, Ryder got out. He ordered Rommel King to settle the team and head to the Viking leader, Captain Isaac Murphy. "Welcome back from the snow pit." "Hey Matt, I got this crazy story to tell you," Murphy said. "During our exercise, we were ambushed by something called an Akuma." Murphy stared at the Comanche captain with a surprised look. "You went through the same exercise?" "Apparently. This proves that this wasn't just a gag. Something is going on." "Then let's go ask the Godfather himself," Murphy said jokingly before patting Ryder on the back. Having a smirk from Captain Isaac Murphy's sense of humor, the two captains headed toward the officers' debriefing room. There they saw the head of the Minutemen, Colonel William Hackett. With him are the other 5 captains from the combat fire teams, making up the entire Squadron A. They are called Ghost, Razorfist, Samurai, and Vanguard teams. "Hello, gentlemen," Hackett said. "Please have a seat." The 3 officers sat down after their greetings. While it was standard for these types of debriefings after a mission, or in this case a training exercise, something felt off for Ryder. "While I will review the recordings of all your training and provide a full report later, there are a few things I want to address first," Hackett said. "Each of your teams struggled to handle the final encounter of your training, resulting in a mission failure for all of you." The term failure did not sit well with Ryder. He had his fair share of mistakes over his career, and he understood that he was not perfect. Sometimes a mission goes wrong, or external factors force his hand. However, most of the time, he could logically find the mistake and work to correct what went wrong in the subsequent encounter. What happened today in that final encounter was so unorthodox that he couldn't see a meaningful lesson in it. He felt like his opponent flipped the board game over and demanded he make the next move. "Sir," Ryder said, "I don't think the scenario was fair or provided value to an overall lesson. That Akuma was so unorthodox. It was almost like aliens to the mix, and heart surgery was performed on them. I still don't understand what happened and how to handle it." Ryder noticed that the colonel was listening carefully, absorbing each word. This only confirmed that this was an intentional test. The question was, for what? "I understand," Hackett said. "I assume you all agree with what Matt said." "I do," Miller said. "That thing drove us away from our objective. Everything we throw at it is just ignored. Even the M88 was ineffective." "At least you saw your objective," Isaac Murphy said. "That Akuma stalked us like a Siberian tiger after we landed. It preyed on us in the forest and picked us off like a predator." "Really?" Miller said with confusion. "Ours utilized speed over stealth. By the time we reacted, it was on top of us." "Ours acted more like a tank," Ryder added. "It also utilized the buildings and containers as cover and a jumping pad to move around us." As Ryder listened to the other captains in the room explain their experiences, he realized that each of them fought the same Akuma type. However, each seemed to have its own twist. This only confirmed to him that the recent training exercises were an intentional joke. Not in a humorous way, as he knew the colonel would never do that. It was a joke, in a way, intended to pull the rug from under them all for some more significant reason. Isaac Murphy then asked, "Sir, are you implying that the IRA, WEL, Or the Turks have surpassed us in robotics? Was that the point of today's exercises? That is impossible, Miller said. The Japanese dominate the market. Hackett stood from his chair and turned to the digital whiteboard behind him. He pressed a few buttons on the screen board, and the Akuma design pulled up. I had the software team add this into your argument reality goggles because I wanted you to face something unexpected. The reason was that being on top is a blessing and a curse. One day you will face something you cannot comprehend and need to adjust to the moment. Today's training proved you could sustain heavy casualties and possible mission failure. You are the tip of the spear of this great nation, and you must always be ready to face anything. As Hackett sat down, Ryder glanced around at the rest of the team, seeing the same confused look that he had. Everyone understood the direct message. The problem with being the best is that you can get lazy, get stuck in a routine, inflexible. One must adapt to remain king. However, he could easily tell that there was a hidden meaning in the colonel's words, which no one seemed to have deciphered. The rest of the meeting was predictable as each team debriefed and reviewed their mission. After an hour, the rest of the time left the room to rejoin their unit. However, Ryder stayed. "I assume you have a question," Hackett said. "I kind of figured you would." Ryder approached the colonel's desk, staring at the digital board. "While I get what you said, I don't buy it. What is going on, and does it have anything to do with my last mission?" Hackett turned to face the screen. "All I will say in the matter is this, Matt. The future is now. I want you to think about that when you go to bed tonight." "Will do, sir." Ryder turned to gather his things before stopping. "Sir, the game has changed, haven't you?" "God, I hope not, Matt," Hackett said. Puzzled by the reaction of his commanding officer, Matthew Ryder decided to head toward his team. AAV-1 Alagore, Chapter 2. In President Michael Humphrey's first address to Congress after winning the 2068 presidential election, the president announced a major transition in America's long-running campaign against cartel forces, confirming that the 1st Cavalry Division has formally begun its withdrawal from occupation duties in Mexico City. Administration officials framed the move as evidence of sustained stabilization across central regions, while emphasizing that U.S. stabilization forces will remain positioned throughout northern territories to support regional governments and preserve the buffer state framework established under the previous administration. The president acknowledged ongoing debate over the future political status of these northern regions, noting that several major metropolitan areas have expressed interest in eventual U.S. annexation, while rural and interior communities continue to favor autonomous development. Turning to global security, the president reaffirmed Washington's strategic commitment to the Iranian nation, describing the partnership as a cornerstone of American influence across a rapidly shifting geopolitical landscape. In remarks that drew significant attention from defense analysts, he referenced the growing alignment among Turkish blocs, monist Chinese leadership, and the emerging Indian-Russian partnership, warning that the United States must remain positioned to counterbalance competing spheres of influence. He also briefly mentioned rising non-state maritime and orbital threats, including intelligence-linked piracy incidents targeting aligned infrastructure. A development officials say underscores the evolving nature of hybrid conflict in both terrestrial and space domains. Space security featured prominently throughout the address, with the administration pledging continued investment in orbital defense networks, convoy escort fleets, and anti-piracy enforcement along interplanetary shipping lanes. With civilian and commercial travel between Earth and Mars now routine, ranging from several weeks during optimal orbital alignment to a few months at standard intervals, the president stressed that safeguarding transport corridors is essential to economic stability. He described Mars as increasingly self-sustaining, while reiterating that American and Allied settlements will be defended against any hostile interference, whether criminal, corporate, or state-sponsored. In a move aimed at strengthening long-term economic governance beyond Earth, the president formally called on Congress to designate Artemis Base and its surrounding outpost network as an official U.S. territorial jurisdiction. Administration economists argue the measure would stabilize investment, standardize regulatory authority, and anchor the rapidly expanding Astra economy under clear legal frameworks. Markets responded positively to the proposal, with aerospace, transport security, and off-world infrastructure sectors seeing immediate gains in late trading. Closing the address, the president invoked what he called America's second manifest destiny, a national calling to lead humanity's expansion beyond Earth, framing the current era as comparable to the nation's emergence as a great power in the early industrial age. He emphasized unity, optimism, and forward momentum. Yet he tempered expansionist rhetoric with a message of restraint, stating that America's role among the stars must be defined not by conquest, but by diplomacy, cooperation, and the projection of national values. As launch traffic continues to climb and new frontiers open across the solar system, tonight's address signals an administration determined to ensure that American leadership, economic, military, and ideological, extends wherever humanity travels next. New Age Digital, March 1st, 2069, Military Calendar. The Bunker Bar, Fort Carson, Colorado, United States. Grabbing the 12 beer bottles from the counter, Sergeant Benjamin Ford returned to the rest of the team. As he handed out the beers, he saw the bulk of Comanche. The only exceptions were their CO, Captain Ryder, and XO, Warrant Officer 1 Rommel King. "About time," Wallace said as he grabbed 2 beers. "I do believe everyone only gets one," Ford said. "House rules," Wallace said. "New guy pays for the night." "Yeah, but only for the unit, not for the entire bar or your friend here." Edgar Wallace chuckled as he wrapped his arm around a woman wearing blue cat earphones who sat beside him. The sergeant kissed her on the forehead after handing her a beer, making her blush. Bruno Barrios grabbed 2 beers for himself and his date before leaning into the new guy. "And besides, it wouldn't be a party without these mami chulas." Watching the 2 men cheer their beers before taking a drink, Benjamin Ford fully realized why the rest of the team called them the twins. Watching the 2 bounce off each other and having similar tastes. They, indeed, were inseparable. 2 other teammates played pool while the twins were chatting with their dates. The Air Force Combat Control Team attachment, Sergeant Charlie Higgins, who handles all team communication, and the team medic, Sergeant Marcos Gonzalez, were playing together. The other was the team's staff sergeant, Kurt Forrest, sitting with his wife, Josephine. Ford walked over to the staff sergeant. "Here are your drinks." "Thank you," Forrest said. He then reached out and grabbed 2 bottles with his robotic arm. Thanks to his mechanical hand, he opened the 2 bottles without needing a bottle opener. Benjamin Ford had not been on the team long enough to feel comfortable asking what happened to Forrest's arm. It was clear he lost it in combat. These medical innovations had come a long way, so he needed clarification about why the staff sergeant picked the skeleton version over a more human-looking arm. As Ford turned to leave, Forrest stopped him. "Hey, Benjamin," Forrest said. "Good job today. Keep that up and you will fit in no time." "Thank you," Ford said. "I worked hard to get to this unit." The new sergeant headed to the pool table. He saw Higgins hit the solid-colored ball, impacting 2 other balls, which rolled into separate holes. "That is what we call skill, my friend," Higgins said. Gonzalez saw Ford and waved him over. Once the new team member arrived, he grabbed one of the remaining beers on the tray. "Thank you for the drinks." "Kind of BS that you guys won't let me drink," Ford said. "Nope," Gonzalez said. "If you want to be part of this team, you must pay the bill." "It always could be worse, rookie," Higgins said. "At least you are part of the same branch. With me, the twins made me wear a dress at the mall." As the 2 continued, Ford heard Wallace calling out that they needed 2 more beers. Seeing that he was out, the new team member headed to the counter for another round. "I hope they are not giving you too much trouble," Barrett said. "They are just figuring out your tolerance level, so don't take it personally." "I had far worse," Ford replied, "like the pig." Benjamin Ford stared at his new non-commissioned officer, his face blank, shocked that he knew that story. He understood the point of the team ritual. The newest member had to undergo a rite of passage to prove their worth. When he first joined the Green Berets, they had him try to chase a farmer pig in the Philippines. Looking back, he wondered whether his NCO was trying to pay off a debt to the Philippine Special Forces, and he was just too dumb to notice. "How did you know?" "You're kidding, right?" Barrett said. "Do you think I wouldn't talk with your former unit?" It was literally the first thing he brought up. And besides, I came from the Greens and still have a few friends there. Taking a frustrated breath, Ford decided to shrug it off. Yeah, as I said, I had it worse. Just don't tell them, please. I promise, Barrett replied. Kurt and Charlie probably would be more discreet, but the twins would never let it go. Understood, Ford said as he grabbed the 4 beers. Before you go, I want to ask, Barrett said. What brought you here? Your former NCO said you didn't show much interest in advancing through your career, kind of hitting the ceiling. Then, just one day, like a switch, you pushed yourself for something more. I placed the tray on the counter and stared at the 4 beer bottles. Been asking that myself, honestly. Promise not to tell anyone? Unless it affects unit effectiveness, we are tight. Caught my girlfriend cheating on me with my best friend. Her excuse was that he was going somewhere in life, and I was just going with the flow. I get it, Barrett said. He took a drink from his beer and turned around, leaning against the counter. Sadly, it comes with the job. I just want you to understand that I respect your desire to prove yourself. I really do. Don't let her excuse get to you. A cheat will say anything to justify their evil deeds, and more importantly, don't become one. Benjamin Ford thought momentarily as he tried to find the words to help express his feelings. However, the proper words didn't form. Some of him still wondered why he was doing what he was doing. That was when he felt the Sergeant First Class pat him on the back, feeling a renewed courage to speak his mind. I just saw this as a good opportunity, Ford said. Being a new unit, doing something new, pushing myself to be better, I hope to find myself. I know that sounded like cringe. Not at all, Barrett said. Trust me, you will fit right in. Because of what I just said? Ford asked, confused by the statement. Of course, Barrett replied. I learned a long time ago never to trust an unscared man. I am not talking about a damaged, but a scared one. What are the differences between them? A scared man has perspective, values. They know where the lines are, and most importantly, they don't let their surroundings defeat or define them. A damaged man lets that moment bring them to their knees. My point is, know what happened. Accept it and move on. Surprised by the lecture, Ford reflected on what was said. He quickly respected Sergeant First Class Gregory Barrett when he first joined Comanche, and this only reinforced why he did. While he did not know how to apply the advice, he knew it had value. Hearing a guitar suddenly playing, he turned and saw Edge Wallace sitting on a stool and playing a slow classical rock theme song. Bruno Barrios, on the other hand, stood as he placed his right foot in a footrest. He then took a harmonica out of his right pocket. The 2 girls giggled at the sight, probably thinking how childish the instrument was. That was until he started playing a slow classical style, syncing with his buddy Wallace's rhythm. Forrest placed his racket down and embraced his wife. The 2 began dancing in an open area to the calm classic sound of the twins' music. Entering the bar, Rommel King looked around and noticed the place was busy. However, he heard familiar live music and followed it. Not having to adventure far, he saw the team in the back corner playing pool and chatting. After the strange twist in today's training, the warrant officer one saw no lack of moral integrity. He talked with Matthew Ryder before everyone left for the night and noticed something was wrong. The 2 had a short conversation during which the captain said something strange had happened and that something in the background was in motion. King couldn't disagree as he had noticed a mood change among the brass. The training made no sense, and it was not a software engineer prank, suggesting there was a hidden meaning behind it. Bruno Barrios was the first to notice the warrant officer and waved him over. That informed the rest of the group that he had arrived, and they also invited him over. Passing through the busy bar, King reached the team. Good, even gentlemen and ladies. About time you got here, Wallace said. Benjamin here was about to close the tab. King chucked, then signaled to the new sergeant to order 2 more beers. Seeing a grown look, he said, Be happy. This is all you have to do. Ryder and I had to drink until we blacked out. I love this story, Barrett said as he forced himself to stop laughing. What happened? Ford asked. If I am paying, I should at least get to know. Well, it is pretty black and white, King said. I think I won, but the boss put up a fight. But the more I think back, the more I think the others at the time just wanted us to get blacked out drunk so they could braid out our hair. Gregory Barrett laughed, then pulled out his cell phone. Here is a picture. They went all morning, not realizing we highlighted their hair and flushed their cheeks. I did not know about this, Wallace said. Because we don't like telling you things, King said. Anyway, I hope you are keeping tonight's conversations public-friendly. Always, sir, Barrett said, regardless of how wacky today was. Wacky it was, King said. The captain expects more wacky things from now on, so stay frosty. But for now, relax and enjoy your evening. And don't get too hammered, as we have an early morning tomorrow. Once the next round of drinks arrived, each grabbed one and cheered before taking a drink. In the center of a group of physically framed photos, above an active fireplace, Matthew Ryder's eyes were focused on a particular one. It is not at the center of all the other frames, but slightly to the right of the center. The picture was an old still photo, framed in a thin black wooden frame. Around it were dozens of digital frames, each showing multiple photos cycling through the screen. However, the one he focused on was different. As if it were locked in time, it was an old black and white still photo of William Hackett in some jungle village in Mexico. He was a young captain, commanding his first Green Beret unit. It was he standing with a large Mexican family eating lunch. PR relations are at their finest. While Ryder did not know the location, he understood that Hackett had served in combat against the cartels in Mexico and Latin America early in his career. This was part of an effort to help economically integrate the US-Mexico to become one of the most influential industrial alliances in the world, creating economic security within North America. The violence and instability from the cartels were the most significant threat, as the US needed Mexico as a replacement for China's industry, or face industrial stagnation. While this was mostly successful, the cartels remained a threat, proving highly adaptive and giving North American enemies a vulnerable spot against the Australis superpower. The post-World War II global economic order, from the early 2000s onward, fragmented into a more regionalized system, leading to worldwide chaos. The experts stated that this happened for many reasons. Some say it was because there were too many regional powers for one superpower to manage. Others contribute to the fact that there are more older people than younger in most developed and developing nations, shifting global economic supply chains and industries. Others believe it was due to resource scarcity and countries seeking to secure food and freshwater supplies. While this damaged the United States, it allowed the government to realign its interests, as most countries did. Besides being spread out, trying to maintain order, economic security for other nations, or combat radicals in every corner of the world, the US was able to refocus and choose more carefully where to intervene, which alliances to maintain, which regional blocs to have positive or negative relations with, and so on. This allowed for much-needed domestic investment in industry, space, energy, and family demographics. Ryder believed that it was a combination of everything. While he does not think he was smart enough to have answers to big problems, he had learned from Hackett that it was rarely a single reason why a crisis happened, but rather many smaller ones that built up until a dam broke. Staring at the black and white photo, Ryder only wondered whether his mentor understood how important that moment was, protecting those Mexican farmers. If Hackett knew that was going to be the beginning of a new era, or was doing another day's job. If you are intentionally making a choice, understanding that moment would have long-lasting ripple effects, or if you are following orders. That only made the captain wonder how someone would know when a moment unfolds. If you recognize the moment when it appears or look back and understand it in hindsight. What are you looking at? Ryder turned and saw his mentor coming into the living room. Your first deployment. That one, Hackett said. Every time you come here, you always stare at that one. It was your first time leading an SFOD, Ryder said. Yes, it was, Hackett said as he approached the captain's side, staring at the photo. Let me remind you, Matthew, don't compare yourself to me. The Army does not want copy-paste robotic officers. Ryder understood what the colonel meant. For the better part of 5 years, he had guided him, molding him into his image, to become not just a great officer, but a well-rounded person. Hackett believed that the other areas in one's life, that being in business, family, and spiritual, had a strong effect on being an officer. Being a well-rounded person, rather than a one-dimensional type, made the person a better officer and man. Especially in recent years, the captain had begun to struggle with confidence in his wife. If it weren't for Hackett's mentorship, Ryder knew he probably wouldn't be in the military right now, sulking in some dead-end job, lost in life. He stared at the black and white photo, struggling to push aside the pain. "It was not that, sir," Ryder said. Surprised by the response, Hackett turned to his junior officer and asked, "Then what are you thinking?" Ryder smirked, but didn't feel comfortable starting another conversation about his life. He knew he would need an answer to the other questions he wanted to address with their training. "Those colored pictures were invented 100 years ago, and you still have dinosaur pictures. I am surprised you haven't put up the colored one yet." "Because it's timeless." "I know, I was just joking." Hackett placed his hand on Ryder's shoulder as he smirked. "I am sorry, son, you made the joke. Now it's my turn to bore you with a lecture." "Damn it," Ryder thought as he began listening to his mentor. "The reason I keep this old style of photography is that it is a reminder of not just that day, but a reminder of life. We had the world's most advanced technology, yet fighting those cartels required a human touch, because something is new or advanced does not always mean it is better. Every time I look at it, that moment freezes in time. I know this can be hard, but sometimes less is more." Ryder already knew what his mentor would say, as this was not the first time they had had this conversation. He understood the point, and on principle he agreed. He heard stories from previous generations about the most remarkable technological expansion after the Civil War of the 2020s and 2030s. While many would call people like Hackett a fossil for having such beliefs, Ryder disagreed. During his time with the Colonel, he had learned a unique perspective. The problem with most people was that they embraced only the future or the past. The two ideologies are constantly waging a forever war in a constant struggle. However, the true and lasting answer is for the two sides to find balance, as each is needed to thrive. "I get it. I know you do, but I will tell you anyway. I want you to understand, Matt." Hackett then pointed to one of the digital photos. "Everyone who comes here, not just you, always focuses on my photo from Mexico. You notice the digital ones as the pictures fade in and out, but they are never what attracted you. Do you know why?" "Same reason why you keep harping on me to stick with physical media," Ryder replied. "Correct," Hackett said. "These digital photos come and go. Your mind knows they are not there, so it does not emphasize those moments. It's more like a memory you suddenly remembered, only to slip away. Out of sight, out of mind." He then pointed back to his photo of Mexico. "Because this one is always there on a real piece of paper, your mind not only acknowledges the authenticity of it, but knows it is real, capturing a real moment in time." Ryder stared at his mentor, trying to understand the man's meaning entirely. "I get what you are saying. A lot of people would call you a primitivist." "Not at all," Hackett said. "My point is balance. We must embrace the future, but not forget what made us who we are and what works. Otherwise, you lose who you are and become slaves to the ones in power. I see why that photo is your favorite." "It was for a while, but I grew up." Hackett then pointed to another still photo to the right, which showed other Minutemen warriors. "If your favorite picture is yourself, that is all you can be." Ryder looked over and quickly recognized it. It was a photo of his time in Iraq, a joint operation with the Iranian Special Forces. The Turkish state was expanding its influence in the failed state, capturing much of the north. Their mission was to recruit local tribes to counter this aggression. The Turks got the drop on them, ambushing the task force. In response, a company from the Airborne Brigade conducted a rare combat paradrop miles to break the siege and relieve the special forces. One of the first lieutenants within that company was himself, his first combat command after graduating from officer school. As is typical in war, the operation went differently than planned. Once the company broke through to the special forces, they were surrounded by a sudden wave of enemy reinforcements. The company captain was killed early in the engagement, forcing Matthew Ryder to take command of the company. Together, both sides held out for 33 hours until Iranian ground forces broke through, ending the siege. And that was how he began a career in the special forces. Hackett was impressed by the lieutenant at the time and pushed him into the Green Berets. "I didn't realize that was your favorite," Ryder said. When you get to my age and position, if you are not helping the next generation, then you're not a man, Hackett said. It was why our country nearly tore itself apart a couple of decades ago. We didn't help the next generation and allowed our enemies to do so. Hopefully, one day, you will be able to mold the next generation. There is no greater honor, in my opinion. Staring at his mentor and then at the Iraq photo, Ryder crossed his arms and felt important. Hackett noticed and said, "Don't let it get to your head. The other officers I recruit into the Minutemen are also up here. Remember what I said about focusing on yourself." The captain chuckled, but he heard someone enter the room before he could respond. "Hello, boys." Hackett's wife, Barb, entered the room, carrying 2 bottles of fresh, cold beer. She walked up and passed the drinks to the 2 men. It seemed like you two were having a deep conversation. What was it about? But Matt, we should get a group picture before you go. As Barb pulled out her cell phone and held it up high for the group photo, Ryder looked toward his mentor with the, "Should I tell her what you said about self-importance" look. He chuckled when he saw Hackett give the "Don't you dare say a word to my wife" death stare. Seeing the star, Ryder only chuckled as he enjoyed the night. AAV-1 Alagore, Chapter 3. The United States Census Bureau completed its report of domestic population growth last year. As stated in our previous article, the world is going through a demographic crisis as most developed and developing countries have fewer younger workers replacing older ones. The United States has reached a domestic population of 380 million. However, the census stated that the country was still struggling to build a healthy and stable. It is generally agreed that a nation needs a 2.1 births per woman to maintain a minimum growth rate. The census saw an increase in younger individuals getting married. While the population has increased, the country did not meet the goals needed to break the stagnation crisis. However, Director Anthony Smith stated that they had made progress. He later proposed additional incentives to assist struggling families. A major element of growth has been the off-world outposts, mostly concentrated at Artemis Base on the Moon's South Pole and at Martian colonies, mostly around Alpha Base. While still small, the local census saw its first growth in new births, nearly matching colonist immigrants. Indie Show. March 1st, 2069, Military Calendar. Captain Matthew Ryder home. Fort Carson, Colorado, United States. Matthew Ryder saw the grass meadows split apart by ancient stone walls built long before the United States existed. The types of houses are scattered throughout the countryside. Part of it reminded him of pictures from old homesteads from 200 years ago when the young country was expanding. Feeling the cold breeze, Matthew Ryder heard a feminine voice from behind. When he turned, he only saw the darkness before the 4 green digital numbers appeared. "What the hell?" Setting up from his bed, Ryder looked back at the clock. It was 11:53 a.m. Confused, why did he wake up so early, barely getting 90 minutes of sleep? While on the field, he taught himself to keep one eye open for anyone approaching. But in the comfort of his bed, Yellowstone wouldn't be able to wake him, or so he enjoyed boasting. That was when he heard a series of knocks coming from the front door. Realizing that someone was at the front door, he wondered why someone would be at his place at this hour. Getting out of bed, he grabbed his sidearm from his safe and made sure it was loaded. He then moved through his home, heading to the front door. When he reached the living room, he kicked a box filled with his personal items from Fort Moore. "Shit," Ryder said as he hopped on one foot, feeling his foot. Once the pain was aside, he heard another loud knock on the front door, and he headed toward it. Once there, he checked a digital screen built into the wall, linked to an outside camera, and saw 2 MPs standing outside. Ryder opened the door as the military police were about to ring the bell again. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" "Sorry to disturb you, sir," the MP said, "but you need to come with us ASAP." "Shit," Ryder mumbled as he placed his hand on his forehead. "What did the twins do?" The 2 military police turned toward each other, confused, before returning to the captain. "We know nothing of that, but you must still come with us." Understanding the routine, Ryder informed them to give him a moment to change. This was not the first time he had gotten a midnight knock on the door for a deployment. That was the point of the Minutemen program. The only question was, what would the mission be like this time? Once Matthew Ryder had changed and gathered the necessary equipment, he headed to the front door. For some reason, he had this strange feeling. His gut warned him about something that wasn't settling well with him. The captain took one last look at the desk and saw a beautiful woman on it. Taking a deep breath, he looked toward the front door and joined the outside MPS. He got inside their Humvee and was taken to the Special Forces section of the base. As they drove through the inner town of Fort Carson, Ryder looked outside the window, staring up into the stars. He saw the Orion belt, 3 stars in a line creating a belt. "Specialist," Ryder said. "Do you know what is happening?" "No idea, sir," the MP said. "All I know is that 2nd Battalion, 1st LBCT, is mobilizing and heading to Space Base Raymond." What the MP said completely baffled the captain. He did not expect an honest answer. He just needed to ask to break the silence, but he did not expect that as a response. The fact that an entire mechanized battalion was deploying to the Space Force base nearby was a major red flag. As they drove, Ryder could only ponder what was happening. Clearly, it was a security threat, otherwise they wouldn't need to deploy combat forces. Having the base special forces mobilized could mean a minor but dangerous threat. However, an additional battalion only increased the scale of the security threat. It was unlikely that it was a foreign power. Spies are possible, but that wouldn't result in a mobilization unless it was an invasion or a critical attack. The only credible conclusion the captain could come up with was a domestic terrorist threat. If so, most likely they were in an environment that opposed Astro colonization, or more likely, one of the many utopian factions, primarily Marxist or fascist in nature. The remainder of the drive was short and uneventful, only seeing the snow blanketing the streets and rooftops. Once they arrived at the HQ, Ryder saw the rest of his team exiting similar vehicles. Among them were the other Minutemen members from CFT-2 Ghost and CFT-3 Viking. All were looking just as confused as he was. The only thing he noticed about everyone was how cold they were on a winter night, all huddling together or by heaters for warmth. Edgar Wallace approached and said, "Evening, boss." "Don't you mean morning?" Bruno said. "It's officially 12:02. "Shut up, you two," Barrett said. "All members of Comanche present, sir." Rommel King approached from the other teams and said, "Good morning, sir. I just walked with the other NCOs. They are just as clueless as we are on what is happening." Acknowledging the two, Ryder addressed the rest of his team. "I hope you all got a good night's sleep, because all of you need to get your game faces on." "Yeah, what is going on?" Wallace said. "I don't like leaving my date home alone." "I hope this isn't another ritual," Ford asked. "We wouldn't mobilize everyone just for you," Higgins said. "Knock it off," Ryder ordered. "For right now, assume we are under attack. On the way here, I heard that the 2nd Battalion was heading to Raymond. That is all I know right now." "They are mobilizing a mechanized battalion?" Bruno asked. "What are we fighting, ET?" "That is Area 51, Ford said. The group chuckled at the joke and started making comparable statements. While thrilled by the unit's high energy level, Ryder glanced at his XO and saw the same concerned reaction. There have been too many odd events in the past month for this to be separated somehow. "Greg, get everyone suited up and ready for deployment," Ryder ordered. The sergeant first class took his team to the armory, while Ryder and King headed toward the HQ. When they entered the building, they saw heavily armed MPs and other security personnel guarding key sections. "This is not a good sign," King whispered. Ryder couldn't agree more. In front of the captain, he saw Ghost Captain James Miller. "Hey, Ryder," Miller said with a yawn. "Do you have any idea what the hell is going on?" "Not at all," Ryder replied. "Hackett has to know." The 4 men entered the CIC and saw the Hackett and CFT-3 in the room. It seemed like they had only just arrived. "Don't bother taking a seat," Hackett said. "Time isn't on our side, and I want you guys spearheading this ASAP." Ryder found a spot to stand, getting a good view of the digital whiteboard. Based on the design, the facility had 2 interconnected structural types. On one side was a large concrete complex, an old Cold War facility built against the Soviets. At the same time, the other was a newer state-of-the-art facility built less than a decade ago. "As you can see on the whiteboard," Hackett said, It is a research facility jointly operated by the USSF and NASA. This is where the two develop next-generation technologies for space exploration and our future space control ships. We lost contact with the facility 27 minutes ago and have not been able to regain it. The facility is now in full lockdown and considered in the hands of an unknown enemy. What unknown enemy? Miller asked. If he knew, he wouldn't have called them unknown, Murphy said. Do you have any idea what we might face? Ryder asked. Hackett stared everyone directly in the eyes. I have no idea. It could be domestic terrorists, foreign attacks, or the Akuma that you engaged in yesterday's training. Expect anything. The word Akuma sent a chill down everyone's spine as they glanced at each other. At that moment, Ryder was convinced there was far more going on than he had been led to believe. While the details already pointed in that direction, this confirmed that an Akuma was real in some way. His questions were who made it, why they are attacking now, and so on. However, he could tell they needed more time to go through an entire educational class on what was going on. What is the situation we are walking into? King asked. The digital whiteboard showed a sky view of the NASA facility. Hackett grabbed a blue marker and drew a circle around the building. 2nd Battalion, 1st LBCT, will create a containment zone around the facility. Nothing gets out. Elements of the 10th SF Group will push hard through the front and begin sweeping missions. The screen focused on the roof. Hackett then marked 3 different locations. Comanche and Ghost will conduct an airborne assault on the roof before the 10th begins their assault. Viking will be making an assault here from about a kilometer away. A hidden cargo corridor was used to move sensitive research into the facility secretly. What are our exact orders? Ryder asked. Or are we sweeping the facility? Rescue missions, I assume, King said. Standard op in situations like this. You want us to secure the priorities before the 10th brings in the hammer. Partly, Rommel, Hackett said. We do not know what we are going up against. From what I understand, there were generals, senior politicians, and key scientific personnel there. But your mission will also be flexible because of its unknown nature. If you see anything of value we don't know about, secure it. That is not very specific, sir, Ryder said, looking for something important within a high-value research facility. Do you have something more solid that we are looking for? Sadly, no, Hackett said. Space Command said to secure and protect key assets. However, I don't have the authority to inform you what they are. Go figure. Captain Matthew Ryder never enjoyed dealing with the bureaucracy, military, civilian, or corporate, an all-knowing third party that interfaces with the process of getting the job done. He always wanted to bypass the red tape from building that play fort in the backyard with his father to complete the mission. He always got in the way, so he enjoyed the special forces. When did the job need to be done? It usually came before whatever a bureaucrat wanted, except for life-altering situations. When the meeting ended, the 3 teams said goodbye before heading to their respective units. The team's armory was a few doors down the hall, so it was close. Once there, Ryder saw his team nearly finished preparing. Sergeant First Class Gregory Barrett was doing final checks on the team, ensuring everyone was properly suited up. Staff Sergeant Kurt Forrest also confirmed everything was in order, including checking weapons and equipment. Reaching for his locker, he undressed and put on his underclothing. He then grabbed the armor plates, slowly strapping them around his body. One by one, he attached each piece of plating over his body. Each piece was connected to another, building an overall exoskeleton battlesuit of armor around the Comanche leader's body, creating what is known as the Integrated Tactical Lightweight Infantryman Network, commonly known as ITLIAN. Being modular, the soldier can remove damaged components when needed. The idea behind ITLIAN battlesuit was twofold: to provide infantry and special forces with the necessary protection. The more critical factor was providing superior mobility to prevent physical fatigue. The exoskeleton of the battlesuit is designed to allow soldiers to use their equipment without the weight straining their bodies, be able to march on long, rough terrain and be combat-ready. Or, as Agar Wallace's journey correctly pointed out, an excuse to add additional equipment on an infantryman's back. Captain Matthew Ryder stood up and made sure he remembered everything. Once happy he had everything, he grabbed his helmet and strapped it on. Barrett walked over and confirmed that everything was correct. Once pleased, the sergeant first class patted his captain on the shoulder and rejoined the group. Ryder saw that his team was ready and was waiting for orders. All were armed with the M31, except Wallace and Ford. The former issued the M252, while the latter had an attached M320 underbarrel grenade launcher under his rifle. Ryder then explained their mission, that an unknown force had occupied the NASA research facility from within, and their mission was to secure sensitive research. While they have no idea who they are going up against, one of the possible hostiles could be an Akuma-type humanoid robot, so they need to be ready for anything. "Holy shit, are we actually fighting ET?" Ford asked. "Assume we are," King replied. "Hackett couldn't confirm, but we are fighting something of that caliber. So keep your heads in the game and watch each other's backs." The room fell silent for a moment as the gravity of the situation set in. Everyone knows what happened during training and how one Akuma caused them and all the Minutemen team's trouble. The silence finally broke as Aga Wallace let out a loud, tension-relieving laugh. "Good, I was hoping for round 2. "If I recall," Gonzalez said, "you were the first to die from the thing." "Not this time." Wallace grabbed the tomahawk that was strapped to his side, a standard melee weapon that everyone in Comanche carried. "Next time I meet one of those robotic bastards, I will show them some good old American muscle with American-made steel." "I will hold you to it," Ryder said, thrilled by the sergeant-boosting comment. While the man could be a handful at times, he always could be counted on to shine a positive attitude. "I want you also to assume we will engage an Akuma, or whatever could be there. For all we know, it could just be terrorists." "We all know what to do," King said. "We done operations like this plenty of times." "At least we are soil ground this time," Higgins said. "That means a lot coming from a flyboy," Barrios commented. "Man, I wish I were there," Ford said. "A space mission. I can only imagine what that was like." "Be happy you weren't there," Barrett said. "It was not fun at all, but that is what we do. We go out there regardless of the mission and own it." Sergeant Ida Wallace stood up from the bench and held his fist out directly in the middle of the group. The rest of Comanche followed the same, placing their fists until they created a circle. However, one spot was still open. Ryder looked over and saw the new guy, Sergeant Benjamin Ford, standing there, a bit confused. "You're not paid by the hour, Ford." Ford walked up and placed his fist with the group. "Say the words, new guy," Forrest said. Ford closed his eyes and took a calming breath. He reopened them with a new determination and said, "The first to awake." The rest of Comanche began to speak simultaneously, chanting the exact words in near sync, saying, "The first to awake, the first to fight, the first to tell the enemy good night. We are the Minutemen, ready to fight." As the team leader, Captain Matthew Ryder independently completed the Minutemen motto. "Let the red moon guide us to our fight." Comanche then grabbed their weapons and headed toward the exit. While they had no idea what they would get into, the captain was pleased that his team was in high spirits. Feeling united and ready to face the unknown, he fully understood why Hackett included the warrior machine in the training simulation. Being mentally prepared was half the battle. Now they must finish the other half. Ryder pulled down the silver visor on his helmet and activated it as he walked toward the helipad. Green letters zipped past his HUD as the operating system turned on. Then the screen turned on, and he saw each of his teams in front of him. Sergeants Marcos Gonzalez, Edgar Wallace, Bruno Barrios, Benjamin Ford, and Charlie Higgins. Staff Sergeant Kurt Forrest and Sergeant First Class Gregory Barrett were next. The last was his second in command, Warrant Officer 1 Rommel King, all members of Comanche. When Comanche exited the building, they felt a gust of snow from 3 Palatine Tiltrotor aircraft, ready to lift off. In front of each one was a man in an orange vest, directing each of the 3 combat fire teams. The powerful 2 rotor blades of the Palatine were blasting snow around the area, creating a snow-like blizzard wall. The Minutemen exiting the building walked through the snow wall, feeling the freezing breeze from the intense wind caused by the helicopter's dual engines. A man in front of Comanche directed each team member to their side of the helicopter. Once everyone was loaded into the Tiltrotor helicopter, Matthew Ryder got inside, being the last to do so. Then Palatine took off, with the other 2 following suit. The aircraft shook a little from the intense snowfall, but gained attitude. The helicopters were not going far, so the aircraft didn't need to go too high, just enough to avoid tall objects. Everyone was quiet as they sat in the darkness, with only the green glow from the inner light. Ryder sat and took one last glance at his team. Everyone did what they found best to prepare themselves for an active combat zone, praying to God and using any self-talk they needed. For him, he took out his cross necklace and gave himself a last-minute prayer before going into battle, asking God for guidance and to rise above any challenge. He took out a mini cross from his armor next to where he kept his magazines. He held onto it, asking God for his protection and for everyone on his team to come home. And if anyone needed to be sacrificed for his will, let it be the leader first. "Hey guys," Ford said, "I see the mechanized column." Ryder adjusted himself and looked out the window. Seeing only the vehicle lights was hard, but then he saw the armored column. The captain's identify friend or foe system, built into the battlesuit CPU, labeled the column below, showing that they were M1431 Lancer infantry carrier vehicles. On his HUD, it pulled up the unit below, stating that it was Charlie Company from the 2nd Battalion, 1st LBCT. This could only mean that they were getting close. "Captain," the pilot said, "ETA, 90 seconds. "All right, Comanche," Ryder said. "Prepare to deploy." Over the aircraft intercom, Ryder heard the pilot swear, his voice full of confusion. "What is the matter?" "There is a fire outside the LZ," the pilot said. Ryder ordered Ford to open the Peloton door. With a better view, they all saw the other tiltrotor in formation. Below, they saw the 2nd Battalion beginning to surround the NASA facility. However, he saw multiple vehicles on fire in front of the facility. Some were civilians, while others were in the military. Once they learned that their last contact with the building was probably with military police or a response force. Whatever happened, they were struck by the destruction everywhere. The captain could only wonder what heavy weapons this unknown enemy could bring from within the facility to cause that much damage. Then flashes from 2 forward Lancers .50 caliber tracers showed they were engaging in the NASA building. To Ryder's confusion, the tracer colors were far different from what he had seen before. The blue, red, and purple sparks all impacted the Lancers and the infantry below. Their impact was far deadlier than he had ever seen. "What a bizarre firefight," Ford commented. "What is up with the rainbow colors of tracers?" Forrest asked. Ryder had to agree. He couldn't understand exactly what he was witnessing. That was when a spark of light was seen from the 4th floor window and launched, impacting one of the Travis turrets. The surrounding infantry quickly engaged. The Peloton moved into position, preparing for their airdrop. "Captain," Ford said, "hold off on the approach. I think I see movement on the roof." Ryder adjusted his position and switched his visor to thermal mode. He couldn't see much, only detecting the firefight below and the facility ventilation. "I see nothing." "They are on the roof," Ford said. "It is hard to see their movement with this snow, but I see them. Until you give me a reason not to trust, I will go with your word. Pilot, circle around. I want one good look before we land." The Peloton stopped its approach and began circling its drop zone. "Nothing is happening," Wallace said. "I think the new kid's nerves are on the fritz." Ryder moved closer to the door, poking his head outside to get a better view. Even with the snow, his terminal should detect someone without wearing anti-thermal clothing. He focused his eyes and saw movement. It was hard to see, but now he was convinced there were people down there. As he prepared to speak, Ryder's eyes suddenly brightened from the heat his thermal setting detected. To his confusion, extreme temperatures concentrated at a single point. He pushed his visor up his helmet to get a better view and saw the fireball on the roof. The small ball of fire stretched from the rooftop to their aircraft at incredible speed, impacting the helicopter's underside. The Peloton shook as it took evasive maneuvers. When the aircraft shook from the impact and flames overlapped into the side entrance, Ryder felt a thrust and fell forward. He stopped halfway out the door and was pulled back until he was on his back. After sitting up, he noticed that he was on Rommel King. The XO must have grabbed his suit before he fell out, saving him. "Thank you. It's my job to correct office mistakes." While Ryder wanted to laugh at the joke, the current situation forced him to maintain his composure. Did they just hit us with a flamethrower? Wallace asked. From this high? We are taking fire, Ford said as he took cover. The same colorful tracers impacted the helicopter's hull, causing a denting sound that echoed throughout the aircraft. It was confusing that tracers were this powerful to dent armor. Return fire, Barrett said. No need, Ford said. They're retreating. Captain Matthew Ryder retook his previous position and carefully looked toward the roof. He saw what the sergeant was referring to. Whatever that long-range flamethrower attack was, it covered their retreat. Pilot, get us down there. The Paladin moved to the roof, hovering just enough for Comanche to jump off. Their battle suits absorbed the short drop fall, allowing them to quickly insert into the battle. Once in the room, each Comanche soldier secured their assigned area to prevent unknown hostiles from ambushing them. Within moments, everyone confirmed that there were no hostiles and that the rooftop was secured. The enemy retreated into the facility. Ryder watched as their helicopter left, heading back to Fort Carson. Patching into the local DefNet, he confirmed that the other Minutemen had successfully landed and were only engaging ghost-engaged hostiles. It also sounded like the firefight below was winding down. The only logical conclusion the captain could draw was that the enemy was moving deeper inside this place, which made no sense to him. Comanche started heading toward the roof door. Don't open it, Forrest said. They might have booby-trapped it. Smart, Barrett said. Place breaches on the hinges. Everyone else, seek cover. Ford and Forrest placed the breach satchels around the door as the rest of the team took cover. The door exploded when those two soldiers regrouped with the rest of the team. Ryder looked over and noticed no secondary explosions. Seems like there was no booby trap, King said. That made Ryder conclude that the enemy was in full retreat and in a hurry. Otherwise, they would have done something to the door to slow them down. All right, Comanche, advance. AAV-1 Alagore, Chapter 4. Actual, this is First Lieutenant Martin. We have engaged hostile forces. They are within the compound. I repeat, they are within the compound. They are occupying the 3rd and 4th floors. I do not know what they are engaging us with, but it is nothing like I have ever seen before. We are setting up a containment perimeter now. March 2nd, 2069, Military Calendar. NASA USSF Research Laboratory, Fort Raymond, Colorado, United States. The facility ceiling lights were still on, as if everyone forgotten to turn them off at the end of the day. This made Comanche walk cautiously as they slowly moved through the facility's hallways. Besides the raging battle outside, everything seemed calm, as if nothing had happened. Some knocked over tables and shelving were like a large group had come through. Outside that, everything looked normal. After being struck by the strange weapon in the room, Captain Ryder wasn't too eager to jump into the unknown enemy. Whatever hit the bottom of the helicopter defied any conventional wisdom. On top of the containment force outside continued to report being struck by strange weapons. That was on top of the fact that nothing about this operation made sense. Where is everyone? Gonzalez asked. I was expecting bodies. It looks like everything went down after everyone went home, King said. Whatever they are doing here, they waited for the non-essential to go home. Except for the senior staff, Ryder said. That means something was happening here that required the upper echelons of our military, political, and scientific leadership. Stay sharp. You don't want to kill someone we are supposed to save. The team moved through the tight hallway of the research facility. The sound of weapons fire could be heard from the outside engagement and from the other Minutemen team, Ghost. However, Comanche hadn't yet run into contact with the enemy. Whoever was on the roof wanted to retreat quickly, not even bothering to set up a defensive line on the top floor. When Comanche reached an intersection, they found a man on the floor, leaning against the wall. The team medic, Marcos Gonzalez, rushed over and confirmed that he was dead. How did he die? King asked. The upper part of his uniform is burnt to hell, Gonzalez said. From that flamethrower that attacked us? Higgins asked. I don't think so, Gonzalez said. That would engulf his entire body. This was direct and focused. Check this out, Ford said. Ryder noticed small holes in the wall. Some had objects inside them. It's not a bullet, but on closer inspection it looks like a flechette. What puzzled him was the other bullet holes that burned around them, but with nothing within them. Ryder snapped his fingers for one of his teammates to pick up the evidence while he went to the body. "What do you think?" "No idea, sir," Gonzalez said. "He was not killed by these. It seemed like the enemy was providing cover while they hit him with that focused flamethrower." "Focused flamethrower?" "I don't know a better word yet. But you know what else I noticed?" "What?" 5.7mm casings, but no P-52. Ryder looked around him and saw 7 5.7 by 28mm shells on the floor, but the medic was correct. The submachine gun was missing. One of the facility's security personnel could have taken the weapon. However, it was more likely that the enemy took it after killing him because they had yet to run into friendly people. Why? He had no idea. "Sirs," Barrett said, "we cannot linger." "All right," Ryder said. "Pull his tags and let's head downstairs. Maybe we can intercept them." Comanche regrouped and headed deeper into the facility. Once they reached the first sub-level, they saw the genuine scares of battle. One of the offices was destroyed by what appeared to be a previous firefight. They saw a few Guardian security personnel and scientists lying dead on the ground, all killed by the same weapons from before. One man, however, had the right side of his neck ripped apart. It is almost as if something bit him. Bloodstains covered his uniform as if his entire body had been drained. However, one thing everyone noticed was the absence of hostile bodies. Either the enemy had been grabbing them up as they advanced, or the facility security failed to kill any of the unknown aggressors. The latter sent a chill down Ryder's spine. While Comanche investigated the bodies, Ford called everyone over. Matthew Ryder reached the sergeant and saw what he was referring to: purple blood on the wall. "This confirms it," Barrios said. "It's aliens." "Maybe Ford was correct," Wallace said. "This is Area 51. "The inflation must have forced them here," Barrios jokingly said. "Lock it down, you two," King said. "Let's not assume anything." "Are you kidding?" Wallace said. "We fought a robot that looked like it came from some 80s science fiction anime. We were sent to recapture a Space Force and NASA advanced research facility from an unknown enemy and given no information on why, and now we have purple blood." "I hate to say it, King," Barrett said, "but we need to keep an open mind. Things have not been the same since that last mission." The captain had no idea they were blowing off steam about how strange this mission was turning out. The purple blood only feeds into the theory that they are about to fight aliens, even though that might be true. But even he is starting to believe that fact. "It does not matter right now. Do not create imaginary fantasies until we get concrete evidence. However, keep your senses sharp. We have a job to do and will do it no matter what, regardless if it's ET or the IRS." Comanche headed toward the sub-level stairway. As they walked through the hallway, everything suddenly shook. "Earthquake?" Ford asked as he grabbed the railing. "In Colorado," Higgins said. "I have no idea," Ford replied. "I have never been to this state." "It was not an earthquake," Barrett said. "It was the 10th SF. When they said they were going to hit hard, they meant it," Higgins said. "But that means we are running out of time," King said. "Agreed," Ryder said. "We need to double time." The stairway door led to a large room that led into a lobby. The tables, chairs, and decorative trees were all destroyed in battle. Comanche left the stairway one by one as they secured the area, creating a defensive position in the open office. Sergeant Edgar Wallace went through the exit with 2 team members already out. A bright blue flicker flew through the room as he walked to a tipped-over table, impacting and knocking him over. "I have been hit," Wallace said as he grabbed his arm. "Man down," Higgins said. "Suppressive fire," Barrett ordered. And flickers of light appeared on the other side of the room as projectiles impacted the wall and pillars. The forward Comanche took cover and engaged the enemy fire. Forrest took a position to protect the entry water, allowing Gonzalez to move behind and get to work on Wallace. Ryder could get out of the entryway and take cover behind a pillar. The enemy was clever, picking a perfect choke point. Facing one of the office walls, he saw something bright light impacted. The impact spot was smoldering. However, there was no bullet hole. Whatever weapons the enemy was using weren't ballistic. Still, energy bases, which were considered to be Italian liquid plates, were not designed against these weapons. Turning to face the enemy, he saw the enemy through the M31 scope. Unable to get a good view of the enemy, he sees them behind their cover as they ambush his team. It was clear they were protecting the stairway to the subsections. Seeing his target, a hostile directing his comrades. Ryder fired 3 shots and the unknown hostile went down. He then got up and rushed over to Wallace's position. The captain passed his teammates while they engaged the enemy in a firefight. He was happy that Comanche had regained the initiative now that they were not pinned within a hallway. Once he reached the team medic, he asked, "How is he?" "I am fine," Wallace said. "Does sting, though." "He is fine, sir," Gonzalez said. "The armor seemed to absorb most of the energy. However, the plate is completely destroyed." "Bag it for R&D," Ryder said. He then helped the sergeant back onto his feet. "Get that M252 and give them the lead." Taking cover from the unknown enemy fire, Ryder leaned over his cover and engaged the enemy with his M31. Once the M250 began providing suppressive fire, the firing rate of the enemy slowed down, probably taking cover. "Rommel?" Ryder saw his XO had already predicted his order and started gathering his team to press against the enemy. "Everyone else, cover fire." Half of the team emerged from cover and increased their rate of fire to overwhelm the enemy. King, Forrest, and Higgins charged forward, following the side of the lobby. The sudden increase in firepower broke the enemy's resolve, prompting them to retreat toward the other stairway. Some covered the others' withdrawal, indicating that this unknown enemy valued squad-based tactics. Ryder stood to fire his weapon, but lowered back into his cover as 3 energy bolts impacted the table. One of the bolts went through it. The rim caught fire, and the other side did too. At first, it confused him as to why anyone would use an anti-drone weapon against a live target. The only value would be to destroy the battlesuit hardware. But that didn't match the intensity of what he saw. It was a true energy-based weapon. Acknowledging how hot those energy weapons were, he stood and fired his gun, seeing the enemy almost entirely retreat. One of the enemies stopped by the door and turned to face Comanche. The hostile raised his arm, and a bright blue light burst from his wrist. "What the hell was that?" Ford asked. "No idea," Ryder replied. "Take him out." Ryder fired his rifle next to the hostile, shooting near the target as the captain didn't have a clear line of sight. This gave Ford the opening he needed, and he fired. To his surprise, the first shot was ineffective as the bullet didn't puncture the armor. It only shows a reflex and dent from the impact. The following shots seemed to do the trick, killing the enemy before fleeing through the stairway. Rommel King's team reached the other side of the lobby and acknowledged that the area was secured. The rest of the Comanche left their position and regrouped with the rest of the team. Ryder ordered Ford and Higgins to tag everything the enemy had for the later sweeper team. The captain first kneeled next to the hostile corpse that stayed behind to give his comrades a chance to escape. King and Barrett were with him, also wanting to know who they were fighting. Ryder first noticed the armor's aesthetic look, closer to medieval times than to a modern uniform. However, it differed from what he had seen in history class. There were tactical elements within the alien armor, similar to those in his integrated tactical lightweight infantryman armor network, such as pouches for equipment and attachment slots. A vest for ammunition and strange indents to latch some gear. He couldn't figure out what these indents were for. Seeing the bullet dent and hole made the captain wonder what type of alloy it was. There are not many metals that the US Army would equip infantry with as body armor, making him wonder who they are going up against. Even the armor had a woven pattern, and based on that, it stopped a bullet. It had to be like Kevlar. The other Comanche confirmed that the other 2 dead also wore similar armor, proving this was a standard issue for the enemy. Then Ryder saw the bullet dents and holes that killed this unknown enemy. It might look ancient, but it can stop a 6.8 millimeter. "Only a round or 2, Ford said, similar to ours. Most armor can only absorb 1 impact before becoming useless." "Thank you for stating the obvious," Barrios commented. "Listen," Ford said, "you design your armor to resist what your enemy's armor is. If they can absorb our ammunition from their POV, what are they expected to encounter? You create what you need." "Ben is correct," King said. "We need to adjust accordingly." As the captain's senior members lectured the rest of the team on handling the situation correctly, he reached toward the alien corpse's head. He removed the helmet to better understand who he was fighting. preparing himself to uncover an alien soldier. To his shock, he saw a human face, lying there lifeless, with further investigation, top of form. The first thing you'd notice is the powerful, rugged structure of the head. The skull is long and low, with a thick, sloping forehead and a heavy ridge of bone running above the eyes, giving the gaze a deep-set, intense look. The nose is broad and prominent, projecting forward from the face, while the jaw is strong and solid. The face overall looks tough, functional, and built for endurance rather than expression. Their physical presence feels dense and muscular, like someone shaped by constant movement and survival. Slightly shorter than the average sapiens human male, it had a thick neck, wide shoulders, and limbs that looked heavy with practical strength rather than sculpted definition. The forearms and hands appear especially powerful, suited for gripping, carrying, and striking. Nothing about the build looks fragile, but compact. Bottom of form. "We are fighting humans," Ryder commented. "Hold on," King said. "I don't think so." Ryder allowed the shock to pass aside and carefully analyzed the alien. His second-in-command was correct, but there were crucial differences. The basic design looked human, however the mouth and jaw sections were further out. The forehead was bulkier, hair thicker. While this alien looked human, it didn't look like a standard Homo sapiens, or at least none he had ever seen. "Check the others," Ryder ordered. He leaned toward King and asked, "What do you think?" "Definitely human," King said, "but he looks more like something from an evolution lecture video." "I was thinking the same thing," Ryder said. "Space humans?" "I don't know," King said. "As I said, I feel like I saw them before in school. I cannot put my finger on it." After checking the other bodies, the two heard Wallace and Ford call their names. Gonzalez confirmed as they approached that the second body was another human-like alien. However, when they reached the third one, Ryder and King looked stunned by the sight. Unlike the others, this one didn't look human. Although humanoid in frame, the skin was dark purple and far thicker. The facial structure was bulkier. "Check this out." Wallace lifted the upper lip with his knife, showing a fang. "I might be going insane, but doesn't this look like a vampire?" "A tad different, but yes," Ryder said. "You are kidding," Higgins said. "We are not just facing space humans, but space vampires." "Isn't that in fantasy and chick flicks?" Wallace asked. "Vampires are more common than just chick flicks," Ford said. "They are common in folklore and such." "Okay, mister, I know everything," Wallace replied. "All I know is I had to see a boring film where they sparkled and dated a werewolf." "Please don't jinx us," Barrios said. "I don't want to fight werewolves next." "It does not matter if the next hostile is the devil himself," Barrett said. "They are hostile, so you put a bullet in their head. You all read me." Seeing that the Sergeant First Class took control of the situation, Ryder navigated through his HUD. He noticed a blinking light. It was Ghost Team trying to contact him. After ordering his team to tag the bodies and alien equipment, he sat down and accessed his HUD. He pulled up Ghost Team and connected with Captain James Miller. "Miller, do you copy?" "I do, Comanche Lead," Miller said. "I found something you will want to see." "Do you mean the strange-looking humans and vampires?" "We engaged those and reported it to command. We even engaged some furball humanoids. It was a jumpy bastard, but that isn't what I want to show you. We reclaimed the security room and pulled up the footage. Sending you the data now. I hope you are sitting down because you will not believe this." Ryder waved over Rommel King so he could witness whatever the footage had. Once they were patched into the facility network, security footage appeared on their HUDs. "Before you ask," Miller said, "this is the only angle I can pull up right now. I still cannot access the other camera's recordings." The feed showed the facility's lower levels, a significant open, multiple-level concrete room. The timer showed that this recording was from 3 years ago. Dozens of guards, scientists, engineers, and every other professional relating to this place that he could think of. He also saw high-level officers from the USSF and NASA, including the director, White House representatives, and others. This only confused him about what they were up to at this facility. It would have been revolutionary if so, many senior staff members were here. That was when Ryder saw a bright light fill the room. The camera couldn't get a good angle. However, he could see the shadow on the concrete wall, showing a strange device. The security guards aimed their weapons as the staff stepped back, clearly shocked by what they saw. That was when Ryder saw two individuals walk into the camera view. They wore ragged clothing, not armored like the ones they fought, one male and one female. Both hands have silk-like hair and pointed ears. Are you seeing this? Yes, I am, sir, King said. Elves, like Lord of the Rings, but tanner. As the two watched the footage, the male elf seemed to be protecting the female and trying to communicate with the facility personnel there. The two seemed shaken, worried about something, and pointing off toward where the elves had come from. Other individuals in similar armor whom they had just fought approached. The elves seemed terrified and began approaching the Guardian guards as the enemy formed a defensive line. That was until a vampire pushed through and began pointing toward the elves. Tensions continued to grow as more vampire forces entered the camera's viewpoint. Ryder already knew what was going to happen. Too many enemy forces appeared, and no one seemed to know how to communicate. Diffusing the situation was impossible. As predicted, one of the alien warriors got too close to one of the scientists, which triggered one of the USSF guards to open fire. From there, all hell broke loose as a firefight began. To Ryder's shock and confusion, one of the aliens' hands glowed, forming an energy field that protected them from the guards. This allowed the aliens to swarm the defenders with ease. While there was much carnage, Ryder noticed one crucial detail. The two elves escaped more profoundly into the facility, using the chaos to their advantage. He realized it would be them if no one knew what was happening. It did not take long for the alien attackers to pursue the elves. James, please tell me you know where those elves are. That is the problem, Miller said. They were on sub-level 2, hiding in a storage unit, but they were discovered. From what I can tell, they are heading back to sub-level 3. There is something down there. Roger that. Ryder was helped off the floor by Higgins. Comanche, we are heading straight to sub-level 3. There are two elves that the enemy came here for, and we will intercept and extract. The team regrouped and headed down the stairway. Over DefNet, Ghost was directing them through the facility. Unlike when Comanche entered the facility, this time the surrounding area looked like signs of battle, holes in the walls. Blood, fire, and ammunition shells were everywhere. As the tram approached the stairway, Ghost informed them that the enemy was coming. Projectile fire flew past them as they descended the stairs or impacted the stairway. Comanche leaned over the railing and damaged, covering each other as they worked down the stairs. This is going to take too long, King said. Agreed, Ryder said. Is there an alternative path? The last two sublevels are a massive chamber, Miller said. You should be able to take sublevel 2, but they're hostiles. It is an upper platform hovering over the third subfloor. And you won't like this. The two targets just entered the chamber. Then we take sublevel 2, Ryder said. Tell Viking to reinforce us ASAP. Comanche, who worked there, was at the next floor door. All right, Barrett said. Hit hard and fast. We need speed and aggression. Show them how it's done. The two Comanches tossed fragmented grenades down the stairway toward the enemy to cause distraction and misdirection. The resulting explosion echoed louder from how compact the stairway was. This allowed the team to rush downstairs to the door they needed to reach quickly. Stopping at the sub-level 2 door, they placed charges on the hinges and blew it, causing the door to fall to the ground. Comanche tossed 2 stunned grenades inside. After hearing the bang, the team stormed into the room, killing 2 enemy defenders as they were blinded. This alerted the other hostiles on the level, turning to face them. Comanche fanned out to spread themselves as much as possible and engaged the enemy. Being a research room with state-of-the-art computers, containment devices, and other equipment, Ryder had yet to learn what they were for but assumed they were expensive. This made him wonder whether he should order his team to be careful and to minimize collateral damage. If so, would that result in his team failing to achieve their objective and handing the enemy a fire superiority advantage? They decided they had no time to value collateral damage, as the hardware could be replaced. Still, they would only get this one chance to extract their objective. He ordered his team not to hold back and to engage the enemy as aggressively as possible. The enemy gathered the research equipment within this room. Still, after 2 of their comrades were killed, they fan out to engage the Comanche. As the firefight began, Matthew Ryder saw one of the larger hostiles begin to move, directing his subordinates and issuing orders. Understanding that this vampire was the enemy squad leader, Ryder pulled the trigger. The bullet aimed true, but to his confusion, was deflected before impacting the target. The enemy's chest of armor glowed green, and an energy bubble formed around him, deflecting the incoming bullets. He then found cover and fired a rifle-like weapon at them. In front of the enemy, force a barrier. Forrest and Higgins fired their rifles at the barrier, however the bullets were deflected. The remaining hostiles sought a nearby cover and fired a new type of weapon. A slight glow was built by the enemy weapon before being projected toward Comanche. As the projectile impacted the cover around the team, one of the enemy projectiles hit Ford in the side. Marcos Gonzalez rushed over and reported that Ford was all right and that the Italian had protected him. The medic also said the enemy projectile looked like flechette ammunition. "He has some kind of personal energy shield," Forrest said. "Sir," King said, "permission for property damage." "Granted." The warrant officer directed Sergeant Benjamin Ford to use his underslung M320 grenade launcher. The grenade exploded in the middle of the group of enemies, killing those nearby, except for the leader with the energy shield. However, he flew forward, ramming into one of the desks. Ryder quickly fired again at the leader. This time the bullet went straight through the helmet, killing the hostile. He was thrilled that the grenade weakened or drained enough of the enemy leader's energy shield, showing that their technology was different, but wasn't unstoppable. "Comanche, advance," Ryder ordered. The 9 Comanche warriors pushed against the remaining hostiles. Feeling the pressure, they abandoned their cover and started fleeing to the other side of this level. They did not get far as they were picked off from combine fire. "Room secure," Barrett said. Ryder checked the feed from Ghost Team, showing that the enemy had brought the 2 elves to the main underground chamber. The enemy was planning to escape from underground somehow. "We need to get down there now." "Looks like they were heading that direction," Higgins said. "Good chance they are protecting that stairwell as well," Ford said. Quickly shifting through the facility security feed, Ryder found the next level. Ford was correct. The next level looked like a cargo dock that oversaw the main chamber where the enemy was gathering. The enemy was bunkered down. He considered bypassing the level. However, that could expose their flank, but it would let them reach the main floor more quickly. However, based on the feed, more time was needed to properly clear each floor. Most enemy forces were on the first level, and fighting through that would be almost impossible within their time frame. He switched back to the above cargo floor and saw the steep drop. While the Italian battlesuit was not designed for such a steep drop, it wouldn't kill its user. He was more focused on the elevated platform, giving Comanche the elevation to suppress the enemy while they ziplined down. The only issue was how to bypass the enemy defenders. "Boss," King said, "what are you thinking?" "Why don't we create our own?" Ryder responded. "Bypass the stairway altogether?" Rommel King looked to the floor and snapped his fingers at the twins, Sergeant Edgar Wallace and Sergeant Bruno Barrios. The 2 rushed over and placed explosives on the floor. The rest of the team found cover inside the stairway. Once the explosives were ready, the twins regrouped with the team. Sergeant Bruno Barrios pulled out a small portable touchscreen and pressed it. A large explosion violently shook the building around them as smoke entered the door. No one needed orders as Comanche rushed past the smoke and fires from the explosions and headed toward the new hole in the floor. Each one dropped into the hole. The jump would have injured an average person. However, with the Italian battlesuit, the exoskeleton's joints quickly absorbed the impact from this height. At first, the enemy didn't engage, probably confused by the sudden explosion. This allowed them to take cover among the many storage units and crates scattered on the platform. It seemed the enemy was stunned by Comanche's sudden orthodox entrance and was not prepared in time. Comanche was surrounded, however, they were disorganized and separated. Flechettes impacted the small metal container next to Ryder, and the wooden crate by Wallace and Higgins caught on fire from an enemy energy bolt. Peeking around the corner, Ryder saw 3 hostiles behind the cover. To his confusion, one seemed to be carrying a long physical shield. It's not an energy shield the vampire used before, but something closer to something he saw in a historical documentary. The shield man positioned himself to protect his comrades. "I will get their fire," Ryder said. "Once they are distracted, take a shot." The captain leaned around the container and saw the enemy hunker down. One of the enemy soldiers took aim at him as he fired his M31. He was able to kill one of the two, but again drew the attention of the other. The other hostile stood and fired at the captain, allowing Gonzalez to neutralize the target. "Captain!" Ryder felt someone grabbing the back of his battlesuit, pulling him onto his feet. As the captain turned and started running, he noticed it was Staff Sergeant Kurt Forrest. Before he could request answers, the containers behind them exploded, and the blast knocked the three soldiers onto the ground. "What the hell was that?" Gonzalez asked as he sought cover. "New hostile," Forrest said. "He glowed like a Christmas tree and threw lights at you." "That made no sense," Ryder said. "I didn't say it did," Forrest replied. The three men got up and found cover. Ryder then leaned up, and he didn't believe his eyes. One of the enemy hostiles blocked the path that they needed to go. To his shock, what the staff sergeant said was true. These new hostile hands glowed like a Christmas tree. The new target threw what looked like an energy-shaped baseball at some of the other Comanche, while protected by the shield men. "I am getting tired of these people. Ford, take that sucker out." Benjamin Ford fired his M320 grenade launcher at the sudden enemy. The grenade exploded early as the hostile hands glowed, creating a bright barrier. "Great," Forrest said. "They can project energy shields around a squad." "Being in these tight quarters is not helping," Gonzalez said. "I don't know," Ryder replied. "Concentrate fire on that." Hearing the lead of the Ghost team, Ryder was informed that the enemy mostly retreats through a strange alien device ahead of them. The VIPs were within the chamber and were about to be extracted. He finally understands why the enemy is fighting so hard to delay them. They were the rear guards protecting their comrades' retreat. Confused by what Captain James Miller said about an alien device, he pushed it aside as he had too many other issues to prioritize. Seeing another hostile fall, he knew they would win this engagement sooner or later. However, they would never fire fast enough to achieve their objective. They had to act now. "What did Patton say?" Ryder asked. "Do everything you ask of those you command." "Sir?" Forrest asked. "Comanche lead to all Comanches. Cavalry fire." While Ryder knew his men would be confused by the sudden order, they followed without question. A hail of 6.8 millimeters from Wallace M250 impacted the unknown enemy energy shield and cut through the shield men. Forrest and Gonzalez engaged the enemy forces that were protecting this hostile. Seeing that everyone was engaged, Captain Matthew Ryder saw his path. "All units, cover me. Going after the VIPs." Ignoring his XO's objections, Ryder rushed forward as fast as he could toward the platform's edge. There was hostility in front of him. Based on his size, he was one of those vampires. Matthew Ryder dropped to the ground and slid. One of his men drew his weapon, allowing him to pass and reach the railing. He was shocked by the depth as he stood up and leaned over the bar. There was a blinding light under the platform, which he could not see clearly. Whatever this alien device was, the light was too blind. He saw the enemy hostiles below, leaving what seemed like an observation or staging room, seeing the two elves being escorted by those other human-type hostiles pushing them along. Taking a deep breath as he knew what he was about to do was insane. Once the enemy got close enough, the captain jumped off the platform. The fall was quick to the point where he could barely think. Within seconds, he fell on top of three unsuspecting hostiles, which broke the fall. While the Italian absorbed some of the kinetic impact, his entire body was aching. One of the vampires underneath him shoved him off with surprising strength. The captain rolled back onto his feet and aimed his M31, shooting the ones still on the ground. He then turned to face the enemy while aiming his rifle at the ones escorting the elves. Two enemy soldiers, human-like based on their size, aimed their long staff-like weapons, but were picked off by his comrades from the level above. This drew the attention of the other hostiles. Without looking, Ryder could tell from his feed that elements from Comanche were covering him. Then, two of his fellow Comanches dropped nearby from the zip line from the upper platform railing, Staff Sergeant Kurt Forrest and Sergeant Benjamin Ford. The moment they landed, they started engaging the enemy. Seeing the opportunity, Ryder shot the guard protecting the female elf, as they were the closest. Seeing that she was freed, he aimed for the other guard watching the male prisoner. That was when his eye caught a nearby shadow to his left. He stepped back and watched a long sword pass his vision, impacting the ground. Was that a sword? He asked himself, confused by the weapon. While he could tell it was the standard steel color, this black hardening layer covered the blade with a clear glowing crystal at the sword's base. Turning, he saw a vampire in purple-colored armor with small gems or crystals that edged the rim. This man was massive, being at least a head taller than him. Before Ryder would aim his rifle, the vampire swung his other arm and knocked the Comanche captain back. The impact was so forceful that it knocked him onto the ground. Annoyed that he was back on the ground, he looked forward to shooting his rifle, but it was too late. He turned, missing the blade's tip as it impacted on the spot he had just landed. Ryder rolled until he could get to one knee. He saw the vampire shadow approaching quickly, far faster than any human man could. Seeing no choice, he raised his M31 and blocked his opponent's sword strike. The force was so strong, it made his arms tremble. If it weren't for the exoskeleton built within the Italian, he would never have been able to complete it with strength alone. The fact that Ryder could block the direct attack also confused the vampire. The alien was probably puzzled how a man like himself, being taller and physically stronger, could stop the attack. He noticed that his rifle was bent and useless. The captain also noticed that the vampire left himself open while confused. He tossed his M31 as the enemy sword came for a second attack. He grabbed his tomahawk and blocked the sword strike. The two struggled to gain dominance, and Ryder was forced to use all his physical and mental strength to match his opponent. He could wield the enemy sword to the right, allowing him to move around and inflict a series of strikes on his opponent's armor. Seeing that the vampire was off balance, he danced around and jabbed his weapon into the biceps section of the armor. The force knocked his opponent onto the ground, giving him the opening he needed to finish this hostile. The vampire quickly recovered from the attack and raised his sword to block Ryder's attack. He saw that while his opponent's armor had multiple dents from his strikes, only one spot had a puncture. He pressed his tomahawk against the vampire, but the Comanche captain lost momentum as he was unable to push the blade forward toward the vampire's neck. Seeing that the enemy was about to gain the upper hand, he moved backward, ready for another attack. Ryder pushed forward and attacked with his tomahawk. His opponent kept dodging until he could land another strike on the vampire's armor. He was surprised by his opponent's speed, being so big and robust, but also agile. This proved that this vampire was well trained. Seeing his opportunity to make a finishing attack, he swung his weapon. However, the vampire grabbed his arm, stopping before the tomahawk could strike its neck. Seeing that he couldn't break free from the hostile grasp, he quickly upper-punched the vampire, which set him free. While Ryder backed away and saw purple blood, the strike didn't faze his opponent as he had hoped. He was then struck by the vampire thrust, being pushed back again. As Ryder regained his footing, he saw the vampire swing his sword, coming toward him. The blade had a direct hit against his chest armor module. The force made him fall back to the ground, losing his tomahawk. Before the captain was able to recover, he saw the vampire about to ram his blade into him again. He rolled to the side as the blade impacted the concrete and returned to his feet. However, when he regained his footing, his opponent swung his sword at the captain again. While the angle was not strong enough to cause severe damage, the force was enough to knock him back to the ground. While investigating the damage, he noticed that while his armor prevented the blade from going all the way through, saving his life, it did so much damage that his chest plating was now worthless. Whatever that black glow coming from the weapon must have enhanced the lethality of the sword. As the vampire approached, Ryder reached down and grabbed his M45, but it was too late to aim. The enemy was too fast and was now right on top of him. Suddenly, as the vampire was preparing to thrust his blade at the Comanche leader, a jet stream of water impacted his opponent, knocking him a few feet back and onto the floor. Leaning up, Ryder sat confused as he wondered where the stream of water came from. At first, he wondered if someone grabbed a fire hose on the wall. However, when he turned, he saw the elf woman beside him. That was where the jet stream came from, as puddles of water were all around here. However, he saw no weapon, only that her hands were glowing blue. Did she fire water from her hands? Only then did he realize she had somehow saved his life. Hearing a loud alarm and yellow lights flashing, the main chamber cargo door slowly opened. Ryder's visor informed him that the Viking team flooded through the door and engaged the enemy. Ryder stood and aimed his sidearm. However, to his shock, another two of those weaponless hostiles stood by the strange alien device, hands glowing white. Around them was a massive energy shield protecting what remained of the enemy force, acting more like a bubble than a shield. "Sir," Ford said, "are you okay?" Ryder saw Forrest, Ford, and King regroup as the rest of his team ziplined down from the upper platform. He saw the male elf on the other side through the energy barrier. The female elf began crying and rushed to the energy barrier, wildly banging against it while screaming, "Ata!" Based on her reaction, he could only assume that the man was her lover, father, or brother, but he couldn't know. While the energy bubble distorted his view, the captain saw the enemy forces retreating through a strange yellowish-white glow. Among them was the elf male who vanished into the light. That only left the vampire that he fought, standing there as the last of his forces retreated. Ryder approached the bubble as he held his chest. On the other side, the vampire stopped and removed his helmet, staring at the Comanche captain. The vampire's eyes locked on Ryder as the two sized each other. He struggled to know what the vampire was thinking, but it was clear that he was the enemy leader. With only one hostile projecting the remaining energy barrier, the enemy leader left Earth, quickly followed by the remaining hostile. "Matt," King said, "are you okay?" Matthew Ryder felt his entire body aching, but pushed it aside momentarily. He then looked at the alien device and saw only a lifeless half-ring platform, which looked more like dark grey stone. The captain then looked at the elf girl, who was now on her knees crying, a sight that he could only feel sympathy for. "Secure the area," Ryder said. "Let her have her moment and then prepare her to take her to Peterson Base." AAV-1 Alagore, Chapter 5. The situation that unfolded at Raymond USSF Base has been contained. The 10th SOF has been reassigned to security duty, and the alien device has been placed under intense security. New protocols have been established, and all non-priority research unrelated to the alien device is currently being moved off-site. A preliminary investigation is still underway. However, it seems the security was not adequately employed to handle the sudden attack. While some believed this could have been a portal to another world, there was internal debate on other options, such as a communication device, a library, and more. Because of this division and the desire to activate the device, proper security was not given, either because they were blinded by the most important discovery in human history or pressed for other reasons. Based on the security feed from the facility cameras and combat personnel, it was clear that the enemy was not prepared to establish a long-term beachhead in their attack. This is closer to a raid over a direct invasion. This time, they came to capture the two male and female aliens, closely similar to elves, and began retreating once the Minutemen and 10th SOF stormed the facility. The unknown enemy partially successfully captured the male, the elf type. However, based on the feeds, the enemy prioritized capturing as much sensitive research within the facility as possible. Many critical experimental hardware, servers, research, and more were captured or destroyed. Because the attackers were contained within the facility, we will inform the media that a late-night engine testing related to the Deep Space Protection Program occurred. The engine test failed, which resulted in casualties and a fire within the facility. Because of the high amount of high-ranking military, intellectual, and political figures witnessing the test, we must state that it was a terrorist attack. A file is attached of the proposed list of groups that already have a history. USSF, Major General, Space Command, Cheyenne Mountain Complex. March 3, 2068, Military Calendar. Interrogation Room, Peterson Space Force Base, Colorado, United States. Staring through the one-way mirror, Captain Matthew Ryder watched the tan female elf as military intelligence integrated her. She sat there looking scared and confused. Her hands were separately chained to each side of the table, hoping that would prevent her from utilizing whatever special hand abilities these aliens had. From his limited experience of this new reality, he knew he wouldn't stop her. But it made everyone feel better. A part of him felt bad for the girl. Her green eyes looked terrified as tears streamed down her cheeks, desperately looking around as she figured out where she was. And the fact her brown hair was not groomed showed it. The dark-skinned man in front of her was not helping with his attempt to ask questions. To his surprise, she was very talkative, seemingly trying to explain something. However, she spoke in a strange language that they couldn't understand. After several additional questions from the interrogator inside the room, she ranted. As before, she spoke in a language that no one could understand. Seeing the lack of progress, Ryder stated, "How are we supposed to gain information from someone who can only speak alien?" "Beats me," Hackett responded. "Unlike what the people think, we don't have a doctrine for these things, only a general outline of if first contact ever happens. And none of it had a section about aliens coming through a portal from underground. And all our best translations, programmable intelligence software is proving useless. What does the brass think of all this? I bet they are freaking right now." Hackett placed his hand on his forehead. "I have been up all night in meetings, and my lack of response will tell you everything." The brown-haired Caucasian man shook his head while chuckling. While a captain, he could imagine the meetings at Washington, D.C. and the Pentagon. Since the dawn of the satellite generation in the 1950s, the brass has placed much energy into having superior intelligence to form campaigns around. After nearly 100 years with this technology, everyone has grown used to factoring out the unknown in their decision-making. While it was impossible to remove the unknown altogether, the percentage was down to science and could be a factor around it. Now the brass must deal with the fact that the only information they must base decisions on is the unknown. Even the recent battle only created more questions than answers. "That bad?" Ryder took a deep breath and continued to watch the failed interrogation. "And I take it my little mission to Mars was related to this mess." "That is correct," Hackett replied. "I have been permitted to inform you and the rest of the Minutemen about what happened on Mars a few months ago." Ryder's dark grey hair mentor explained how the alien device below the NASA facility suddenly activated in a British museum. They detected this signal on Mars at the same time. The retrieval team discovered an underground alien facility that was underneath Olympus Mons. They also found an orb, which was what the Comanche transported here. Then, last night, they connected the orb to the device, and a portal opened between worlds. "No wonder the RIA wanted it so desperately," Ryder recalled that escort mission. The Iranian-Russian alliance staged a surprise attack and ambushed their spaceship. With clever thinking, Comanche escaped on a space capsule and scuttled their ship, only to be rescued by a French vessel a day later. "They must have detected the signal somehow and planned accordingly," Hackett said. "And by the way, that retrieval team ran into an Akuma that you faced in training. It killed 2 and wounded many more. A Japanese person called it an Akuma, being a demon spirit in Japanese mythology, and the name stuck." Ryder had a feeling that was where the Akuma had come from since last night. After hearing about the alien facility, all the pieces started coming together. Deciding to change the topic to more urgent matters, he asked, "What about the aliens that came through the portal? One looked like a human, and the other looked like a vampire. I was even told one looked like a furry." "The lab is still researching the matter, however they confirmed that the purple fella is a vampire," Hackett said. The captain looked toward his mentor with a baffled look. He thought the colonel was joking about the reference. However, it seemed fiction was closer to reality than once believed. "How the hell do they know it is a vampire?" "Let me guess, they have samples in a freezer in Norway and compared DNA. "I love your imagination, Matthew, but no. The scientists used PIS, skimmed through thousands of references written about vampires over the past 300 years. They also cross-check with the corpses that had their blood drained from their bodies. While details differ, the important details match depending on your source material. The fantasy is real, or at least on this alien planet." "Damn," Ryder stated as he tried to wrap his mind around the new reality. "I guess the idea was older than we thought. What about the human type?" Hackett chuckled before he responded, "You were closer the first time. As I said, the current hypothesis is still mostly guessing work. Still, the preliminary study states that these human types are closer to the Homo erectus than Homo sapiens." While Ryder knew his mentor was joking regarding the Norway lab part, he was still shocked by the statement. He wanted to ask how that was possible. However, he realized these aliens had come through the portal, And the device was already on Earth. God knows how long that device had been here. And the technology? Clueless, Hackett plainly stated. I had a feeling, Ryder said. We need more intel. I assume we will be going through. That is, if we can figure out how to communicate with her. The device closed after this new enemy retreated. We need her to reactivate it, or we run the risk of them having full control over it. Assuming we do, what is the plan? That is still being hammered out. As you said, we need intel to determine what the world offers and what is worth investing in it. However, the value of making contact and gaining a foothold in their world overlaps the risks. New technologies, strange abilities, new races. The discoveries are limitless, and the White House wants it. Ryder turned back to the interrogation. The interrogator was getting frustrated, tossing documents on the table while the tan elf girl was crying. Then the interrogator stood and left the room with his hand rubbing the upper part of his chin in frustration. I have no idea what to do, the interrogator said. Every language PI has failed, and she is very emotional. Her family member was taken, and she is in an alien world locked in a jail cell, Ryder said. Wouldn't you be? How do you know that the other elf was related to her? The man asked. Would you be this emotional if it was just some guy named Billy from down the street? Ryder replied. Regardless of her relationship with that man or male elf the point is, he was someone important to her. Hackett crossed his arms as he stared at the one-way mirror. You have a point, Matthew. You should go in there. Ryder looked at his mentor with shock. Are you sure? I am not an interrogator. Exactly, that approach has failed, and you have more contact with these people. And besides, she did save your life, so that might be a good way to smooth things over. Recalling back to the fight, Ryder's body still felt sour from being tossed around by that dark-haired, purple-skinned vampire. Even with his Italian battlesuit, he was shocked by his opponent's raw strength. However, his mentor was correct. She did save his life at the cost of losing someone of importance, so maybe there was an angle there to build a bridge. I can give it a shot. I owe her one. Maybe a familiar face might gain some ground. As Ryder headed to the interrogation door, one of the Guardian's staff handed him a folder with everything they knew about the aliens. After quickly skimming through some of the details, he entered the room. As the door closed, he noticed that she was staring at him. She looked exhausted and terrified, tears all over her cheeks, but most importantly, she looked defeated. He opened the door again and said, "Guard, take off those cuffs." "Sir," the guard said, "we saw those aliens do that weird energy thing with their hands." Ryder turned to the guard. "Weird energy thing? We need a new word for that. Anyway, I was there and saw it with my own eyes. She could have broken free any time she wanted and chose not to. Besides, what is she going to do? Go to war with 80,000 military personnel in Colorado?" The guard left and confirmed with his superiors to take off the restraints. It took a few minutes, and Ryder stood there until they uncuffed her. Once they were, he ordered everyone to leave the room, so it was just the two. The captain only sat down when they were alone, lightly setting the fold on the table. "Hello there." The elf suddenly began ranting again, moving her hands as she spoke some unknown language. She then moved her hands together, almost like she was trying to make a shape. However, Ryder was impressed by how long she could go on a tangent. Sitting there confused, the captain remained quiet to allow her to vent whatever she needed to. She knew they couldn't understand each other by now, but Ryder wondered if she had a plan to resolve this. After carefully watching, the girl seemed to create a square and put something in or out. He assumed she was requesting her purse or whatever is equivalent in her world. Ryder then looked toward the one-way mirror, only seeing his reflection. "Can you get her stuff, please? And yes, I know that breaks every rule in the book, but unless we want to play charades for the next 30 years, there might be something that can help." A heavy voice from the intercom stated that they were gathering her things, so he looked back at the elf girl sitting there, twirling her figure in her long brown hair. It was clear to him that she was trying to keep herself calm, waiting to see what happened next. The two sat awkwardly as they didn't know what else to do. It took about 10 minutes for the Guardian to carry a box. They set the box on the table. Among them was a guard, aiming his P-52s at her. In addition to her things, one of the Guardians, a woman, sat 2 bottles of water on the table. Thank you, Ryder said. You all can leave now. There was hesitation among the guards, however, and the three individuals left the integration room. Ryder looked over to the elf girl and saw her grabbing the bottle. She tried pulling the cap off and, to her confusion, struggled. He could tell it was frustrating her, and she started to tear up again. The sight was informative. While not intentional, the captain realized her people had the concept of a bottle, but not the twisting part of the cap. This meant their bottles could be cork-like, possibly like wine bottles or other means. He had no idea why the sight impressed him. The captain got the elf's attention and showed with his hands that she needed to twist the bottle cap. She watched with amazement before doing the same. After removing the cap, she raised her fists to celebrate her accomplishment. However, this resulted in her spilling some of her bottled water. The two laughed before she drank the bottle to nearly half full. Once the elf finished hydrating herself, she grabbed her bag and began digging in it. This unnerved Matthew Ryder, as he had no idea what she would do next. Already seeing what these people could do, anything in that bag could be dangerous. To his confusion, she pulled out the lightest red smooth stone. She set it on the table and directed him to touch it. He was hesitant, but decided he had already gone this far, and they needed to make progress. That a little trust was required. He reached out and touched the stone. The only thing he felt was a strange tingle in his mind, feeling slightly odd before the feeling went away. That felt strange. That feeling will go away soon. Interesting. Ryder then realized who spoke. Being only two people in the room, only the elf girl could have said those words. Did I just understand you? The elf looked confused. The girl again started stroking her hair for comfort. Yeah, it is a translation amulet. We use them all the time on Alagore. I brought some so we could communicate because I did not know what kind you used. But your people took it away. Why did your people not use your translation amulet? I do not understand why you subjected me like this when everything would have been easier if we could understand each other. Ryder had no idea how to respond, especially baffled by the second part. He could tell her they do not have these amulets, but needed to know if that was too much information. The truth was they did try to communicate with their programmable intelligence technology, which failed. The issue the captain was struggling with was how to explain what P are and why they didn't work. We tried, but they didn't work. I see. I expected things to be similar to home when we came here. So far, everything I have seen in your world is vastly different from Alagore. Even the lights and chairs are different. The girl then leaned forward as if she was studying the Caucasian man. Can I ask, have we met before? You seem familiar. We met before you were taken through that device. I see, you were in your armor, so I did not get a good view. A lot was going on that night, so I understand. Do you have a name? Frier Holiaden, daughter of Regal Holiaden. Captain Matthew Ryder, head of Combat Fire Team 1, otherwise known as Comanche. It is nice to meet you finally. The elf then looked toward the mirror wall and back at him. Unless I a prisoner, or am I going to be a slave? The question almost made the captain laugh, however, he maintained his posture. The captain understood why she considered that option, as she was locked alone with a man she didn't know. From her perspective, she was trapped by aliens. It did inform him that her world had a slave system to some degree, which meant that the institution wasn't native to Earth, but a universal evil. Slavery is illegal on Earth, Ryder said. However, you are a prisoner for right now, at least until we can decide if we can be friends. The elf girl leaned back with a smile before clapping her hands together. Then let's be friends. I only wanted us to be friends to begin with, Frier said. Then can I ask, why am I a prisoner? You are the Lats, correct? Do you look like them? I thought we were allies. Why do I have to prove my friendship? Elves and Lats have been allies for thousands of years. Ryder couldn't help but glance toward the mirror, knowing what Colonel Hackett was thinking. Based on how she said it, it confirmed that there were other types of humans on Alagore besides the Homo erectus. Are the humans that came through without the Lats? The elf's ears perked as she held her head in confusion. The humans with Callum? No, those are Javet. They despise the Lats and wish to replace them as the dominant humans on Alagore. Isn't that the same here? Trying to understand the inner politics, of these different species started giving the captain a headache. To move the conversation along, he opened the folder and slid the images of the humans that came through the portal. "Is this a Javet?" The elf woman leaned over and shook her head in agreement. "Yes, I also noticed that you did not answer my question." "You are a sharp one," Ryder said. "We call them Homo erectus, a subspecies of humans that went extinct for hundreds of thousands of years. There has not been another type of human besides Homo sapiens, or, in your case, lats on Earth for as long as anyone could remember." "Extinct," the elf girl said. "How is that possible?" "I was going to ask you the same question on how they are alive." Frier started at the man with her green eyes, looking concerned and confused by the statements in the conversation. "So your kind wiped them out before they could rule over you?" Matthew Ryder gave her a confused stare, as he didn't know how to respond. He wanted to reject it, but had no idea what happened that long ago. "Honestly, I have no idea. Many different subhumans were competing to become dominant back then, but we are all that is left. We always assumed it was because natural selection wiped out all other subgroups of humans. As I said, that was hundreds of thousands of years ago before we tamed fire." "I see." The elf girl took out her notebook and started recording. "We knew Altairi would be different, but nothing like this. A world with only one race. I cannot imagine how peaceful and prosperous this world must be." "Yeah, peaceful." Feeling a drop of sweat drop down the back of Ryder's neck with that question. Out of everything he had seen over the past 24 hours, this was the most embarrassing moment, realizing how wrong she was. "We still have our wars, but that brings me to the main question. Why are you here? Why was this Callum fellow they after you two?" Frier began telling the story, giving more information than Ryder and everyone else listening could have dreamed of. Speaking with her hands, she explained the journey of the Palatini of Orias, going through the mountains, heading to this ancient temple called Indalas. They used an orb that her father had discovered and activated the bridge there. However, once they started the device, nothing happened. Based on her timeline, they attempted to open the bridge around the same time the Americans detected the signal on Mars, and the device started activating at the British Museum warehouse. This meant they had to wait about 3 months to figure out how to activate the bridge on the American side. "Can I ask, Ryder, why didn't you guys answer when we first called? Why did you guys take so long to activate the bridge?" Ryder realized that she had consistently called the alien device Bridge. "I am not authorized to go into detail, but we couldn't until yesterday. We didn't even know about this bridge until your people activated it, and we had to figure out how to on our end." "But why did you guys go through all that?" Ryder asked. "Why were they chasing after you?" "I am sorry," Frier said. "The reason why we tried to contact you was because we need your help. The Unity is sweeping across our world, forcing everyone to submit to their power. They are on a religious crusade, trying to force everyone to change their way of belief or die by the sword. Kingdom after kingdom has fallen to the point that only 2 kingdoms of resistance are left." "You are a very transparent girl," Ryder said. He noticed the comment went over the girl's head and apologized for interrupting her. At this point, he would say that this girl was not military. As the elf continued, she explained how the Unity believed in one rule. This enemy had conquered the continent with overwhelming power for the past 20 years. The reality became apparent as she spoke. Either you embrace this Unity religion or die. For Matthew Ryder, this reminded him of the 20th century ideological utopianist wars against fascism and communism. The fascists wanted racial superiority, removing all who didn't fit their model of the perfect human. The communists purged anything that kindled the human spirit, because it did not live up to their definition of extreme equity. At the end of the day, both sides were able to justify murdering tens of millions of people without needing a second thought. They all believed that the result was worth a trail of graves. It seemed like Alagore was going through a similar crisis. What is this Unity? Were the ones who came through the bridge the Unity? No, Frier said. The soldiers who came through are from the Veriance aristocracy. They were once on our side early in the war. However, they joined the Unity some time ago. The Unity's fundamental advantage has been how advanced their magitech is. No one knows how they became so powerful so quickly, but they are using their strength to enslave the world. To Ryder's surprise, he felt a thrill at the thought of this powerful unity that they had only faced against the middle power of Alagore. He thought he would have an uneasy taste, but a part of him wanted to accept the challenge. Not that he was happy to hear about all the suffering Frier people had been going through. He wondered if maybe he was curious about how mysterious this Alagore world was, or if a frontier spirit was kicking in. But the real question was the details about technology. He understood the second part of the compound word, but he had never heard of the first part before. What is magitech? Frier slammed her hands on the table and stood, leaning in. Are you kidding me? How can you not know what magitech is? She then sat back down, calming herself down. Maybe you call it something different. Maybe we do, Ryder said. Humor me, though. Magitech is using the knowledge of thaumaturgy to enhance the manufacturing and crafting of an item. It is that simple, fusing magic and technology. It took a moment for Ryder to react after hearing the word magic. Magic. You mean from Harry Potter? Seeing that she was confused by the reference, he apologized and recalled seeing the enemy soldiers holding out their hands, and energy fields and blasts appeared. Now he kicked himself for not putting two and two together. When you saved me from that vampire, Callum, you said? You were using magic? That is correct, Frier said. So you do have magic in your world. For a moment I thought you didn't. I don't know how else to say this, but magic isn't real in our world. It is just made-believe for storytelling and children's games. I am not an engineer, so I might not be the best person to answer this. We rely on hard science to create and solve things. We do not infuse any spiritual, mystical, or what you said. Frier stared at him with a dumbfounded look. She then looked at the ceiling light and back at him. Then how do you have electricity without utilizing thaumaturgy? Why is thaumaturgy mystical and spiritual? Frier asked. He then realized he needed to check his bias and was out of his league. What is mystical to his people does not mean it is to her. I am not qualified to answer that question, but we mastered electricity about 170 years ago. Interesting, Frier said. We were expecting the Lats as the folklore. They came from here, after all. My father guessed there would be differences, but not to this degree. It is almost like you people developed backward. No offense. None was taken, Ryder said. He realized that she used the word electricity, meaning they didn't just develop the concept, but utilized it on a large enough scale within their society. Enough to be mentioned as an example. I think this will be the final question for now. What will the enemy do with the people they took from us? They will be taken back to the Unity at some point. It wouldn't take long for Callum to realize that your people are different and will want to absorb as much knowledge from them as possible. Once the Unity gets their hands on them, they will do the same but more brutally. They will learn everything they know about your world. Then, if any of them refuses to accept the Katra as their one religion, the men will be executed, and the women will be enslaved. Then, they will set their eyes on your people. They have a saying, the domain is forever expanding. Ryder sat there, imagining what the tanned elf girl said and the conversation as a whole. While most of this was beyond his pay grade, he could already tell the military was going to want to respond. As Hackett said, at least secure a beachhead. Thank you, Frier, Ryder said as he stood up. Let me get you better quarters while we figure out our next step. He left the interrogation room and approached his commanding officer, Colonel William Hackett. That went well. I hope you recorded that. Enough for now, Hackett said. Good job. The question is, now what? Ryder asked. Simple. We respond in kind. The White House wants to show these people that you cannot shed blood and kidnap key personnel on U.S. soil and get away with it. You and the 5th Rangers will mobilize in the next 24 hours. Be ready. A. Alagore, Volume 1, Chapter 6. Dear Josephine, I left this letter by your horrible-looking expensive nightstand that you know I adore. I know we talked yesterday afternoon that I will be gone for a while, but I felt the need to write this. I know this has never been easy for you. Going to bed together and then waking in the morning, finding that you are alone. It is my job, my purpose in life, but I do understand the stress it causes you and our children. You have always been an amazing wife, and I think about you all the time. You already know this. I cannot say where I am going and for how long, but I could tell that you knew this was going to be different. The things I am about to witness and endure will change everything we see in the world, which is making me question things. But I know I can handle the adventure we are going on because I know you believe in me. Tell Ellen that when I come back, we will go dress shopping the entire weekend. Axel, tell him he is the man of the house and that I am entrusting him to keep things stable. I wish I could be there to finish working on our fixer-up car, and please tell our children that I love them, and I hope one day they will understand why I must leave. Why I must go. My dear wife, I love you and will see you soon. Staff Sergeant Kurt Forrest, March 4th, 2069, Military Calendar, Military VIP Quarters, Peterson Space Force Base, Colorado, United States. Frier Holiadon stared out of the large window overlooking this military installation. This strange world was nothing like she imagined. There were buildings everywhere. Strange-looking flying machines moved across the skyline. Bulky vehicles drove along the streets. What seemed more impressive was that common folk were utilizing such wonders. Everything was covered in snow, giving it a natural feeling. Staring out, she saw everyone moving around and concluded that Ryder was correct. Everyone on Altairi, or Earth as they called it, was like Lats. She had grown accustomed to no other types of humans or other species on Alagore, a belief that never crossed her mind before coming here. She heard a knock on the door. She did not want to be rude, as she was a guest in their world, so she informed them that they could enter. Hearing the door open, she expected more military personnel to ask her questions, which had been nearly non-stop. Still, to her surprise, one man entered the room. The elf girl was familiar with him, but only in passing, being from Ryder's team, Comanche. The man began to speak, but she couldn't understand what he said. Frier held her hand out to silence him as she pressed the dark red amulet on her clothing strap. There, can you understand me? Wow, I understand what the boss man meant, the Comanche soldiers said. That is a strange feeling. So you are a friend of the captain? Frier asked. His name is Matthew. Captain is just his rank, the Comanche soldier said. She felt a sense of embarrassment as she had already screwed up their naming culture. I am sorry, I meant no insult. The man laughed, commenting that they called him worse out of jest. He then reached out his hand, which confused her. My name is Sergeant Benjamin Ford, tech expert of Comanche. The elf girl stared at the hand, analyzing the welcoming gesture. Surprisingly, it was similar to the orcs and lats, but each had its own variations. I am sorry, Ford said. I assumed you already knew what a handshake was. I do, Frier said. At least I have seen versions of this. I am only surprised how different our worlds are, and yet something so basic is so similar. Ford then explained the basic principle of their greeting gesture, which was surprisingly simple. She then reached out and grabbed his hand, which he shook softly. Well, anyway, it is nice to meet you. Welcome to Earth. Thank you, Frier said. You are the first to tell me that. Really, I am sorry to hear that. It has been hectic here since you all arrived, so I guess decency was thrown out the door. I will admit things were harsher than I expected, but some of your kind already expressed kindness, including you. But I want to ask, what is that word you used? Hectic. Oh, you must not have a word for that. Basically, it means trying to organize chaos. She couldn't help but nod, finding this world utterly different from her father's imagination. I am sorry that our arrival has caused so much turmoil. Our intention was never to bring harm. We were only trying to seek aid for our war. It is okay, Ford said. Honestly, my country has a love-hate relationship with the unknown and drama. It gives them something new to focus on. She stood there, confused by what this man had said. I am sorry, everything about your world is so different. What do you mean? Taking a frustrated breath, Frier folded her arms together. I do not know where to begin. To start with, everything you build is without the influence of magic. The sages in Matho would call your people backward thinking, yet what you have is impressive. Your lights are not crystal and can be turned on by a button. I see them everywhere. And let's look outside. Your sky is so empty, having only one moon. One moon? That is definitely different, Ford said as he walked to the large window. But I wouldn't say it is empty. You just cannot see it. What do you mean? Watch this. Frier looked at the young boy. Ford seemed very energetic and outgoing compared to many of the people she had encountered so far, and she liked it. Different from the legionaries in their mission. Their spirits seemed broken, with only duty left in their lives. The more she thought about it, she noticed similar traits among the few Alteri she had met. Some were nice, like Ryder, while others were cold and direct. Some seemed sweet, like Ford, but there was something else that she couldn't put her finger on that made them stand out. Seeing that the human man wanted her to stare out into the white snow horizon, she was shocked by a sudden explosion in the distance. Are you under attack? Nope, Ford calmly said. That is what we call a rocket. It sends military personnel to that moon you see hanging high above us. So we might only have one, but we are very active. She struggled to understand. The idea is that the Altairi could accomplish such a feat. You can go into orbit. You can sail through the cosmic sea. Ford was surprised by the elf girl's response, which was not what he expected. So do your people understand the concept of gravity and orbits? Of course, Frier said. Why would we not? Good point. It was wrong for me to assume. I guess it is my time to apologize. To answer your question, yes. We and other nations on Earth have colonies on other worlds outside of ours, all within this star system, of course. Amazing. We have stories of explorers sailing through the cosmic sea, meeting our goddess. I grew up reading these tales, but never imagined it would be possible. There's so much to learn. Frier stared at him with a giggle, the first in a long time. She then looked back at the rocket, seeing the large plume of smoke that trailed behind it. My father would have loved to see this. Everything is different but fascinating. The sages always talked about what going to one of the moons would be like, but your people are living on it. I could spend a lifetime learning what your world had to offer if it were not for the war. About that, Ford said. Is it that bad? I was informed of what you told the captain. It sounds like Marxist-level evil. I thought you told me not to call him captain. She saw the man scratch the back of his head, acknowledging that he had informed her that was not his proper name. She chuckled, but her smile faded as she thought about what was happening in her homeworld. I have no idea what Marxism means, but I have never faced the unity. I heard nothing but them for 20 years when they first started their expansion. Everyone has suffered under their conquest. It is well known that either you surrender to their false god or be purged from existence. I get it, Ford said. I didn't mean to trigger you. They sound terrible. Frier Hollyaden found Ford's response interesting, not because of what he said, but because of how he acted. Then it hit her. He didn't understand the concept of being invaded. If he did, he and the other Altairi would react more urgently to a significant hostile power. They casually feel something that she only felt deep within the walls of Matho. During her first quest outside the city, she headed to the Temple of Indolas, where the bridge was located. She quickly learned that she had no idea what their real-world life was like, being sheltered within the comfort of civilization. This Alteri feels protected as she did in the city. Why do these people think like that? She doesn't know why, but she finds it attractive that an entire civilization feels like this. Is everything okay? Ford asked. Oh, sorry. Frier realized that she had zoned out. Her cheeks blushed in reaction, and she stared out the window. I was wondering, do you think your people will help? Ford hesitated before responding. After taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. That is above my pay grade, miss. But I am allowed to tell you that we will be going to your world. The opportunities are too great to pass this up, just because someone wants to fight. My people are known for getting into other countries' affairs, even if we only hint at a security threat. We do not like to be challenged. She stared at him, finding that comment interesting. While not being a Lat, their mindset about life was strangely similar. She wondered if this was what it was like with warrior civilizations. Ford started to act strangely, as if he were comfortable with her reaction. I didn't mean to make it sound like we are bullies. If a country wants to work with us, we are usually chill. If someone threatens us, we will blow them back to the Stone Age. Now, in regard the unity and those who attacked us, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Not thrilled by the answer, Frier hoped for a more direct response to her people's challenges. However, she was happy that the Altairi were doing something. Maybe they would become more proactive when they reached her world and saw the threat. Ford must have seen her mood as he got her attention and said, "But let me tell you this. They picked a fight with an American, and we do not get bullied by anyone, human, alien, or in this case, vampires." She couldn't help but smile. Before she could respond, Ford pulled a thin rectangular device from his pocket and placed it by his ear, and then began speaking to someone on the other end. The device Ford was holding attracted the elf girl with awe and excitement. It was apparent that it was a communication device, but like everything in this world, it was vastly different. It was like a dialyet, but far smoother and clearer screen than she had ever seen in her world. When Ford placed his communication device into his pocket, he said, "That was the boss. We are to meet back at Raymond for deployment. We are going in." Captain Matthew Ryder looked at the digital table and saw the elf girl's general layout for Indalas Temple. The map was a rough sketch, quickly created by a PI program, but it gave them the details needed to plan their assault. The temple's details were impressive, given that Frier was a natural archivist. However, that was where the joy ended. The temple had many ruined buildings scattered across the grounds, providing cover for infantry. The real issue was the choke point from the bridge chamber into the temple plaza. If the Veriance aristocracy placed any meaningful defense, then dislodging them would be a struggle. "My problem is this choke point," Lieutenant Colonel Barker said. "After that, the enemy shouldn't be an issue. Don't assume it will be that easy." Hackett then reached the table and drew 3 lines. "If I were them, I would deploy my main force here to counter anything that came through the bridge with these in reserve. My rangers can easily clear them out," Lieutenant Colonel Barker said. "Maybe we should be the ones going in first. We're trained to deal with situations like this." "I must have missed invading an alien world in basic," Hackett said, chuckling. "No, my Minutemen will be the tip of the spear. We don't want to play our hand too quickly, because we don't know what cards they have. We flush them out and then punch hard." Ryder watched the 2 colonels debate how they would invade the new world. As there was no precedent for this type of campaign, there had been many disagreements on how to handle it. Because of that, his mentor, Hackett, informed him before the meeting that everything they do going forward will lay the foundation for a new doctrine. Unlike the Ranger Colonel, his mentor was trying to take a conservative approach. Based on the few samples of Magitech they gathered from the attacker's corpse, it was bluntly clear that the nations of Alagore followed a pearl of different wisdom than they followed on Earth, which he could agree with. If they were going to have to learn to play in their backyard, they would need to understand the rules. Ryder fully understood what Hackett was saying. Based on the 2 colonels' debates, this invasion would serve as a testbed to determine whether further expansion was worth it. Future campaigns would be achievable if they could gain a beachhead and hold it. Luckily, the captain was confident this operation would be successful. He didn't know if it was his youth or his over-eagerness, but he wanted the fight. Something within him wanted to go, a calling, a pull. Or maybe he was running. He had not been happy with the current state of his life, and the situation with his wife hadn't helped. That is what his XO would say, at least. The captain just hoped he could figure out why he felt like this. This could be an opportunity to find a new purpose. "I do not like that we are purely relying on an alien for this intel," Barker said. "You have spent hours with her and barely gotten anything useful. We don't know their weapons or force size. Isn't there anything useful she can provide?" "With all due respect, sir," Ryder said, "she provides us with a lot of intel. We just don't know how to filter it. We know they fight tactically like us, that they have energy-based weapons, and that she informed us about magic as a weapon, something we wouldn't have factored if we went blind. We should be happy we have this." "How could she not know more about the enemy's abilities?" Barker said. "She had to be hiding something." After spending nearly a day with Frier Holiarden in the integration room, he already knew she wouldn't intentionally mislead them. Once they figured out how to communicate with each other, the problem became keeping her quiet about what she knew, for fear that unauthorized personnel would learn what was happening here. The elf wanted to share everything possible out of pure excitement. "She is a civilian, Colonel," Ryder stated. "How many wars have we had since World War II, and how many civilians understand the basics of the military?" Barker was not thrilled by the response but nodded. "Point taken. We will do it your way, Colonel. Clear out the choke point and we'll handle the rest. We will show them what we did to the Germans at Pointe du Hoc. When the meeting ended, Ryder approached his commanding officer. Sir, I know it's a bold plan, Matt, Hackett said. I have full faith in all of you. Clear out anything that could threaten the M30 Archers. Once there, the IFVs will pull the heavyweight. It is not that, Ryder said. It is about Frier, the alien elf. What about her? I want your permission for her to join Comanche. William Hackett stared at Ryder for what felt like forever. The reaction seemed to indicate that the request needed to be more promising. Explain yourself. Ryder didn't need to hesitate as he already knew his reasons. She knows the land, the tech we might face, and what we might face in general. Plus, she is a mage after all. We could use one on our side with that ability. And she knows how to activate the bridge, Hackett said. We cannot afford to lose that. And keeping her locked up here isn't what she signed up for. She wanted to help and agreed to share everything regarding the bridge. Having her on the field only enhances the team. Hackett placed both hands on the digital table and stared at the captain. This isn't romantic, right? I am married, sir, Ryder boldly said. Not anymore, Matt, Hackett said, carefully analyzing what the captain had said. Is this about her father? Now Ryder hesitated to reply. He underestimated his mentor's knowledge of the elf girl's desires. That is correct. She wants to find her father, and after all she has done to help us, she has the right to do so. This isn't a rescue mission. Her interests might conflict with ours if she is on your team. I know, but loyalty is important. We need to give a little if we want her and anyone on that rock to trust us. How are we even supposed to communicate with anyone if she is not there? She is willing to share everything, and the only thing she wants in return is the opportunity to search for her father. Hackett stared at his caption carefully. Ryder met his stare with determination. While Ryder had nothing but respect for his mentor, he didn't want to budge. He was responsible for caring for his team and for their best interests. More than that, he believed she earned the right to pursue what she dreamed of, regardless of whether she was an alien elf. You really want this, Hackett said. Fine, I see your point and will bring it up with the brass. As long as she teaches them how to turn the damn thing on and off, they should be pleased. Ryder nodded with approval. I don't see her wanting to hide anything. But I will clarify that. Walking down the hallway, the sense of the coming battle was in the air. Nearly 1,000 military personnel from the Minutemen and the 5th Ranger Battalion were preparing for the most incredible adventure since the colonial era. They would be the first humans, or, as the elf girl called them, Altairi, to go to an alien world called Alagore, the first world outside this solar system. Only 2 days ago, Matthew Ryder couldn't have dreamed that something like this was possible. Invading an alien world whose very foundation the people of Earth labeled fantasy wouldn't have been on the bingo card. He did not know how to feel as the hour drew closer to their military operation to Alagore. This is really happening, King said. Yes, it is, Ryder replied. Are you sure about including her on the team? I am. We are going blind, and having someone who understands their world can only be a benefit. There is no database we can rely on to figure out the situations we will face. It is worth the risk. Is that the truth or an excuse? Ryder took a frustrated deep breath, knowing where this conversation was going. I don't want to discuss this before this mission. As your XO and friend, it is my responsibility to ensure that you think clearly and are objective over personal feelings. Are you not doing this because of your ex-wife? She is gone, and you need to move on. Bringing that baggage will only hinder you going forward. The captain understood why his second-in-command was asking this. Bringing Frier along and trying to find her father was a form of redemption for what had happened to his family. However, Rommel King was correct. While that is what he wished, that line of thinking would only lead to a dark path. Regardless of his personal feelings, he knew the objective side of the argument was correct. I would be lying if I said I was not sympathetic to her situation, Ryder said. I am not putting my feelings in front of the team. We need her to communicate with the natives, and we do not know what we are facing. Having a mage on the team might help. Otherwise, it would just become another war on terror fiasco. Rommel King nodded and patted the captain on the back. Just making sure, Matt. You were there for my divorce, so I will always have your back. Thank you, Ryder said. Anytime. I will support your decision with her and whatever decisions you make on the other side. Feeling proud to have an excellent XO he could rely on, he mentally prepared himself for the adventure to come. As the two headed down the hallway to their armory, Ryder saw Sergeant Benjamin Ford with Frier Holiardon. She looked far more refreshed compared to being stuck in the interrogation room. Good morning, you two. Ryder turned to speak with the elf girl. Before he could, she tackled him with a hug, wrapping herself tight around him. Thank you for letting me join your team, Frier said, almost crying. I promise not to drag you down. I will not be a burden. It was no big deal, Ryder said as he lightly patted her. Frier then pulled back and looked around. An embarrassed look formed as she grabbed her arm. Sorry. While assuring the elf girl that it was okay, Ryder concluded that she was an expressive social person. While nothing was wrong with being open, he had to establish clear boundaries as this was a military unit, not a frat party. He ordered the others to leave so he could have one last private chat with Comanche's newest member. Once they were alone, Frier asked, Is everything okay? Did I overstep? Everything is good, Ryder said. It is okay to be who you are, but be careful who you express yourself to. But that isn't what I wanted to talk about. Okay, Frier said. What did you want to talk about? I said that if the opportunity came to rescue your father, we would try, Ryder said. However, I cannot guarantee that we will ever find him. He might be out of our grasp for the time being. I need you to understand that. So you are not going to look for him? I didn't say that. On the contrary, my people want to find him. Based on what you said, he is the founding father of understanding the bridge and these alien ruins. That is the knowledge we want. But I wanted to be upfront here, given the low odds. This includes our people they took. I understand. I appreciate how transparent you have been. My father would want me to help you all. We wanted the Alte Eri to free our world from the Unity grasp, and I am willing to do what I can to help. Good to hear. Ryder took a deep breath as he knew he had to switch the tone of their meeting and get to business. Speaking of transparency, I expect you to continue telling my people everything you know about Alagore, especially if it's related to the mission or our survival. Suppose you don't want to tell the rest of the team something that is okay. In that case, personal privacy is important in principle to my country. But as the team leader, I need to know. Understand? I do. I learned command structure while I was with the Palatini of Arias. I want to tell you everything I know about my world. I do hope one day I can learn about yours. I do not see why not. But for now, the matter at hand. I need to say a few more things to ensure everything is clear. As a team member, you must respect the chain of command when I give an order, meaning I expect my and Rommel's orders to be followed. Once we have established ourselves, my people expect you to share all your knowledge on how the bridge works, so we can maintain a two-way line between our worlds. Of course, Frier said in confusion, as if she didn't understand why she wouldn't share that knowledge. I assumed I was going to tell you how the bridge works. Otherwise, why did I come here? No one should give you the nuclear codes, King commented to the elf girl's confusion. Thrilled that they were on the same page, Ryder continued, Time to officially introduce you to the rest of Comanche. Ryder, Frier said, before we go, what does Comanche mean? I have heard your comrades refer to yourselves that way all the time. Matthew Ryder placed his hand on the door as he prepared to open it. Hundreds of years ago, they were one of the greatest warrior tribes my country went to war with. They were fast, fierce, true warriors that required an overwhelming force to defeat them. I named this team after them to honor and respect their legacy. We harness the spirits of the plains and strike fear in our enemies as they know we will be the last thing they see. The captain then opened the door to the armory and headed inside. There, they saw the rest of the Comanche finish preparing for battle. Staff Sergeant Kurt Forrest approached and extended his robotic skeleton arm, which Frier stared at with fear. He retracted his arm. Scared of robotic arms, I see. Don't worry, I only need one lady to like it. I am sorry, I meant no offense. I have never seen something like that before. That is okay, Forrest said. I got used to it long ago. Now, let me introduce you to the team. Ryder headed to his station and put on his integrated tactical lightweight infantryman armor network, also known as the Italian battlesuit. Forrest went around the room, introducing Frier to each member of Comanche, starting with Charles Higgins, the Air Force communications specialist. Then the team's heavy weapons and engineer specialists, Edgar Wallace and Bruno Barrios, known as the Twins, to which Kurt warned them to play nice with the newest member of the team, the medic, Marcos Gonzalez, and Benjamin Ford. Frier then went to Gregory Barrett, the unit's sergeant first class. After attaching all the module components of the Italian, Ryder couldn't help but think back to his fight with Callum. At the time, he had no idea he was fighting their leader. While he hated to admit it, he lost that fight, mostly because he did not understand what he was going up against. As his mentor says, a defeat is only a defeat if you learn nothing from it, and the captain learned a lot about this new enemy. Once Ryder finished installing his battlesuit, he saw his team had gathered. Each Comanche team member grouped and placed their fists to form a circle. There was one open spot, and everyone was toward the elf. She stood there confused. "If you're going to be on the team, you must be part of the rituals," Barrett said. "Everything we do is as a team." Ryder watched as the elf looked around and approached. She slowly placed her hand among the group and slowly formed a fist, acting uneasy about what was happening. It brought much joy to the men, who found it cute and refreshing. This included him, who found the sight humorous and could tell the rest of the team thought the same. Poor soul, she has no idea what she just got into. Ford was the first to speak, starting off the unit motto. The rest of the team began chanting the remaining words: the first to wake, the first to fight, the first to tell the enemy good night. We are the Minutemen ready to fight. Seeing that it was his turn, the captain continued, "Let the red moon guide us to our fight." Feeling energized after their team-building moment, they left the armory. However, King stopped Ryder before exiting the room for a private conversation. The team headed down the hall until they reached the facility's main chamber. Hundreds of other soldiers from the other units were also there, gathering information. They have all been in the same facility since yesterday. Battle scars still stained the walls. However, the corpses and blood had already been removed from this old Cold War-era bunker. Comanche formed in front of the 5th Rangers Battalion as planned, all wearing their standard-issue Italian. To the left and right of Comanche were the other 6 Minutemen teams from A Squadron. In front of everyone was the alien device known as the bridge. It was in the center of an elevated platform with a large half-ring on each side. The device looked smaller than he recalled, with sides tighter than he remembered. At this size, a tank would barely fit. He heard some teammates whispering about how everything had started to feel real. The gravity of going to war against aliens in an alien world was only hitting now that it was happening. Even Ryder's earlier eagerness was tampered with a bit. Colonel William Hackett came through one of the side's armored doors, surrounded by some of his and the Rangers' staff. He was in his Iltian, ready to follow his men to the other world. Hackett walked up to the bridge platform and turned, getting a decent view of the task force. "Soldiers of the United States Army, you are about to embark on a journey we have not seen since the discovery of the New World, since the Apollo landings, since Mars, a world that is vastly different from what we have grown to believe. Through this grand challenge, each of you will need to expect the unknown and rise above it, pushing aside any fear, doubt, or confusion you face. The people of Alagore have reached out to the Eagle of Liberty and called upon aid against a ruthless enemy. As you all know, the utopianist ideologies have haunted our species for centuries, forcing us to question our faith, beliefs, culture, and the core fiber of what makes up our country, dividing our neighbors, destroying all that we entrusted. But in the darkest hour, when the world seemed to be falling off the cliff, we didn't tear ourselves apart, but grew stronger. When this country was founded nearly 300 years ago, it set forth the ideals of self-determination, liberty, and freedom. That we all are judged based on our merit and character, but not by the color of our skin or who we call God, mystical or civic. As you all know, we have not always lived up to those ideals. Every generation requires an internal battle to define itself. To the men and women among you, whites, blacks, Hispanics, Jews, Arabs, liberals, conservatives, populists, and libertarians. Each one faces their own trials. There were those who were discriminated against by such labels, while others used their identity to oppress others. Family, tradition, culture, community, and honor were all cast aside for those who wished to be selfish. Between each of these groups, but after generations from our founding, we are not separated by those categories, but have learned to unite as Americans. I state this because the enemy you will be facing, the unity, is the opposite of our founding ideals. A new oppressive religion that forces non-believers to renounce their faith or die by the sword. I do not need to explain the opportunities this alien device could bring to our country and all of mankind. There is one, in particular, you all need to focus on. An opportunity, a chance to show the Lord that we have shed the shadows of our past and lived up to the true meaning of being an American. We have declared ourselves the Astralis superpower, beginning a second manifest destiny for the American race. With the ideals of cooperation, expansion, discovery, and more, we can learn from our past divisions, come together behind our founding principles, and push out to new frontiers. God answered our creed with the bridge. The question is, will we meet this new challenge and prove that we are genuinely Astralis's power, or prove weak and cowardly? You will show the world of Alagore that it was not a mistake for them to reach out to us. You will show them that we are not the unity, but the eagle of liberty. Now that we know we are not alone in the universe, our future is in the stars. The day will come when our people will emerge as a great power. But what will that power represent? That we will be the shining beacon on the hill within the cosmic sea. You will set the stage for humanity's adventure into the stars. That we are all Americans. Always remember that, and you can accomplish the impossible. As the saying goes, we go to the moon. We do these things and the other things. Not because it is easy, but because they are hard. God bless you, God bless the United States of America, and let God bless all of mankind. Once the speech was finished, the Ranger Lieutenant Colonel approached, sua sponte. All the Rangers in the facility chamber yelled at once, "Rangers lead the way." Hackett then looked at his unit, first to wake, first to fight, first to tell the enemy good night. Like the Rangers, the Minutemen of a squadron all spoke in unison. Minutemen ready to fight. There were no clapping and cheers, as expected in the motion pictures, but that was not the point of the speech. Ryder knew that his mentor was setting the mood. Regardless of what people think about the nearly 300-year history of the United States, we do not walk away from a challenge. Frier Holiodon left Comanche and joined Hackett on the bridge platform. She took out her journal and walked to the device's right side. Hovering her hand over an orb that Ryder knew they had escorted from Mars, her hand shimmered white. As she began activating the bridge, the sound of heavy machines walking on the hard concrete could be heard from the rear. Ryder and other soldiers stepped out of the way as 12 M91 Infantry Fire Support Systems, IRISS, passed everyone. They were humanoid robotic soldiers, like the Akuma on Mars, but bulkier and more rigid than their organic-looking counterparts. The shoulders and arms had thick armor, with the chest having two large, flat industrial sections. The head had two blurred optics for eyes, with the mouth area as one plate beside a mouthpiece, with two small, bulky antenna earpieces sticking out toward the rear. Each was armed with an M252 machine gun, as they were strong enough to operate it. Behind them were 8 M17 Big Dog, four-legged dog-like drones. Being half as tall as an iris, 6 were equipped with the M2 Browning, while the other 2 had a multi-stage grenade launcher to fire explosive and smoke rounds at the enemy to provide cover. The robotic infantry formed in front of the Minutemen as they would first absorb the enemy weapon fire and distract the enemy long enough for Comanche and the other Minutemen CFTs to break through the enemy fortifications. Ryder found these types of drones useful but limiting. Suitable as a force multiplier in supporting roles, supporting human forces. Alone, they were less effective, as most nations have developed cheap, effective counters to most drones. The fact that the enemy had magic, and if they had anything like the Akuma, he expected them to develop a counter. Still, staring at one of the IRISS, Ryder never wanted to be on the receiving end of one. Feeling a tremor, at first Ryder thought it was an earthquake, which confused the captain, as if this were Colorado. Hearing Rommel King comment about the bridge, he looked. His eyes widened as he saw the once plain-looking half-ring device now glowing brightly, and the side half-rings started breaking apart. Fragments from both sides floated out, creating a wide circle far larger than before, now clearly able to fit many more vehicles at once. The center of the platform radiated yellowish-white as a sphere formed. What looked like glass began to spread from the sphere, quickly reaching the floating pieces that hovered. Within moments, a glass-like mirror filled the bridge so that they could see the other side. Once the order was given, the robotic soldiers marched forward, going through the bridge. Captain Matthew Ryder then received the order to advance. He kissed his cross necklace as he and the rest of Comanche ran toward the bridge, heading off to Alagore and beginning the journey to a distant star, braving the unknown. AAV-1 Alagore, Chapter 7. Mr. President, I learned from Peterson Base that the Ranger Minuteman Task Force has gone through the alien portal known as the bridge. We have been able to establish a connection with our forces on the other side, but the connection is weak. We believe this is because the bridge energy is providing interference, so progress reports will be slow. Director Bill Miller of the FBI has reported that Internet Monitor Group, IMG, PLs, have successfully tricked the general population about the result of the explosion the other day at the facility. They are monitoring the situation and will create a report if events at Raymond Base trend again. As your advisor, I highly recommend we hold a meeting to discuss the path we will take after the military establishes a beachhead on this alien planet. I understand that most of the cabinet and the Joint Chiefs of Staff prefer to keep the bridge and Alagore a secret from the general public. While I conceded to their point of view until the situation is more favorable, and I agree we should go public in a position of strength, I do believe it would be wise to go public as soon as possible. Counselor to the President Robert Murray. March 4, 2069, Military Calendar. Temple of Indalas, the former Confederacy of Daru Ui, Nataly region, Aldrida, Alagore. Captain Matthew Ryder felt a crisp feeling throughout his body before fading as he exited the bridge. Once through, he saw a glossy chamber that the new Wood Elf ally had described. Unable to spend time analyzing the ancient surroundings, he heard the intense echo of heavy machine gun fire. His HUD quickly picked up IRISS and Big Dog in front of Comanche, which had already advanced. There were a few corpses on the floor, victims of their sudden attack. The other members of Comanche appeared seconds after he did. Everyone accounted for? All members are accounted for, Barrett replied. Ryder confirmed that all 10 members of Comanche made it through, including Frier. Besides the elf girl, everyone was in their forest with green and black battlesuits. They all had their silver visors down, covering their eyes. Hearing the chaos of battle, Ryder saw that the robotic soldiers had completed their objective, clearing the first enemy defensive line. Now they were advancing toward the exit, giving the Minutemen breathing room as they organized. Frier, Ryder said, you said there might be other paths within this chamber. Where do we begin? That is correct, Frier said. They should be further down the chamber. All right, Comanche, you know what to do. Comanche advanced as the other Minutemen combat fire teams started to appear. Once those teams regrouped, they quickly caught up and joined the robot squad. Their orders were to tackle the enemy, and Comanche followed Frier to find a flank. As Comanche drew closer to the robotic force, Ryder saw one IRSS explode in half from some energy weapon. Another front armor plating was burnt and scarred from an energy bolt. The rest had similar burn damage or projectiles on their armor. While doing their job, they couldn't hold on forever. Viking and Razorfist teams reached the robotic squad first and opened fire. The enemy was barricaded near the exit to hold off the American forces. Once the other CFT teams arrived, an intense firefight broke out in this large chamber as both sides sought fire superiority. Frier, Ryder said, we need that opening. The elf girl placed her hand on the wall and slowly slid across the smooth surface. I need a moment. I am looking for a dip. It is easy to miss. Not thrilled he had to wait, the captain ordered some of his team to take cover for the destroyed Big Dog and provide protection. Through their battlesuit feed, He saw the exit of the chamber and the barricade the enemy infantry was hiding behind. Parts of the barricade fortification glowed blue from the installed crystal. The Minutemen and IRSS opened fire at the glimmering fortification, but the 6.8mm merely ricocheted off. From what Ryder could tell from the team feed, this enchantment hardened the armor to be strong enough to shatter as it impacted the hardened shield. Hearing one of the other captains from a Minutemen team, two big dogs came forth. They sprayed .50 calibers from their M2 Brownings into the fortification. The first few rounds shattered. However, the continuous stream of their heavy machine guns quickly shattered the crystal, and the barricade began to tear apart. The enemy seemed surprised by the sheer firepower and began to retreat as their fortifications were destroyed. However, a bright pinkish-white glow covered the path as they exited the chamber. A group of the other Minutemen fired at the pink-white glowing field. However, the bullets bounced harmlessly off. The two big dogs engaged in the same field with the same result. Someone over the radio stated that the enemy deployed an energy shield. The Comanche captain already knew what would happen next. The enemy would offer consolation, and they pushed through. The enemy had to understand that the US wouldn't sit passively back, so they correctly prepared a trap. Glancing toward his visor HUD, the captain noticed that he had low bars on the DEF-net. While a connection was coming through from Earth, it was nowhere near this bad, and if they were not in combat, he might have joked that they were back in the 90s. Traditionally, a US soldier would always be connected to the network thanks to its massive satellite and terrestrial installations. However, there was no such infrastructure on Alagore to rely on. While this was mentioned before the attack, the reality only hit him that much of their Italian network would become worthless. The only reliable element seemed to be the localized radios that the military kept within Italian, a relic from the pre-digital world. Just like most military vehicles are still analog, they would still be functional after an EMP attack. While the military heavily relies on digital infrastructure to make its forces highly efficient, it has always been a nightmare when this network suddenly goes down for any reason. While unintentional, that decision saved the army's effectiveness in this world. Frier, Ryder said once he rejoined his team. There. Frier placed her hand on a section of the marble-smooth wall of the mantle. That section then melted away into the ground, not onto the floor but to the sides and into the rest of the wall. That was freaky, Higgins said. How did you do that? Gonzalez asked. My primary magic is geomancy, Frier said. Remember, while we were waiting for your people to open the bridge on your side, I had months to study these walls. I noticed there were these hidden digits within the walls. This isn't the time for a history lesson, Barrett said. Twins, take point, Ryder ordered. Let's go, Comanche. He spoke through TeamCon. Ghost lead, on my 6. All other Minutemen, stand by to assault. Comanche, Ghost, and 2 IRSS rushed through the small corridor. At the end of the hallway was a stairway, which everyone quickly ran up, as there was no apparent alternative path. The pathway was pitch black due to the lack of an external light source. The room was only lit by everyone's flashlights built into their helmets. They noticed that the strange marble-like smooth walls had disappeared and had turned into stone walls. They encountered a large room when they reached the next level of the stairway. This room was connected to a narrow passageway leading to another room farther down. Along this thin hallway, there were strange designs carved within them, pillars with the exact details. Down the thick passageway, many sections on the right wall had different types of carvings shaped like large windows. I knew it, Frier said. I knew those were balconies. Rommel King turned to face the elf girl. You said you knew where they were. Well, I knew they were. I just did not have proof. I am sorry. I did not mean to mislead anyone. I just wanted to help. Now what? Forrest asked. It did not matter if they were balconies, if we could not shoot from them. C4? Ford asked. Nope, Barrios said. The structure is too tight. The blast would be directed toward us, so I wouldn't recommend it. I can do it, Frier said. As I said, my primary field of magic is geomancy. All I must do is use a spell and carve out the rock. It just depends on how thick it is. Then that is what we are doing, Ryder said. Ghost, head down to the other side so we can catch them in a crossfire. Higgins and Gonzalez, Get the 2 Iris, and I want you 4 to help Frier carve out the rock. Everyone else, once there is an opening, engage at will. Everyone was left to follow their orders. Frier placed her hands on the first rock formation. Her hands glowed, and it began to crack. The sides that connected the builder to the rest of the structure fractured. Higgins and Gonzalez struggled to push one of the carved sections out. An Iris S lowered its weapon and quickly assisted in the stone's dislodgement. Soon enough, that carved section of the passageway was opened. Benjamin Ford engaged when the opening was cleared, while the other half of the team carved out additional sections for Comanche and Ghost to fire from. With help from Frier and the IRSS, enough sections were opened for the bulk of both teams to engage. Ryder rushed toward one of the first openings and got a good view of the temple grounds. It was also pitch black, having almost no natural lighting except for the enemy energy weapons, a small energy bubble shield, and starlight. Switching to the night vision setting on his visor, he saw the enemy below. Like on Earth, the enemy clothing hid most of their thermal signatures. The only ones he could confidently confirm were the mages casting the energy shield and other magitech weapons. "Get in the game, Comanche," King said. Wallace took his M250 and began raining fire support on the enemy positions below, catching them off guard. Comanche joined the fight as more windows opened, forcing the enemy to seek cover. It was clear that they were not expecting to be flanked from above. Both Iris robot soldiers took position and fired their machine guns in bursts. While their artificial intelligence is not as advanced as many might expect from science fiction, they have come a long way from early models, and they now understand how to operate within squads and prioritize targeting. The general rule is that if anything shoots at the Americans, the IRISS fires back. "Ford," Ryder said, "see those 2 mages with their hands glowing. Take them out." Sergeant Ford nodded and knelt next to the second window. He loaded a grenade into his M320 launcher and stood and fired it at the defenseless mages below. The explosion killed both mages, and the energy shield fell afterward, opening the mountain chamber to the world. The next moment, a half-dozen IRISSs exited the chamber and fired their M250s, forming a defensive perimeter. Among them were the big dogs, which engaged the enemy's hardened bunkers. The situation looked bright as American forces broke through the enemy's first line of defense. That was until a bright light blinded his HUD, which appeared at the center of the enemy formation. Once Ryder's visor was adjusted, he saw a small artificial tower with a massive glass ring atop it. The top glowed like an old Tesla tower that he had seen on online channels. At the center were 3 crystals of different colors. Half a dozen lightning strikes suddenly scarred the battleground, destroying the Iris and Bigods outside the chamber. From the radio reports, Ryder heard that 2 Minutemen were casualties from the strike as they were too close to the impact zone. "Frier," Ryder said, "what the hell is that?" "It is an amplifier," she said. "Battle mages use them to amplify their spells." Staring at the amplifier, Captain Matthew Ryder realized that they would suffer high casualties when the 5th Rangers came through because of that choke point. He then heard his XO say they had spotted the enemy reinforcements. Taking his M31 scope, Ryder studied the battleground. When that amplifier was activated, it illuminated the entire area, but now everything faded to darkness. He was what King was talking about, a large gathering behind some ruins for a counterattack, as Colonel Hackett predicted. Like their assault on Earth, he noticed many species within their ranks, a mix of vampires and Javais. He saw additional types, but couldn't make them out correctly. To his shock, the captain saw a group of engineers aiming at a ground-based cannon. He could not get a clear view of the enemy artillery piece, but its design looked similar to that of one of those old ballistic guns. He also saw features from one of those old anti-tank guns from World War II. The ballista glowed near the loading hatch. Realizing what was about to happen, Ryder yelled, "Incoming!" The enemy ballista fired. Besides a long javelin-like projectile, the cannon blasted, and the projectile quickly impacted the mountainside structure. The impact was powerful, shaking the room both teams were in. Some of the Comanche fell to the ground from the blast. One of the sections was destroyed as rubble fell on Ford. Forrest and Gonzalez rushed over and pulled their comrade back onto his feet. The glass rings around the amplifier glowed bright white before the operating battle mage directed the energy toward the chamber entrance, trapping the Minutemen inside. From the energy shield to the large orb on top of the weapon platform was an energy connection that continuously fed into the wall. "Hey, elf," Barrios asked. "I recall seeing that color the first time we tango with them." "That is raw mana energy," Frier said. "Atomacy magic is the baseline and can be used in such a manner. Most mages move away as the higher spells are hard to—" "This isn't the time for an education," King said. "What can we do about it?" "As I said, it is raw mana being utilized as energy," Frier replied. "While atomacy magic can be useful, it is hazardous to channel this much." "I see that energy flow feeding into the energy wall," King asked. "Can that mage still attack us?" "I do not think so," Frier said as she scratched her head with confusion, not understanding where the warrant officer was going with the questions. "From what I understand, one mage can do one spell at a time, so more likely." "I see." Rommel King approached Ryder, placing his hand on the captain's shoulder and pointing at the amplifier. "Boss, have Ghost focus fire on that weapon platform. Have the rest of the team cover Bruno and me long enough to ram an M4 Carl Gustav into it." Ryder quickly figured out what his XO was planning. Firing a rocket in these tight quarters was too dangerous, as the rocket blast would impact them. With the new opening, thanks to that ballista, they could drop below and get a clean line of sight. "Do it, but take both Iris," Ryder said. He then moved down the line of his team toward Frier. "Barrett, get Comanche suppressive fire on that enemy position. Ghost, throw everything you have at that amplifier." Once he reached the elf teammate, Ryder said, "There's a good chance that the mage will throw another fireball at us. Can you do anything about it?" "Yes," Frier said. "I field in geomancy and hydromancy, but there is no way I can compete against that." "You don't have to," Ryder said. Ghost team opened fire on the amplifier, getting the battle mage operator's attention. Ryder watched as the two IRISS dropped down. Once the two robots landed, the first one opened fire to the nearby enemies. Two Jave swordsmen charged forward, so the other Iris grabbed the first attacker and rammed him into the rubble. The other swordsman cut through, damaging much of the armor plating. Seeing the opening, the swordsman thrust his sword into the robot's side. While this severely damaged the Iris, the robotic soldier thrust its hand into the Javia's neck and then rammed the body into the wall. The robot grabbed its M250 and provided cover fire when the nearby threats were neutralized. Rommel King and Bruno Barrios successfully dropped to the temple grounds and took cover by the IRISSs. His team opened fire at the aristocracy soldiers who were taking cover within the temple rubble. A short but intense firefight ensued as each side tried to gain the advantage. A giant fireball formed atop the amplifier and streamed toward both teams. Frier then cast a stream of water, creating almost a blanket that impacted the fire stream. "I thought you said they couldn't do two spells simultaneously," Ford asked. "Another mage must be using it," Frier replied. While the water spell did weaken the enemy attack, the enemy spell easily overwhelmed the elf girl's magic and impacted the mountainside, creating an extensive firewall. This forced most of Comanche and Ghost to seek cover or risk being consumed by the intense inferno. The amplifier prepared for another attack, but a rocket flew directly into the side, impacting the glass ring. This resulted in a massive explosion that created a chain reaction of secondary explosions. The amplifier was then engulfed in flames as the structure collapsed. The main obstacle was cleared, and Ryder ordered Frier to put the firewall below while everyone else continued to engage the enemy. He then broadcast to all teams and said, "All Minutemen, we're in business." Once the firewall disappeared from the Wood Elf's hydromancy magic, two big dogs exited the chamber. They fired a dozen fragmentation grenades into the plaza below, causing a chain reaction. The resulting explosions broke apart the enemy defensive perimeter, allowing a squadron of the Minutemen to exit the chamber and storm the enemy position. With the enemy line disorganized from the drone attack, the Minutemen quickly took out what remained of the enemy forward positions. While the aristocracy were determined soldiers, they were facing some of the best soldiers the army had to offer. Those not overwhelmed by the Minutemen attackers quickly fled their position and headed deeper into the ruins. Now that the beachhead was secured, Ryder focused on the next stage of the operation. They confirmed a large force at the heart of the temple and prepared for a counterattack. He knew each combat fire team needed to engage the incoming enemy to allow the Rangers to enter the battle. "All right, Comanche," Ryder said. "Down below. We need to secure the right flank until the Rangers arrive." The team headed to the damaged opening and jumped below, rejoining King and Barrios. When Ryder leapt down, his battle suit absorbed most of the fall damage. Without it, it was more likely that every team member would have sprained an ankle or bone. When the captain stood up, he saw the damaged IRSS lying on the ground, its energy bolts smoldering. As Comanche started leaving, a second artillery shell from the ballista impacted the mountain structure. "These people mean business," Wallace said as he looked up. "So do we," Forrest said. Staring at the chamber entrance, Ryder saw the headlights of the first Archer, a heavy infantry fighting vehicle. It rammed into some of the amplifier ruins to clear a path. Once it stopped, the ram closed, and Rangers stormed out and rushed toward the nearby intersection. They passed a few enemy dead and ruined structures that littered the area. The team stopped by a few ruined buildings. On the other side, they saw the enemy regrouping and advancing on their position for their counterattack. The forward hostilities took up firing positions. What baffled the Comanches was what they saw. The enemy infantry was deploying a shield wall as the armies of old did. In a single line, spanning most of the street, they began marching in a disciplined manner, approaching the American position. "Frier, what are they doing?" Barrett asked. "I think those are swordsmen," she responded. "I am not a military expert, but it is common for armies to deploy soldiers with shields to protect the circle men. Those ranged warriors provide cover for the advancing swordsmen." Seeing the advancing infantry, the Comanche formed up and engaged the enemy. To their frustration, what they encountered on Earth had the same effect here, so their first volley didn't punch through. Each shield glowed differently after being impacted by their 6.8 millimeters. However, with enough focus, their projectiles pierced through. Some of the shields had a small hole in the side. From them, an energy bolt fired toward their position. Ryder assumed this was to allow these shieldmen to use a ranged weapon to add additional pressure. In conjunction, enemy circlemen returned fire, forcing Comanche to take cover. "What the hell are those things?" Ford asked. "It is like they are firing a freight train," Forrest said. "Avoid getting hit." While taking fire, Comanche re-engaged by peeking from their cover or using the 2D vision system, where a camera on their M31 connected to their visor provided an additional mod to fire. The enemy shield wall slowly fell, prompting the enemy to either replace gaps with additional infantry or to condense. This would have been fine. However, the enemy circlemen were proving to be a major hassle, requiring many of Comanche to focus on them, not the approaching force. With how close the swordsmen were and how long it was to whittle them down, everyone started to feel the pressure that they were about to be overwhelmed. "That explains why they use them," King said. "They are applying pressure on multiple fronts." The captain also quickly figured out the enemy's tactic. The enemy ranged units, or circle men as Frier called them, provided suppressive fire for the forward forces to advance. In contrast, these shield units added immediate pressure as they approached. Once they get close enough, the enemy could storm their position and overrun it. "Focus fire on the shieldmen," Ryder said. "Don't aim for the center mass, as that seems to be where their enchantments are the strongest. We know after a few shots they go down, so be efficient." Comanche focused on 3 shieldmen at a time as the enemy approached. The first few rounds would be deflected, but they would stun the target. The second or third either weakened the target or killed them outright. The issue was that they couldn't engage them fast enough while keeping their heads low from enemy sniper fire. Remembering what happened to Wallace from that Akuma, being sliced in half during a training simulation, and his encounter with Callum, he didn't want to risk a real-life repeat of that situation, especially because he already knew how strong those vampires were. Knowing that friendly reinforcements were behind them and their position was intangible, Ryder ordered Comanche to return to their original position. One by one, each soldier left their position and relocated to protect their comrades. When Ryder reached halfway to their original position, he stopped and kneeled, providing suppressive fire. He saw the IRSS providing cover. The enemy targeted the robotic soldier with multiple energy bolts and flechettes, causing it to explode. The team reached the plaza's edge and saw a platoon of Rangers exiting the chamber, just arriving from Earth. Finding the ranking NCO, the captain directed them toward the incoming enemy and ordered them to secure the intersection. The enemy reformed their formation and advanced from the street into the plaza. The swordsmen took the forward position while the other ranged units continued to provide suppressive fire. The Rangers joined in with Comanche and engaged the incoming enemy. As the enemy fanned out to engage the Americans, an airburst exploded above them, instantly killing the center mass of the enemy formation. The others could not respond before 2 additional rounds exploded above them, wiping out the forward units. The Archer infantry fighting vehicle advanced, with another following behind. The 2 infantry fighting vehicles, along with the Alpha Company, 5th Rangers, continued the assault and recaptured the intersection. "That thing just took all those warriors out in seconds," Frier said with shock in her tone. "Your people in this world might have made melee warfare relevant again," King said, "but a cannon is still a cannon." When the first Archer turned to face the street from where the enemy came from, it was impacted by a ballista round. The armor was damaged, with many external modules destroyed, leaving a significant dent in the armor. However, the vehicle was operational. "As you said," Wallace said, "a cannon is still a cannon." Ryder knew the 50-ton war machine could take a beating, even if the enemy had some type of anti-tank weapon platform. Unlike APCs, IFVs are designed to support the infantry in combat. Still, the heavy vehicle would only last for a while if that weapon was left unmolested, making him realize that taking those weapons out needed to be their #1 priority. "Comanche," Ryder said, "we are going hunting. We need to take out that ballista before it takes out our archers. Frier, do you know a path we could use to flank it?" "Question," Frier said. "What is a flank?" "Never mind," Ryder said. "We will head down the center as that's most likely where the ballista should be." Acknowledging their mission, Comanche rushed through the destroyed plaza, passing the Rangers pouring through the bridge, stepping over destroyed structures from the amplifier. They entered the temple's ruins. What was left of the temple barely provided any protection. Comanche was forced to stop by a strange arcing pillar. To his surprise, it differed from the rest of the ruins, seeming more natural than artificial. It was clear that the temple was also designed around these arcing pillars. There was an opening ahead of Comanche that they could take advantage of. However, the opening left the team vulnerable to enemy fire, complicating the situation. They needed to get through without being picked off by snipers, and to do so quickly before the enemy ballista could take out their armor. "Ryder," King said, "I hate saying it, but we'll have to leapfrog across." "Agreed," Ryder said. "Get the twins to provide cover. The rest, I want 2x2s. "Can I help?" Frier asked. "What can you do?" Ryder asked. The elf girl looked around and placed her hand against the wall. The wall fractured apart. "I can fire these as projectiles." "Good enough." The twins received their orders. They first bumped into each other's fists before preparing themselves. Eager Wallace fired in bursts against the aristocracy, while Bruno Barrios did the same. Frier took the fragments and started thrusting them toward the enemy. With the 2 providing cover, Comanche started rushing to the other side of the opening. When it was Ryder's turn, he ran through the opening and a combination of different types of projectiles zipped past him. Once he crossed, Ryder took a defensive position and fired his M31, covering the twins as they started traveling. When all of Comanche was clear, Ryder told Higgins to report on the enemy position so the Rangers could deal with it. The unit continued the path, engaging multiple hostiles. Ryder was impressed by how determined these soldiers were to defend this temple from the invasion. The aristocracy was making the US fight for every inch of ground. Comanche pushed through, being forced to toss 2 fragmentation grenades to dislodge a group of bunkered-down hostiles. With that final defense line naturalized, they reached the position of the enemy artillery piece. The enemy artillery looked like a ballista Ryder had seen in online historical documentaries. However, there were crucial differences. Besides a crossbow, it had a long tube like a smooth-barreled cannon. It also had small barrels on each side, and the weapon platform looked like a skeleton, lacking armor, which he found strange, as the infantry of this world was heavily armored. In addition, it was mostly made from metal rather than wood, as he expected. There were parts of the weapon he couldn't identify at first glance, making him wonder what unknown technologies the people of Alagore had invented. Whatever historical similarities the weapon platform had was soon dashed. When the ballista fired, it did so with great intensity. The loose debris around the artillery piece shook from the sheer force. The barrels glowed when they fired, but then the light faded away. Knowing they were targeting the incoming rangers and archers, the team didn't need an order to act. Sergeant Bruno Barrios grabbed his Carl Gustaf recordless rifle and aimed it at the enemy ballista. As he fired, a battle mage spotted them and cast an energy shield around their position. The energy shield deflected the rocket, causing an explosion far sooner than intended. However, the raw power from the blast caused the spell to implode, knocking the mage onto the ground. Seeing the new threat, the remaining enemy infantry turned to the engaged Comanche, turning the ballista around toward them. A firefight began shortly as Comanche protected Barrios as he reloaded. Ryder noticed these enemy soldiers. Only 2 were carrying those circulatum. The rest held these long, slim, spear-like staff, firing energy bolts at Comanche. This made him wonder how many different types of weapons the world's armies employ. "Ready for round 2, Barrios said. "Hold on," Frier said. "They would just block again." "Honey," Barrios said, "if I don't, they would just kill us with that thing." "Hold on." Frier aimed her hands toward the enemy position. They glowed light brown, and she raised her right hand. The ground under the aristocracy's feet broke apart, causing them to either fall to the ground from the sudden destabilization of their footing or seek cover. Regardless, this prevented the enemy from firing their ballista at Comanche. "You are safe to try again." Now that Barrios had a clear line of sight, he fired his recoilless rifle at the ballista. The rocket struck the enemy weapon platform, causing a large explosion. The plating was scarred, with some signs of penetration, but the combat vehicle held. The soldiers of Comanche cheered as they heard the crackles from what remained of the ballista. Besides being the red-orange flames that they would see on Earth, this also had a mix of white and blue within it, something that Ryder noticed with other destroyed Magitech weapons like the amplifier. "Knock it off," Barrett said. "We still have a job to do. Now let's go." Comanche was displaced from their position and headed toward the sound of battle. They quickly saw the enemy in an intense firefight with Alpha Company, holding them off. Seeing the opportunity to flank the enemy, Comanche opened fire, catching the hostiles off guard. Matthew Ryder saw the vampire barking orders and worked to redirect his rear guard to counter his team. Seeing again that the enemy has a complex chain of command, Ryder directed his team to focus on their leadership. With a few well-placed shots from his M31, the enemy officer fell. That was the final breaking point for the aristocracy's force. The rear guard broke into formation and began retreating into the nearby hills. The soldiers fighting the Rangers noticed their comrades fleeing, so they ran too. "They are retreating," Wallace said. As the last survivors left their view, Ryder turned and saw the intense damage to the archers' armor plating. Many sections that were impacted by the ballista and energy weapons were smoldering. Many of the exterior weapons, sensors, and other attachments were damaged from previous impacts. A sight that, while the vehicle was battered, it still stood firm. Looking back at the final retreating enemy as they disappeared at the tip of the shopping hill, Rangers and Minutemen started cheering throughout the line. Reports from the other units stated that the enemy had fled as well. The Temple of Indalas is now in American hands. Ryder felt a sense of relief and confidence. The enemy was almost as alien as they could get, with weapons and abilities Earth does not have. However, the first real battle was a US victory on their turf. He was proving that they have a place here, that they can win. AAV-1 Alagore Chapter 8. Combat operations have ceased around Indalas, and Phase 2 has begun. The 5th Battalion of the 75th Rangers Regiment is starting to secure the area. Colonel Hackett's Minutemen are beginning to recon the local area. The battle to secure their side of the bridge was harsh, with many casualties. The enemy proved very determined, holding out until the last possible moment before pulling back. The engagement with the Veriance aristocracy defenders was fierce. Based on the field reports, the enemy left a rear guard to protect their side of the bridge. According to the female elf known as Frier, the enemy was not equipped to engage in high-intensity warfare and was suppressing a rebellion. Based on the enemy's performance from the recent battle, we can only assume what a proper response from the aristocracy would be. With the weapons gathered and based on the recording data, the enemy is more advanced in the sense of firearms compared to the United States, and based on the other data, they have strong offensive and defensive abilities that we have never encountered before. A new task force is being established to research these new weapons and tactics to help understand this new world. Tactics and weapons we consider impossible by our standard seem pleasurable when introducing what they call magitech, a concept that will require further study later. While the current phase is a special forces operation to recon the enemy and establish a beachhead for further operations, the enemy's strength has led to concerns that if the enemy attacked in force, the Rangers wouldn't withstand a conventional counterattack. I have contacted Major General Taylor Webster, 4th Infantry Division, to prepare a battalion as a quick reaction force, to which he had agreed. USSF, Major General Harris, Space Command, Cheyenne Mountain Complex. March 4, 2069, Military Calendar. Temple of Indalas, the former Confederacy of Darui, Nataly region, Aldrida, Alagore. After taking the temple, Matthew Ryder looked around as the Americans began setting up base, at least, or what was left of the temple. Not bad for a couple of hours of work, King said. Not bad indeed, Ryder replied. I do wonder, what would this place look like in its prime? It is sad that there is almost nothing left. How old is this place? Barrett asked. Thousands of years. Frier made it sound ancient. Cost of war, King said. It is probably best that most of the ruins were degraded. That means we don't have to destroy them. Always the practical one, Ryder said. Let's head back. The three Comanche navigated through what remained of the Indalas temple. They had to use the flashlights on their helmets because it was so dark. They saw rangers cleaning up the destruction, removing the enemy corpses, and setting up camp. The alien bodies and equipment were being gathered for shipment back to Earth for study. In contrast, anything that hinted at magitech was being collected for analysis, and fortifications were being built to repel an enemy counterattack. While they won this round, the unknown was the biggest threat. This didn't bother the captain, as he knew that in time, they would learn how the enemy worked and adjust accordingly. How does the heart of their technology function? Once they understand the building blocks of magitech, they will be able to counter it. What concerned him was that they probably would do the same, and were ahead of the competition. They had already taken many of their people and stole whatever technology and research they found within the NASA facility. Once the three reached the other side of the temple grounds, Comanche was gathering the enemy weapons and placing them in the back of a truck. The surrounding area had lights from the vehicles and stationary lamps to allow them to work in this darkness. Three of them, Frier, Forrest, and Ford, were analyzing some of the weapons gathered, seeing what made them tick. Be careful with them, Ryder said as he approached. They are worth more than gold right now. Maybe we should get into the smuggling business, Wallace said as he placed enemy armor inside a crate. I know some people, Barrios said. After this tour, I wouldn't mind retiring early. Barrett said you two would spend it all within a month. Still, be careful. We don't know how these things work. Sergeant First Class Gregory Barrett left to help organize the collection. The other two joined the three studying the enemy rifle. What have you three learned? Ryder asked. Surprising a lot and little at the same time, Forrest said. These people have completely developed differently from us. Show them, Ford. Sergeant Benjamin Ford showed one of the enemy's weapons. It was bulky compared to American rifles. The base design was wood, like the old World War II weapons. Ryder could compare it to a battle rifle design with a few key features. The barrel was more significant than that of any traditional rifle, almost twice the size. There was an opening on top where the ammunition most likely was fed through, which was a clip beside a magazine. There was a charging lever on the side. By the stock, there was a sizable gap with internal wire conduits. It is like three designs into one, King said. That must be heavy. It is a little heavier than the M7, Ford said. I do know soldiers call these weapons Cercilitum, Frier said. Not rifles as your people do. And check this out, Forrest said as he reached into his pocket. He then pulled out 3 small, long and blue pentagon-shaped balls made from an unknown type of crystal. We found the enemy carrying these. Some of these weapons had balls on top. We also noticed that it isn't rifled but smooth with these circular rings inside it. Frier then held one of the blue crystal balls so everyone could see. These are mana batteries made from xenoist crystals. This is very common throughout the civilized world on Alagore. These types of batteries are used to power a piece of magitech, so you do not need a mage to energize them. I get it, Ford said. He then placed one of the crystal batteries within the gap onto the circulitum. This is how they power their weapons. Fire the trigger, this thing impacts the crystal, sending a jolt of power throughout the barrel. Why, I have no idea, and then pull this lever after each shot. You are smarter than you look, Frier said. Ford turned to the elf with a smile. Thank you. His smile slowly faded as he reflected on the comment. I think. Then Rommel King snapped his fingers. It is an infantry-sized coil gun. How is that possible? Ford asked. Isn't that still science fiction? I am no expert, and I will let DARPA make the final call on it, King said. But everything you described sounds like a coil gun. Circulitum isn't a Latin word I recognize, but if you think about it, the first half of the word is similar to the word circle, which explains the barrel and the coils inside it. The battery generates the power needed to activate the coils. I see where you are going, Ryder said. They place the battery within the lock, which charges the weapon when they fire. That is what I was thinking, King said. As Ford said, Forrest said, how is that even possible? The 4 then turned to the elf, which made her nervous. I am sorry, I do not know. I wish I were more helpful, but I am not a soldier or a craftsman. I know these types of crystals are common, and what you call coil guns are also common within the military, but I am not a sage in that field or work. While this was a significant discovery, Ryder had yet to figure out how to implement it. While the weapon seemed more advanced than American weaponry, it also seemed crude and bulky. In the captain's opinion, it might have teeth but would be less efficient in a firefight compared to their M31. This explained why all the enemies they encountered were so heavily armored, if this was the standard infantry weapon. The concept of a coil weapon has been around since the 1800s. While Ryder was not an engineer, he understood that many militaries on Earth had invested in these technologies for generations. While prototypes have come a long way, there are still significant hurdles, mainly power generation and the materials needed to make the coils function in combat conditions. If what Frier said about the mana batteries was true, they would solve the power issue. This also means they somehow solved the material problem that had plagued his people for over 100 years, assuming the theory was correct. This also raised concern about what else the nations of this world had accomplished. If they could remove the energy and material barriers for infantry and anti-tank weapons, what else would they have performed in other sectors of their economy and military? It is okay, Frier, Ryder said. This is a major discovery. At least we know what we are fighting. Our liquid armor should still hold out for a shot or two based on the barrel size. It is just going to hurt. Staff Sergeant Kurt Forrest reached into a bag and pulled out a long object. It had a large circular glass on one end and a smaller one about the size of an eye on the other. It is an optic system. You're kidding, King said as he grabbed it. I already can tell it isn't digital. See these slits on the side? This is probably how they adjust the range. Iron sights. And I assume this is how they see thermal. They swap out the type of vision they need at the time. That is very inefficient, Ford said, swapping out every time. Wait, Frier said. What is digital? The translation stone couldn't translate it. For a moment, Ryder was shocked by the question. It never dawned on him that someone wouldn't understand what digital meant. The poorest people from 40 years ago knew what digital meant on Earth, regardless of whether they had ever seen a computer. It quickly made sense to him, as he had to remind himself that they were not on Earth anymore, and it made sense that people here wouldn't have the same terms. They already experienced that with the terms circulatum and orlilla. It also meant that computers were less familiar or less developed in this world if they needed a word close enough to digital to translate. The more Ryder learned about this world, the stranger it became as their differences became more apparent. When Forrest said these people were a completely different technological development from what they had, he meant it. "Remember those terminals you saw at the military bases," Ryder said. "Those laptops, the objects people talked into in their hands, the bulky screens in the walls. Digital is a type of computer we use." "Computer," Frier said, "like an Antikythera mechanism?" "And that is?" King asked as he returned the optic to Forrest. "Why does that sound so familiar?" "A single-purpose mechanism," Frier said. "You usually see them in town cloaks, assisting in operating machines, personal terminals, and many other usages. The academy I went to had many of these devices. Nothing as fancy as you have, though." "So they have computers, but they are not user-friendly like ours." Ryder thought on that fact for a moment. While he needed more information and did not want to come to concrete conclusions, it sounded like the United States had far superior computer technology. He then asked, "Anything else you three need to report?" "Just this, sir." Forrest picked up a long staff-like weapon. He pressed a button, and the tip of the device glowed red. "It is an energy staff weapon. Simple, aim and shoot." "Hold on," King said. He then sent a message over the radio, warning the units that controlled friendly fire was occurring. "You are clear now. Don't want everyone to think the enemy was attacking." After Forrest warned everyone to put their visors over their eyes for protection, he took the staff weapon and aimed it at a broken structure. He fired the staff, and a semi-blind red energy bolt impacted the wall. Being so dark only made the weapon's brighter blind. The impact location burned red-hot, slowly dimming. Smoke was emitted from the blast. "Red is usually related to fire," Frier said. "I know you can swap out the crystals for different colors, each providing a different type of blast. Blue is usually for cold, and other colors have different results. This isn't always the case, but that is the general idea." "I still prefer 6.8 millimeters, Barrett said. "This weapon seems more like a quick suppressive weapon than a precision fire weapon." Frier placed one hand on her chin and the other pointing toward the staff weapon. "I believe they call them electrobus, or energy staffs. In your verbiage, I do not know what they call the model." "All right," Ryder said. "Pack it all up, put your notes on paper and send them through. Frier, Ford, come with me. Hackett will have questions about your first time here." The three left the rest of Comanche and headed toward the mountainside chamber. "When it is daylight, we will start looking for your fallen comrades," Ryder said. "If we find them, we will give them a proper burial." "Thank you," Frier said, "but I have yet to find any bodies. I think they moved them while they were preparing their defense." "Maybe, just letting you know that I have not forgotten what I said." "I appreciate that, Captain." Frier then clapped her hands with a big grin. "I am so excited. I cannot believe Takali has blessed us this much. I always knew she didn't abandon her children to the darkness." "What is Takali?" Ford asked. "I get she is your god, but—" "Goddess," Frier corrected. "She is the mother of all life, our caretaker, protector. She looks upon us, always there. She is the one who assisted us by opening the bridge right before Callum's forces cut us down." She then glanced away as she teared up. "What is wrong?" Ford asked. "I am sorry," Frier said. "So many people died to bring you here. And my father, he would have given anything to be here." Ryder took a deep breath, understanding where the elf woman came from. However, her last statement about her father bothered him, and he strongly needed to correct her. "Frier, that is not true." Frier Holiodon stopped walking and stared at the captain. "What do you mean?" "This was my father's life's work. He sacrificed everything to be here. This was his story." "It does not matter," Ryder said. "I guarantee he wouldn't sacrifice anything to be here right now. He wouldn't have sacrificed you for this. Wherever he is, the only thing that matters to him is that you are alive and safe with us." I am sorry," Frier said. "I did not think about it like that." Matthew Ryder understood the price her father had to pay. How does a man's balance go to an advantage? Not the silly joyrides boys do in their free time, but the ones where a man pursues a dream, attempting to understand or conquer the world. Sometimes both. While history usually remembers these types of people, there was always a price closer to home. "I know," Ryder said. "It is just perspective." He then winked and continued heading forward in his direction. When the three reached the recently established command post within the upper levels of the balcony, Colonel William Hackett and the 5th Ranger Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel Barker, stood beside a table. Their respective staff was still setting up their computers and power generators. "Welcome to the den, Captain," Hackett said. "Anything to report?" "Ford here, Forrest and Frier made some discoveries on enemy weapons," Ryder said. "That is good," Hackett said. "Please inform Captain Smith so she can create a proper report on the manor. Do not spare any detail." "Why would I do that?" Frier asked, confused by the question. Judging the elf girl's response, Ryder said, "You might regret that order. If you let her, she will go on forever. It is cute when you think about it." "Right now, any detail is important," Hackett said. "We need information to plug into Oracle." With the rise of programmable intelligence, the military created a database that allows a soldier to ask the PI questions. The program responded with the requested information. One of the critical problems with collecting data was that there needed to be more for human eyes to filter appropriately. With Oracle, the PI takes raw data from DefNet and presents it in a compact, simple layout for frontline troops, mainly aimed at assisting with soft power, helping soldiers use it to understand local culture, economic systems, traditions, latest news, and more. Like any wonder invention, there is always a downside. Because the PI isn't a person, it can fail to understand context, and incorrect or incomplete information can be provided to the front line. The other issue is that the PI is limited to known knowledge within its database, which is a user feed. That might not be a daily issue on Earth. On Alagore, Ryder could already see this as a problem, as the Oracle needs more information to draw from. Being the aliens in this world, he already saw the urgency of collecting every detail so they could feed it to the Oracle PI. And then they would only be able to access such information. At the same time, they could establish a proper regional wireless network at the base. "You are going to want us to get out there?" Ryder asked. "That is correct," Hackett said. Frier said there was a city nearby, Salva, I believe. They were the first line of defense for the aristocracy to attack this temple. There is a high chance the enemy is still there and using it as a staging ground. I want Comanche, Ghost, and Viking to head there. Recon and, if possible, capture the city while we stabilize here." "Do you think taking the city this quickly is wise?" Ryder asked. "We need to," Hackett said. "We still don't know what us is around. Frier did say some of the locals helped the Palatine, so maybe they will help us. And I doubt Salva is heavily fortified, given the resistance level we faced here. But I need to know for sure." "I understand," Ryder said. "We can leave in the morning, whenever that is." Ryder then turned to the elf girl and asked, "Hey Frier, how much longer until sunrise?" She approached and finished her meeting with Captain Smith. Behind her was Benjamin Ford. "It is still a few hours away, but the light night should be coming soon." "Light night?" Ryder asked. "Yes," Frier said. "Tekali decides when it is light or dark nights." "I have no idea what that means," Ryder said. "How can there be two nights? And how does your goddess control that?" Her hand was on her chin, trying to find a way to explain. Her facial expression changed to one of excitement as she stared out into the distance. "How about I just show you? The dark night is about to go away, and Tekali is about to say good morning." Ryder looked toward his mentor and saw the same confused expression. How could a god or goddess be seen? Everyone turned toward the east, where Frier was pointing. From their elevation, they could see beyond the valley they were in, only the extensive mountain range in the distance. The captain saw only one object in the sky, a moon. It looked puffy, closer to a comet than a moon. However, he couldn't understand how this moon made the nighttime brighter. "Is the moon Tekali?" "No, silly," Frier said. "That is one of Tekali's children, Logia. That is where all the souls who die go to rest." "You said one," Ford said. "How many more moons are there?" "There are 6, not including the little adopted ones," Frier said. "There are the twins, Orgatrash and Calinth, who are always fighting. Then there are Thrice, Vermina, and Logia, as I already mentioned. Then there is Alagore, which makes 6. Ryder was shocked at how many moons there were. The closest example his people knew was the Jovian moon, which wasn't exactly a good comparison. While those moons were massive, they didn't come close to the inner planets. While he didn't know how big the Takali moons were, they looked more like planets than moons. Noticing a sharp flash in the distance, Ryder and the rest turned toward the east. The skyline had changed, filled with colors like those of the aurora borealis at Earth's poles. Green, red, blue, purple, yellow and white all flooded the sky as if they were dancing, celebrating a new day. And then, while it was still nighttime, the darkness brightened significantly, so they no longer needed to rely heavily on their flashlights. "I see what you mean by light night and dark night," Ford said. "That is a difference." "Just wait," Frier said. She took a step forward and raised her hands high. They glowed as she channeled her mana through her gloves. "Takali, our mother. I thank Mother for blessing us and helping us in our time of need. With your assistance in activating the bridge, my father's story came true, and we reached the Altairi and brought them here. I hereby introduce you to the Altairi." A sudden bright light peaked above the mountain line, blinding everyone before quickly fading away. The aurora intensified as Ryder noticed something appearing on the skyline. A curved tip floated up, passing the mountain tips. At first, he thought it was the sun of this star system, but that idea was quickly shoved aside. What he saw was a sphere in space passing the mountains. The sphere was massive. Its primary color was blue, with purple, green, and red coloring strips across the surface. Takali was not a moon or a sun, and Alagore was not a planet. This massive world hovering in the sky was a massive gas giant. And that was when it hit the captain. Their goddess was a gas giant to which Alagore orbited. Not too far, but encompassing much of the sky. "Magnific," Ryder said. March 4th, 2069, military calendar. Fortress city of Forlas, Nataly region, Aldrida, Alagore. Staring toward the northeast, Asiaya watched the rise of their true goddess, Takali, as she awakened and took her rightful place in the sky. The colorful aurora retracted from the sky as their mother took her place above them. The previous dark night finally disappeared and was replaced with the light night. However, she knew that morning would soon be approaching based on the Antikythera mechanism cloak within the fort. Hearing the soldiers coming, Asiaya stared at the strange-looking lats as they passed. Some seemed more scared of their expressions than others. She had seen this look many times from the enemies from enemy prisoners before, but this time something seemed different about them. Hearing a scream, the slave girl saw one of the female prisoners in a strange long white coat being pushed onto the ground for being too slow. This caused one of the chained men to attack the Javet. An orc approached from behind and threw the man into the wall, and from there knew what was about to happen. The strange-looking lat made the mistake of giving the humans had an excuse to bully. The Javet beat upon the lat before the orc forced them to stop, preventing them from killing him. Soon enough, the prisoners were forced to march to a Unity port station in the Euplenia mountain range. When Asaya walked away toward her master's war room, she reflected on the strange clothing and language they wore. Rumor had spread that a legendary bridge to the Altairi homeworld had been discovered and opened. She wondered if these humans who looked like lats were from there. "They must be the Altairi everyone is talking about." "I think so," Asiaya replied. "That explains the strange clothing I had never seen before." And yet they were defeated. She, though, did not enjoy the thought that these newcomers were already losing the war against the aristocracy and Unity. If so, then there was no hope of escape. But maybe they could still win. "You say that, but Callum did defeat them. What hope do they have against the full might of the Unity? Look what happened to all the rest who attempted to challenge. Remember what happened to your people?" Asiaya stopped and looked back toward Takali. "As long as Takali is our goddess, I believe." "You mean you want to believe?" Heading through the fort, the slave girl entered the war room. There she saw General Vercon Corva, Callum's right-hand vampire, and General Oraleti Kajia, the representative leader of the Javet clans that were in contact with the Veriance aristocracy. Among them was their leader, Callum Veriance, surrounded by a vision screen table. Vercon laid a flat crystal mirror on the table. It showed the Alteri securing the temple ground, the last of the aristocracy forces leaving the battleground. "The Altairi have secured the temple grounds," Verlcon said. The third guard has retreated to Salva and is waiting for reinforcements. I have already alerted the other orders in the region and prepared the Orlatos Brigaton to deploy to Nataly. Isn't that a bit over the top, my lord? Oraliti asked. We already have an occupation force within Verlcon totaling 2 Brigaton, plus local allies. That surely is enough to counter this small beachhead, especially against Lats? It is best not to take chances, Callum said. We must treat the unknown as seriously as possible. And Verlcon, they are no Lats. How could they fall so quickly? Oraliti asked. I do not see how that many enemy soldiers are on the ground. Remember, we deployed a rear guard, Verlcon said. We thought we were suppressing a rebellion, not engaging an unknown power. Do you see how they are sweeping the battleground? Callum said, pointing to the crystallized screen. They can see in the dark, like us. Based on this vision, Verlcon said, they do not fight like us. Their tactics are unknown to me. They stay arm's length away from our warriors, not utilizing pressure against our soldiers. Why would they only strike with half of their strength? That is not the only strange detail, Callum said. Oraliti, did you notice no other races in their world, including human types? Asiaya partly glanced toward the 3 men as her ears poked at the exciting point about humans. It was a comment she had never heard of before, let alone considered. While kingdoms and empires had 1 or 2 dominant races that ruled over all else, other species were always within the ranks. This is how it has always been, to the point it was an afterthought. Even the most isolated clans have other species as their slaves. She then noticed the Jave, Oraliti Kajia, staring at her master with confusion, reflecting on the past battle. Now that you mention it, I do not recall seeing anyone but Lats, Oraliti said. I was too busy enjoying myself, crushing their skulls and enjoying their pleas. Why does it matter? Your kind, the Valkyries, the Nagals, even the Lats are all humans. Or am I wrong? Callum asked. Do not make me agree to compare myself with those Lats, Oraliti angrily said. They are inferior to my kind. I would rather give a goblin more favor. The degrading insult sent a shiver down Asiaya's spine. While she grew used to such casual racism against her kind, being compared to a goblin was considered one of the lowest insults on Alagore. Goblins are monsters who do nothing much, eat people eating, and rape anything in their path, a scourge on civilization. Whenever everyone believed they were eradicated, they became more substantial and numerous. Stuck behind these walls, she heard the tales of these monsters. You are missing the point, Verlcon interjected. If the legend is true that Altairi is the land where humanity once belonged, what happened to you and the other humans? Why did they only send other Lat types? Oraliti stared at the general before shaking his head. It must be nonsense, or Lat propaganda. And if so, then so be it. I ventured into their world, and they fell like cattle. Your fear of them will only result in defeat. Your blind hatred of your cousin's race will be your downfall, Callum calmly stated. I also was in their world, and what I saw concerns me. I stood on the rooftop of their facility, and what I saw was radically different from anything I had ever seen, even compared to the Unity wonders. Every detail was different from ours, down to the paint on the walls. It would not be wise to lump these creatures with the Lats. Asiaya slowly approached the table, holding the tray. Her master grabbed his red blood with a blue-tinted drink, taking a sip through his fangs. She could see the relief on his face, taking the first enjoyment after many weeks of traveling and warfare. The sight pleased her, as she felt proud of having done a good job. However, what sparked her interest wasn't the rebellion in Salva, but rather talk of another world, proving that the rumors were true. The head maid of the House of Veriance told her to keep her ears low, not to hear something that would make her a target. Being a maid of power usually has dire consequences, as they typically see all within the inner workings of a house. Wisdom she usually tried to practice, but couldn't help but eavesdrop on essential topics. Coming from a once powerful family, politics was as normal as breathing. But with this news, she couldn't help but briefly speak. Other world? Seeing everyone staring at her. She quickly bowed and apologized, then turned to prepare the drinks. The Javez clan leader, Oraliti Kajia, grabbed her by the neck and promptly lifted her to his eye level. Undisciplined lat. You fear these, Callum? Look at them. They are fragile. I recall one of their women screaming when we went through bridge, begging as my sword impaled her. They are weak and fearful. Asiaya struggled from the man's grip as she struggled to breathe. Dropping the tray onto which the glasses had broken, she grabbed Javet's arm as she struggled to escape his grasp. As fear consumed her, Asiaya was shocked to fall to the ground, finally catching her breath. She gazed up and saw the dark-haired, tan-skinned Javet staring toward Callum with a hint of fear within his eyes. That was when she saw her master staring at his minion with a loud look. Taking the opportunity, she backed away and watched. Oraliti, head of the clan, Kajia, Callum said, if you touch my property again, you will witness your children and wives suffer the same fate as your predecessor. The Javet stared at his superior, trying to show strength. However, he finally placed his arm on his chest and bent. My apologies, my lord. I only wish to express that we should not worry about these Altairi. As Asiaya began cleaning up the mess on the stone floor, she noticed that Callum Veriance looked away from his staff and stared at the figures on the map. She had seen this before, him in deep thought, refusing to speak until he was ready. Frustrated by the long silence, Oraliti spoke first. As I said, these Alteri are just as weak or weaker than the Lats. I witnessed no magitech, and their technology seemed barbaric. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bronze and steel shell. This is a type of ammunition I discovered. A shell covers the projectile and is much smaller than a flechette. The vampire general grabbed the projectile and carefully analyzed it. Strange. Are you saying they do not utilize crystallization? And why would they place a flechette within this? Based on some of their designs, I would expect them to use shrouds like those used by the Unity. Not whatever this is. I had the blacksmith study some of the samples, Callum said. They use black powder to propel their ammunition. Black powder? Falcon said with confusion. Why would one use such a dangerous chemical to propel their weapons and not electromagnets? See? Oraliti said. They are not a threat. No, Callum finally said. The Alteri threat is real. We must look past our own biases and see what they offer. Their methods and technology seem backward to us. However, the result proves they are not inferior. We lost many warriors in their world to these powdered flechettes. They tore through our armor quickly, even with hardening enchantments. But, Oraliti mumbled, they are nothing but Lats. The same Lats who stole your land and forced your clan to hide within my borders, Callum said while retraining his frustration. If the legend is true, which seems so, we must take this action seriously. If I remember my history, Falcon said, black powder was used long ago in the early history of firearms, but never proven effective against enchanted alloy or mentally made from alchemy. The technology never progressed further until motorized magnetism was invented. I was thinking the same thing, Callum said. This could mean they found a way to continue and refine that technological path. The question is, how effective will it be compared to our weapons? Asiaya stood and placed the glass in a bucket. She could feel the intensity of the conversation. It was not the first time she knew Oralite got on her master's nerves quietly. Regardless, she grabbed 3 new glasses of drinks, blood for the vampires and water for the Javiers. As she placed a new round of drinks on the table, she heard the door open. The slave girl saw a well-groomed female with white fur kitsune enter the room, wearing a high-quality color-dressed outfit with a green base. Around her dress were red and green symbols marking the god Kadra, the unity of Cordenlane's state religion. It was Priestess Errada. The slave girl had seen priestesses like these come and go from the Veriance aristocracy since she was brought here. They are known as the voice of the Kadra, bringing their wisdom and blessing to all. They are also known as the ears of the unity, watching over their subjects. While Asiaya stared at the kitsune beauty, she saw that these priestesses were among the few who struck fear within her master. Excuse me, Callum said. This is a military matter, not a religious one. First, you shall always mention my name and title, Errada said, and you should know by now, Callum, that all matters are religious within the eyes of the unity. As you continuously come to believe, Callum replied. What brings you here? Do not speak of me as a fool, Irada said. I am here because of your failure. My masters are displeased by the current situation and wish to understand your next course of action. What failure do you speak of? Callum asked. We successfully raided the facility beyond the bridge and captured many viable prisoners with a wealth of knowledge. Plus, there will be alien equipment worth studying. In addition, suppressing a rebellion and purging their leadership with the death of a Hispana Palatini. The kitsune stood at the other end of the table, grabbing one of the figures and staring at it with annoyance. That will only dampen their disappointment. Dampen, Orality boldly said. We crushed the Hispana Palatini that occupied there and the runts who stationed across the other side of this so-called bridge. The Jave words angered the priestess. Quickly responding, she pointed her finger at each of Callum's minions and directed them to leave. The two turned to face their lord, however, she snapped her fingers again, stating, Do not look at him. I commanded you to leave. Seeing the shocking sight, the slave girl stood by the wall to remain invisible, waiting to see what happened next. She witnesses her master ordering his two minions out of the room, leaving just the three. Predicting what her master wanted, she went into the storage room and poured one of the expensive wines into a long and thin glass with what looked like drapes around the rim. Quickly returning to the war room, to Asiaya's surprise, she felt no tension. She expected the two to be fighting as usual, however they were calm. The calm, though, was not from respect for her master. She could see in her master's eyes the hatred for the woman, to which the priestesses enjoyed being so hated by the ruler of the Veriance aristocracy. You know what I say, Irada said as she placed the figure back on the table. The council is not pleased that you have had such a wonderful device within your borders all this time and never acted upon it. As I said, Callum said, no one knew it was there all this time. That is why they call them legends and not scientific facts. Knowledge passed through time with more tales by that point. Thousands have searched for it, and all have failed. It was impossible to predict the true meaning of Hispana intentions, and that they discovered a way to open it. Legends, Irada said in a condensing tone. You people on this continent drive me crazy. Your legends and your false gods. Let me correct you. This legend has proven true, Callum said, and it would be wise not to disrespect Takali and her children. Your people not so long ago believed in our mother. Tekali, Irada said, the goddess that let us rot in the mud for millennia, while the new god has brought such wonders and peace to Cordon that to this day none of you could match. Why should we follow a ball of gas? Wonders do not create the nation, Callum said, staring at her in a tamed tone. It is who that makes up one that decides if one lasts through the ages. Irada glared at the vampire lord and said, You are part of the unity now, so let me politely remind you that you follow the Kadra, not the false religion if you wish to join this ever-growing domain. All who wish to follow the false gods must be swept aside. The dual-eyed slave girl saw her opportunity and walked over to the priestess. She placed the wine on the table. She saw the kitsune's beauty. Her fur was clean and well-groomed, and the proper makeup highlighted her eyes and rose cheeks. I must admit, Irada said, Hispana shows that they still have many surprises. That has proven so, Callum said. Even your people struggled to suffocate them into surrender. They are a stubborn folk. Not that it is a bother, Irada said. Speaking of, do you know how Hispana activated the bridge? Strange that this happened now in history. Taking a step back, Asiaya tried not to stare at her master, knowing she would be punished. However, she couldn't help but listen to the conversation. I do not know, Callum said. By the time we broke through their lines, they had already opened the bridge. Shame. Only another one of your failures. It is what the Katra wants, and all events going forward will be because of his wishes. Asiaya walked away, noticed the priestess staring at her, puzzled, and grabbed her drink. Knowing that she needed to leave as soon as possible so as not to interrupt their conversation for too long, she approached her master, placing his drink on the table and grabbing the empty glass. The kitsune took a sip of her wine and smiled. Very fine, but I must ask, since I arrived here, I have heard of this legend in passing. We have no such thing in Cordon, so present me with the highlights. It is not very complicated, Callum said. No one knows exactly when they arrived, but thousands of years ago, the orcs were going through a golden age, rising to become the fourth great people of Aladrida. It is said that they discovered the bridge to Alteari. There the Lats came through. A war between the two sides ravaged the lands until the noble elves intervened, saving the Lats from being a plague on these lands. They became the fourth race to build an empire, while the orcs reverted to their clan state. Interesting term, Irada mumbled. You call these Lats a plague, yet keep one as your servant, displaying her in front of that Gervais as a show of power. You can think what you wish, Callum calmly said. I do not devolve myself in such petty exchanges. No, you do not. I have always found you boring, but let's get back to the matter. The truth is that no one cares about why you did not act upon the bridge before Hispana did. My people only care that it is in enemy hands. I was dealing with it before I was interrupted. My occupation orders within Nataly are already marching towards Salva. We will be swarming them before they secure their beachhead. And the prisoners? Irada asked. They will be taken to Port Orlatus in the Euplenia Mountains, Callum said. I have many concerns about these Alteariae. Their weapons must be archived and studied. Embrace the Katra then, Irada said. This could be your chance not to be forgotten in the march of progress. The choice has been made for you. Embrace or falter. I will be watching. Asiaya watched the kitsune leave the room, and she saw her master staring at the map in frustration. He then stared at her. Go take care of my study. Do not leave my quarters until I have returned. Yes, master, Asiaya said. She curtsied before heading out of the war room. As she walked through the hallways of this fortress, she noticed that it lacked the culture she had grown used to in the capital. However, her mind was not focused on the arts, but only on what she heard in the meeting. The head maid would tell her to remove such thoughts, as they could become problematic down the road. However, she struggled too. The idea of another world, a place where only her kind lived, made her mind wonder what these Altiari could be like. The young slave girl dreamed of leaving these walls one day and hoped these newcomers could be more than they were. If her master feared them, then there must be something true. AAV 1 Alagore, Chapter 9. Mr. President, I have gotten word from the Colonel Hackett that our forces have secured a foothold on the other side of the portal. The operation was a complete success. However, my staff has raised concerns with me. While the attack was successful, our forces nearly broke at least twice. It was only because we had overwhelming firepower and numbers that we overran the understrength garrison left behind. We also sustained casualties above expectations, as the enemy proved to be formidable. While first glances might imply they are fantasy in nature, relating to our folklore, any similarities end there. Their technology has proven to be far more effective than first expected. For example, the amplifier tower and energy barriers. It was only thanks to the elf girl, Frier Hollyaden, who provided the necessary insight needed to counter this magitech. I have already ordered Major General Harris to deploy support staff as we secure our foothold, and I have given the order to begin Phase 2. Also, with your permission, I would like to inform Major General Taylor Webster about the situation and have the 4th Infantry Division prepare to respond if needed, at least creating a quick reaction force if needed. Secretary of War Charles Robinson. March 5, 2069, Military Calendar. Salva, the former Confederacy of Daruuye. Nataly Region, Aldrida, Alagore. Staring up at the sky, Captain Matthew Ryder saw the giant, striped purple and blue gas world called Takali, the Alagore goddess. He also noticed 2 other moons among the gas giants, hovering toward the left. There were many children of this planetary system, and he continued to be surprised by how exotic everything was. The sight only reinforced that they were not in Kansas anymore, as Dorothy would say, from the types of enemies used by the different shades of night. He figured out this world's night system. The dark night meant Alagore was facing away from Takali and the sun, with only starlight for illumination. The light night was still nighttime, as the moon was still facing away from the sun. However, the light from the gas giant above added a new layer of brightness. The captain heard Sergeant Benjamin Ford say he had finally connected the laptop to DefNet after working his magic on the boulder. The signal was weak thanks to the highlands between all these mountain ranges. Hiding in a ditch on a ridge overlooking the city of Salva, Ryder went to the sergeant to see what was on the laptop. When they first arrived, he was worried that they would need to set up a tent to hide the light from their laptop. But once they came, the morning light from the sun solved that concern. Sitting on the ground, Ryder saw the feed from Staff Sergeant Kurt Forrest and Sergeant Charles Higgins, who were on top of the ditch that oversaw the city below. The connection was strong, based on the short distance from Staff Sergeant Kurt Forrest's spotting scope, right next to the laptop. Base camp, however, was proving to be a more significant issue. They were about 9 or 10 kilometers away in this terrain, so he could understand the problem. On Earth, they had grown accustomed to their communication infrastructure and could speak with anyone, anywhere, at any time. Here, there was no such infrastructure. In contrast, while they could reach HQ in this environment, the mountains and the number of jagged hills that made up this rough terrain only made matters worse. He knew regional communication would improve when they built terrestrial stations to boost the signal. It would take time. "Thank you, Sergeant," Ryder said, staring at the laptop screen. He patched himself into TeamCom to speak with his deployed team. "Forrest Higgins, I receive you. Can I get a good view of the city?" "Roger, boss," Forrest said. "It looks cozy." The feed from the scope appeared on the laptop, getting a good overview. The city looked like a hybrid of medieval and small towns in the United States. However, there were crucial differences. Lampposts that were not candle-powered. There was a sizable mechanical device at the center of the central plaza. Clock towers, windowed buildings, and other details of a once active city. What puzzled him the most was the long, giant wall that outlined the city. It didn't look like it was made from stone but concrete. Walls stopped being relevant hundreds of years ago with the innovation of gunpowder cannons. While the captain understood little of the enemy's weapons and technology, he understood enough to know that simple concrete walls wouldn't be enough to protect a city unless augmented with magitech. As the captain studied, Ryder noticed a shadow over the equipment. Glancing up, he saw the elf girl looking over curiously with amazed and wondering eyes. "Can I help you?" "I have seen many of your people use such a device," Frier said. "I am pondering what this is and how it works." Smirking from the innocent sight, Matthew Ryder placed his index finger on her forehead and pushed her back. "You are distracting me. There will be a time and place where we can teach other technology, but it isn't right now." "I apologize," Frier said. "I just want to help and learn about your technology. It is so strange." A wise man once said, "Strange is relative to your surroundings." "That makes sense," Frier said. "Strange is a perspective of your surroundings, meaning what is strange to one isn't to another." "Who said that?" "Must be a great wise man in your world." Ryder smirked with a strong sense of pride. "I just did." The captain saw her ears drop and she looked disappointed. "I will never understand any of your kind humor," he said. "Watch out, sir," Wallace commented. "Last time you went philosophical, you got passed up on a promotion." "Is that true?" Frier asked. "He is not referencing my job," Ryder said with embarrassment. "He is referencing a date I had once. Never got that second one." Hearing a few chuckles, Ryder refocused on the task at hand. "Frier, sit right here. I have questions about the city. Rommel, come here." His second-in-command sat to his right, and the elf girl sat to the left, both staring at the screen. "Frier." "I am sorry," she said. "I am used to vision screens being so— what is the correct word? Liquidity? Yes, I think that. Your vision is so clear. I wonder what type of crystals it uses." After taking a frustrated breath from her lack of focus, Ryder turned to his XO and saw the same reaction. The people of this world have monitors like these, but as the theme goes, they are different. The only part he was thrilled to hear was that they had superior resolution quality. "Frier, when there is time, we will be happy to get you up to speed on how our technology works," Ryder said. "Right now, I need you to focus on the task." "I'm sorry," she said as she leaned back. "I get it. I am not a soldier. That was why the Palatini did not welcome me very well." "And yet you are here," King said. "Very few volunteers for this life, so that is something to respect. Now focus. Seeing a joyful smile on the girl's face, Ryder had to agree with Rommel King. While it was clear that she needed to learn some field discipline, he respected the effort. At least enough to give her time to learn the ropes. They needed her to understand this world. Now she is their only ally. The three saw a decent layout of the city, and the enemy forces occupied it, with mini-Hornet drones from the other Minutemen teams and their sniper team feeding. The enemy was scattered around as they analyzed the city, less than expected. The team debated whether they were the enemy unit from last night's regrouping. They only had a small unit occupying their city, or they were a combination of the two. On Earth, you said the people of this city were the first line of defense, Ryder asked. That they joined your cause? That is correct, Frier said. They held out for a few days against Callum forces. From what I understand, the aristocracy did not send their full, which gave us the time to contact you. Did they know you were uncovering the bridge? Ryder asked. They did not, Frier replied. I can personally confirm that. As I saw Callum's reaction, he was amazed when it activated it, almost blinded. That explains a lot, King said. It always bothered me how they retreated from the facility so quickly. They didn't have the manpower to maintain an operation. I think they thought they were suppressing a rebellion until he saw the Palatini's true intentions. They were unprepared to go up against a professional force or set up a beachhead on our world. I agree with you, Ryder said. It seems like a company-sized force guarding the temple and this city. They were not prepared for our attack. Hearing Viking team report through the radio regarding possible prisoners, the screen switched to their feed. Ryder and the rest saw the aristocracy guarding what appeared to be prisoners in one of the market plazas. While he hoped it was their people instead, he noticed what looked like native people of the city being held as prisoners. They all looked battered. To his surprise, they were of different races, with only one resembling a Homo sapiens or Lat, according to Frier. What are those? King asked. Frier looked closer at the screen. Elves, Nekos, Kitsunes, Nigulls. Is that normal? Ryder asked. Yes, Frier said. It is rare for a major civil center not to have many different races. However, the rulers are usually homogeneous. Salva was a wood elf city, or was until recent events. Are they survivors from your outfit? Ryder asked. No, Frier replied. I think they are the militia of the city. So they're survivors, King said. There has to be more than those, but I don't see any women or children. They were relocated to a nearby Borean before the battle, Frier said. She saw their reaction to the term she used, let out an exhausted breath and continued. It is hard to explain if you do not have a word in your language. A Borean is between a town and a city, built within a mountain or hill. So you guys relocated them before the battle? Ryder asked. That is correct, Frier said. They were the only place we could hide them safely on short notice. Good to know. That means we can put off any civilian issues for later. We will assault the city and rescue the survivors. After briefing the other two combat fire teams, it was decided that Viking team would remain on the northern ridgeline overlooking the city. At the same time, Comanche and Ghost will assault from different positions, hopefully catching the unsuspecting enemy from multiple flanks. If Viking was successful, it should confuse the enemy enough for them to sweep through cleanly. It took only a short time for all three Minutemen teams to get into position. Viking stated that they discovered an excellent overarching position over the city, while Ghost will be breaching from the opposite side. Comanche stopped by a broken outer wall section facing the Temple of Indalas. Unlike the stone wall from the temple, this broken section was 15 feet in height and thick. Within the fractured section, Comanche saw rebar built into the wall. With the rebar, everyone also saw these diamond-shaped crystals built into the wall. Some seemed broken, while others were dark. Ryder heard Barrett and King discussing the discovery. Walls fell out of fashion in warfare centuries ago after the invention of the cannon. The benefits of building such a structure have yet to provide enough value on the battlefield for these people to continue investing in the tactic. The team entered the city, half taking position on the left, while the other half on the right as they walked down the street. Unlike the temple structures around the bridge, most of these buildings were still intact. There were two types of buildings, some made from brick, while others were constructed from wood. Some buildings were demolished, with rubble scattered throughout the streets from the recent battle. As the Comanche advanced through the streets, Sergeant Charlie Higgins, the teammate on point, stopped and held his fist up. Everyone halted and sought cover as they heard alien voices. Hearing Frier asking questions about what was happening, Ryder placed his hand over his lip, warning her to remain quiet. Seeing that she put her hand over her mouth to stay silent, he then pointed to the twins and faked, slitting his own throat. The twins, Sergeant Edgar Wallace and Bruno Barrios, fist-bumped each other and placed their weapons on their backs, using the Italian magnetic lock to secure them. Then, the two broke into one of the shops. Grabbing the elf girl's arm, Ryder escorted her into a different building with the rest of the team. He then ordered Benjamin Ford to get the enemy hostiles' attention. When the enemy patrol turned the corner, Barrett signaled with his hands that there were two hostiles. It did not sound like they were taking their job too seriously, as they were gossiping about something, enjoying whatever conversation they were having, which no one from Comanche could understand. Ford detached the flashlight from his helmet and held it open. He then switched to the SOS setting to increase the chances of getting the two hostiles' attention. While Ryder needed help understanding their language because they were too far from Frier's translation stone, the tone led them to notice Ford's flashlight. They stopped where they were and seemed to be preparing to run away to sound the alarm. It was too late as planned, as their focus gave the twins the time they needed to act. The two came through the damaged hole that made up the front of the store, sneaking behind the two hostiles. The ambush was quick. Barrios covered the Jave mouth and slit his throat, while Wallace rammed the vampire's head to the ground first before swinging his tomahawk into its throat. "That was brutal," Frier quietly said. Noticing that the elf woman's eyes were wide, struggling to adjust to what she had just witnessed, Matthew Ryder patted her shoulder. "Welcome to war. Now Comanche advance." The team regrouped with the twins as they were dragged the bodies into the store by other enemy patrols. "Sir," Barrios said, "I found this." He then tossed it to Ryder. After catching it, Ryder saw that he was holding a hand-fitting brick with a sphere on top of it. Below the sphere are dozens of mini stick-like buttons. He showed it to Frier. "What is this?" The elf girl looked at him with confusion. "That is a dialyet. I saw you holding one on Earth, before your captain friend called." "You mean a cell phone?" Ford responded. Higgins walked over, grabbed the communication device and analyzed it. "I think it is closer to a radio. How does it work?" "From how the legionaries explained it," Frier said, "this one can only send your voice through. The MIN orb on top allows you to see the person on the other side. The buttons are to find the proper connection, so I understand. I rarely see them as only the military, government, or the rich having such magitech." After the quick explanation, the airman concluded it was an Alagore magitech version of a combat radio. He believed it could be closer to the devices they used during the Second World War or the early Cold War era, before digital took over. Seeing the value of the piece of magitech, he put it away for later research. "Sir," Higgins yelled. Noticing that Charlie Higgins was pointing at one of the building roofs, everyone saw another hostile hiding behind one of the roof sides. Rommel King ordered the removal of the hostiles, as everyone knew Comanche had been spotted. 3 Comanches fired their M31s at the unknown hostiles. The target slid down the roof and then leaped to another. It moved quicker than the soldier could aim before disappearing behind another building. "What the hell was that?" Barrett asked. "I think it was a Nico," Frier said. "Armies use Nicos as scouts." "It does not matter," King said. "We've been made and need to get aggressive." Agreed. Ryder gave the order for all Minutemen teams to engage. Comanche picked up the pace and rushed down the streets and alleyways, heading to where they saw the prisoners from before. Seeing what looked like a market, Ryder saw a few dozen prisoners being guarded by 30 aristocracy soldiers. He then noticed that Neko had landed on the ground and was reporting their position. The twins rushed past their captain to the other brick building before setting up in a dual firing position. They then opened fire on the enemy, who responded by fanning out. Once the enemy found cover, they returned fire with energy bolts from their Electrobus staff weapons. The rest of Comanche rushed around and took positions from stone walls and other types of cover within the market plaza, returning fire. Ryder looked through the scope of his M31. Seeing 3 enemy soldiers entrenched behind a dead fountain, he tried to dislodge them with a few rounds, which failed. However, a sniper from the Viking team cracked one of those soldiers. This caused one of the enemy soldiers to stand up, which he quickly capitalized on, taking out the target. That was when the Comanche captain saw the significant mechanism at the plaza's center, which he saw could be a cover for his team to reach the prisoners. "Rommel, take your team and go left," Ryder said. "We will push toward the prisoners." Knowing that Viking team provided support fire, Ryder and his team left their position and rushed through the market. Taking cover behind a stone wall, Ryder peeked around the corner before seeking cover as bolts impacted the other end. He turned and fired his rifle at the enemy force before ordering his team to advance. Ford and Barrett rushed past, while Forrest assisted in providing additional cover. As the enemy fought, Ryder saw a Jave holding a staff. From what he could tell, this was not one of the Electrobus, but had a blue ball on its tip. The only assumption he could draw was that it was a magical staff he had seen in anime, but he was puzzled why Frier didn't have one. The orb on the staff glowed bright green, and the ground in front of the hostile glowed. A circle was formed, and something arose from the ground. The body was a skeleton in nature, but dark brown raw meat still made up the corpse. The skull had dark yellow horns. In his hands, the monster was holding a shield and a sword. The body and weapons were all glowing, a combination of yellow and white. "Frier," Ryder said. "What the hell did I just see?" "That is domimancy magic," Frier said. "English, please," Forrest said. "None of us know what domimancy is." She looked frustrated, placing her hand on her forehead to gather her thoughts before continuing. "Domimancy is summoning magic. That Jave is a summoner. Because he summoned a skeleton warrior, that human probably specializes in summoning undead and monsters. I would guess he is a necromancy, one who specializes in the dark magic." "Thank you, Frier," Ryder said. "Kill it." Ryder, Forrest, and one other Comanche from Rommel's team redirected their fire and shot at the skeleton warrior charging toward them. The monster held its shield as it advanced. Unlike before, their 6.8 mm easily punctured the shield, impacting the core. "Boss," Forrest said, "that skeleton isn't using enchantments." "No," Frier said. "When they are summoned, they normally do not have magical equipment, but because they are undead, they do not feel pain like us." "Recommendations?" Ryder asked. "Pyromancy is the proper counter. However, I do not know that magic. Hydromancy, however, will work." She stepped out from her cover while the 2 Comanche provided cover. The elf girl chanted while her hands glowed blue. Water sprayed from her hand and impacted the skeleton warrior, stopping it in its tracks. The spell did not damage the summoned monster. However, the intense water cannon began to erode the meaty outlines of the skeleton. The skeleton started charging toward the elf girl, but much more slowly. Then a loud sound from the Wallace machine gun as a constant stream of bullets impacted the skeleton warrior. With the weakened texture of the skeleton's body from the water spell, the monster exploded into raw mana as it disappeared. "I did it," Frier said. Hostiles noticed the Comanche mage, and a Jave aimed his Electrobus toward the wood elf. Forrest noticed and tackled her, taking an energy bolt into his liquid armor. Seeing where the attacker came from, Ford rose from his position and killed the hostile. The Jave mage was preparing another summoning spell, so Ryder contacted Viking team and targeted the hostile with his visor. "Can you take it out?" "Roger that. Firing the Atlatl." Ryder fired his M31 rifle to suppress the enemy mage. Another skeleton monster appeared and protected the mage. Seeing that Viking fired their man-portable gilded rocket launcher, he warned everyone to seek cover. Comanche disengaged and took cover. Before the enemy could capitalize on the ceasefire, the missile came straight down and struck their position, destroying the fortification and the magic user. While more enemies were further back, guarding the prisoners, the path was clear to advance. "We are back in the game," King said. "Leapfrog to the prisoner's position," Ryder ordered. Comanche advanced and reached the center of the plaza. Ryder looked over and saw the enemy begin an organized retreat. "Ford, advance." "Roger that," Ford said, leaving his cover and advancing. Halfway between their position and the enemy's, the ground rose to form another bunker. Ryder ordered Ford to advance, while being provided suppressive fire, charging toward the closest cover. Before Barrett and Forrest could follow behind, the ground shook, almost like an earthquake or alquake, stopped everyone in their tracks. "It is another mage," Frier said, as she grabbed the significant mechanism at the plaza's center. As the quake dissipated, Ryder noticed the ground had broken apart and that Sergeant Ford fell in the ground. "Ford!" Sergeant Benjamin Ford felt pain throughout his body as he slowly sat up and placed his hand on his head while regaining focus. What the hell just happened? Seeing that he was within a tunnel network, he glanced up and noticed the hole in the ceiling. He heard weapons firing as fellow Comanche moved past the hole and pressed forward against the enemy. It was Captain Ryder who stopped and looked down at the hole. "Benjamin, you all right?" "Yes, boss," Ford replied as he stood. "I think I found the Underground Railroad." Ryder smiled and acknowledged that his sergeant was in good shape. "We need to secure the area to get you out of there." "Roger that," Ford said. Seeing that his captain had left to rejoin the battle, he looked around. "I guess I will just stand here, alone, like in every horror movie." Suddenly, hearing rapid steel on stone, Sergeant Benjamin Ford lowered his silver visor from the top of his helmet and activated the night vision setting, staring down the underground path. An outline of a swordsman quickly formed, a vampire charging toward the Comanche. Feeling threatened with no time to react, he tripped over one of the dozens of pieces of rubble as he backed up to gain distance. Once in range, the vampire thrusted his sword toward Ford. Before the tip of the blade could impact the Comanche soldier, a spike from the wall impaled the vampire, knocking the enemy soldier into the other wall. Seeing that he was not about to die, he stared at his attacker. The vampire had a significant dent in his armor but was still alive. Grabbing his M31, he fired 3 shots at the enemy, which did the job and killed it. "Are you okay?" Hearing a woman's voice, Benjamin Ford turned toward the hole in the ceiling and saw Frier. "Thanks." "I am happy to help," Frier said with joy. For some reason, Ford felt a strange joy when he saw her celebrate. She had a surprisingly upbeat attitude, especially during a battle. Before he inquired about her excellent mood, he noticed his captain approaching. "Are you okay, Sergeant?" Ryder asked. "Yes, sir," Ford said. "It seems like the enemy is occupying the underground section of the city." "That makes sense," Frier said. "Most towns have underground sections that were built by the dwarves. There is always the upper and lower." Hearing additional sounds further underground, Ford aimed his rifle in preparation. "I hear something." "Then there might be more prisoners down there," Ryder said. "Ford, Frier, Forrest, investigate while we finish mopping up here. Radio if you find anyone." "Yes, boss," Ford said, giving his leader a thumbs up. Seeing that the drop was too steep without an exoskeleton, Ford caught the elf girl as she hopped to the ground. "There you go." "Thank you," Frier replied as she adjusted her clothing. Staff Sergeant Kurt Forrest dropped after them. "I will take point." He then aimed his rifle and started heading down the path. "Stay behind me and only whisper when you need to," Ford informed Frier. Seeing that she understood, the two followed behind their comrade. Hearing the battle unfolding above, Ford glanced up from the rumbling ceiling, noticing the few flickering lights. The lights looked old, with webbing spread across the rim of this hallway. They saw that other passageways were buried. While the above buildings seemed more neglected, they were abandoned long ago down here. The three walked through the dark hallways, remaining silent before Frier spoke. "Mr. Forrest." Kurt Forrest stopped and turned to the wood elf. "Just Forrest, but if you need to use a title, it is Staff Sergeant." "I apologize," Frier said. "Warrior culture is very strange to me." "It is all right," Ford said. "You must be in the military to understand it fully, and even then, you could spend a lifetime and never learn everything." "I will say," Forrest said, as he continued toward the hall, "when we get free time, you should learn our ranks. Some officers get sticky if you address them wrong." "I do understand noble life," Frier said. "I will do my best not to offend them." "We don't have nobles," Ford stated. She stopped in confusion. "You don't have aristocrats on your world?" Ford struggled to respond quickly to Elf Girl's question as he did not know how to describe his world. These were topics that he had never reflected on before. While he understood the meaning of aristocracy, it was not that simple. While his country didn't have that ancient tradition, it didn't mean it didn't have elites who played a similar role, let alone other nations. Yes and no, Ford said. You speak like a Lat, Frier said. How can it be both? There are other nations that follow a more feudalistic society with aristocrats, like here, Ford said. For my country, we do not have a noble class. That does not mean we don't have politicians and rich elites, Forrest interjected. While we might not call them aristocrats, every society still has its upper class that rules over all. But there is a difference, Ford said. It isn't one group that has influence and power over all sectors of society. I think it is wise not to discuss socioeconomics right now, Forrest said. I see politics is as hot as it is in my world, Frier said. Ford couldn't help but chuckle, knowing that was an understatement. You have no idea. It is better and more dramatic than anything online. What is online? Frier asked. Kurt Forrest stopped and turned, facing the elf girl as if she had murdered his child. Benjamin Ford had never needed to explain what the internet was before and struggled to find a proper way to explain it. He felt the concept would be like her describing how magic worked with his people. It is hard to describe if you don't already have a basic idea. I will show you later. How about that? That is fine with me. I am interested in learning more about your world. Hearing a scream from down the hall, the three slowly advanced toward the noise. When they reached the end of the hallway, they saw almost 4 dozen people in a large chamber, either chained to the walls or support beams. There were others among the prisoners who looked like aristocracy military personnel. Are those the militia? Ford said. Yes, Frier said. Those are the people who lived here. Then that evens the odds, Forrest said. Frier, can you distract them while we flank from the sides? I think I can utilize ice magic, she replied. Using geomancy magic down here with this many people could harm the prisoners or bring the ceiling down. Whatever works, Forrest said. The 2 Comanches fanned out in each direction, stealthily following the walls. Ford stopped as he noticed one of the prisoners, a male human. This human didn't look like his kind, or a Gervais. This one had wider cheeks and a jaw. The unknown human body frame looked slightly stockier than his. Ford knew nothing of evolutionary history, but those humans looked like the Neanderthal. He placed his index finger over his lips, hoping to warn the prisoner to remain quiet. Seeing that the human understood, he signaled to the prisoner that he was over the aristocracy soldiers. The other human type then whispered to the nearby prisoners, and based on their reaction, they fell silent as they realized what was happening. They saw that the enemy hadn't noticed him lurking in the shadows. With the rumbling above, the guards seemed more focused on an entrance on the other side of this chamber. The sergeant kneeled in the dark end of the chamber, next to a table with the stench of old blood. He could see that his teammate Kurt was in position. Ice spike projectiles were fired from the tunnel and flowed through the air as he steadied his rifle, impacting the enemy forces. The surprise attack wounded one of the enemy soldiers, but the other soldiers fared better as the ice broke apart on his armor. One of the soldiers, a Gervais-type human, instantly charged against their wood elf ally with shield up and sword in hand. 3 ice spikes struck the shield and shattered. The spike couldn't penetrate the guard shield and armor. Afterward, a stream of water impacted the shieldman like a fire hose. The magical spell stopped the hostile, but only momentarily as the spell wore off. This gave Ford the perfect position to flank. He stood and fired his M31 at the Gervais from behind before the guard could reach Frier, then dropped to the ground. Kurt Forrest rose from his position and engaged the guards, taking out an additional hostile while wounding another, leaving only 2 left. After a short exchange of weapons fire, it became clear that Ford still didn't understand what was happening. They did not expect the Comanche to come through the tunnels and were blindly firing in desperation. One of the hostiles fired his Electrobus energy staff while covering the other, who was grabbing their wounded. The 2 Comanche continued engaging, with Ford firing at the vampire, providing cover. He was able to wound the guard, however the 3 could retreat deeper into the tunnel network. Ford waited, keeping an eye out, confirming that the enemy had fully retreated. With no counterattack, he started to believe that they had won. I think the area is secured. I think so, Forrest said. She emerged from her cover and deactivated her translation spell. She then spoke in Latin and an additional language. While neither Comanche could understand her when she mentioned the term altairi, they knew she was talking about them. While Benjamin Ford walked around the chamber, making sure it was secured. Seeing the chained prisoners, he noticed the look of defeat. He then approached her and said, "They look defeated." "Yes, they do," Forrest said as he approached. "Frier, tell them." Frier raised her hand, warning them to stop speaking. She pressed the amulet on her chest, and it began glowing slightly. "There we go. I couldn't understand you." "All right," Forrest said. "Tell them they will be set free, but they must stay here for now. At least until we secure the city and can probably process them." "But they have suffered enough?" Frier asked. "Not the point," Forrest interjected. "I just reported this to Ryder, and it is his order. The last thing we need is people we don't know running around until we know what to do." "We don't want blue on blue," Ford said. "What is blue on blue?" Frier asked. "It means friendly fire," Ford replied. "A friend shooting a friend. We don't know these people. They might get shot because we don't know better." "I understand." Frier then explained to everyone that they had to wait a while longer. While she spoke, everyone could tell she struggled to say the words that needed to be said, working to summon the strength to tell them they must remain bound. Ford gave the elf girl an approval nod and acknowledged what she had done, understanding how hard it must have been. He then heard someone stand up behind him and turn, aiming at his rifle. "Do not approach an armed man from behind." "Apologies." The sergeant slowly lowered his rifle. The man who approached him was an elf, but unlike Frier, who had tanned skin, this elf had a lighter brown tone. "I am sorry, but no one can leave," Ford said. "It is a security issue, but it won't last long." "It is not that. My name is Veritan Yeldan, the Motuia for the previous ruler of this city. I was his assistant during the House of Wovlon rule." "Okay," Ford said, slightly confused. "What can I do for you?" "This female elf, Frier, she called herself," the Yeldan said. "She said you are Altairi?" "That is correct," Ford replied. "Then Takali did reward us," Yeldan said. "I knew that the new gods were false. It was only logical." "You said you had something to say," Forrest said as he approached. "My apologies again," Yeldan said. "If you are Altairi, then you need to see someone, a Templar. She would wish to see you." "Templar?" Frier said. Her expression went from exhaustion from combat to excitement, nearly tackling the other wood elf for answers. "You mean Nataly? Is she still alive?" "That is correct," Yeldan said. "She is chained in a cell in the other section." She grabbed the sergeant's vest and attempted to pull him toward the hallway. "Hold on," Ford said. "We cannot split up." "But she is my father's friend. I need to save her. She might know where father is." "We will," Ford said, before turning to the wood elf. "Are there more prisoners besides this Templar?" "Correct," Yeldan said. Sergeant Ford got on his radio and reported the situation to his captain. Ryder stated that the enemy had fallen back from the city, the 3 Minutemen teams were securing the area, and the Comanche would rally to him. While the 3 waited, they freed a few additional prisoners to help manage the others. Ford felt that seeing all the aliens gathered in one spot hit home, as if they were in another world. Elves, lats, and the other types of humans, nekos, kitsunes, were a sight he never imagined witnessing. Many of these were read in his manga and fantasy literature. Seeing them all, Ford had to restrain himself from approaching the many different species, seeing this as the opportunity of a lifetime to learn more. However, knowing the situation, he understood that it would be inappropriate to ask questions now. "What are you doing?" Forrest asked. "You look like a kid in a candy store." Being caught off guard, Ford turned to the staff sergeant. "Nothing really. This is just every nerd's dream." "I figured," Forrest said. He glanced at 3 males as they stared at his skeletal robotic arm. "It seems like they are thinking the same thing. If it weren't for the fact that they have been chained up like some bad joke, we would be having a beer." "I know," Ford said. "The opportunity of a lifetime, and I have to put it on hold because of this mess. That is life." Forrest then nudged his comrade and nodded toward the elf girl. "What is Frier doing?" Ford looked toward the wood elf and saw her walking around, searching for something or someone. It took him longer than he liked before remembering that the Veriance aristocracy had taken her father. I think she is looking for her father. That sucks, Forrest said. I cannot imagine losing a family member. You'd better talk to her while we wait for the boss. Me? I have no idea what to say. Who else? As a married man, I have learned they don't always care what you have to say. They want someone to listen when they are stressed. Just trust me. Then why not you? Forrest chuckled. I am married. It wouldn't be proper. Looking back at the elf girl, Ford took a deep breath, unsure what to do. He shrugged, walked over, past many prisoners, and got close to the elf girl. Is everything all right? Oh, Ford. Please call me Ben. We are on the same page now. Okay, I am just looking for my father. No one here knows who he is. Maybe they killed him. I cannot believe this might be the end, and I might never see him again. I highly doubt he is dead. How could you know? No one has seen him. Well, your father is the one who figured all this out. The aristocracy wouldn't want to kill him, so that means there is hope. Frier placed her hands on her head, taking a stressful breath. I just want him back. Seeing that the girl was stressed, an awkward silence emerged before she broke it, restating how much she missed her father and that she was worried he was gone forever. He had no idea what to do, as he had never been good with the opposite sex. Taking Forrest's advice, he stood and listened, allowing her to vent her frustration. Before he could find a response, he heard voices from where they had initially come from. The sergeant turned and saw the bulk of Comanche, including the captain. Sir, Ford said, over here. Ryder approached after directing his warrant officer to begin the processing process to free the prisoners. Glad you guys are safe. Any news? I could not find my father, Frier said. I am sorry to hear that, Ryder responded. We will keep looking. This is a big place. Now the reason why you called me down here? Yes, Ford said. The wood elf here, Varian Yelden, informed us that a Templar is locked away. Yes, Frier said. She helped the city rebel against Callum and stayed behind to buy time to open the bridge. She is a close friend of my father. Good enough for me, Ryder said. Marcos, with us. Varian, show us the way. As you command, Yeldan said after conducting a slight bow. Ford found the bow strange. His comrades had the same reaction, but they decided not to inquire as they had more important matters to attend to. The ground followed the wood elf into the next chamber. What they saw were dozens more prisoners chained to the walls or tables. Many of them were wounded, beaten, starving, and dehydrated. Like the rest, they were all male and attempted to defend the city. They are the surviving leaders who remained from the siege, Yeldan said. Do you know who is in charge? Ryder asked. No one that I know of, Yeldan said. After losing the city, they were separated to prevent another rebellion. For the leadership, they were either killed or sent to Forlace for processing before being sent to the Unity. As the group passed this group of prisoners, they stopped at one of the cells. The wood elf stepped aside, and Benjamin Ford looked through the opening. What he saw was a pale, naked woman on her knees, looking down with a defeated look. The chains were lifting Nataly's body. Each chain was drilled into both hands, clearly meant to prevent her from moving. On her back, she looked battered and had broken wings, while with red blood-stained feathers on the ground and torched marks across the body. Sir, Ford said. Nataly, Frier cried as she saw. The winged woman struggled to look up, barely able to say Frier's name. Ford, find something to cut those chains off, Ryder said. There has to be something down here. Marcos, contact Ghost about setting up a medical tent in one of the buildings. This is an urgent casualty. AAV-1 Alagore, Chapter 10. My lord, what remained of the first group, 55th Order, has reached their mother Unity. They are being garrisoned by the town of Ild-Idra. They have reported that they suffered nearly half casualties from recent engagements, starting with the siege of Salva and the defense of the Temple of Indalas. It will take time for the group to resupply for combat. I have commanded them to construct fortifications in the surrounding areas to prepare for this enemy force. As requested, the other two orders, 20th Order and 52nd Order, are mobilizing. The 20th Order is ready, while the 52nd Order is marching from the north. I am regretful to state, though, that the 52nd will not be in position when you arrive, my lord, as they were out of position while engaging in Thalian raids. A quick redeployment was not possible within this time frame. I sent emissaries to most of the towns and city-states, and I can confirm that they all restated their allegiance to you, my lord. They agreed to deploy forces upon request. However, I have concerns. It is correct that these nobles rejected the Templar, known as Natalytes, request to rebel, leaving Salva to do so. What has been bothering me was that besides Tarifa, none of these nobles approached us about the encounter. Their loyalty has been established, but I fear that it is not absolute, as they might be waiting to see where the wind blows. I propose we deploy more forces to garrison each of the city-states and towns within Nataly, using the war as a disguise to prevent a possible second rebellion. This would require a large military build-up within the region, as it could take an entire order, or a brigaton for city-states like Afrolia and Elandia. If you consider the troop level too high at this time, you should garrison at least a group in each city-state as a show of force, a reminder of who their true ruler is. Expect the latter noble elf rulers to be loyal to the Veriance aristocracy. They could maintain their domains. If they express any other opinion, we will need forces there to encourage them to what could happen if they become disloyal. This all depends on the coming battle. My recommendations are based on the worst-case example. I still propose deploying additional forces to the city-states as a reminder and to crush any Altairi influence on rebellion. These recommendations will not be needed when you crush the Altairi at Indalas. Do as you see fit with my proposals. General Dimitri Magnus, commander of the Magnus V. Brigaton, Nataly Occupation Command, March 5, 2069, Military Calendar, Salva, the former Confederacy of Daruwe, Nataly Region, Aldrida, Alagore. Hearing strange voices all around, which Natalites struggled to understand. They were not the usual voices, speaking nonsense over everyday speech. Even the tones were different. Not the sounds of soldiers celebrating their victory over a Templar. As the conversation advanced, the echoes of the strange voices slowly came to focus. These new voices sounded sweet and concerning, and she did not trust them. The war was lost, and the Templar knew their efforts had been in vain. Either the bridge was never opened, or now lies in the hands of the enemy. This mission was a mistake, and she had paid the price. Her entire body was in constant pain from having chains drilled into her arms and legs while breaking the wings. The enemy made sure that she couldn't move. According to her nerves, the rest were still in bad shape. This was not the only time her body suffered this much damage. As a Templar for the Temple of Hevera, her body was redesigned to regenerate after combat. This was usually a positive trait, as it made Templars among the deadliest and most feared warriors on Alagore. This had the unintended consequence of forcing her captors to continuously torture her to prevent her from building the strength to break free. Only now did she feel a sudden regeneration in her rough body. The chains were removed, so she assumed the enemy was transporting her somewhere, but she felt no movement. A sudden poke in her right arm, and a chill flew through her veins. A new sense of hydration spread through the arm. Feeling fabric spread over her body, a renewed sense of warmth forms her naked, chilling body. A sensation that she had not thought of for a very long time. For the first time, the Templar body felt relaxed. A familiar one rose above the rest from all the different voices. The voice drew closer, being surprisingly joyful. Nathalite was forced to close her eyes as the world's brightness blinded her. She was used to living underground for the better part of a month and had forgotten the natural feeling of light pressing against her skin or the wind flowing through her hair. Hearing a voice beside her, she turned and saw a lat in strange dark green armor holding her hand. He had a bulky yellow syringe and was injecting whatever was in it into her hand. Above him, she saw a needle in her arm attached to two clear liquid bags with the symbol IV on them. Before she could speak, the Templar felt a sudden jolting pain throughout her hand, as if something probed it. The man spoke, saying something which she couldn't understand. The tone of the words was frustration, excitement, and confusion simultaneously, which confused the Templar. The fact that he was treating her hand, so she assumed his words were related to her wounds. Then she heard the man say the name Frier. It took her a moment to recall the familiar name, but then she remembered it was Rhaegal's daughter's name. Turning to the man again, she noticed he looked like a lat, but could tell he was not from this world. His skin was light brown, his hair black, and his eyes brown. A rectangular flag with red and white stripes was on the man's shoulder. On the corner was a blue box with white stars crammed into it, a representation she had never seen before. The only thing that seemed similar was the armor, which was only black and dark green and less stylized. The chest plate covered the entire front, from neck to lower stomach. There was an additional section to allow better movement. Other armor sections covering the shoulders and upper and lower arms were clipped together. Their legs were the same as their arms. While each section was independent, unlike most Alagore armor, this grey, skeleton-like network connected all the armor plating. While most armor on this moon had tactical elements such as pouches, holsters, and slits for amulets, the Alteri armor had more tactical sections than she had ever seen throughout the suit. Turning back to the tan elf girl, Nataly noticed the glow of life still in the girl's jewel-like green eyes as she moved the silk-like brown hair from her eyes. The clothing is brown and green. The top clothing had elvish designs, with the ends curved instead of straight, like human clothing, and green edges. Over the clothing was leather padding, not meant to deflect projectiles, but to protect against magical spells. For the Valkyrie, it was nice to see someone who has not broken down in recent days and still has joy in life. Frier? The man stopped and smiled. He said something that the Valkyrie couldn't understand. He then turned away, calling out. Hearing footsteps on the wooden floor outside her room, her vision finally became clear enough to better understand her surroundings. Stone walls with wood beams were everything, defining the room. The smell of alcohol from the other room. That was when she realized that she was in a tavern. Nataly, Frier stated as she rushed over, "I am so happy that you are alive." "What is happening?" she asked. "It is okay. They are the Alteri and are here to help," Frier said. "This is Marcos Gonzalez. He is the one treating you. He is a healer from their world." "We have no experience with Valkyrie's biology," Gonzalez said. "This is the best I can do right now. Also, I tried to give you as much privacy and respectability as possible." She suddenly understood the Alteri man, probably from Frier having a translation amulet. For the first time since the fall of Salva, she could take a breath and then feel safe, letting go of all the protective walls she was forced to maintain. "Thank you," Nataly said. "I am just happy that everything was not ill-fated." The Valkyrie then started setting up, feeling her entire body scream from the pain, in addition to the tingling feeling in her wounds. "Hold on," Gonzalez said. "You are in no condition to move. Honestly, I am shocked that you are alive. We had to bolt-cut those chains off our hands. How are you alive after that? I have no idea. The bloodless alone would kill anyone." "I told you," Frier said. "She is a Templar. They can regenerate." "I am not saying you're wrong," Gonzalez said, "but I prefer a second opinion on that. Everything you said counters everything I know about the physical form." The Templar found the exchange insightful. Outside of their standard uniform being radically different, they did not have genetically modified warriors like her in their world. "I must give you that second opinion, Sir Gonzalez," Nataly said. "It is true, my kind has been modified to regenerate quickly from battle." She then lay back down from the pain. While Templars were designed to have accelerated healing abilities, that did not mean we were invincible. She would not admit it. Death was closer than she was comfortable with. "I will say it will take time to heal." Gonzalez stood. "We shall see. Either way, you need to heal. The boss will want to talk to you now that you are awake. Excuse me." He then left. Before Nataly could take a relaxed breath, she heard Frier tell her story about what she saw on Alteri. The speech was quick, too quick for her taste, as she was still exhausted. However, she allowed the young elf to ramble. The rambling brought some comfort as she enjoyed the sight of youthfulness and found it relaxing. While she could follow the chain of events, she was forced to grab the elf's arm softly. "Can you please slow down?" "I did it again," Frier said. "I apologize. I am just so happy you are alive." Frier Holyaden then retold the events on Earth. After a short battle, she and her father were chased to the other world and saved by the Altairi. As the story continued, Nataly noted that Earth had no magic and only one type of humans, like the Lats. While the other kinds of humans did originate from Altairi, they went extinct pre-Orlilla times, according to them. The bridge did not activate as intended because these humans had to start it on their end, which nearly sparked a war in which their technology was devoted entirely to thaumaturgy. The last statement baffled the Valkyrie. While many tools and hardware did not require thaumaturgy, that was usually for low-level technology like hammers, saws, and other simple, low-cost equipment, or when the cost was not worth the effort of infusing thaumaturgy into them. Everything else had some degree of thaumaturgy influence within its manufacture, from alchemy, enchantment, mana fusion, or lictal. The idea that Altairi had no concept of these abilities concerned her. However, she decided to withhold judgment as she recalled the man's armor, which was more complex than standard metal plating. Frier suddenly stopped speaking and turned to the door. A man in similar armor walked in. Based on the elf girl's demeanor, this man was important. "Can she understand me?" the new Altairi said. Nataly stared at this man. Unlike the other, this man's skin was closer to hers, pale skin, closer to white than brown. His hair was brown, while his eyes were grey. "This woman can understand you, good sir." The man chuckled. He then took off his helmet and set it on a wooden table. "Glad to see that you are still alive. For a moment it looked like it would be hit or miss. And yes, Frier informed me about your ability." "I will be fine," Nataly said. "Healing potions will aid." "Another wonder of this world," the new Altairi said. "We already searched the shops here," Frier said. "I think the aristocracy took everything of note. There are none inside the city. I am sorry, but you must rely on their medicine." "That is okay," Nataly said. "Whatever their medicine is doing, I believe it is working." "Frier," the new Altairi said, "can you go help Rommel with the militia? They are getting antsy." "I can," she said. She took a second translation stone and handed it to the new Altairi man. "Be careful, I only have a few of these left." The elf girl stood and gave a poor but thrilling imitation of a military salute before leaving the two. The Valkyrie found the sight baffling, as she had never seen a wood elf acting with such confidence among humans, especially among military folk. "She was wise not to misplace Mother's guidance in these dark times," Nataly said. "Her loyalty will be loved. By the way, I did not hear your name." "My name is Captain Matthew Ryder, United States Army, leader of Combat Fire Team 1, Comanche." "That is a mouthful," Nataly said as she sat up, holding the blanket over her body to keep herself decent. That was when the Valkyrie realized she couldn't flex her wings. When she turned to investigate, she saw bones poking out and twisted. "They are broken," Ryder said. "Gonzalez patched them up the best he could. We have no experience with wings on people." "I got that impression from Frier. My wings will head, but without potions, it will take some time, even for a Templar." "Why would they do that?" "Probably as a form of insult. As a Valkyrie, our wings are a sign of social status. Unable to fly, you are an outcast." She saw a strange concern, but also a confused look, as if he couldn't understand the value of what she said. "I did kill 57 of them before I fell. Luckily, we have no Valkyries in my world to judge. Besides, I bet they will return to being beautiful once they heal." She felt a jolt of pain in the attempt to giggle at the statement. A sense of humor. "You are definitely not from here." "Sorry," Ryder said. "I shouldn't crack jokes right now. I do want to ask, though, why did they do that to you? They didn't treat the other militia to such an extreme degree. I take it that your people never encountered a Templar or something like it in your world. While I am not thrilled with what they did, they were wise to do so. Because of the genetic augmentation potions and surgeries I took during my training, if I broke free, I would slaughter them all." "And stripping you naked?" "Wait, never mind. Demoralization. Stupid question." Nataly chuckled before looking at him with a realization. His cheeks flushed slightly red. "You saw me." "I promise everyone was respectful," Ryder said. "You were saying that you are a Templar. Frier wouldn't give us details, saying that it was not her place to do so. I get that you are an elite warrior, but there is a lot I don't understand." The wounded Valkyrie smiled at the question. She had never once had someone ask what a Templar was, as it was common knowledge on Alagore. People might ask for more personal or intimate details, but everyone knew who the Templar was. I have never been asked that question before. It feels refreshing. There is more I could explain than we have time for right now, but we are a force for maintaining balance in the world. We hail from the Temple of Hevera, where we hone our skills for years and augment ourselves until we are the strongest warriors possible so we can enforce peace. Like your ability to regenerate? Correct. We also have superior strength and infused magical abilities. Once we complete your training, we will enforce the will of Tekali and bring peace and stability to the lands. And these nations allow this? Again, correct. We are a neutral party in politics. The Temple handles political affairs with these nations and works out the logistics of being a Templar with oversight from all the major empires. That was until this war. Now, what do you plan on doing to us? I was wondering how to bring up that issue, Ryder said. Right now, all of you are under the protection of the United States, at least until we can figure things out. What do you mean by that? Ryder took a deep breath. Frier gave us the basic details of this war. While my people understand the threat, diving into a global war with people we do not know isn't wise. We have only just established a foothold and we'll see what happens from there. My job is to make contact with Salva, aid any survivors, and evaluate the situation. She had been worried about this point from the beginning. Why would strangers from another world get involved in a bloody war? After all, this was a desperate attempt to turn the tide in the world. However, Frier informed them about the Alagore crisis, and they still came here and were willing to put their lives at risk to protect the people of Salva. At least, that was something she figured. Deciding not to press the matter, Nataly said, I do not mean to sound rude, but why are you here, talking with me? Many reasons, Ryder said. Frier couldn't stop talking about you, a little hero worship. And besides, anyone who threw you into a cage like that must be worth meeting. The city leadership is confirmed to be dead, and I could use some help with public relations. If we are going to stay here, we need allies. She understood what the captain was thinking and was thrilled that he was wise enough to need help. I need to get back out there, Ryder said. Stay here and rest while we secure the area. Nataly took a deep breath as she pondered her options. The Alteri man was correct. She was too weak to do anything of note at the moment. However, she was responsible for these people and helped bridge the people of both worlds. The other reason for the Templars was to be a symbol, a positive force the peasants could look up to. However, with these people being so radically different, she needed to know more before putting her honor, integrity, character, and words on the line with strangers. I have one last question, Captain Ryder, Nataly said. She looked up and stared at him directly in the eyes. Why are you here? That type of question is best for my superior, but in short, we were attacked, so we responded. Because a bridge opened to another world with so many wonders, there is no way my government would pass that one in a billion-year chance. The economic opportunities alone are enough to risk getting involved in some manner, let alone the scientific knowledge and exploration we can do, and the fact that your world has people is fundamental to the long-term security of my country and sphere of influence, and the concept of magic could be a game-changer. The Templar stared at the man, confused by half of what he said. She understood the economic side as it was self-explanatory. Empire will empire. If what they said about thaumaturgy was true, then yes, this would be a wonder for his people to research. However, the topic of people made her wonder if there was a grand war or something related to population decline. Although she lacked the strength to inquire about that topic, which was the subject of her question, she decided not to address the matter. As I said before, Nataly said, that was a mouthful. Ryder chuckled, just trying to build a sense of trust. What I do know is that we won't leave without a fight. We're pioneers, inventors, warriors, and young. As my people say, we have been to the moon. My apologies, Ryder. What I meant was, why are you here? Seeing the man's confused look, Nataly clarified, I will not risk the lives of these people or provide my blessing to strangers until I learn the man behind the armor. Ryder smirked as he slowly shook his head. Hackett will like you. She tilts her head in confusion. Ryder took a deep breath. He grabbed his helmet and put it on. To be frank, I am not sure. I am a soldier to the core, and I love it. But you seem wise enough to know that isn't enough in life. Otherwise, I am just some guy killing for my country. You are seeking purpose. No, I am trying to find it again. I had a purpose, a reason to get up in the morning and do what I did. That everything I did, all the crap and death, was making the world slightly better for my family. I got up each morning in a crazy world, knowing that everything I did slightly improved it. I want to make the world a better place. Naive, I know, but it did make my wife proud. But even then, a soldier cannot be everywhere at once. Ryder took a frustrated breath and then finished strapping his helmet. He stared directly at her. Let me be clear. Everyone here is under our protection, and heaven or hell, I won't rip that duty away from me. As long as they want it or don't betray us, we will have their back. While it was not the answer the Templar had expected, it satisfied her because it came from the heart. She was worried that it was something selfish, like glory-seeking and statue-building. She greatly respected the transparency, as few men would ever be so open, being either very wise or a mighty fool. Okay then, Nataly said, then I will join you. Give me a moment to dress properly. You need to rest. Nataly held her hand out to silence the captain. The people need to see me during this. They have suffered greatly, and I convinced them to join our cause. I cannot abandon them now. She expected a fight from the man, but to her surprise, the Comanche captain agreed to her request. If you can stand, meet me outside, Ryder said. It would send the right message if everyone saw us interacting. Thank you for understanding. Ryder nodded to the Templar and said, Ma'am, before exiting the tavern room. Nataly smirked, finding these Alteri far more interesting than she expected. She then reached down and grabbed her armor to dress herself. Captain Matthew Ryder stood outside the tent, staring at the sky, fascinated by the multiple moons high above, orbiting a gas giant. It surprised him how close they were, with eyesight alone able to see surface details when they got close to Alagore, like Luna back home. They were about 400 or 500 kilometers away, if his mental math was correct. To his interest, he witnessed a volcanic blast as molten lava burst into the sky around one of the moons. The result left a long magma trail mimicking a slight solar flare before turning into small chunks of rock. Surprisingly, a second moon followed exceptionally closely to the volcano moon, as if they were orbiting each other. This one was blue, looking like an ocean world. Unlike the fire one, this moon fired large bursts of water from some water volcano or supergeyser. He could only fathom the amount of water tonnage squirted into the surrounding space, turning into large crystals that impacted the remaining magma trail. They are auger trash and calanth. Ryder turned and saw the Valkyrie struggling to stand. She was wearing a combination of slick light grey armor with golden lining and a small crystal on her upper chest. Throughout the armor, there were carvings of designs that he could not understand. Still, the shoulder pieces had a symbol, probably being her faction. Like the aristocracy soldiers they had fought before, there was a sense of tactical design, with pouches for ammunition and built-in slots for flechette and amulets. Even armor only covers the vital areas for protective weapons. With melee as a secondary focus, many parts of the armor were cropped out to reduce the time they would have to wait. Her armor was not as heavy as the ones he had seen, probably because she was a flyer. Speed, weight, and agility would be vital for her species and style of warfare compared to soldiers on the ground. While the Valkyrie looked in bad shape, Ryder could already see the healing process taking effect. Her wounds were healing as she was no longer dripping blood and had the strength to stand. Besides the signs of battle, he found her attractive. Her natural white and cyan highlights at the tips of her hair. Her eyes were blue, but at the center of each eye, there was a gold ring. The moon names? Ryder asked. You were looking at the twin moons, correct? Those are their names. The fire one is Augatrash, while the water one is Calanth. They are the twins of Tekali, whose orbits are very close. Even at times, they change places depending on their mood. And let me guess, they are known for that because they are always fighting. Nataly gave a surprised stare, but then smiled. How did you know? I am a big brother, Ryder replied before staring back at the two moons. The fiery one is the god of war, while the blue one is the god of prosperity, each being intertwined with the ways of the world. While many would consider that statement a contradiction, Ryder saw through it. As a soldier, he understood the meaning. You could only achieve peace through war, and war only unfolds after peace, a sense of yin and yang. Hearing his XO over the radio requesting his presence, Ryder informed the Templar that they had to return to work. The two walked through the battered city, Minutemen patrolling the streets or escorting the survivors to the plaza. Medics were at the plaza, treating the wounded, while others handed out MREZs. In addition to the Minutemen, the recent arrival of Rangers began to fill the streets. The Ryder HUDIFF internal system labeled them from the 5th Rangers Battalion, Alpha Company. With them, an M30 Archer infantry fighting vehicle was taking a defensive position within the main street. Once the city was taken, Hackett said he would send a company to reinforce their position until a proper unit could occupy it. Ryder noticed that the Valkyrie stared at the IFV with awe and shock. She said she had never seen such a bulky construct before, commenting on how different the Altairi's weapons of war were. She expressed how strange and fascinating it is that people could develop such constructs without the influence of thaumaturgy. "What are your people's plans with Salva?" Nataly asked. "I think you already know this, but the temple," Ryder said, but stopped as he struggled to remember the temple's name. "Temple of Indalas." "Yes, Indalas. As you know, it is not defensible in any meaningful way. We hope to establish a defensive line here to protect our side of the bridge. That is what we tried doing, but failed. I am pointing out a slight issue. It seems that you do not have enough serious manpower to wage a military campaign." "Not yet. As I said, we are the first wave, a recon force, securing our interests and evaluating the situation. We can only properly respond if we know who we are fighting for, and besides, if things get dicey, a division of soldiers on the other side of the bridge is ready to mobilize immediately." "And that is why there are so few of you here?" Nataly asked. "Yes," Ryder said. "Where we are from, we are considered special forces. Some of the most elite soldiers in our armed forces have to offer. And to be fair, though, I think the enemy was under strength. If they were bunkered down with a proper size, we would have needed a larger force." "Interesting," Nataly said. "These special forces are like Palatini, I assume." The Comanche captain recalled the word. Frier mentioned it during her interrogation, and he did not know the word. Before this operation, he researched the meaning of Palatini and discovered that it meant palace troops in Latin and the Roman era. It seemed like the word had evolved since then, which was understandable as words changed on Earth. All the card was about was that the word implied elite soldiers, like special forces. "I would say yes," Ryder said. "There might be differences, but at the end of the day, we are all elites at what we do." The two approached the central market plaza, and Ryder noticed many city militias watching them walk together. However, he did not get the reaction he had hoped for. While some were pleased by the sight, seeing unity over division, others seemed angry at the American presence. Once they reached the rest of Comanche, Ryder saw his team organizing the survivors. To his concern, it seemed like tension as he noticed Frier flustered. In front of her was the wood elf form before, Varitan Yeldan. Among them were many other types, white and brown elves, a kitsune, 2 lats, and a new kind of human called Nagel. Ryder's second-in-command noticed that he was approached and walked over. "Sir," King stopped and noticed the woman next to him. "I assume this is the Templar." "That is correct," Ryder said. "Rommel King, this is Nataly." "Rommel King," Nataly said, her tone suggesting she was reflecting on his name. "I assumed that your kind also placed their titles before your names." "I apologize, Your Highness. I was not prepared to encounter royalty. I assumed this captain was your people's leader." The two Comanche soldiers stared at each other with confusion before figuring out what she meant. If the situation weren't so chaotic, they would have laughed but maintained their professionalism. "If the situation weren't already tense, I would have enjoyed playing into that," King said. "However, I am not an actual king. My last name is King. I am his second-in-command." Nataly then stared at the two before her eyes widened from embarrassment. Frier was correct. You people are confusing. I apologize. All good, King said. I would enjoy being an all-powerful dictator, but then I would have to do office work. That is the same reason why I never embraced a military command, Nataly said after a chuckle. All right, you two, we have a job to do, Ryder said. What is the issue, Rommel? In short, King said, they are pissed at us for showing up so late. They blame us for their suffering. You're kidding? Ryder replied. I wish I were not, King said. Frier is doing her best, but she is too green. She is not civil affairs, and many don't trust her because she is related to her father. I guess they have buyer's remorse. You cannot blame them, Nataly said. Callum forces came here and laid siege to this city. Once they broke through, they were ruthless. It is my fault, as I promised that if they joined our cause, your people would come and save us, which never happened. Ryder turned to face the people of Salva and saw their frustration. The situation was different from what he would have preferred. A bar was established before his people even knew these people existed. While that meant they were not honor-bound to commit to those promises, he quickly understood if he refrained from their expectation, he could jeopardize any chance of an alliance, destroying any opportunity his people would have to establish a foothold. Still, he knew what his mentor, Hackett, would say about the situation. A challenge is still a challenge, regardless of whether it was by choice or forced upon you. What mattered was the man in the moment and whether he could rise to the challenge or falter. Let me talk to them, Ryder said. Good luck, King said. Ryder headed toward the larger group. At first, he couldn't understand what was being said because the translation was too far away to take effect. As he drew closer, he started to understand bits and pieces. Based on the tone and word choice, Rommel King was correct. The people were angry. Thank God you are here, boss, Barrett said. These people are pissed. I got the impression. Ryder stopped in front of Elf Girl, standing between her and the militia. He could see that she was about to cry from the negative tension. You did great, Frier. I will take it from here. They are blaming me for everything, Frier said as she wiped the tears from her cheek. It is not your fault, Nataly said. She then turned to the militia. The men of Salva, you know who I am. You are the Templar that led us to this path, a white elf said. Look what has happened. How many people have died because of this? I know, Nataly said. I apologize for what had happened, as this was not my intention. However, our goddess did answer, and here is the Altairi. The Nagel emerged from the crowd and said, They have come many months late, after we have suffered and died. Our lives are ruined, and a fraction of what they once were. Ryder looked toward the man who spoke. He was slightly shorter than Ryder, but bulkier. The bulky frame was not due to physical superiority, as with the vampires, but rather to brawling, either for hunting or physical labor. The face had many lines, like an Altairi's, but those lines were more pronounced. To him, the human looked closer to a Neanderthal based on the pictures he grew up seeing. Seeing that Nataly struggled to calm the militia, he realized reason and logic would not work here. The Templar was correct. These people were tired and angry after what they had been through and needed an outlet for their anger. Ryder stepped forward and addressed the Nagal. If you all can understand me, my name is Captain Matthew Ryder of the United States Army, or, as you know, the Altairi. I understand the situation, but we need to cooperate. Why should we cooperate with you? The Nagal asked. We fought and died alone. You were not here to aid us as was promised. Hearing much of the crowd siding with the man, Ryder could see the level of distrust. You are right to be pissed. My people were the ones who screwed up, but more importantly, I screwed up. Frier probably told you we had to find our own orb to activate the bridge, but that is only part of it. I was the officer in command who was to protect that orb. We found the orb on our side of the bridge, and my unit was ordered to protect it. Our enemies ambushed us, delaying our activation of the bridge. The wood elf, Varitan Yeldan, worked through the crowds. As the name suggested, his skin was like the bark of a tree. To Ryder's surprise, the male elf's body frame was closer to being feminine in nature compared to the other males within the crowd. It seemed that elves did not have a brawling frame compared to most. Like Frier, he had long, silky blonde hair that reached the top of his head. The clothing matched the rest of the crowd, being dirty, ragged, and wearable. Once in front of the crowd, Yeldan said, You are telling me that you are taking responsibility for this disaster. I was in charge, so of course it is my responsibility, Ryder boldly replied. He then looked out at the rest of the crowd. But we have a choice right now. We are here now, and the enemy will come back. You stand with us or stand alone. How can we trust you? The Nagal asked. You cannot bring back all the suffering we went through, all the lives that were lost, our families. Hearing the word family flipped a switch in Ryder's head. He pointed his finger directly at the Nagal human, his eyes filled with rage. Do not lecture me about family. I know you sent your wives and children to a nearby Borean, so they remain safe. The captain then turned again to face the group as he was done talking to the Nagal. For me, I am a soldier. I have given up time away from my wife. I missed the birthdays, anniversaries, dates, and quality time together that I will never get back because it was my duty to my nation and my people. To fight our enemies and keep them safe. Like my team and I, you did your duty against all odds, protected your loved ones, and succeeded. It might not have been how you wanted, but your city is still standing, your wives and children are alive, and you are standing here. If you want them to live free, we must put the past aside and address the task at hand. Your choice, but regardless, we will make our stand. Varitan Yelden nodded and turned to the crowd. My fellow citizens, the Altairi man is correct. For now, we will concede to the task at hand. Ryder had no idea if his plan worked, but at least the crowd was calming down. He could still see anger in their eyes, as this would be a long healing process, but at least a war was not about to start. He turned to the wood elf and said, "Thank you for helping tame the militia." "I did no such thing," Yeldan said. "Yes, you did," Ryder said. "Ford told me that you were once a political advisor. You know how to redirect the mood of a crowd." "I am here to serve," Yeldan said. "Nothing more." Seeing the wood elf rejoin the crowd, Ryder took a frustrated breath as everything was not going as Ryder had hoped. He informed them that the situation would be dealt with and to wait until further orders. He then walked away to rejoin his team. Nataly followed behind and asked, "Was any of that true?" "What?" Ryder asked. "About it being your fault," Nataly said. "Is that why everything took so long?" "It all depends on perspective," Ryder replied. "It is too complicated to explain, but we found the orb on another world within our solar system. My orders were to escort it back to Earth so it could activate it. Our enemies attempted to capture it, and nearly all of us died. It was my responsibility to protect the orb, which we did successfully. The travel time would be the same regardless. But if everyone here needed a focal point to focus all their anger on me, then so be it." "So you bent the truth," Nataly said. "Interesting. I thought you would be angry about their outbursts." "I am. But I cannot blame them. They have endured a lot recently and need some outlet to vent. Hopefully that was enough for them." "Good insight, Captain. Also, you need to explain this escorting between worlds part to me." Hearing his radio request his presence again, Matthew Ryder nodded before walking away. He headed to a makeshift command post where he saw his Air Force Combat Control Team member, Sergeant Charlie Higgins, sitting on a piece of rubble, looking at a laptop. Among them was Rommel King. "What do you guys need?" Ryder asked. "Look, sir," King said. Ryder stood behind Higgins, staring at the screen. He saw the feed from an RQ-13 Phantom deployed to scout the surrounding area. What they saw was an incoming army. Based on the designs, they were the Veriance aristocracy. Damn, that was fast, Ryder thought to himself. The enemy was already mobilizing against them, and it had not been a day yet. They had to be the reinforcements sent before coming into this world. "Looks like a battalion-size force," King said. Taking a closer look, Ryder disagreed with his second-in-command. "I doubt they would be sending such a small force. If I were them, I would send a brigade. Anything larger would be too big to move quickly, and nothing smaller would be enough to retake Indolas or Salva." "Charlie," King said, "try to go deeper. I think I see heavy equipment in the rear." "Let me try and," Higgins said before the feed darkened. "Damn, I lost the signal. I think they shot it down." "Damn is the correct term," Ryder said. "Rommel, get the captains of the other 2 Minutemen teams here, plus the Alpha Company captain, so we can plan the defense. Get Barrett to take the militia back to Indalas before we are surrounded. I will report the situation to Hackett. March 5, 2069. Military calendar. Temple of Indalas, the former Confederacy of Darui. Nataly region, Aldrida, Alagore. Standing on the mountainside balcony of Indalas, Colonel William Hackett stared out at the mountainous valley. From his limited view, this region seemed like a large bowl. Mountains far into the distance cut Nataly off from the rest of the world. Looking closer to home, he saw how horrible their defensive position was. A ridge line to the left had a perfect advantage over the temple. In front were wide enough to allow large formations, even armored, to pass through quickly. Their only advantage was that they could focus their firepower in one direction, unlike a 360-degree position. Not the best place to have a summer home, Smith said. Turning to Captain Laura Smith, his assistant for the Minutemen, he replied, "No, it is not. I also think it is getting cold here." "Why do you think that, sir?" "My first impressions of this moon. Lack of sunlight compared to Earth because of the gas giant. Mountain ranges create bowl-shaped valleys that trap Arctic air and clouds. It is going to be a bit cold. More importantly, the terrain limits any future armor blitz." "Do you think that will be an issue?" "Right now, no," Hackett said, just wondering what the enemy might bring to the table. Below, Hackett saw the evolving FOB. Calling it a FOB was closer to charity than reality, as the ground troops created makeshift trenches, sandbag bunkers, barbed wire, and other types of defenses. Some Hesco bastions were being built to cover the flanks and to provide some internal structure, enough until a proper facility could be constructed down the road. In addition to the Rangers and Minutemen, other units like the Army and NASA Astro Engineers and elements from the Air Force 2nd Weather Group are all part of making this FOB home. This is the first stable step in creating a functional base. It is hard to create campaigns if you don't know what the weather will be like. Seeing the two units set up the primitive style of weather and terrain mapping equipment made the colonel chuckle. The NGA uses landscape surveying of the surrounding landmass, while the weather team uses different meteorological wind instruments and equipment. While many of these teams had conducted such operations before on Mars, Luna, and asteroids that needed mapping, they were coming from something other than square one. The critical difference was that they still had the century-old satellite and radar infrastructure. These teams went off. Creating a map from scratch has not been attempted since the Second World War. While it can be done, at least until the US military can properly establish itself and create a large enough buffer zone to allow rear assist to develop safely, the enemy, if clever, would do everything in their power to prevent it. "What are they doing?" Smith asked. "I have never seen that equipment before." "No one has," Hackett said. "It is 100-year-old technology. Remember to check your Earth bias, Laura. We don't have satellites above capturing everything we do at a moment's notice. This is how the pre-atomic era warriors fought. Combat was a line of sight, anything past that required a lot of energy, time, and logistics to make it all work." "It sounds like you are excited by this, sir," Smith said. "No, but I do embrace the challenge. While we will not enjoy the same luxuries that we did on Earth, this is not the 1940s. We will adapt, but for now create a memo and remind everyone here that line of sight is the name of the game. Anything more is outside the game, and get NGA to prioritize marking distance markers for the mortars." "Yes, sir," Smith said. "And Captain, prepare a mission profile for CFT 4 and 5, Hackett said. "I want them to recon the northern terrain, past the ridge. Maybe we can find a better defensible position there." After soaking in the beauty of this moon one last time, William Hackett left and headed downstairs to join the 5th Rangers colonel. "How is everything going?" "Good," Lieutenant Colonel Barker said. "Alpha Company arrived at Salva an hour ago. I think we officially have taken the city." "All right," Hackett said. "It is time to deploy additional assets to fortify the city. I do not like our current position, and if we get pushed here, we are screwed." "I noticed that myself," Barker said. "I was informed that the brass is still hesitant to deploy regular forces outside of a QRF." "Hopefully we won't need them," Hackett said. "ETA on 1st Rangers?" "There was a delay from JBLM due to bad weather," Barker said. I do have word that the Brits authorized the deployment of an SAS squadron. They should be here in the next few days. William Hackett wondered when the Commonwealth Union would deploy their assets. The bridge was discovered in a London museum warehouse, so excluding it from any arrangement would be hard. As part of a bargain to hand over the device to the Americans, they would become juniors in all matters regarding the portal and the secret Mars facility. Then we are going to need more space, Hackett said. I plan on sending recon teams to them. The colonel noticed his assistant approaching, carrying a radio. Sir, it is Captain Ryder. They have discovered the enemy and the brigade size. They are about to attack the city. Without reinforcements, they will be overrun when the enemy hits the city. Brigade? Barker shockingly said. Already? We need to move as many forces as possible to Salva. Agreed, Hackett said. If we lose Salva, the enemy will have high ground. Contact Space Command and request the QRF. That should be enough to hold the city. Tell Ryder to hold as long as he can. As Hackett gave the order, everyone heard weapons fire. Not echoes from a faraway battle, but within the camp. This confused the colonel, who thought they were under attack somehow. Barker, work on the defenses, I will investigate. Smith, get Razorfist to join me. The colonel quickly left the command post and rushed toward the sound of weapons fire. He saw the surrounding rangers just as confused as he was. Hearing another volley of rifle fire, he dashed toward it. Soon enough, Combat Fire Team 4, known as Razorfist, joined him. The base was not under attack by a large force. This made the colonel wonder what was going on. Was it a failed reconnaissance mission by the enemy? Captain Hudson, Hackett said, any word? No, sir, Hudson said, but the weapons fire came from the north side. Once we get there, secure the area, Hackett said. It did not take them long to navigate through the Hesco bastions. Hackett ordered everyone they passed to focus on their duties and prepare for an attack. When the colonel and Razorfist reached the sound of battle, all they saw was a squad of rangers firing at the mountain's northern face. Rangers, Hackett said, situation report. The squad's staff sergeant turned and said, Colonel, 3 unidentified hostiles were seen leaving from within the camp and moving up the mountain. They were climbing quickly in an inhuman way. We almost missed them. I see them, Hudson said. Barely. Hackett grabbed his binoculars and zoomed to the highest setting. Although the image was blurry, he noticed a humanoid figure quickly crawling over a boulder before it disappeared. And you said they came from here and not some animal? I believe, sir, the staff sergeant said. I did not see them exit from anywhere, but they were moving quickly, far quicker than anyone could realistically climb without equipment. The first thought was that they were enemy scouts, but assuming what the staff sergeant said was true, they were too close. Why would they intentionally get noticed, as there were plenty of locations they could hide without being seen? What were they doing? Hudson asked. That was when William Hackett heard Lieutenant Colonel Barker over the radio. This is Minuteman Lead. Colonel, Barker said, I was just informed that the bridge is offline. The 2 Guardian security personnel and 3 NASA researchers were found dead by it. I am convinced it was sabotaged by the enemy as a prelude to an attack. The gravity of Lieutenant Colonel Barker's words struck Hackett. Currently, only Frier Hollyaden knew how to activate the bridge, and from what he understood, besides her father, no one else knew how the bridge worked. Now that the bridge was offline, they were stuck, with no way to retreat or request a QRF. With the Veriance aristocracy army coming, they now have their backs against the wall. He then realized they would have to abandon Salva as they did not have the manpower to defend it adequately. There was even more time to extract the militia they found here to help with the defense, assuming they had enough firearms to hand out. He will have to order a full retreat, but that will still take time if the enemy is already upon them. Hudson, Hackett said, go to Salva and extract Frier ASAP. I want her to work on reconnecting the bridge yesterday. Everyone else, prepare for battle. AAV-1 Alagore, Chapter 11. Space Command. This is Colonel Juliet from the NASA USSF Research Facility. We are in a developing situation. I do not know how to report this, but the bridge shut off. I repeat, the bridge suddenly shut off. This was not a planned closure of the bridge. We expected the bridge to shut off on its own within the next 13 hours. This is not a concrete timer, but an ETA based on energy decay data from the first time the Veriance aristocracy came through and from the time our forces adventured to Alagore. We are in the process of conducting every diagnostic program we have, and everything will show green before the shutdown. Power from the 2 small nuclear modules remains at optimal levels, and we have not detected any power surges. Capacity was at expected levels. I am making a point that the bridge did not close on our end. It had to be their end. We were in the middle of receiving a research update from the NASA research team on the other side before everything went silent. We have attempted 3 reconnects using the protocols Frier provided. So far, nothing has succeeded. Previous reports stated that we were having trouble connecting our terminals to this alien interface. We are still investigating possible solutions. However, at this stage, the Special Operations Expedition needs to reconnect the bridge to our side. Colonel Juliet, March 5, 2069, Military Calendar. Salva, the former Confederacy of Daru-Ui. Nataly region, Aldrida, Alagore. Hearing the zooming sounds above enemy artillery, Captain Matthew Ryder rushed as hard as he could to the closest cover as impact rounds rained around them. Soldiers and the militia were scattering, seeking shelter, or firing at the enemy storming the city. Noticing an open door to a stone building, the Comanche captain rushed inside for cover from the raining artillery shells. He struggled to stop them, running into the wall from the momentum. Once Ryder stabilized himself, he saw Sergeant First Class Gregory Barrett and Sergeant Bruno Barrios taking cover inside the building. "Where the hell did that come from?" Barrios asked, as he took a position by a window with his M31. "Clearly, they have artillery." Ryder checked his hub and was hoping to connect with the rest of his team. However, the connection was weak due to some interference. While there was no network to secure, each Italian battlesuit had a built-in connection, allowing teams to operate off the grid if needed. Soon enough, his suit got a signal from the rest of Comanche, and they acknowledged that they were still active. Now he could focus on the task at hand. "You say that, sir," Barrios said, "but does artillery lift the ground?" Confused by Bruno Barrios's meaning, Ryder walked toward the window and looked outside. What he saw was where a shell had impacted. Usually, artillery rounds leave a stain or a small crater on the ground from the warehouse or from kinetic force. However, this had the opposite effect. The ground was elevated to the height of a man. That was not the only strange sight they saw. They witnessed one of the enemy's artillery rounds form a giant ice patch in the plaza. Another shell impacted a building. A small but bright light appeared from the impact, leaving dark marks everywhere. Every artillery round seemed different. Some incendiary rounds left a dark red gel on whatever they touched. "They are using incendiary rounds on us," Ryder said. "Strange incendiary round I have ever seen," Barrett replied. "They seem more like gel after impact." "Why are they throwing ice at us?" Barrios asked as he stared out the window. Ryder quickly looked toward what the sergeant was staring at. He saw an ice formation that was still growing from the impact base. "They're not throwing ice at us. The ice forms after impact. Makes sense once you think about it. At that temperature, if you consume it, it will act like liquid nitrogen. At best, your arm becomes an ice cube, and worse, you instantly die." And the bright one seemed to be some energy bomb. "Boss," Barrett said, "these attacks are too accurate to be suppressive fire. They must have a spotter." "Too quick," Ryder said. "We have not been here long enough for them to deploy a proper recon mission. They had to be watching us longer." "We could have missed a spotter when we took the city," Barrett said. "Remember that cat thing? One could be hiding on any of these rooftops the entire time." "Possible." The artillery strikes suddenly stopped, and the sound of small arms intensified. Seeing the rest of his team regroup by more fortified buildings, Ryder decided the 3 needed to leave their position or risk being cut off. He does not know why they were recently ordered to abandon the city. Hackett made it clear that they needed to evacuate as many militias as possible to assist in the defense of Indalas, so they needed to hold out as long as they could. Based on the speed of the attack, the Comanche captain was not confident that they would be able to hold out for long. "Barrett and I will cover," Ryder said. "Barrios, you go first." Ryder fired his M31 toward the northern hillside, around the building, toward Viking team's formal position. He saw an entrenched enemy who captured the position before they could, giving them the advantage of deception. Firing a couple of rounds, he then ordered the sergeant to advance. Fléchettes from enemy snipers impacted all around, but he maintained his fire. Returning to cover, he checked himself to ensure he was all right. Outside a few marks, he saw no puncture and went back to providing covering fire. Once Bruno Barrios reached the other side, Ryder took off as his sergeant first class provided cover. Fléchette and energy bolts continued to impact the area around them, more indirect fire than proper targeting. In front of him was a pile of rubble that led into a large building. He saw his fellow Comanches take position inside as everyone regrouped. Once inside, he stopped and began searching for his XO. Before he could move around the building, Sergeant Edgar Wallace's hand reached out to him with something within it. "Welcome to the joint, boss," Wallace casually said as he kneeled on the ground. "Doesn't this remind you of Khartoum?" Ryder gave the "you have to be kidding me" stare, which only made the sergeant chuckle. Khartoum, a state in Sudan, was one of Comanche's first missions during the Nile War. They held out for hours against an Iranian Republican Guard armor column deep behind enemy lines in a remote village until help arrived. "Expect for the lack of RIA armor, yes," Ryder replied. "Still not the afternoon, boss," Wallace said joyfully. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of gum. "Peppermint?" This time, Ryder couldn't help but laugh in disbelief at the man's defiance of the present reality. "God damn it, Edgar!" Taking the stick of gum, Ryder asked, "Where is Rommel?" "In the other room, coordinating with the other teams." Hearing an explosion from the residential section of the city, the two looked out the window. They saw Veriance aristocracy soldiers outside the window, securing the previous street intersection. 3 Comanche redirected their fire against the new hostiles. "The city has been breached. Left flank," Ryder said. "Ford." Sergeant Benjamin Ford didn't need the captain to finish the order. The man shifted his firing position to the other flank, using the outside rubble for cover. Wallace positioned his M252 and laid suppressive fire against the enemy. The enemy's advance slowed as they were forced to utilize any cover they could find. Like prior battles, a few shieldmen took formation and acted as protection for their circle. While the enemy shields would absorb a few rounds, they would soon be punctured. That wasn't the issue, though. It was time. As the enemy secured the intersection and pressed forward, Ryder knew they wouldn't last long before being forced to retreat. As the enemy pressed forward into the plaza, 2 sudden lightning strikes struck the enemy formation. The forward infantry was killed, breaking their protective wall. The others were forced to spread out and seek cover. This allowed Ford to fire his M320 grenade launcher, killing 2 of the circlemen who had taken cover by a broken building. "Where did the lightning come from?" Wallace asked. They turned and saw 3 rangers using a dead fountain as protection. With them was a Salva militiaman holding a staff, standing behind them, only just lowering his hands. His hands, though, were glowing light blue, with an electric charge around them. "It must have been him," Ryder replied. "Looks like that strike came from a militia mage." "Ha," Barrios said with a laugh. "Nice to have that on our side for once." The aristocracy began regrouping. As they did, a hail of .50 caliber rounds streamed through them. While the infantry of this world also adopted heavy armor for protection, even their magically enhanced protection couldn't withstand the famous caliber, as the victims of the M2 Browning were torn to shreds. Seeing the enemy retreat into the intersection, Ryder turned and saw an LATV. When it stopped, the vehicle operator continued firing in bursts against the enemy. 4 Minutemen exited and opened fire, using the thick doors as protection. In return, energy bolts struck the armored vehicle's armor, leaving scorching marks. Ryder didn't need his IFF system to inform him it was a Minutemen combat fire team, Razorfist team, with Captain Orion Hudson as their leader. Based on how quickly they arrived, he assumed they were spearheading the quick reaction force from Earth. "Welcome to the party." "Thanks," Hudson said. "I will say, not a fan of your guests." "They're real pricks," Ryder said. "I could use your team to find and secure whatever hole they are coming from." "Negative, Ryder. I am sorry, but my team is not your reinforcements. My orders are to return the elf girl to the bridge, ASAP. This comes straight from the colonel. Completely baffled by Hudson's words, Ryder responded, You came for Frier. Why the hell do you need her? Where are we going to lose the city without backup? The bridge is offline, Ryder. The enemy sabotaged it from right under our noses and killed the people who were studying it. It took a moment for Matthew Ryder to comprehend the gravity of what was said. If the bridge were out, everyone here would be removed from Earth. That also meant there was no incoming QRF or a path to retreat. Everyone was now fighting for their lives. Now Ryder understood why Hackett ordered the evacuation of the militia. After everything he had done to gain their trust, this turn of events would only worsen relations. However, there was no choice. Ryder then turned and called for his second-in-command, who came around the other room. These pricks are storming the walls, King said. They have already secured the southern section of the city. They are intently funneling us toward the northwest gate. Rommel, take command of Comanche, Ryder said. I have to head to the assembly area with Razorfist. It's mission critical. Wait 5 minutes and pull back to the northern gate. Warrant Officer 1 Rommel King did not need further explanation. As the most experienced team member, he understood that it was necessary, whatever the critical reason. Pushing all other thoughts to the back of Ryder's mind, he turned to the Razorfist leader and said, Follow me. The two captains rushed out of the building and through the market plaza. The rest of the Minutemen team followed behind, providing protection. The enemy focused on occupying the surrounding buildings rather than pushing along the streets. For Ryder, it seemed like his XO was correct. The enemy is trying to squeeze the American force by punching through with brute force. Ahead of them, Ryder saw a ranger squad engaging in a large center 3-story building. Somehow, the aristocracy forces slipped past the American defenses and occupied this building, giving them a tremendous elevated advantage point throughout the large plaza marketplace. They attempted to pin down retreating American and militia forces while the main force squeezed them. Ryder assumed that the enemy couldn't be a significant force because of the speed with which they occupied it. Even with a platoon undermanned, it would still have been noticed. Based on the tactics, the captain concluded that the enemy was focusing on strategic pressure rather than a single assault. The enemy is being careful. They have the same level of understanding of their new enemy as they do. This forced Razorfist and Ryder to take cover as they came under enemy fire within the building. The Minutemen spread out and joined in the firefight. An Archer IFV approached, firing its CCMSH into the building and blowing a hole into one of the sides. The Ranger and 3 militia swordsmen stormed the building to secure it. At the same time, the Archer took its final position at the center of the plaza to provide cover for the retreating American and militia forces. Now or never, Hudson said. The 2 Minutemen left their cover and rushed through a narrow street, heading toward the primary gate to the northwest. More artillery would rain into the city, forcing them to stay close to the walls. One of the shells landed near the 2 Minutemen captains. The explosion's impact was a giant electric discharge with raw energy bursting out in all directions, catching one of Razorfist's teammates. The 2 captains stared as they were stunned that the discharge formed a lightning strike that flowed up, the opposite of a traditional lightning strike. 2 of Razorfist's grabbed their comrade and dragged him against the wall. They then wrapped their arms around him. Once they were secured, they rushed forward, knowing they had to reach the assembly area. For Ryder, it seemed they were being targeted. Somehow the enemy slipped in a spotter, as the enemy artillery didn't seem random. Matthew Ryder saw the militia being organized in the assembly area as they drew closer. While some militiamen were assisting in the fight using leftover circlets, most were being shuttled off as quickly as possible. His IFF system on his HUD appeared to members of Ghost Team, who were protecting the evacuation. Once they reached the assembly area, they quickly found Frier. She assisted officers and non-commissioned officers from Alpha Company headquarters with translations. Some of the militia were assisting, gathering many of their kind into smaller groups so they could be loaded into the vehicles more easily. The captain was thrilled by the sight. Because most of the city leadership was killed or taken, he was worried that the militia would be helpless without a leader. However, seeing that chaos brings opportunity, some were rising to the challenge and not leaving all the heavy lifting to the Americans. The militia was being loaded into a few trucks that brought Alpha Company. However, there was only enough space for half of it. The rest, including the Ranger rear guard, would have to march to Indalas. Frier, Ryder said. The Elg girl turned toward the captain, and a sense of joy returned to her eyes. She looked stressed, with her ears pointed outward. However, she was holding it together as she controlled her breathing. Captain, I am doing my best. I know you are, Ryder said, but you are being redeployed as of now. You are going with Captain Orion Hudson to the bridge right now. He will fill you in with the details. You must trust me. Okay, Frier replied. Seeing how quickly the elf girl accepted the order, Ryder turned to Hudson as the two stared at each other. He could tell what the other captain was thinking, being impressed by how quickly a civilian accepted the order without question. The elf trusted them so blindly, and it would be funny if it were not during a crisis. Thank you for understanding so easily, Hudson said. We will protect you, but we must go right now. The three Razorfist JLTVs appeared. The vehicles were only briefly there. Ryder could see the damage of war. The windows were cracked from flechette impacts, and black scorch marks were on the armor plating on the sides. But the armored vehicle still stood. The wounded Minutemen were loaded into the back, while the others loaded up. She entered the back of Hudson's lead vehicle, and Razorfist drove off. Seeing Captain Miller approach and inquire about it, Ryder quickly realized he needed to keep the bridge offline a secret, for fear it could spark a panic and cause a rout. He informed the Ghost Leader that the order was given to retreat from the city and regroup at Indalas, and that they needed to evacuate everyone as quickly as possible. Ryder had no idea if Miller bought the explanation, but based on his reaction, he didn't. Ghost Captain knew better than to press further at the moment. Deciding to check on Comanche, Ryder closed his visor and his HUD appeared. All Comanche was accounted for. The captain learned that his team was en route, so he rushed through the crowd and headed toward the eastern gate where his team was heading. As he ran, he saw the firefight from the Rangers against the aristocracy still on the northern hillside as they desperately held off the enemy's advance. Looking at his HUD feed of the other units, it seemed the enemy had successfully secured the city's southern section and was pushing toward their position. Even the northeast gate had been taken by the enemy. Seeing Comanche appear in his HUD as they rushed down one of the many city streets, Ryder regrouped with them. Some looked battered, as if they had been involved in a tense firefight. Some of the armor plates were burnt from Electrobus staff weapons. Charlie Higgins, on the other hand, was holding his side. It seemed that a flechette penetrated one of the side modules. When Ryder found his XO, he asked, "Rommel, is everyone okay?" "Everyone is fine, sir," King said. Higgins was white, but Doc patched him up with the gel. "I am good to go, sir," Higgins said, trying to reassure him so he would not be taken away from his team. Seeing the remains of the white biosponge around the wound, Ryder knew that the airman would be fine for now. While not a band-aid, the medical innovation helps stabilize the patient until better treatment is available, which is good. "Don't push yourself," Ryder said. "The moment you drag, you are heading back to the evac zone." "Sir," Forrest said, "what is going on, sir?" "Where is our QRF?" Gonzalez asked. "They should have been called by now, but I heard nothing over the radio." "They are not coming," Ryder said. "I will explain once we are out of here, but focus on the task right now." The unit heard an explosion that was followed by rifle fire. Ryder walked so he had a better view of the street Comanche had just come through. He saw a squad of Rangers falling back. Two of them were covering the retreat. They quickly dropped under a barrage of flechettes, and enemy bolts followed up, securing the street. "Comanche," Ryder said, "defensive line." Everyone acknowledged the order and took a defensive position. While the Americans expected the aristocracy to appear on the main street, gunfire came from the interiors of nearby buildings. The enemy saw them and redirected their fire toward the Minutemen combat fire team. As the firefight began, Comanche engaged the aristocracy force as they covered the retreating Rangers. They were initially protecting the gate, but it fell to the enemy. Some briefly stopped to cover their teammates, while others carried the wounded and equipment. Seeing that a small group of Rangers was pinned, Sergeant Bruno Barrios stood armed with a Carl Gustaf Recolles rifle and fired the rocket into the second floor of a building. The enemy fire stopped as one of the enemies fell out of the newly created hole within the structure. While Comanche continued, Ryder saw the platoon's first lieutenant. Needing information, he stopped him and asked, "How many are there?" "At least a battalion, sir," the lieutenant said. "I am sorry, sir, we held out as long as possible." "You gave them hell, Ranger," Ryder said. "Get your platoon to the evacuation site. Everyone is marching out of here." "Roger," the lieutenant said. "Also, sir, we encountered this four-legged vehicle protecting their infantry. It has this clear crystal ball, and our weapons struggled to get past it." The enemy weapon platform the lieutenant described reminded Ryder of the amplifier tower they dealt with in the morning. Based on the information, the enemy had a smaller, mobile version of the weapon. He patted the lieutenant on the shoulder and ordered him to join his unit. The firefight continued as the enemy was forced to advance on Comanche. Ryder wondered how the enemy could zero in on their position so quickly. They knew when to call in support fire and how to flank their positions. They did find communication devices, so a spotter had to zero in on their position. However, no team reported in any scouts. He then saw Staff Sergeant Kurt Forrest draw his attention to a nearby rooftop. The captain expected to see a scout hiding on the roof, like one of those previous Necos. However, his eyes saw nothing. Kurt Forrest stated that he saw an object hiding right beneath a roof gutter, and a reflective sheen in the sunlight caught his attention. Focusing his eyes, he saw a small ball about the size of a soccer ball. It was hovering, using its wings like a dragonfly. "What do you see?" King asked. "They have drones," Ryder replied. He then fired his rifle and popped a few rounds toward the enemy drone, which flew away. "That explains how they know where we are," King said. "Sir," Higgins said, "all Rangers have fallen back." Quickly doing a second check, Ryder saw that Comanche was alone. Knowing they couldn't hold this position or risk being flanked, he returned to a better position. After retreating more profoundly into the city to a new position, they witnessed the enemy forming. Like Indolas, the enemy began with 2 lines of shieldmen with additional infantry. More infantry formed behind them, however Ryder couldn't confirm which other types of infantry were there. Either way, they were outnumbered. The enemy line began marching forward in near synchronization. A new threat emerged behind them. A 4-legged machine appeared, the size of a van. It was skeletal in nature compared to American bulky vehicles. The legs have armored plates, and in front was a man who seemed to be driving the construct, holding an orb. On top of it was this massive crystal ball with bright energy radiating from its center, looking like the orb they discovered on Mars, but far more significant and see-through. There were also 6 thin metal barrels, with their tips glowing. "It is a mobile amplifier," Ford said. The team's heavy weapons specialist, Sergeant Edgar Wallace, fired his M250 toward the shield, as they had already learned that the weapon could quickly pierce their shields. This time, though, the bullets were deflected before impacting their target. In return, Barrios fired a second rocket toward this amplifier, which was also deflected. Before, the amplifier tower was more of an area of effect platform than it is now. This enemy construction seemed designed to support the infantry over a greater area, which concerned the captain. Rommel King rushed to his captain and said, "That thing will be a problem." "We just have to hold out a little longer," Ryder said. "We need to flank that thing to target those shieldmen," King said. "There's a good chance their swordsmen are right behind them, waiting to storm us, and we won't have time to react." "Those snipers are removing any options we have to flank it," Ryder replied. "Splitting up now, and we will be overrun in minutes." Seeing the giant orb on top of the amplifier glow before discharging a yellow-orange blast, the blast went over Comanche's head and headed toward their rear. Only moments after the explosion passed by the team, the sound of cannon fire and loud shells that zoomed overhead impacted the enemy position, forcing the operator to activate the amplifier barrier. However, the forward infantry was killed while the rest rushed to the building's sides to seek cover from the sudden cannon fire. Wondering what happened, Ryder turned and saw an M30 Archer roll up, firing its autocannon. The infantry fighting vehicle's armor was steaming from a direct hit by the amplifier. Seeing that their big guns were not as effective as hoped, Comanche did what they could to provide additional support. The enemy changed tactics. Besides recreating one extensive line and bushing against Comanche, the enemy formed against the walls, creating 2 separate shield walls and pushing forward. They covered the Electrobus and Circulatum as they provided suppressive fire against the American forces. Finally getting relief, Ryder saw his communication specialist, Sergeant Charlie Higgins, rushing toward his position while holding a hand against his helmet. "Boss, evacuation is complete, and we are ordered to fall back." Thank God. Before Ryder could give the order to retreat, Forrest warned everyone that a new hostile vehicle had appeared. Matthew Ryder saw a second four-legged machine walking to the right of the first crystal ball. This one, however, had a cannon beside an orb, like the ballista that Comanche destroyed at the temple. While sharing the same skeleton design, it had 6 identical barrel-like devices on the sides, behind the cannon, based on the design and from prior principles of how enemy weapons work. Most likely it was an oversized coil gun. Understanding the new threat, Ryder did not want to take risks at this point, as the city had already lost twice. "Comanche, fall back," Ryder ordered, as Comanche began falling back, using the archer as protection. That was when the captain heard Ford say he had seen a glow on top of one of the nearby buildings. Ryder saw a mage on the roof while holding a staff. The enemy battle mage cast a spell before Ryder could order his team to respond, and the ground shook. The ground under the left side of the M30 archer collapsed into an oversized ditch, and the IFV's side fell into the ground, preventing it from retreating. The enemy coil gun platform fired at the trapped archer. The projectile impacts its side, causing an explosion. The impact destroyed the front left side of the infantry fighting vehicle, and a small fire started. Seeing that their rearguard was destroyed, Ryder was forced to stop as he saw his XO rushing back to the advancing enemy. He turned to see why and noticed the rear ramp of the archer was open halfway before becoming stuck. This could only mean someone was still alive within the wreck. "Comanche, hold up. Twins, with me." The 3 quickly followed behind Rommel King as the XO tried to open the ramp wide enough to allow the crewmen to get out. Once they reached the archer, Bruno Barrios and Matthew Ryder took positions to cover. At the same time, Edgar Wallace used his immense strength to help widen the gap in the ramp. The enemy quickly surrounded their position. The circlemen were laying a suppressive fire, and Ryder saw the enemy melee forces gathering in preparation for an assault. If not for the other Comanche members providing rear cover, they would have been swarmed by now. Trying to check the situation, Ryder saw a crewwoman pull out of Archer. To his confusion, they dropped the crewwoman back into the vehicle and pointed toward him. Ryder turned and saw this strange-looking bulky soldier charging toward Benjamin Ford with a giant warhammer. Unlike the Akuma from Mars or an Irie SS, the bulky warrior had few modules on his body. Like vehicles, this was also a skeleton, with each limb connected to a box containing a crystal. It was clear that this was some Magitech enchanted robot. Ford redirected his fire against the construct warrior, but that didn't stop it as it jolted toward their position. Once it got close, the construct swung its hammer into the Comanche warrior, knocking the man into the archer. It seemed like the hammer failed to penetrate the armor this time. However, the robot prepared for its second strike, which would kill the sergeant. Before the hammer was swung down, though, Edgar Wallace intervened and grabbed the construct warrior arm, preventing it from striking him. As the 300-pound muscle known as Wallace fought against the alien robot, Ryder saw his opportunity to grab Benjamin Ford. Quickly checking the sergeant's pulse, he found the sergeant alive. Quickly pulling the man back to the rear of the archer, Ford caught and looked around in a panic. It was clear that the only reason the man survived the attack was thanks to the battlesuit. However, that still didn't stop the kinetic damage one would feel. "You are okay, Ben," Ryder said. "You just got the wind knocked out of you." "I think so," Ford said as he caught his breath. Seeing that Benjamin Ford was all right, Ryder turned to the melee fight and aimed his rifle. He saw additional aristocracy moving along the stone buildings to outflank them. He was forced to focus on them and fired his rifle, giving Wallace cover. The construct warrior thrusted Wallace into the archer, forcing him to let go. The robot raised its hammer for a killing strike, but the sergeant grabbed the arm and used his strength to push the construct to aim against the IFV hull. The bulky Comanche gripped his 2 fists and swung them high, giving his opponent a powerful uppercut. The construct warrior stepped backward. This allowed him to follow up the attack with an additional kick, giving himself some breathing room. This was thanks to the Italian battle skin exoskeleton battlesuit, which gave him the extra boost Wallace needed to damage the construct and knock it back. Then he grabbed the construct warrior and rammed his head into the hull of the archer before being knocked away hard by the robotic arm. Ryder caught his teammate, seeing a small dent in the helmet and blood dripping from the man's forehead. "Stand clear, Eager." "No," Wallace said with a determined tone. He shook off his captain's grip and pulled out his tomahawk. The enchanted robot stood up and charged toward the man. He stood there and struck that robotic soldier with his metal melee weapon. The tip got hooked by a point, and he flung it around, ramming it into the smoldering part of the Archer IFV hull. Unhooking the tomahawk, the construct warrior stood momentarily before turning to face the Comanche warrior. Wallace didn't give the construct a chance to react, as he swung his axe again into its arm, slicing it in two. He then grabbed the construct and brought it to the ground. Wallace then grabbed the construct warrior's arm and used all his strength to break the remaining arm. Once he believed that the arm was disabled, he grabbed his tomahawk and swung it into the construct warrior's head, cutting it from the rest of the body. This seemed to kill it finally. Once the construct warrior was dead, Wallace stood up, staring at the construct as he gripped his tomahawk. He did not know who he was fucking with. Matthew Ryder saw his teammate's facial expression as he stared at the construct. Being a ladies' man, he had always been a pain in his side. However, the captain was always loyal and great in a tight jam like this. Even with the armored gloves, though, he noticed the twin sergeant shaking his hand from the melee, fighting against a metal robot. Seeing additional construct warriors and swordsmen charging forward, Ryder aimed at his M31 3 shots into the nearby hostile before they could strike Wallace. The caliber seemed to stop the construct, giving his teammate enough time to slice its head off the rest of the boy. The two Comanche soldiers then saw more hostile firing toward them as a large flechette projectile came forward. It suddenly burst in front of everyone, impacting some energy shields. The captain turned to his right and saw a militiaman battle mage holding out his hands. "You okay, kid?" Wallace said. "Yes," Ford replied as he stood behind, helped up by Wallace. "Wallace," Ryder said, "good job, but help get the crewwoman so we can get out of here." Wallace returned the order with a thumbs up, as if the situation did not faze him. It always impressed the captain how little he got under the man's skin. He then took cover by the ruined archer and maintained suppressive fire, hopefully buying enough time to get the crewwoman out of the vehicle. As Ryder's teammate walked away, he turned to the battle mage, who was providing protection. A few other militiamen also came to provide cover. The mage was a lat male. While the captain couldn't understand the man, he knew what he was saying. "Hurry up!" A shirtless Nagel joined both the twins and helped pull the ramp down. The ramp slowly lowered as the three bulky humans were enough to finally create a large enough opening for the crewwoman to escape. With Nagel's and the additional militiamen's aid, they could get the crewwoman out. The Nagel, not having a weapon of his own, took the woman and carried her back to friendly lines. The twins followed, providing protection, slowly backing away as they fired their weapons. Seeing that the mission was accomplished, Ryder ordered the retreat. Rommel's rear team provided cover, while Ryder's team fell back. Once they regrouped, Comanche and the remaining militiamen rushed toward the northwest gate, where Ghost and Viking provided rearguard. "It's about time, Comanche," Miller said. "We got your six. Let's get out of here." Ryder stopped and turned to the city. He saw the enemy rushing until three small explosions appeared before them. Miller said that Alpha Company mortars covered them while they escaped. The term escape did not sit well with the Comanche captain, not in this context. He had few combat defeats in his career. He could imagine the enemy flooding through and understood where they were going next. He now understood how the militia felt and why they were so angry. However, his mentor, Colonel Hackett, always said defeat was good occasionally. One cannot learn and adapt if one is consistently winning. Physiologist Callum seemed to practice as he came prepared this time. As Gregory Barrett confirmed that all of Comanche was accounted for, Rommel King approached Ryder and asked, "Let me guess, the bridge closed and we are stuck here." Ryder turned to his XO, wanting to ask how he knew. However, Rommel King was wise and figured it out quickly, as it made the most logical sense. Seeing Ryder's lack of response, King knew he had his answer. "I see, so this is how it ends." Ryder turned back to the city. "No, this is how it begins." Alagore, Volume 1, Chapter 12. To Priestess Irada, we have received your report regarding recent events within the Nataly region. We congratulate you on securing the Altairi personnel from Veriance. We believe the Temple of Light will be pleased by the knowledge of these humans. Once the temple is secured, we demand that all equipment and survivors be transported to Palompolas as quickly as possible. Based on early mind reading by your mages, the Altairi seem to be a dark, lightless world that believed in many false gods. To continue spreading the ever-expanding domain of our god's light, we will need to learn everything about them for their future correction. For now, give the current lord of the aristocracy the usual treatment. Bless his troops for how the Krater is gazing upon them at this moment. That the unity blessing is grand, and if they remove the sickened souls from their lands, their families will be touched by our once the current cleansing against the coalition has been complete. We bless your stance and await the final report on this current event. Odessia Iraunis Horkuo of the Temple of Enlightenment. March 5th, 2069, Military Calendar. Salva, the former Confederacy of Daruui. Nataly region, Aldrida, Alagore. Walking through the streets of Salva, a city he could barely find on a map the week before. Now, Veriance had conquered the town twice, becoming one of the most critical places in the world. More if he failed to defeat this enemy here and now. As the vampire lord stood on the old stone city street, scared by the recent battles, he noticed one of his generals, Ajavius, approaching. It was Oralite, the head of the Kajia clan who served the Veriance loyally. Like the rest of his kind, they were slightly shorter on average than the Lats and Nagal's human types. He had tanned skin, long black hair that fell to his shoulders, a dark purple helmet, and a long beard around his square chin. The man was one of Callum's elite generals who had sworn to serve him. 3 generations ago, the previous regime of the clan had exited their home from Hispana. In an agreement, the vampire lord agreed to hand them a city-state and, in return, serve the aristocracy until the end of time. "My lord," Oraliti said, "we brutally defeated the Altairi. I believe I was correct. They are just as weak as the other powers." While the general was an accomplished soldier, Callum had always been annoyed by the constant arrogance toward the Jave human cousin species. He ignored the clan leader and stared at the enemy's bulky vehicle. It was still tilted in the ditch, with the side fuming from the amplifier and the accelerator walker attacks. Seeing the other dents and scorch marks around the hull, the vampire lord was impressed by how much damage the enemy construct could withstand. The amount of engineering that had gone into the vehicle without any visible signs of magitech was possibly equal to the unity level of engineering and crafting. While different, he saw the alien logic behind the Altairi's strong preference for heavily armored constructs over agile ones. However, he could already see the vehicle's weaknesses. However, the enemy would be forced to use roads and wide paths, which he found strange. The only other usage he could theorize was that this weapon platform was used as an armored spearhead, punching through the enemy defensive line to deploy the infantry within it, something he could exploit in the future. Hearing a walker passing by, Callum turned and saw an accelerator climb onto the northern ridge. Once the skeletal machinery reached its position, its long lintrum or rolustum in lat, a long electromagnetic linear cannon, was launched into the air in preparation for bombarding the Altairi-occupied position. When it was done, he turned back to the alien human wreckage. He wondered whether orality was correct in saying he had overestimated the Altairi. The fact that they stormed the city so quickly made him reconsider his original opinion on these types of humans. The aristocracy lord wondered whether he was blinded by the difference in their technology and overreacted, or whether the enemy needed more time to prepare a counterattack. "We shall see in the coming battle," Callum said. "They will either surprise us or falter." Callum approached the strange tracked armor construct to place his hand on the colder section. It was like the design they recorded from Indolas. Although the construct was severely damaged, one of the field archivists reported that some of the alien equipment was still functional enough to study the enemy's technology. "Why have you not removed this vehicle from the road yet?" Callum inquired. Lift it out of the ground. The mage who trapped the armor construct, a Javius, turned and acknowledged his lord. We have already tried, my lord. The vehicle is too heavy for our geomancy magic to handle. We need a walker to pull it out. As soon as you do, I want it sent to my sages to be studied. Callum then turned toward Oraliti. Continue moving the rest of the 18th Order through the city and surround the temple. Do not bother securing the entire city, as time is against us. Enemy reinforcements will be coming soon, and I do not want to discover what other wonders they might throw at us in their desperate hour. Oraliti Kajia extended his arm sideways, so his fist was at the same level as his left shoulder, and the Veriance saluted with strength and solidarity. He was about to walk away, staring at the left bow before finally leaving. Seeing the bow, Callum knew that it only meant one thing. I would not worry about such a thing. Callum closed his eyes and felt his first grip from frustration. He recognized who said those words. Irada, the Unity priestess from the Temple of Enlightenment. What do you mean by that? Simple, Irada said. I have contacted my temple, and they took care of their bridge for you. The response confused the Lord of Veriance's aristocracy. He could not understand how a religious temple could conduct a military operation, especially sneaking behind these aliens and disabling the bridge. It was his Jave officer who spoke first, being just as confused. What do you speak of? Oraliti asked. How could this be? As I said, I contacted my superiors, and they have acted, Irada said. Be thrilled that the Katra has blessed your campaign. The Unity has laid the groundwork for your victory. They wish you to succeed, so you can be back within their blessing. I do not live to serve them, Callum said. I am the lord of the aristocracy. Is that what you said when you kneeled to their will? Callum saw the smirk on the priestess's face. While it infuriated him to admit it, she was correct. He was forced to bow to the Unity to save his country from unnecessary bloodshed. While his once reputable name was slandered throughout Aldrida for betraying everyone, it was a wise long-term sacrifice. The war had been bloody for the continent, and each nation that challenged the Unity's expansion only fell to the sword until there were only 2 remaining opponents. Then excuse me, Callum said, I have a war to win. Speaking of war, Irada said, I want this ship to Palompolas as soon as possible. The council will be pleased to see this. Forced to obey the order, Callum knew this was a power play, robbing his country of the opportunity to reverse engineer this strange technology. It was not as if he could keep the secrets to himself. The Unity of Cordon Lane was the sole great power, and they wouldn't risk losing that position to anyone. The lord of the aristocracy walked past the captured enemy construct. A new walker appeared, and the engineers began attaching cables to the tracked machine and pulling the vehicle out of the ditch for transport. At the same time, he saw the 18th Order rear staff setting up a command post for the upcoming battle. Within the command unit were fellow senior vampires in senior positions within his army. Below were a few orcs, Nekos, and Farians, but no Jave, as he preferred to give them segregated commands when not filling the lower ranks. Callum had utilized the Javes' race to his advantage since the rise and expansion of the Hispana Republic. These types of humans are skilled warriors, blacksmiths, and engineers. Their entire society was designed around fighting, not war, as that had a national purpose, but fighting in general, being a way of life over a necessary evil of the world. Everything about them was designed for warfare, sometimes acting more like a mercenary or adventure species than a civil one. That has been their greatest strength and the cause of their species' stagnation. None of them would ever accept a rear position like this outside of being a slave. Not a Motuya, but only forced as a slave. Regardless of whether it was essential to win military campaigns, the battle was considered more important. The Nekos and Farians are not natural warriors. They are typically positioned at the lower echelons of the world's racial hierarchy. However, they are still helpful in society rather than in direct military or civilian roles. While both are beast species, they are very different. Nekos are agile, feline, and good at getting around. The Farian race is a rodent race, master scavengers and trackers, having similar ears on top of their heads, although far more significant. Also, their tails are vastly different. The felines have a long, thin tail, while the rodents have smaller, fluffy ones. Of course, he would position his kind within crucial leadership roles, being members of the higher station. The orcs preferred taking rear positions and direct roles and were the only exceptions, especially as they did not get along with their kind. Only now did it hit him how difficult the Altairi military was, and how lacking in diversity its ranks were. All nations and city-states had their dominant races, but the lower classes were highly varied. Each species brought some skill of value, regardless of its significance. Up to this point, and from the few prisoners he could speak with, all these humans were closer to being lats, and that was it. No other races have been presented, not even the different types of humans. Callum turned into the senior communications expert within this command unit, a Farian named Frier. Frier, is the seeker in position? Yes, the Frier said. What about the amplifier? Callum asked. Have they started darkening the surrounding area from daylight? Yes, my lord, the Frier said. They began moments ago. The cloud cover should be enough when your forces are ready to assault the temple. Callum looked over the Farian and saw his hands were on a green orb. In front of the creature was a crystallized vision screen attached to the orb, allowing the rodent to pilot the seeker remotely. On the screen, Callum saw the Altairi position from a distance. A sense of déjà vu, as he had only a week prior when he was in a similar position against the legionary Palatini. The only significant difference was that this enemy was far more entrenched and had more powerful tools to defend with, which he was unfamiliar with. The other officers appeared, Oraliti Kajia and Velkon Korva, who entered after performing their duties. Callan turned to the large screen on the table, which showed the perspectives of many seekers, both flying and crawlers on the ground. Fancy, we are back in this position, Velkon said. I believe I owe you an apology, Oraliti. This war is going to be shorter than I expected. Do not celebrate before we win, Callum said. Same plan as before. Form up the infantry here, and they will thrust into their lines. I want the circlemen on this ridge here and here, covering both sides, and bring up the barricade to cover the infantry. From that elevation, those trenches should only have marginal protection, Velkon said. However, quickly storming them will be costly. Their bigger weapons seem to have a faster firing rate than ours without needing to build up energy. They can fire as fast as they want, Oraliti said. Our shield wall will withstand it. Shields without support will be slaughtered, Velkon said. You know that. Sending them alone might cause complications for the frontline bunkers. However, they have already demonstrated that they can counter once they bring their heavier weapons to bear. Velkon is correct, Callum said. I want to resolve this quickly, but not at the cost of the entire order. The priestess recently informed me that the enemy bridge was sabotaged. He saw the sense of victory in his trusted officer's eyes. Remain focused. Rhaegal's daughter is among them. Theoretically, she could fix it. We should assume that time is still against us. Then we must end this now, Velkon said. Callum pointed at a hill near Salva. I want the accelerators here this time, and I have them prioritize this hardware here and here before focusing on the fortifications. Oraliti Kajia leaned onto the screen with confusion. One target had a dish, and the other was a large rectangular box with wheels and cables attached. They had never seen other types of hardware before. Why these? Velkon asked. Why not focus on their entrenched bunkers, on their larger weapons first? Because we do not know what they are, Oraliti said. That is correct, Kalla stated. The enemy brought them here, so they must bring some importance to their defense. Unless it were vital, they would not bring anything this early in their offensive. After a lengthy discussion on overcoming the Altairi position, Callum headed to the roof for a better view. Once there, he saw the 18th Order march through the main street, again leading to the Temple of Indalas. There was excitement in the air as the soldiers were confident of victory. While the war started as a mission to suppress a rebellion in a frontier city-state, it quickly evolved. Outside of losing the beachhead, the aristocracy had accomplished their objective on the Altairi homeworld and retook the city twice. Recent events had puzzled the vampire lord. Throughout the 120 years of his life, he had never experienced such a series of events in such a short period. Significant historical moments had occurred, but each was linked to a core issue. such as the rise of the Lats, the Kyriak's expansion, or the Templar War. The more he thought about it, the more he realized nothing had been customary since the Unity had waged its crusade against the world. Needing guidance, Callum looked toward the giant blue, colorful goddess in the sky. He wanted to ask her whether the path he had set out was correct, or if there was another option. Suddenly feeling watched, he turned and saw Priestess Irada on the street staring up at him, almost as if she were waiting for him to act. He knew that the Katra wouldn't tolerate any division of worship. Any prayer or service to the true gods of Alagore, Mother and her children, was outlawed. Callum had to be careful. For the sake of his people, Callum decided to skip his prayer and head downstairs to join his warriors in battle. He understood the gravity of the moment, just as at the Battle of Paulus Plains, where the combined armies of Aldrida failed to stop the Unity invasion, with far-reaching consequences throughout history. All he hoped was that he was doing what was suitable for his people. March 5, 2069, Military Calendar. Temple of Indalas, the former confederacy of Daru'ui. Nataly region, Aldrida, Alagore. Walking through the chamber passageway, everything looked lifeless, unlike before. When the Comanche first arrived, the walls were lit by torches. Now, only the artificial lights that were installed after the bridge have been deactivated. It seemed that whoever built this chamber had connected everything to the portal. Why, the captain had no idea. There were so many mysteries unlocked, and I would hate to give up after only a day. Turning to his mentor and superior officer, Ryder asked, "So is the situation that bad?" "I hate to say it, I have no idea," Hackett replied, "but we will act accordingly." "How could this even happen?" Ryder asked. "Hudson said it was sabotage. How could anyone get through 500 Rangers and Minutemen? It couldn't be anyone we brought for Salva. They were still in the city when the enemy sabotaged the bridge." "We found 4 dead Rangers outside the perimeter," Hackett said. "They were on patrol, scouting the local area. When their bodies were discovered, they were naked and torn apart, like in some horror film. The only way we could have ID'd them was through their dog tags. Whoever murdered them and stole their clothing didn't see the value in them." That made less sense to the Comanche captain. If what Hackett was implying were true, that meant the enemy killed those Rangers, used their uniforms, and casually walked through a battalion of special forces like it was another Tuesday afternoon. They knew exactly where and how to neutralize the bridge and casually walked out again, only to be spotted when they had already escaped. He didn't buy it for a second. "I call bullshit." "I agree, but I do not have a better theory right now." Hackett took a deep breath. "Anyway, we cannot worry about that right now. You know her better than anyone. How long do you think it will take for her to fix it?" "I have no idea," Ryder replied. "What I do know is that she will try her best. She is eager to please and respect her father's legacy, so I believe in her." "Best might not be good enough right now," Hackett said. "This is not a defensible position, and I don't enjoy being backed against the wall." Ryder thought about what his mentor said and then smirked. "You being back against the wall? I don't mind bailing you out a second time." "Be careful what you wish for, Captain," Hackett said. "Next time, I might have to promote you to a desk." "You wouldn't dare." The two stared at each other, then let out a deep laugh. Once the moment had passed, Ryder refocused on the matter at hand. "How is the militia? I didn't see that many of them being deployed." "We are having problems with them," Hackett said. "A few have stepped up and joined the ranks, but others seem hesitant to assist." Ryder felt frustrated, however he could understand a bit. The militia lost their city twice, and their so-called saviors were pushed out within a few hours. Their credibility was not high at the moment, and with the bridge out, things only got worse. A few stepped up in the city before retreating. "What is the plan?" "Two issues," Hackett said. "One, we don't have an efficient way to communicate with them, as Frier is busy. And second, to my knowledge, they have no proper leadership. This would be fine, except that we are about to be attacked. I cannot focus on diplomacy right now." "And I thought I made a breakthrough at the town," Ryder said. "You cannot expect to build Rome in a day, Matt," Hackett said. "As you said, a few assisted in pulling out the crewwoman, so take that as a win." Reflecting on what his mentor had said, Ryder then heard Frier panic as one of the scientists yelled at her, stating that he didn't want to die on this moon. Pissed that this man was insulting a member of his team, He walked over and got between them, staring directly at the scientist, seeing the scientist's name tag on the grey uniform reading Stone. "Now let's calm down here, Mr. Stone." "It is Doctor," Stone said, showing he was not fearful of the captain's presence. "And to hell with that. We are all going to die from vicious aliens, and you want us to calm down. We are placing our lives in the hands of an alien child." "And yet this child isn't yelling like a madman," Ryder calmly stated. The scientist stared at the captain with anger, but struggled to respond. Looking toward the crying elf, he looked back at the soldier and said, "I just don't want to die here, and I have to listen to a backward primitive who has yet to discover the concept of gravity." Frier looked up with confusion, wiping a tear off her cheek. "Gravity? It must have a different meaning in your world. Here, it is why objects fall to the ground, not into the void, and why Alagore and the other children of Nataly orbit around her and not float away into the cosmic sea. The same is true for why our goddess home orbits around our sun." Stone glared at the Frier angrily, struggling to respond again as she made him look like a fool. It was clear to Ryder that he just wanted to blame the elf girl for the current events. "Dr. Stone," Hackett said as he intervened, "I believe I have an alternative solution for you if the current situation isn't satisfactory." Ryder looked at his mentor, confused. He watched as the colonel pulled out his sidearm and held the barrel, showing Stone the handle in an attempt to hand the weapon over. The NASA scientists stared at the pistol, confused and afraid. "I don't understand." "You have two options," Hackett said. "Either help the young lady or join us on the front line, in the trenches." Stone stared directly at the colonel and saw that the man was not joking. His face faded into a pale, sickly white as he understood the options. "I don't believe in guns." "That is what everyone says until their life is on the line," Hackett said as he put his sidearm away. "Get back to work, and if I hear you complain again or upset the young lady, you are being drafted." The threat had a desirable impact. Ryder could tell that Stone wanted to respond, but remained silent. The scientist quickly turned and started studying one of the open panels on the base of the bridge. "Thank you," Frier said. "No problem," Hackett said, "but we do need you to work quickly. We are expected to be attacked at any minute." "My father is the one who understands this subject," Frier said with a frustrated tone. "He dedicated his entire life to this cause. In elf terms, that is hundreds of years. How am I supposed to do it in a few hours?" "Simple," Hackett said. "You are his daughter. Just have faith, and you will find the solution." Seeing renewed determination in the elf girl's eyes, the two officers walked away to allow them to work. "Good job handling that," Ryder said. "I see why they pay you the big bucks." "It just annoys me that a supposedly brilliant man was whining like a schoolgirl and not solving the problem," Hackett said. "Every second they delay, Rangers and Minutemen are going to die. I won't accept nonsense." "Agreed," Ryder said. "Now back to the militia problem. Do you want me to talk with them again? I have developed some kind of relationship with them, whatever that is worth." "You can," Hackett said. "Don't spend too much." The chamber suddenly shook multiple times. Radio chatter quickly followed up the bombardment. "Looks like we are out of time," Ryder commented. "We will just have to work with what we have," Hackett said. "Regroup with your team and give them hell." AAV-1 Alagore, Chapter 13. The men and women of the Minutemen and 5th Rangers, the enemy is upon us. The rumors are true that the enemy disabled the bridge to Earth. However, our experts are working on it, and I am confident they will repair the portal quickly. However, it will take time. You are soldiers of the United States, freedom fighters for the land of the free and home of the brave. When the enemy attacks, we will fight and not surrender. From the private to the ranking commander, I will stand fast and face this threat. Time is the key, and we will perform our duty to God and country. We all will hold out. Our country was built in dire situations. 104 years ago, during the siege of Bastogne, the 101st Airborne was surrounded by one of the most extreme utopianists in 20th century. For 6 days, the men at Bastogne withstood 3 divisions against the Nazis until the Third Army arrived and won. We are new to this world. However, the people of these lands requested our presence. We will not allow first contact with people who need to be defeated against the ideologies we worked so hard to extinguish just to be defeated now. We will not show this world that we can be easily defeated, but will stand here and now and come out on top, no matter what. This is Colonel Hackett. March 5, 2069. Military Calendar. Temple of Indalas, the former Confederacy of Daruui. Nataly region, Aldrida, Alagore. With a nearby blast, Captain Matthew Ryder was forced to take cover in a nearby sandbag bunker. 3 other Rangers were also in the bunker, all stopping what they were doing and facing the sudden officer. "I am fine," Ryder said. "Back to your jobs." The 3 Rangers returned to their duties. One fired his machine gun at the ridgeline, while the others provided support. With a rangefinder, the last Ranger directed mortar fire using pre-established markers as guidance. The Rangers returned to their duties, and Ryder took a moment to look out and see the battleground. As predicted, the enemy took position among the ridgeline and started suppressive fire against their forces. Flechette rained upon the Americans from the enemy circulatum. Enemy artillery pounded the positions within the temple, just like what happened in Salva. In return, tracers from the forward companies lit the valley as a hail of bullets, grenades, and rockets poured into the countryside. Mortar from the 3 company support platoons impacted enemy positions, dislodging them. A string of 20mm sprayed the sky from the M911 Bolas C-RAM to counter the many incoming enemy shells. The remaining JLTVs and the remaining 4 Archers engaged the enemy. With the aristocracy on the ridge, Ryder told the rangefinder to focus the mortars on that position. To his eye, in confusion, he saw the ridgeline morph, fold and unfold into and out of the cliff. From what he could theorize, majors are pushed to the edge to protect their forces. Then the ground disappeared, allowing the enemy infantry to utilize their ranged weapons. With the main path to the temple, the enemy crawlers had their shield wall deployed, providing some protection for the advancing enemy. An IRSS stood, guarding one of the HESCO entrances. The robot soldier fired its M250 machine gun in bursts toward the enemy-occupied ridge. An energy bolt impacted its right side, causing the robot to step back but regain footing. That was when the IRISS turned to Matthew Ryder and said, "Captain, your command." Knowing he could use some cover, Ryder ordered the IRISS to take point and escort the captain to his team. Seeing his opportunity to break cover, the Comanche captain left the bunker and rushed down the slope, moved through the exterior defensive line to where his team was. He saw friendly soldiers firing from their positions or seeking cover. Flechette and energy bolts impacted all around him, straying around directly. A large incendiary explosion near him caught some of the sandbags and tents on fire. He pulled down his silver visor helmet to protect his eyesight. The HESCO bastion withstood the intense pressure from enemy weapons, providing stable protection. When the captain reached the exterior defensive line, his HUD highlighted the Combat Fire Team 1 position. The team was holding a HESCO bastion bunker network with the 2nd Platoon of Charlie Company. They stared at the primary slope leading directly to the temple from this position. Dodging enemy fire, Ryder felt like he flew into the HESCO bunker as he entered, desperate to escape being in the open. He was greeted by his second-in-command, Warrant Officer 1 Rommel King. The IRSS took position by the wall, assisting the team with extra fire support. "I thought you were calling in sick, sir," King said. "If I had known that was an option, I might have," Ryder chuckled. "What is the situation?" "Just rain so far," King said. "How well we held then in Salva must have given them a second to pause." "How well did we hold?" Higgins said as he turned from his station. "We got thrown out of that city before their main force arrived." Rommel King turned to the Air Force sergeant, "And yet, Comanche is alive. Their mistake, and make them pay for it." "First to fight." Everyone in the unit yelled a section of the Minutemen motto. That was when everyone noticed the sunshine slowly fading as a low-level dark cloud began to cover the temple. "Where the hell did this darkness come from?" Gonzalez asked. "I thought it was supposed to be morning." "I have no idea," Ryder replied. "Probably some magical spell." "That is starting to get on my nerves," Forrest said, "but it should give us additional cover." Seeing that Rider XO had the team situated in the defense, he pulled Rommel to the side. "Don't expect this to last long. They're just trying to soften us up. I don't expect special tactics this time around. I think they are going to strike us hard." "Because any delay gives more time to Frier to open the bridge?" King asked. "Exactly." The ground shook from a nearby explosion, impacting one of the Rangers' bunkers. According to the radio report, the bunker was engulfed in ice, trapping the gunner inside. The rune artillery around also trapped an additional soldier's arm. Ryder already knew that the first man was dead. This was not a comic book where you thawed the trapped person, and they were good to go. There was no way of changing that result. The other ranger would lose his arm. "This is going to get ugly quick," King commented. Matthew Ryder couldn't respond because he had already accepted that reality. All he could hope was that God was on their side today. But he also understood that miracles only happen to those who acted, so he was not prepared to give up now. Turning to check on his team, he saw Wallace firing his machine gun from the bunker opening. Forrest was on the fixed Browning, firing .50 caliber toward the enemy position. Barrett coordinated everyone's fire while Ford was standing on a structure, firing his M31 over the top of the Hesco. "Sir," Barrios said, "I think I saw where that came from. It was one of those accelerator walkers." Ryder walked toward Bruno Barrios and looked over the Hesco. In the distance, taking cover by the many rough terrain edges, he saw a circulatum peeking over a ridged hillside. The design looked like what they faced in Salva, which took out the archer. Strangely, after the accelerator walker fired a shot, the circulatum lowered itself out of sight. While Ryder understood little about these walkers and crawlers, he understood they had legs. Not just tracks or wheels, the design was skeletal, allowing them to move across extreme terrain. This could also mean these platforms can raise and lower their primary weapon, because they lack a structural hull. To his surprise, while the infantry of this world seemed to focus heavily on armor, their vehicles appeared to be less focused on protection and more on mobility. "Smart bastard," Ryder said. "When it peaks, can you get a lock with the Atlatl?" "Yes, I can," Barrios said with a confident tone. "That bastard won't know what is coming." Patting Barrios on the shoulder, Ryder then turned to his team. "Everyone, when that accelerator poked his head out, I want heavy cover fire for Barrios." Feeling the energetic reaction from the team that he was hoping for, the captain turned toward the enemy. He looked through the scope of his rifle. He saw the enemy moving into position for an attack. To his surprise, no shieldmen were forming up to take a point, but circlemen instead. Among them are more of those warrior machines from Salva. The enemy was planning something. Seeing the accelerator walker poke its circleman above the ridgeline, it fired another volley into the American camp. Ryder ordered everyone to open fire. Barrios then fired the Atlatl, a fire-and-forget anti-tank launcher. The missile fired in top attack mode to avoid all terrain and flew high into the air. When the missile started curving down and headed to the opposite ridgeline, the Comanche watched as the rocket went behind the ridged hill. Soon afterward, a large bright white explosion appeared, followed by red flames and black smoke. The Americans were thrilled to destroy the enemy walker, and a slight sense of defiance spread among them. That was until the enemy began charging their position, forcing them to duck. Hoping down from the elevated position, Ryder rushed toward Wallace's position and looked out from the bunker hole. The giant enemy force that the captain was expecting had finally come. What looked like a company-size force was approaching with what he assumed was the rest of the battalion right behind. In front of them were these small six-legged crawlers. Unlike the larger walkers, these deployed a large metal barricade that protected the enemy circle men, creating a small makeshift bunker and giving the approaching enemy cover. Among the crawlers, the same orb walker approached and joined the fray. One was projecting the same energy shield around the infantry, while the other launched a stream of fire, like one of the old World War II-era flamethrower Shermans, at their defensive position. When the Americans returned fire, the orb walker protected its comrades. Watching the enemy's position come to life, the Lord of Veriance aristocracy could only feel pain, not within his chest. Seeing the battle and the carnage that was unfolding, this was what he fought so hard to prevent. War is coming to the aristocracy. As the battle unfolded, the Lord stared at one of the many vision screens linked to the many seekers. Witnessing the intensity of the fight, he was forced to admit that the Altairi were not as weak as many thought. The enemy was well entrenched and giving it all. Their weapons, while crude, proved to be effective. The Unity could only match the speed of their projectiles. Even then, he did not know. If it were not for the fact that his forces outnumbered them 3-1, this battle would have been different. On the other hand, he was not entirely impressed by the enemy. After witnessing one of the enemy artillery bombard the ridgeline and being easily deflected by a mage barrier, he wondered if the enemy weapons had any bite to them. With the type of weapons the enemy had already displayed, he expected their artillery to have far more of a reach and punch than what he witnessed. He questioned if their real ranged weapons were still on Altairi, and if so, it only convinced him that he had to win now. If time had not been against this army, Callum would have preferred a siege to wear the enemy down, as he did against Salva and the Hispana Palatini. At the time, he did not fully grasp the situation and didn't intend to make that same mistake. "The enemy has proven to be troublesome," Falcon said. "Yes, they are," Callum replied. While the enemy used a chemical-based projectile which still baffled the Lord of Veriance aristocracy, he quickly realized that his infantry would suffer many more casualties than he expected when they breached the first line. While he had the numbers to replace the forward forces, he did not feel comfortable sacrificing them. "Falcon," Callum said, "drop summoner rounds behind the first enemy line. Then I want the assault force to strike when they are divided." "I will give the order," Falcon said. Witnessing the strike from the accelerators, Walker took out an enemy fortification, seeing that the enemy's position was faltering. The walkers were designed to support the infantry, which is perfect for this terrain type compared to the enemy mobile machines. To his confusion, a strange bright projectile left from one of the forward bunkers and flew straight up into the air. He and the rest of his staff couldn't help but gaze at the bright projectile as it continued to climb into the air. It suddenly made a tight arc, heading straight down. When Callum realized that it was heading to the accelerator Walker while it was behind cover, the projectile impacted the construct and exploded. The mana batteries amplified the explosion, triggering a chain reaction and leaving a powerful, ongoing fire. Callum then turned toward the ridgeline and saw another enemy, small artillery, impact one of the energy shields, which collapsed and killed some of the infantry. Even the enemy's heavy constructs began firing their cannons against the ridgeline when the enemy realized the importance of the flank. While mana-based defensive spells are effective, their endurance matches the user. After blocking so many shells, the shield finally failed. One of those heavily armored tracked vehicles appeared on the front and started focusing on the crawlers. "We do not have time," Callum said. "Order the assault now. Get the artillery to focus fire on that battery." Turning to the many vision screen, Callum watched the primary infantry formation prepare for its assault. Another screen showed the enemy battery taking a dent from his artillery strike. He understood that he had to take it out so his full might could adequately cover his advancing infantry. The bright red lights streaming from the enemy battery fired 2 more shells, leaving only 2 to impact the enemy position. One round could get through the enemy defenses with the next barrage, striking a large, round-shaped structure. Feeling the ground shake, everyone suddenly looked toward the enemy camp. There was a small but mighty and bright explosion. Quickly afterward, all the lights disappeared throughout the enemy camp. "It seemed we took out the enemy power supply," Falcon said. "It seemed we have," Callum said. "Continue the bombardment." Hearing the giant explosion, Matthew Ryder turned around and saw a fire within the inner temple. The trail of red tracer rounds died out, as the only defense against the enemy artillery stopped. "The enemy just took out our C-ram," Rommel King said. "That means we have nothing to defend against their bombardment," Ryder said. "I don't think that will matter," Barrett said. Turning to see what his Sergeant First Class meant, he saw the enemy battalion advancing. While the archer and the rangers battered the enemy first line, it seemed only to dent them. Seeing the enemy ranged forces take point as they advanced, using crawlers and mages to provide protection, was very different from Salva and the First Battle of Indalas. The enemy is deploying their shield men to the rear, being the circle men. This made Ryder question whether the enemy kept them in reserve until they could break the American defensive line, knowing they could pick them off once they were in the open. "Barrios, fire the Atlatl again," Ryder ordered. Bruno Barrios fired the anti-tank missile. The American anti-tank weapons exploded on the barrier created by the amplifier Walker, allowing the enemy to move within about 200 meters of their position, nearly unfazed. "Ryder," Forrest said, "we are about to be overwhelmed." Staring at the enemy Walker, Ryder struggled to find a counter. While the crawlers were annoying, they could find a way around them. However, the amplifier focused more on defense than offense this time. He knew there had to be a weakness, but couldn't see one they could exploit. "Ryder," King said, "maybe it isn't a bubble, but only projects in the line of fire." "That could be possible," Ryder replied. "But how do we flank it?" Seeing no response from his second-in-command, Ryder realized there was no option they could exploit. Maybe on a different battlefield, where they had room to maneuver and could flank. However, their backs were literally against the wall, and their necks were slowly being squeezed. Turning back to the front, the enemy was too close to comfort. However, the circlemen stopped. They remained in position, providing suppressive fire against the American position. That was when Ryder saw the enemy shieldmen and melee forces approaching from behind. The enemy tried to keep them pinned down while they brought up their melee forces, applying pressure while overwhelming their position. "Rommel Gregory," Ryder said, "prepare to fall back. The enemy is going to swarm our position with their melee forces. If we leave the bunker, their ranged force will pick us off," King said. "That or stay here and face off against a weapon that can damage our battlesuit," Barrett said. "Damn if you do, damn if you don't." As the enemy approached, they heard the artillery sounds, and everyone took cover. The rounds impacted the ground. Hearing no explosion, everyone looked and noticed the ground was rumbling. Comanche looked back and saw small craters in the ground. The small craters started moving until they turned into giant, Earth-type monsters. They had 4 arms and 4 legs, making them more insect-like than humanoid. "We are being flanked," Ryder yelled. As half of his team turned to engage the enemy monsters, he aimed his rifle and fired a few rounds into them. However, their bullets had no effect because they were shooting at dirt, not flesh. Ryder quickly pointed to Barrios and Ford to use their heavy weapons against the new threat. At the same time, everyone focused on the incoming infantry. Barrios grabbed his rocket launcher and fired it into one of the monsters, while Ford did the same with his grenade launcher, both destroying their targets. Ryder saw other Earth monsters attacking the Minutemen and Rangers' positions, witnessing the same struggle as they had. All the captain could do was hope they would live long enough to apply their knowledge. The captain returned to the enemy front and saw the aristocracy's melee force attack the American bunker network. One of the swordsmen climbed on top of the Hesco bastion. The nearby IRISS noticed the incoming hostile breaking the wall, grabbed the swordsman by the foot, and slammed the hostile into the ground with brute force. As the aristocracy's swordsman struggled to stand back up, the IRISS aimed his machine gun and fired a burst into the body, killing the enemy soldier. Then the robot backed up until it had a better view of the entire Hesco, shooting any hostiles who came over the wall. "To all commands, this is actual," Hackett said. "Fall back to the secondary line, deploying Iris and Big Dogs to provide cover." Thrilled by the order, Ryder knew their position was intangible, so he ordered Comanche to retreat. The team left the bunker. In front of them, the remaining robotic soldiers approached, engaging the Earth monsters and the enemies who had come over the walls. Ryder stopped halfway by one of the curved natural pillars of this temple. The captain fired his M31 to suppress enemy fire and cover his team and the other Rangers. A part of the pillar blew as an energy bolt impacted it. The burst of raw energy spread, blocked by his silver visor. A burst of airburst rounds impacted the Hesco bastion, killing the enemies climbing over it. Turning to see the archer, Ryder saw its armor steaming from the enemy energy attacks. In self-defense, it fired one of its active defense systems, impacting a project. However, a secondary attack struck the turret of the infantry fighting vehicle. Seeing the final living Ranger, he started pulling back and rejoined his team, who were setting up a defense at the last line. As Ryder settled in, he heard over the radio that Charlie and Bravo companies had fallen back. However, turning to see the enemy successfully occupying their previous position, he had yet to learn how long this could take. There was no additional falling back. AAV-1 Alagore, Chapter 14. This is Staff Sergeant Addison, Charlie Company. Our position has been completely overrun. I repeat, the second defensive line has been breached. Our position has been completely overrun. We are unable to reseal the gap, and it is pinned within our bunker complex. Requesting reinforcements. Negative. To all commands, all reserves have been deployed. The command post has been attacked and is currently repelling hostiles. To all commands, hold your positions and repel all enemy hostilities. 5th Ranger Actual. They are coming out of the goddamn ground and surrounding us. Rifle fire is ineffective. Whatever these monsters are, our weapons are ineffective. Use the rocket. Staff Sergeant Taylor, March 5th, 2069, Military Calendar. Temple of Indalas, the former Confederacy of Darui. Nataly region, Aldrida, Alagore. Hearing the carnage outside the medical tent, the Templar, Nataly, turned and saw a wounded soldier being brought into the tent. She saw an American soldier lying on the ground. While she couldn't understand what he was saying, she knew from experience that he was begging for his mother. A flechette protruded from his chest. Many of its armor plates were scarred, absorbing enemy projectiles. However, it seemed to finally give out. A female healer, whom these people call a medic, pulled out the shroud. In contrast, another medic injected the same fluid that was injected into her at Salva. The medic, Sergeant Marcos Gonzalez from the Comanche team, says it is called biosponge, injecting microsponges to fill the gap left by a puncture and stop internal bleeding. The soldier let out a howling scream as the biosponge was injected into the wound, sealing it. Nataly understood the feeling as she recalled it earlier that day. The nerves in her body are still aching from her injection. Seeing the soldier, Nataly stood and then kneeled by the soldier's side, grabbing his face and forcing him to face her. Shh, focus on my voice. It is okay. In a moment, everything will be calm once again. The ranger slowly stopped struggling and calmed himself, staring at the Valkyrie woman. While she knew the man had no idea what she was saying, her smooth voice had the desirable effect. This allowed the two medics to finish patching him up. The soldier mumbled something about an angel and a light. However, she did not understand the terms. The female medical officer said something. However, the Valkyrie couldn't understand. Based on the tone, though, the woman seemed appreciative. However, the tone shifted, and the woman became annoyed, pointing toward an empty bed. Based on her conversation with the Comanche medic and the early treatment when they had a translation amulet, she already knew what the medical officer was saying. She complained that she was not lying in bed because of her wounds. It became apparent that these Altairi needed to understand a Templar's abilities, genetically modified to be the great warriors of these lands. To stop the nagging, Nataly raised her hand to warn the woman to stop and headed toward the exit. She could tell that the medic was going to try to stop her. However, 3 more wounded entered the already over-capacity tent. Either the medic gave up trying to stop the Templar or was too overwhelmed to try. Either way, the Templar exited unopposed. She did not have to go far to see the carnage. Standing by the mountain's base, she looked out at the battleground. While it was dark under the magical cloud cover, the surrounding area was lit by the weapons of both sides. To her right, there was a small mortar pod that was on fire with red flame, with a dead soldier on the side, pulling out one of his comrades. To the left, though, 3 additional soldiers continued to fire their mortars, ignoring the enemy snipers and artillery that were focused on them. Within the camp, soldiers were resisting the Veriance aristocracy swarming them. The American front line seemed to have crumbled, and the enemy was exploiting it. She wondered if this was what it was like when Centurion Fiontan Hennis and his Palatini of Arias were hopelessly defending against such a superior force. Placing her hand on her wound, Nataly looked up into the sky, seeking wisdom. Unable to see Takali or her children because of the dark clouds, she wondered for a moment what this would be. To the Templar's anger, her people had finally found a way to turn the tide, contacting people from another world, one with the power and might to change everything. And yet, before the seed could bear fruit, all their sacrifices were being undone before her eyes. "No," Nataly boldly stated as she grabbed her fist. "I am not going to let it end this way, not when we are this close." She entered the mountainside chamber and found the remaining militia. while still numbering in the hundreds, far fewer than what was extracted from Salva. She knew some were right to fight or flee after reaching here, but the number still shocked her. While she did not know why, they had chosen not to fight. "What are you people doing?" A Kitsune male stepped forward. "I apologize, Templar, but we did not sign up for this. If we continue to fight, they will not be merciful." A Lat then approached. "If we stay back and surrender, they might allow us to live." "Live?" Nataly said. "What lives? Your women and children will be spared, forced to follow the Katra in whatever filth they are placed in. All of you will be publicly executed for having the heart of wanting free determination. This is what you told me when I first arrived in your city. Why did you want to fight? What happened to that passion?" "After suffering the brutality for following you," the Moon Elf said, "the passion evaporated when we all saw the Altairi easily defeated in Salva," Alat said. "They barely put up a fight." "And now we know that the bridge was sabotaged," the Moon Elf stated. "There is no hope for victory, we bled enough." "If we beg Callum, he might forgive us, as he had with others," the Kitsune said. "No," Nataly said, "not this time. You know the Katra. Execute all the men who draw the sword against them and punish the women. You rose against them. There will be no mercy, especially for cowards like you." "Cowards?" The Nagal grabbed the Templar and lifted her from the ground. She then grabbed his arm and twisted it enough to cause enough pain, forcing the human to release her. Once freed, she grabbed the man and rammed him into the wall. Once the man was no longer a threat, she grabbed him and dragged him to the exit. Once there, she showed him the carnage that was unfolding outside. Parts of the American base were on fire, with weapon fire spraying everywhere. The ground trembled from the enemy artillery, while their ranged fighters sniped from the ridgeline. The enemy infantry poured through holes in the defense, destroyed bunkers as soldiers fired desperately against the incoming enemy. "Do you see that?" Nataly said. "Are you going to stand by and let this massacre happen?" Dropping the Nagal, she turned to what remained of the Salva militia. "You are right to feel how you feel. Things have not unfolded as promised, but you knew that in advance. Remember what that man said after freeing you. He asked us to cooperate and work together. He took responsibility, in the final moments of our lives, of the fate of Alagore, will you?" For some reason, her mind went toward the part where Matthew Ryder talked about sacrificing. While she did not understand every aspect of what he said, she clearly understood the emotional message that he was sending. His people have offered. "We have sacrificed to get to this moment, but they have also sacrificed," Nataly said. "Help me now and join forces under that banner, or stay here and die like cowards. The fate is yours as Tekali is watching you." She then walked away, seeing no reason to linger in the debate. After exiting the chamber, she witnessed an enemy artillery shell landing next to the motor pod. Everyone was confused that there was no explosion. However, as if an algae-based monster had rapidly grown from the ground, a bright brown glow started attacking the nearby soldiers. The Rangers turned to the new target and fired their weapons. As Nataly expected, they were not affected by dirt body. The Americans had never faced summoning magic before and were not adequately equipped to deal with these threats. The Templar unsheathed her sword and charged forward. She pressed a clear crystal button on the handle of her long sword, and it turned black as it hardened. The key to defeating these beasts is not to shoot them like you would against a living opponent, but to hack them until they are no longer a threat. Using her superior agility, she passed the algae-based monster, slicing her blade through one of its legs before stopping in front of a ranger. She then turned and cut her hand before jumping up. While Nataly's wings were still damaged, she stabilized herself and controlled her landing on the monster's back. The beast danced around, then became unstable and fell backward. Then she jumped again as the monster hit the ground. She then landed on it and rammed her sword into its neck, slicing the monster's head off and finally killing it. Seeing the ranger's disbelief, she nodded in gratitude. She then turned toward the battle. The Veriance aristocracy's melee forces were everywhere and attacking the command post. She charged forward, passing many Altairi warriors. She saw a group of vampires entering the command post. Seeing what remained of a ruined wall, she jumped over the ledge, leaped over the tall fence that the Altairi built, and entered the command post's heat. Immediately, Nataly was forced to block an attack from a sword attack. She usually would have overpowered such an opponent. However, she was still weak from her wounds and was pushed against the wall. The vampire was about to thrust his sword into the Valkyrie, but one of the Minutemen intervened. The man grabbed the hostile by the arm, stopping the vampire's momentum, and swung it into the wall before jabbing his knife into the vampire's neck. The Americans moved far more quickly than they should have with the heavy armor they wore, which led her to believe it only boosted their ability and endurance. Another vampire appeared and was about to attack the Minutemen warrior. She used her agility to evade the attack. She flew past the soldier, ramming her blade into the vampire. Seeing that the imminent attackers had been neutralized, Nataly looked toward the entrance and saw more aristocracy soldiers appear. Before the aristocracy soldiers could storm the command post, they turned toward the mountainside before being suddenly attacked by a mob. It was the Salva militia intervening and thrusting the enemy attackers away. Feeling relieved, Nataly approached the militia and saw the same, Nagal. "Thank you. We still need weapons to fight," the Nagal said. Nataly looked around, grabbed one of the enemy Cercilitum and tossed it to the man. "There are plenty of weapons on the ground. Use your hands for those who cannot find a weapon." Seeing the Salva militia assisting in securing the interior of the American defense, she knew she needed to reach Comanche to help ensure the exterior of the lines, assuming they were still alive. The Valkyrie Templar turned to the battleground and started running down the path. Staring at the open panels at the base of the bridge, Frier rested her hands on her head as she struggled to determine what was wrong with the ancient device. Everything on the device was lifeless, and she and the few remaining scientists looked dumbfounded, unsure what to do. Tensions were high as everyone heard the outside guards fighting the enemy. Dropping her journal, she stood and said, "I do not know. I said it. I am sorry, but I do not know." "You were the people who figured all this out," Stone said. "That was my father," Frier yelled. "He had dedicated decades of his life to research to get to this point, and even he had limited knowledge of this. I am not my father. I only have a few months to study everything." "So," a guardian said, "we are dead. Whatever they did, they royalty nailed us to the wall." Frier felt the chamber shake momentarily, enough to get everyone's attention. Whatever was happening outside, it didn't sound charming. For her, it brought flashbacks from the last time she heard and witnessed her comrades being slaughtered by the same enemy the Americans were facing. "We need to inform Colonel Hackett that we failed," the Guardian said. "No," Stone boldly said. "That damn officer will then march in here and hand us a gun. I am not going out there to die, so we figure this out. Now let's back up and figure this out step by step. What is the core problem?" "The bridge is lifeless," Frier said. "Correct," Stone said. He stood there carefully, analyzing the device. "Frier, we have seen internal components with the device and some of your weapons. Is that common with Magitech, or is it all pixie and fairy dust?" "I have no idea what you mean by fairy dust," Frier replied. She carefully reflected on the question as she ensured the meaning of the strange example. Frier understood that thaumaturgy was absent on Earth, so they had no references to magic or magical-related technologies. To them, magic was fantasy, meaning it had no logic behind it. That was when she realized she had to speak their language. To answer your question, yes. All Magitech has internal components like your equipment. We use magic to enhance their abilities while manufacturing the tool. Stone walked over to an open panel and pointed to the internal components. "These look like wires, and they are connected to this box with a crystal in it. That means it channels power and information from one location of the device to another." "We know that already," another NASA scientist asked. "My point is that even if they have a different process than we do, there is still a logic chain behind it," Stone said. "What we need to understand is the chain to troubleshoot the problem. If there are wires, then this must be some conduit. Something has to create or channel all this energy." As the scientist spoke, Frier was reminded of the light switch when she was on Earth. These people were able to summon light without a complex process. "Just like a light switch?" Stone snapped his fingers and looked at the elf girl with a confident smirk. "That is it. That is the problem." "No way," the Guardian said. "It cannot be that simple. We must plug it back in." It fits, Stone said. The bridge looks dead, and the hardware also acts dead. Something like this must power it. Even the Earth bridge, we had to attach 2 SMRs to bring it back to life. And it makes sense from the military point of view, the Guardian said. The enemy was here only a few hours ago, and I assume they know less about how this thing works than we do. That means they would have to work fast. Deactivating the power is the quickest option, especially if they want to claim it for later. The other NASA scientist approached. One problem. Do you see an outlet on the wall? I don't. This thing has to be drawing power from somewhere, Stone said. Maybe there is another hidden chamber where the generator is. That is possible, but we would never find out in time. Frier then looked around, studying the chamber. I do have a different idea, though. Don't leave us in suspense, Stone said. Frier walked toward the smooth marble-like walls and placed her hand on them. I agree with you that the bridge lost power. When we first opened this chamber, everything came alive. Torches sparked, and the bridge glowed. There is a connection to this place, as it draws power from everything around it. The elf girl then turned toward the Americans. You said you needed to attach 2 SMRs, whatever they are. Based on your details, I assume they are a powerful energy source. What is your point? Stone asked. Everything here came to life, Frier stated. It must have some internal energy source. That is a key function of all magitech. Some type of battery to draw power from. Then why didn't we do that on Earth? A Guardian asked. Because we didn't know about it, Stone replied. I hate to say it, but Frier is correct. We developed structures in our world to rely on external energy sources. They might do the opposite here. How the hell would a battery power this thing to that scale? The Guardian asked. That is a lot of power for a D battery. Could be similar to a diamond battery, Stone said. We did travel between worlds. Something high-tech would need to be used. In theory. Diamonds can be batteries, Frier asked, shocked by the revelation. That proves that technology isn't known here, Stone said. There is a lot of assuming here, another scientist said. Agreed, Stone said. Frier, do you recall seeing something that could be a power supply? Something relating to that? We already investigated that, a scientist said before being told to shut up by Stone. Not being an engineer, Frier understood what Stone was asking. The many open journals that covered her father's life work on the bridge and Altairi. She grabbed her journal, which had been handwritten and drawn a detailed breakdown of the bridge. We have been here for months waiting on your people. That gave us plenty of time to map everything out. I am not saying I understand any of it, but it could help. She turned multiple pages to where they theorized where the power was drawn. Frier stepped on the bridge foundation and looked around. When we installed the orb, this crystal in the center of the platform was the first to activate. We believed that this was the source. We already checked that, the Guardian said. Then we take it apart, Stone said. Are you fucking kidding? A scientist said. If we start taking things apart and get it wrong, we are dead. Shut up, Stone said. I am in charge here, and we do what I say. If we don't, we are dead. So to hell with it and take it apart. The device has to draw energy from somewhere, so it has to be deeper. Frier got closer to the central crystal, studying it carefully. She requested a knife from one of the military personnel, but they refused. Really? Now? Just give it to her, Stone said. One of the Guardians pulled out his knife and handed it to Wood Elf. She then used it to cut the edge of the crystal until it snapped out. Then, the elf girl slowly lifted the crystal out of the platform. It was shaped like a giant black box with golden rods pointing out. There were clear crystals on top. In addition, there was a ring-like conduit on the bottom tip. When the giant battery was moved away from its chamber, one of the other NASA engineers reached down and took apart additional compartments. From the best view, Frier looked down and noticed wiring like spider silk, but thicker, lying around and disconnected from the black box. Is this something important? Yes, Stone said. I think that is it. The scientists and engineers knelt around the hole, looking for where the wires led. Within the device was an octagonal box. Each side had a purple crystal with a clear one on top. They commented on the cables, debating whether they were similar to fiber or something new entirely. There, Stone said. See this? It is disconnected from this box. Is this a power source? A Guardian asked. It is the biggest component here, Stone replied. Connect them together. How do we know what we are connecting? An engineer said. We use different wires for different things. Whoever built this Pandora box would be smart enough to design the proper cables for the proper job. As the group debated, the chamber shook from a giant explosion from outside. They all stared at the ceiling before each other. Stone was the first to speak, pointing toward the conduit. Don't care. Connect them. Start with those two. NASA and USSF personnel carefully began connecting the fiber wires to the golden connections, starting with the octagon-shaped box and then to the device she was holding. Once the cables were reconnected to the supposed diamond battery, the wood elf carefully placed the black box back into its panel. As the panel closed, the elf girl stared at it. It sat there, lifeless. The thought that she was wrong in her theory has doomed everyone here. Okay, one of the scientists said. Now what? How do we know if it works? The Guardian asked. Frier raised her hand like she was in a classroom, waiting to be called upon. Stone scolded her for not speaking out, but when she knew that everyone had her attention, she said, I have an idea. We need to flip the switch on. And how the hell do we do that? Stone asked. She then smirked as her hand glowed bright green. I have the answer to that. Hoping all she had to do was provide a quick jolt of mana to get the activation process going, the elf girl placed her hand on the crystal. Feeling the mana throughout her body, she channeled as much as possible toward her hand. Her body began to warm as the raw power built through her veins. Sweat started dripping onto the platform, and she needed to breathe through her mouth for air. Feeling that she had channeled most of her mana within her palm, she thrust it into the crystal. The bridge crystal glowed green from her mana pool before fading dark again. Falling onto her knees, she took deep breaths as she regained her strength. She stared at the crystal as she sat on the ground, waiting for that familiar orange glow to reappear, but nothing. Once it became clear that nothing was happening, a fight broke out among the scientists, as many started to believe that they were going to be killed or worse. Frier teared up, mumbling, I am sorry, Father. I tried and... Feeling defeated, her eye noticed a tiny orange light deep within the main crystal. It faded as quickly as it appeared, making her wonder if it was her eyes playing tricks. But then a slight beat of orange peaked before disappearing. Then again, it encompassed half of the crystal. She stood up, still staring at orange crystal. It is alive. The argument stopped as everyone stared at the device, their posture reflecting renewed hope. Frier, Stone said, can you contact Earth? The elf girl jumped off the platform and stood before the bridge. She saw the orb that her father installed the first time, the tool that allowed her to control the bridge. She grabbed her father's journal regarding the orb and skimmed through it until she found the coordinates her father had written. She then placed her hand on it, which glowed bright blue, matching the orb. Suddenly, everything went black. The surrounding area was ghostly. That was when a thin but bright light surfaced from the ghostly clouds and stretched out into infinity. It was a bright, rainbow-colored line. Frier could not see the end, stretching out into the cosmos sea, however the starting point glowed, pulsing with a beat. It was the line that connected to Earth. Slowly moving her hand through the emptiness, she pressed the line between both worlds. Then everything went bright white before her vision went fuzzy. Hearing voices from the Americans, she gazed toward the bridge as her vision returned. The two half-ring pillars glowed brightly as they broke apart as before. The pieces moved away until they formed a giant circle. Another bright yellow light appeared from the central crystal, forming a multi-level color mirror between the pillars. Frier Holiadon stepped back as the bridge finished forming. At the center of the large ring, it glowed yellow, expanding its crystal-like mirror. She had a powerful smile on her face, realizing that she had done it, that she had reactivated the bridge. AAV-1 Alagore, Chapter 15. Space Command, this is Minutemen Actual. We request imminent reinforcements. Aristocracy forces have breached our first defensive line and are on the verge of collapse. I repeat, requesting imminent reinforcements, or we will lose our foothold. Colonel Hackett. Minuteman Actual, this is Space Command. Good to hear from you again. A QRF has already been assembled. As we assumed, the closure of the bridge was enemy action. A battalion is in preparation. Please stand by. Space Command. March 5, 2069, military calendar. Temple of Indalas, the former confederacy of Darui. Nataly region, Aldrida, Alagore. At the final defensive line, Comanche and the rest of the Minutemen and Rangers held off the enemy as best they could. There had already been cracks throughout the line where the melee forces could explode. A group of algae-based beasts charged forward in front of the Comanche section of the line. The M2 machine gun seemed more effective because of its size and 50 caliber. A rocket from a recoilless rifle impacted one of the beasts, destroying it and proving that raw firepower can get the job done. However, it needed to be sufficient to prevent the group from reaching its position. Seeing one of the algae-based monsters break their line, Ryder fired his M31 into its chest, but his ammunition proved ineffective. He then saw the tip of a blade appear through its chest before being sliced in half. As the upper stage of the body fell, it was cut into multiple pieces. On the other side was Nataly, the Valkyrie Templar. "What are you doing here?" "I am not going to die lying in bed," Nataly said as she thrust her sword into the monster's head. "I couldn't agree more with that statement," Ryder said. "What is going on in the rear?" "The command post was hit," Nataly said, "but it is secured. The militia is clearing out the enemy forces behind us." Ryder looked toward the mountainside and saw militia fighting the enemy melee forces. The captain was thrilled that they were not about to be flanked, at least for a moment. However, he understood that this would only last for so long. "Can you take care of these things?" Ryder asked. "Yes, I can," Nataly said. "They need to be broken up so they become useless." Seeing the Valkyrie speed toward a nearby monster on top of a bunker, Ryder felt a sense of relief as he could not focus his attention on the incoming enemy force. Matthew Ryder watched the amplifier walker past what was left of the first defensive line. Geomancy mages had already moved many of the Hesco bastion sections to allow units through easily. There were infantry in many variations across the battlefield, protected by shieldmen, walkers, and crawlers as they advanced toward the final defense line. Seeing that the enemy was advancing, getting close to the last American defensive line, Comanche struggled to figure out how to deal with the enemy platform. The walker stopped, and the giant orb glowed orange. A large flame spat out and impacted Charlie's company section of the line. A missile was fired by an unknown group heading toward the walker. As before, the walker switched from offensive to defensive, creating a barrier and destroying the missile before it reached impact. "That thing is killing us," King said. "I know," Ryder replied. Nataly appeared all muddy from dealing with the algae-based monsters. "Maybe I can flank it with one of your explosive projectiles. My speed could get around them." "There is no way we could cover—" Everyone heard a loud sound as Ryder spoke, before watching an object punch through the amplifier walker shield, impacting the large orb. The walker exploded into white flames as particles spread. The resulting explosion caught all the enemy infantry by surprise. "What the hell was that?" Nataly asked. The captain's mind only drew a blank until he felt the ground tremble. Turning toward the mountain, he saw an Eton push through the Hesco bastion, clearing a path for the additional infantry behind it. According to his IFF, they came from the 1st Battalion, the 3rd ABCT, 4th Infantry Division, the Quick Reaction Force. Ryder heard some of his teammates cheering and showing relief that heavy reinforcements had arrived. That only meant that Frier would reactivate the bridge, making their suffering meaningful. "What is that?" Nataly asked, taking a step back from the giant, bulky vehicle. Sergeant Berno Barrio turned around as he wrapped his arm around Higgins. "Sweet Mother of God, I've never been so happy to see an Eton." "That is what you people mean by a tank," Nataly said, "very different than a walker." Ryder watched as 4 M35 Eton main battle tanks drove past them, breaking through what remained of the Hesco bastion. They fired their cannons into the enemy crowds, forcing the ones who were not killed by the blast to scatter, while the remote machine guns cleared out the ones who were the closest. The 4 tanks stopped before the second defensive line, protecting against the enemy while the Americans regrouped. "Enough celebrating, everyone," Barrett said. "Form up and place pressure on them." Coming through the interior of what remains of the temple, fresh American infantry and Salva militia rushed toward Comanche and the Rangers' position, reinforcing the second defensive line. The advancing aristocracy force stalled from the sudden fire superiority the Americans regained. The enemy was forced to retreat from the first line of defense under armor fire and reinforcements. The Eaton tanks stopped halfway between the two lines, absorbing the enemy fire. Ryder watched as the enemy regrouped, focusing on the new threat. The aristocracy forces reacted like Nataly, perplexed about how to counter the heavily armored vehicle with a powerful cannon. What bothered him was that the enemy was not retreating but regrouping, which could only mean they were planning something. Hearing soldiers approaching from behind, Captain Matthew Ryder left their bunker and approached the fresh infantry. He saw them standing, staring toward the enemy and planet above them. They all absorbed that they were in an alien world, a reaction he could relate to only half a day ago, but they had no time to waste. "Get in the game. I want you all to reinforce the right side." The head NCO, a sergeant first class, took the hint and regained control of his men's force before rushing to defend the temple grounds. The entire line opened fire on the enemy, picking off anyone not already covered. For the first time in the battle, the momentum started swinging toward the American side, and everyone felt it. Hearing a sudden loud chain of explosions, Matthew Ryder rushed back into the bunker. Looking out the window, he saw the Eaton taking a massive fire of small arms. While those infantry weapons would only scratch the paint, the immense impact from a Cercelitan walker damaged the tank. "The enemy isn't giving up," King said. "What is the plan?" Struggling to respond with an answer, Ryder saw enemy mages and infantry attack the tank, throwing everything they had against the armored beast of machinery. A combination of energy, fire, ice, and ground magic impacted the tank. Like before, the ground underneath started giving way, while the enemy artillery shells affected the area around the tank. The excitement had completely evaporated as everyone watched the enemy's intense bombardment of their armor. Ryder looked to the right and saw one of the 4 Eatons that came through the bridge, also receiving significant damage. He then heard over the radio that the tank on the northern flank had lost its primary cannon from concentrated fire. "To all commands, this is Colonel Hackett. The bridge has been reactivated. Begin withdrawing operations." Hearing his team's grumbles about having to retreat only infuriated the captain. He understood that his team felt that everything they had done at this point was now pointless. But more importantly, they had lost. Seeing that the 4th Infantry Ivy soldiers were setting up a rear guard to provide the Minutemen, Rangers, and all the other support units the necessary time to retreat, Ryder turned toward the tank, watching it being hammered by the immense projectile and energy firepower. Its armor was steaming and scorched. Staring out, Ryder felt his rage slip away, replaced with shame. The shame of defeat, loss, and broken promises. While no soldier wishes to be defeated, his actual loss came from being a failure as a husband, breaking his promise to his wife, Carly Ryder. Recalling the Templar question about what he was here, deep down inside, he didn't have an answer, only a sense of direction. He had hoped coming here would bring answers and a renewed purpose. "Is this really how it is going?" Ryder asked himself. "Nothing but defeat and failure? Again?" Taking a deep breath, Matthew Ryder turned to see the enemy forces. Confused, he saw a break in the cloud cover peeking through the sky. The captain looked up and saw one of Takali's children, a giant crystal with mist trailing it like a comet. If he recalled correctly, Nataly called it Vermina. This star system's sun's light reflected off the moon, partially burning the magical cloud on the battlefield. Finding the phenomenon strange, he looked back toward the light. The enemy was still focusing on their tanks. An explosion against Eaton's tracks destroyed them, making the tank immobile. "I don't know how much more it can take," Forrest said. "They are throwing everything at it," Ford said. "Get your head in the game," King ordered. "They are taking the hit so we can withdraw. So let's move." Ryder thought carefully about the word as he watched the enemy smash the tank. A power projectile from one of the enemy Cercelitum impacted the armor, heavily damaging it. However, that was different from what the captain was focused on. His team was correct. The enemy was concentrated on the tanks. However, he also noticed that they focused on nothing else. The chaos suddenly disappeared, and everything became clear. While the Americans were confused and unknowledgeable about what the enemy had, this was also the enemy's mindset. While they struggled to find counters to the enemy's magic because of a lack of experience, like the alg monsters, the Veriance aristocracy had no experience against heavily armored vehicles. Their solution was to throw everything at the problem and hope it would remove it, ignoring almost everything else, ignoring them. He had no idea if this was out of fear, confusion, or lack of coordination by the enemy leadership, but everything became clear as day. The reflective sunlight from Vermina that burned through the artificial clouds quickly faded as quickly as it appeared. Accessing his radio, he said, "This is Captain Ryder, Comanche team of the Minutemen. Belay the withdrawal. The enemy is distracted by the armor. All Minutemen, Rangers, Ivy, Militia, charge forward now." Wallace turned to face his captain. His usual calm demeanor gave way to a baffled look. "Are you kidding me, boss?" Ryder ignored the question and his men's reaction. He knew this was their last chance to win and to have a place in this world. He jumped over the sandbags and rushed toward the Eton. Seeing two enemy soldiers who noticed the captain, he was forced to stop and fire his rifle. He could kill one of them. However, he failed to fire enough bullets against the other hostile to pierce its armor. Noticing a shadow, Ryder saw one of their robotic warriors running toward him. He turned to the new threat. While the 6.8mm did damage, he was not quick enough to destroy it before getting close. A short blur next to the machine warrior before being sliced in half. Once his eyes adjusted, he saw the Templar of Hevera, Nataly, standing there as she finished the machine warrior. She lowered her sword and raised her left arm, forming a small gold energy shield as the flechette was deflected. To the captain's right, he saw Warrant Officer 1 Rommel King and others of Comanche. They removed the enemy unit in front of them, clearing a path to the tank. Over the radio, he heard Hackett give the order to advance, not retreat. Either the colonel saw what he saw or entrusted his subordinates, whom he did not know, but was thrilled to have a backup. Comanche reached the Eton. The damage was worse than they had hoped, however the main cannon was still functional. The tank commander opened the hatch and looked toward the Comanche captain. "You guys are a sore sight. I thought we were toast and were supposed to be saving you." "Can the 120mm still fire?" Ryder asked. "Yes." "Then light those bastards up," Ryder said. "We're sending them to hell." He then turned to see his team and ordered them to recapture their first perimeter. Among them, he saw Rangers, Ivy infantry from the 4th Division, and what was left of the Salva militia pushing forward behind him. Hearing a salvo from the tank toward the enemy, everyone pushed forward. The rear guard provided suppressive fire toward the enemy, covering the forward force. A walker from before attempted to protect his comrades, but another 120mm round pierced through its shields and destroyed it in a massive white explosion. With the renewed spirit of the American forces pressing against the aristocracy forces as they tried to regroup at the first defensive line. Still, with the tank's support, the enemy fled back to their comrades on the slope, fearing they would be overwhelmed by the sudden turn of the tide. Seeing a few remaining defenders, Comanche rushed forward, killing the 3 enemy soldiers and allowing them to secure the bunker. Comanche secured its formal position, using the bunker to target the retreating enemy. As the firefight began, Barrett told his captain, "Ryder, they stopped firing their artillery at us." The captain looked up out of habit and heard nothing. Barrett was correct in saying that the enemy had stopped firing their artillery. This only happened as they were engaged close to their own forces, which led him to believe that Callum was trying to avoid friendly fire. Ryder turned to Nataly, who finished executing a Jave melee soldier. She pointed her sword toward the enemy. While unable to understand her words, her meaning was clear. They couldn't stop here, as it would only give the enemy time to regroup, and they had to keep the pressure on. After Ryder ordered the advance to continue, Comanche rushed through the enemy, creating open spaces in the Hesco bastion. As he expected, the enemy tried to regroup on the slope to the temple grounds and did not withdraw from the battlefield. An enemy mage casting a barrier to protect his comrades, however, was quickly destroyed by a rocket. As the Americans drew proximity to the enemy's position, an intense firefight broke out across the land as the enemy tried to halt their advance. Stray melee was forced to charge forward to give their comrades time. Still, it was quickly cut down by overwhelming firepower and lack of coordination. This included the few shieldmen who needed help to form a proper shield wall before being taken out by the overwhelming firepower. "Ryder," King said as he approached, "look on the hill." Looking toward the top of the slope, the captain saw a large force taking position on the high ground. It looked like another enemy battalion trying to contain them from an elevated position. Among them, he saw two smaller walkers, the size of a van, perched over the slope. The one on the right fired a pink static-like ball toward the American force, which burst into an electrical blast. The nearby soldiers collapsed from shock, and some reported that the CPUs of their battlesuits malfunctioned, short-circuiting or requiring a complete system reboot. While they could still move, the Italian exoskeleton was designed to act independently of the suit computer, but it was limited. Ryder approached his communication member, Sergeant Charlie Higgins, and called over Staff Sergeant Kurt Higgins. "Kurt, paint those walkers. Higgins, guide our armor against that ridgeline." Quickly enough, the two Comanche soldiers directed their armor at the target. As the two walkers resurfaced to fire a second volley, Forrest instantly painted them, allowing Higgins to coordinate with the remaining American armor. Two Eatons fired in near synchronization and destroyed both targets. A remaining archer approached next to a damaged Eaton, whose hull was battered but still functional. Now that it was under Eaton's protection, it sprayed the slope with its 50mm cannon with airbursts. Seeing that the enemy was suppressed, Ryder led his team and continued their advance toward one of the naturally curved pillars that led to the mountainside. The other American forces followed close behind. Seeing a vampire giving direction and gathering any remaining forces to form a defensive line, Ryder ordered his team to remove the officer. Wallace focused the fire on the surrounding infantry, and Ford loaded his grenade launcher. Sergeant Benjamin Ford then fired his underslung grenade launcher at the vampire officer, instantly killing his target. Witnessing their leader fall in such a manner seemed to break the enemy's spirit, and they began retreating. Unlike the first time, the enemy retreated in an organized fashion. This time, everyone was routing. As the order to continue the assault was given, the sound of enemy artillery was heard. Dozens of shells landed near their position. The ground burst into a giant green flame, spreading into a long line that prevented the American advance. Nataly sprinted ahead of the Americans and gestured with her hands for them to stop, clearly not wanting them to get close to the green fire. Whatever the meaning of the color, it was clear to Ryder that it was not an ordinary fire. As the enemy artillery slowly faded, everyone stood silently, almost waiting to see what happened next. Realizing that the enemy was not regrouping or preparing for a counter-assault this time, soldiers started cheering. Hearing cheering from behind, Captain Matthew Ryder turned and saw his fellow Americans starting to celebrate. Rangers thanked the Ivy infantry for providing reinforcements. Americans and Salva militia are shaking hands for assistance. Even his team was celebrating, and he couldn't blame them. The elf girl was seen rushing through the crowd, heading toward Comanche. "I did it!" Frier yelled. When she finally arrived, she stopped and caught her breath. "I am so happy you are alive." As his fellow Comanche teammates congratulated her, the captain approached her. "Frier." The elf girl turned to face him, her ears perked as her eyes showed confusion. Ryder held out his hand. "Thanks to you for opening the bridge. We won the first major battle. Your father would be proud." Frier teared up. She ignored his hand gesture and hugged the captain. She left blushing and started dancing among the team. The Valkyrie approached and said, "Good job, Captain. Nice call in charging the enemy." At first, Matthew Ryder was shocked that he could understand the Valkyrie, but then he realized Frier's translation amulet was close enough, allowing them to understand each other. "I was just staring at the right place and time," Ryder said. "It wouldn't matter if it were not for everyone." Nataly giggled and then crossed her arms. "I see," unable to take a compliment. Rommel King approached with a laugh. "It's why we like him, not being one of those highly educated, self-entitled officers. And thank you for helping turn the tide within the camp. If it were not for you, we would have been overrun." The Templar returned the complaint with a curtsy, acknowledging her deeds. She then joined the rest of the Comanche in celebrating. Captain Matthew Ryder then looked up at the artificial clouds faded, reliving the bright sky and Takali. He had no idea whether there was any truth to Mother's religion. Still, he gave an approving nod to the blue gas giant and returned to his team, joining the celebration.